Star Odyssey Chapter 1876 to Chapter 1925. They did not know when it had started. Perhaps it had been there for a long time, or perhaps it had just begun, but the sound of a plucked instrument could be heard in their ears. Elder Xianxia was the first to notice it, and at the same time, the second Night King, the Sword King, and the other powerhouses also heard it. Luin heard it after Master Yuan. He heard the sound of a plucked instrument, and it was very pleasant to the ears. But when? Bang! The Sword King's greatsword clashed with the wooden staff, and they both retreated. Bewildered, they suddenly looked towards the west. For a moment, Elder Xianxia, the second Night King, the celestial demon, and the others all looked towards the west. The sky in the west had brightened. The universe's starry sky was dark and boundless, but it suddenly turned pink as cherry blossoms floated in the sky. A woman walked out from the blossoming cherry blossoms. She wore a simple white dress that danced in the wind, and her bare feet stepped on the petals. She was full of holiness, and her fine black hair was tied up in a unique bun. Her upper body was covered in a thin veil, and she held a three-stringed instrument in her hands as she slowly walked over. The woman's appearance could not be seen, but the veil on her face was embroidered with a cat-like pattern. It was mysterious, but it also carried an indescribable sense of wildness, which contrasted strangely with her fairy-like temperament. No one knew how long the woman had been there, and no one had noticed her from start to finish. It was only when the beautiful music became even more arrogant and cheerful that the crowd was unwittingly drawn in. Luin watched as the woman changed the starry sky, and cherry blossoms filled the sky as she approached. He felt his scalp go numb, and the extreme sense of danger woke him up. His eyes turned into runes as he looked over, but in that instant, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and he hurriedly covered them. This was a stabbing pain from boundless rune lines, and he had experienced this several times before. With his current strength, he could even see the all-heaven imprint, but he still felt a stabbing pain. There was only one possibility: this woman had surpassed the all-heaven imprint. She was a half-progenitor. The sixth mainland, Xianxia, Master Yuan said solemnly. His expression was solemn and filled with fear and disbelief, as if he should not be seeing this person here. Luin was confused. Xianxia? One of the Daosaur sect's remaining 3 half-progenitors? Master Yuan replied, that's right. The Neo-Human Alliance attacked the Daosaur sect, and 93 half-progenitors died. Xianxia, and she's the only woman. Elder Xiaoxian's eyes narrowed. Half-martial ancestor was on the same level as his senior brother, and it gave him an indescribable sense of danger. On the other side of the battlefield, the Sword King retreated as he watched Xianxia approach. He tightly gripped his sword hilt. Only a half-martial ancestor could cause him to feel fear. That's a half-martial ancestor. Su Qing's expression turned ugly. One of the sixth mainland's 3 half-progenitors hidden within the Daosaur sect has actually appeared. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Guru Qinghua. It was no wonder why this heavenly imprint had dared to make a move, as he actually had the support of a half-progenitor. When had this half-progenitor arrived? As soon as the half-martial ancestor appeared, the battlefield froze. Everyone looked at her. Even the unruly giant star beasts didn't dare to make a sound at this moment. They stared at the west in fear and vigilance, watching her pink world approaching. Esteemed Qinghua held the wooden staff in his hand. He raised his feet and crossed the void. He arrived not far from Xianxia and entered the pink world. It's rare to see such a grand battlefield, Xianxia said. Her voice was graceful like a flowing stream, making people feel very comfortable. In particular, there were traces of gentleness in her voice that made people feel weak all over. Luin felt the same way, as this was his first time hearing such a voice that could make one's hair stand on end. He immediately wanted to see what she looked like behind the veil. Everyone present who heard her voice had a fierce look in their eyes. Her simple words had dissolved the bleak and austere atmosphere of the battlefield. She clearly hadn't used any battle techniques, and it had only been a single sentence. Sometimes, sound could be used as a weapon. Xianxia didn't look at anyone, but she also seemed to be looking at them. I'll play a song for everyone on such a battlefield. This trip wasn't in vain. As she spoke, her elegant fingertips traced a thin string, and that familiar plucking sound echoed through the heavens once more. As the first note rang out, the flames of war in everyone's hearts were ignited. No one gave any orders, and the battle began once more. It was as if these people had been hypnotized, and the flames of war burned even brighter. If they didn't want to kill their enemies, then they wanted to burn themselves. Luin wanted to stop her, but he was stopped by Elder Jiao Shen. You can't stop her. That's Lan Xian's strength. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet fought the astral beasts once more, and only the envoy-level powerhouses resisted the urge to fight. However, as the plucking sound grew louder and louder, the mountain god couldn't take it anymore, and he charged towards the battlefield. Elder Jiao Shen did the same. Ling Qiu, the Sea King, Lu Qianjue, and the others all rushed towards the battlefield. The emissary beasts from the astral beast domain also charged towards the battlefield. The flames of war burned in Lu Yin's chest, and he had a desire to fight that he needed to vent. He almost charged into the battlefield as well, but a trace of reason kept him from doing so. Fortunately, Elder Jiao Shen held him back, or else he really would have charged out. Lan Xian really was playing a musical accompaniment to the battle. A single plucking sound had ignited the flames of war and left behind countless corpses in space. Qinghua Shangren looked at the distant battlefield and then glanced over at Luin. Luin happened to be looking at him, and he opened his mouth to say something. Qinghua Shangren was helpless, and he whispered, Lan Xian, Luin was the one who proposed the matter of progenitor Wushang's hide. He wanted the Sixth Mainland to take over the war with the astral beast domain. His meaning was simple. Lan Xian's actions were equivalent to using the Great Eastern Alliance as cannon fodder to fight the astral beast domain to the death. This was something that Luin would not allow. Despite Qinghua Shangren's warning, Lan Xian did not stop, and the plucking sound grew louder and louder. Spacecraft after spacecraft exploded, and corpses littered the starry sky. Luin was furious. If this continued, then the Great Eastern Alliance would be wiped out, and his plan would not be able to be completed. No, absolutely not. He looked at Elder Jiao Shen and the Second Night King. If he let them take action, they might be able to stop Lan Xian's music, but that would be equivalent to starting a war with a half-progenitor. This should be a matter for the astral beast domain. As he watched Lan Xian standing in the midst of the pink cherry blossoms and controlling the battlefield from afar, Luin gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and recited the primogenitor's scripture. The heavenly Tao bestows, swallowing and spitting out hundreds of rivers. The ancient earth reflects harmony, imitating the high sage. The heavenly Tao does not, transforming qi into harmony. Leaping across the starry sky to lie down. Communicating with people is harmony. Swallowing and spitting out hundreds of rivers. Leaping across the vast expanse to lie down. As he recited the primogenitor's scripture, the hazy sound turned into strands of silk, just like Lan Xian's music. No one had noticed it, but it had always existed. It was like the teachings of the Great Tao, and it involved everyone's spiritual force. It also had a strange rhythm that came from ancient times. The sound was not loud, but everyone could hear it, including Lan Xian. The sound of the plucking suddenly stopped, and the string broke. Lan Xian looked confused. What was that sound? It had pierced through her inner world and resounded in her mind, replacing all thoughts. She was momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, the Void Wanderer ancestor shuttled out from above and charged towards Lan Xian. In the distance, the Sword King, the Celestial Beast, and Su Qing all attacked at the same time. They did not know if Lan Xian was an enemy of the Great Eastern Alliance, but she was definitely their enemy. The Astral Beast domain had invaded the Outerverse, and once the Great Eastern Alliance withdrew, the continent would take over. Lan Xian wanted the Astral Beast domain to fight to the death with the Great Eastern Alliance. Luin knew about this, so he had stopped her. Su Qing knew about this as well, but he was powerless to stop her. Now that Lan Xian had suddenly revealed an opening, Su Qing decisively ordered everyone to attack her while she was unprepared. Even if they could not kill a half-progenitor, they could at least force her back. He had never expected that this war would attract a half-progenitor. Lan Xian's appearance had disrupted the Astral Beast domain's plans, and Su Qing needed to salvage the situation. The cherry blossoms welcomed several attacks, all of them vainly attempting to destroy this seemingly peaceful paradise that was actually causing war. Guru Qinghua retreated. Lan Xian looked up. Her eyes were beautiful and bright, but they were also cold. As she watched the attacks approach, cherry blossoms danced beneath her feet, and the area expanded to encompass the battlefield. Everyone appeared in that paradise, including Lu Yin's group. At this moment, cherry blossoms danced in the sky and on the ground. It was very beautiful, but it caused Lu Yin's group to feel numb. Each cherry blossom was like a blade hanging over their necks. These blades did not fall towards Lu Yin's group, but rather towards the Sword King and the other powerhouses. The Void Wanderer Ancestor, the Sword King's greatsword, and the Celestial Beast's spiritual force were infinitely close to Xianxia, but they were also infinitely far away. They were clearly just a few steps away, but they could not cross that distance. The cherry blossoms wrapped around the Sword King's greatsword, and the Sword King watched helplessly as his greatsword shattered. His body was enveloped by the cherry blossoms, and with a roar, blood splattered everywhere. The Sword King's body was cut open by the cherry blossoms, and his entire body was torn apart. The Celestial Beast was in a similar situation. His spiritual force battle technique, Divine Explosion, was blocked by the layers of cherry blossoms and did not injure Xianxia. Beneath his feet, however, the cherry blossoms were like sharp blades that almost cut him in half. In the blink of an eye, the two powerhouses were heavily injured. This was the difference between a half-ancestor and them. No matter how strong they were powerless against a half-ancestor's inner world. Blood dyed the cherry blossoms red. Lu Yin's eyes flickered with shock. This was not the first time he had seen an inner world attack. He had faced a half-ancestor's ambush before, and he had also seen inner worlds collide. However, this was the first time he had actually entered an inner world and fallen into such a desperate situation. As long as Xianxia was willing, a single cherry blossom was enough to destroy him. Elder Jioshan clenched his fists, almost unable to stop himself from revolving his stars. As a powerhouse, his life and death should not be controlled by others. He understood half-ancestors better than anyone else. His senior brother had once said that no matter what, he could not fall into a half-ancestor's inner world. Once he did, he could only resign himself to fate. He wanted to break out of the inner world and escape, but the Sword King and the Celestial Beast's fate made him apprehensive. If he tried anything funny, he could not guarantee that Xianxia would not attack him. However, the possibility of her attacking him was very low. Su Qing's expression changed. The cherry blossoms around him danced, causing him to feel a chill. He looked up at the retreating Void Wanderer Ancestor and said, "Use it." Just as he finished speaking, a cherry blossom cut off his arm. Xianxia looked at him with a strange and curious gaze. What other methods did he have to make these giant beasts resist her? Qinghua Shangren watched Xianxia easily suppress a powerhouse and helplessly shook his head. A half-ancestor was indeed a half-ancestor, and they were on another level. Xianxia was much younger than him. Back when he was still a cosmic imprinter, Xianxia had only just made a name for herself, becoming one of the Daosor's three heavens of the sixth mainland. When he became an all-heaven imprinter, Xianxia also became an all-heaven imprinter at the same time. Now, he was still an all-heaven imprinter, but Xianxia had already become a half-step ancestor. Among the sixth mainland's half-ancestors, Xianxia was not the strongest, nor was she the closest to the progenitor realm. However, she had the highest cultivation talent and was the youngest. Even someone as lazy as him sometimes envied Xianxia's cultivation talent. She was also a junior in the sixth mainland, but her realm had already surpassed countless people. She was a powerhouse second only to the three ancestors. In the sixth mainland, anyone who had lived through her era only had one word to describe Xianxia: peerless beauty and peerless beauty. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and cherry blossoms filled the sky, dyeing the starry sky red. She had controlled the battlefield with a single plucking note. This was Xianxia. Su Qing half knelt on the ground, beads of sweat dripping down his face as he stared at the void. The Void Wanderer Ancestor's body twisted, and then, under his expectant gaze, a layer of skin was put on. It was progenitor Wushang's hide. Lu Yin only had one piece of progenitor Wushang's hide, but it was actually very large. Progenitor Wushang's body was also very large. The Void Wanderer Ancestor's body was now covered in progenitor Wushang's hide. In that instant, everyone who saw this scene froze, including Xianxia. The Void Wanderer ancestor was simply too large, and everyone could clearly see him. Even Guru Qinghua, who was the furthest away, could clearly see him and was frozen. No one had expected that the Void Wanderer ancestor would have such a large piece of progenitor Wushang's hide. Even Luyin froze and stared blankly. Such a large piece of progenitor Wushang's hide was Su Qing's final trump card. It was a progenitor item. As the Void Wanderer ancestor put on progenitor Wushang's hide, the celestial realm of cherry blossoms trembled and then cracked open. Lan Xian stared at the Void Wanderer ancestor charging over. She was frozen in place by progenitor Wushang's hide, so she did not dodge and was sent flying. Blood dyed her veil red. The inner world was a half-ancestor's strongest technique, but it was also their greatest weakness. Once their inner world was broken, even a half-ancestor would be injured. Lan Xian was not injured by the collision, but by the cracking of her inner world. Only two people were not frozen in place, Su Qing and the Sword King. When Lan Xian's inner world cracked open and her body was sent flying, the Sword King's miserable body suddenly moved. Astral Source transformed into a sword, and he slashed it not at Lan Xian but at Luyin. No one had expected the Sword King to suddenly attack Luyin. Lan Xian, Elder Jiao Shen, and even Luyin himself had not expected this. This was all part of Su Qing's plan. Lan Xian was a half-martial ancestor. Even if they had progenitor Wushang's hide, they would not be able to kill her. However, with progenitor Wushang's hide, the Void Wanderer's ancestor could escape. He would not let progenitor Wushang's hide fall into Lan Xian's hands. Furthermore, at the moment before he escaped, the Void Wanderer's ancestor could use progenitor Wushang's hide to immobilize everyone. In an instant, he could do many things. What Su Qing wanted to do the most was kill Luyin. Through this period of war, he had gained a clear understanding of Luyin. If he didn't kill Luyin, he would definitely become a great enemy of the astral beast domain in the future. It was very likely that Luyin would break into the progenitor realm, and once he did, it would be the end of the astral beast domain. Even if it could not obtain the Death God's inheritance, it still wanted to destroy Luyin. As long as Luyin was dead, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet would be disbanded. Furthermore, the Great Eastern Alliance would no longer need to fulfill the terms of their deal with Luyin. They would be able to seize a weave in the east before the Sixth Mainland took over this war. This was Su Qing's plan. The moment Lan Xian appeared, Su Qing knew that he could not win, but he could deal with Luyin first. He did not believe that Lan Xian, a dignified half-progenitor, would be overseeing this battlefield. A half-progenitor should not appear here. As long as Luyin was dead, the Void Wanderer ancestor would be able to rely on Wushuang to escape. Even if Su Qing died, it would be worth it. Furthermore, Lan Xian's appearance meant that Su Qing's life was no longer under his control. Thus, he might as well take away Luyin, who was the greatest threat to him. As the commander of the astral beast domain, Su Qing could see things clearly. Even under the pressure of a half-progenitor, he could still make the correct choice. Luyin, you must die. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too outstanding. You are so outstanding that it terrifies others. You should not exist in this world. Elder Jiao Shen, the second Night King, and the others were all frozen in place by progenitor Wushang's hide, and they could only watch as the Sword King's sword slashed down. This was the Sword King's strongest attack at the moment. Even though he could not use his full power due to his heavy injuries, this attack still surpassed a power level of 1,000,000. When a sword with a power level of 1,000,000 slashed down on Luyin's body, even the micro-armor would not be able to block it, let alone when Luyin was completely defenseless. Luyin's pupils shrank, as he had not expected the Sword King to attack him. Was he about to die? Luyin watched the greatsword descend, and he could not resist at all. He could not even escape. Master, master, master! Luyin screamed in his heart. Bang! The sword slashed down with a loud bang, and the Sword King looked up. His attack had been blocked by a patch of cherry blossoms. The Sword King turned to look to the west, where Lan Xian had taken action. The cherry blossoms had blocked his attack and saved Luyin's life. No one had expected Lan Xian to save Luyin's life. No one had expected Su Qing's move, and similarly, no one had expected Lan Xian's move. In terms of breaking free from the suppression of progenitor Wushang's hide, a half-progenitor like Lan Xian was naturally the fastest. Su Qing's gaze turned sinister, as the Sword King's attack had been blocked. Was he still going to use that? The Imperial Tutor's calculations had not been wrong. He took out a book from his cosmic ring and stared at Luin. Void Wanderer Ancestor. The Void Wanderer Ancestor flipped over and slammed into Lan Xian. Lan Xian could not do anything to him, as the cherry blossoms could not break through the defenses of progenitor Wushang's hide. She also could not stare at him, or else she would be frozen for a moment. At that moment, the Sword King raised his sword again and slashed down. Lan Xian frowned, and her fingertips danced about. The Sword King raised its sword high up in the air and then viciously swung it down. Just as it was about to strike Luin again, the cherry blossoms wrapped around the sword once more, following the sword's path to its body. Fresh blood sprayed out as the Sword King was killed. Blood splattered on Luin, Elder Jioshen, and the others, dyeing them and the spacecraft behind them red. The Sword King's body was enormous, and he collapsed in outer space. A dignified powerhouse had died. Su Qing's gaze turned cold, and he tossed out the book. The book automatically opened, revealing a greatsword that looked exactly the same as the Sword King's. Luin saw it, and his entire body went cold. Danger, extreme danger. At that moment, the Void Wanderer Ancestor slammed into Lan Xian again, but her gaze was blocked by the Void Wanderer Ancestor. Within the book, the greatsword seemed to come to life and slowly took shape within the pages. It gradually condensed into the starry sky and appeared behind Luin. It slashed down viciously, and regardless of its style, its power was exactly the same as the Sword King's attack. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he could suddenly move again. He had been reciting the primogenitor's scripture the moment he had been frozen by progenitor Wushang's hide. Even Elder Jioshen and the others could not move, but he could. But so what if he could move? The Sword King's attack was filled with killing intent. Even though Luin had broken free from the suppression of progenitor Wushang's hide, he was still suppressed by this attack. He could not even turn around and could only allow the sword to strike him. The difference between him and an attack with a power level of 1,000,000 was too great. Helpless, Luin closed his eyes and gathered the star energy around him. Just as the greatsword was about to strike his body, the star energy in Lu Yin's body filled up. He had gone through 49 tribulations at the peak of the Enlighter realm. If one wanted to become an emissary, one's greatest hurdle was the seal. Luin knew that he had been sealed, but he did not know exactly how many layers of seals there were. The first time the seal had been broken, it had been the crazy headmaster who had helped him break through to the Melder realm. The second time, it had been with the help of the mummy that he had broken through to the Explorer realm. The third time, it had been with progenitor Chen's blood that he had broken through to the Hunter realm. And now, it was the fourth time. Breaking the seal was becoming more and more difficult with each attempt. Progenitor Chen's blood had helped him break the seal, and Luin did not know exactly how much power had been generated. However, this fourth time, Luin guessed that it would require a power level of at least 800,000 to 900,000, or even 1,000,000. The Sword King's attack was both Lu Yin's attempt to break the seal and his defense against the Sword King's attack. It was just like how he had used the mummy to break the seal. As for the Formcast model, he definitely did not have the money to upgrade it to 8 times. As Luin reached the peak of the Enlighter realm, an incomparably large tree vaguely appeared in outer space. Behind him, a mysterious rune appeared. It was the seal that was trying to lock Luin in place and suppress his breakthrough. The moment the seal appeared, the greatsword also descended. Bang! A deafening sound shook the heavens and the earth as the void was torn apart and cut horizontally. Elder Jioshen and the others were all swept away by the strong wind. The Void Wanderer Ancestor twisted his body and disappeared through the void. He had to leave, as if he stayed for too long, Lan Xian might be able to adapt to the suppression of progenitor Wushang's hide or find a way to break free from it. Lan Xian could not stop the Void Wanderer Ancestor from leaving, but now, she stared at Luin with a rare ripple in her eyes. Su Qing stared at Luin, as he had thought that this attack would definitely kill Luin. This was also the Imperial Tutor's divination, and the attack had a 90% chance of killing Luin. However, it had still failed, and Su Qing could only watch as the greatsword dissipated. Something had appeared behind Luin and blocked the attack. Lan Xian was astonished as well. An enlighter had actually blocked an attack with a power level of over 1,000,000. Even progenitor Chen had not been able to do this when he had been an enlighter. In fact, no one had been able to do this since ancient times. After the Void Wanderer ancestor left, Elder Jioshen, Yamavis, and the others regained their senses and hurriedly looked at Luin. Luin looked up and saw that the sky had changed. A giant vortex gradually expanded above his head and spread into the distance. The vortex was so large that it surpassed any vortex Luin had ever seen before. Lightning flashed within the dark vortex, and it was impossible to see its bottom. Waves of horrifying sounds could be heard, and the onlookers turned pale. Origin tribulation. It's origin tribulation. He's about to face his origin tribulation. Everyone, retreat. Elder Jioshen shouted and was the first to retreat. Origin tribulation did not care about who was facing it. As long as one was within a certain range, the tribulation would descend according to one's strength. Elder Jioshen did not want to be targeted by it, especially when he looked up at the sky. This tribulation seemed different from the ones he had experienced before. It was not just Elder Jioshen. The second Night King, Guru Qinghua, and the others could also see that the range of this origin tribulation was too large. Lan Xian also retreated. Even a progenitor would suffer if they faced an origin tribulation at this time, let alone a half-ancestor. This was an irreversible phenomenon, as breaking through from half-ancestor to progenitor would require one to face an origin tribulation. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. At this moment, whether it was Master Xianxia or the Sea King, those who truly cared about Luin had to retreat. On the other side, Su Qing and the rest retreated at the same time, not daring to approach. As the range of the tribulation grew larger, everyone retreated further and further away. Why is it still expanding? When I underwent my tribulation, it wasn't even half of this range, someone exclaimed. Elder Jioshen's eyes flickered. The range of this tribulation had already surpassed the range of his own tribulation by about a third, and it was still expanding. The celestial demon was shocked. The range is too large. How can it still be expanding? Su Qing said, this kid's innate gift is extraordinary, so his tribulation will definitely be different from others. Retreat. Not long after, they stopped. Qinghua was shocked. This range is too large. Lan Xian's eyes flickered as she looked up. It was indeed too large, far surpassing the range of her own tribulation. Only the three ancestors' tribulation could compare. Luin was about to undergo his tribulation, but he was not in a good mood. His seal had not been broken, and the Sword King's attack had not been able to do so. However, the seal had disappeared. Since it had not been broken, it meant that it would appear again. Would it appear after he successfully underwent his tribulation? Luin was apprehensive. Thunder boomed above his head, causing countless people to be dazed. At this moment, many people and beasts nearby fainted. This was the power of spiritual force. Retreat again, the Sea King barked, and everyone continued to retreat. The spiritual force from the tribulation formed a storm that connected the two ends of the universe, forming a monster that was even larger than a Void Wanderer ancestor. Luin was right in the center. Beside the spiritual force storm, thunder rumbled and echoed throughout the entire North Castle Weave. The celestial demon was shocked. Materializing spiritual force is something that we celestial demons often experience when undergoing our tribulations. How did he experience it? Su Qing solemnly replied, Lu Yin's spiritual force is also supreme among his peers. Not even an emissary from your celestial demon bloodline can defeat him. The celestial demon could not refute this. On the other side, the second Night King was not surprised, as Luin was able to withstand a portion of his spiritual force bombardment. This was especially true during the battle at the Shingu dynasty. Even though it had been a fake attack, its power had still not been weak. Forget about humans, even celestial beast emissaries with a power level of 600,000 or even 700,000 might not have been able to withstand his attack. And yet, they had still been unable to deal with Luin. This kid's spiritual force was terrifyingly powerful. The spiritual force materialized and crashed down on Lu Yin's body. At the same time, the spiritual force storm wreaked havoc, attempting to tear Luin to pieces. He hadn't memorized the primogenitor's scripture yet, and this was only the beginning. His spiritual force had reached a power level of 600,000, while the lightning's destructive power was at most 700,000. It wasn't enough to pose a fatal threat to him. Although his essence, energy, and spirit had not reached this level of battle prowess, under the protection of the primogenitor scripture, he had become a stubborn rock, allowing the storm to erode him. Although he was small, he was tenacious. Boom! With a loud explosion, the lightning above took shape and turned into a bat that let out a sharp screech. Sky demon? Xianxia was shocked as she looked at the distant sky. The spiritual force materialized into a sky demon that replaced the starry sky as it looked down at Luin. Sky demons were the masters of spiritual force, the rulers of the astral beast domain, and the royalty of the sky demon empire. Any sky demon that was born would feed on spiritual force. When sky demons were mentioned, everyone would think of spiritual force, energy, and spirit. They were rulers, and when spiritual force was mentioned, countless people would think of sky demons as well. The Sky Demon Royal could not reach the second Night King's power level and was about the same as Emperor Lu. However, with his terrifying spiritual force, he was able to stall the second Night King and become a huge killing machine. If not for the second Night King's existence, the Great Eastern Alliance would not have been able to last this long. In this war, the Origin Tribulation had manifested as a Sky Demon, and it was clear that it valued Luin greatly. It had sent its strongest spiritual force controller to deal with him. Su Qing and the other powerhouses from the Astral Beast domain were shocked, and they subconsciously looked at the Sky Demon Royal. The Sky Demon Royal frowned. A human undergoing the Origin Tribulation had actually manifested as a Sky Demon. This proved that this human spiritual force was extremely terrifying. The Origin Tribulation did not rely on one's power level to suppress one's opponent. Otherwise, when one underwent the Origin Tribulation, an attack with a power level of 1,000,000 would descend, and no one would be able to survive. The power of the Origin Tribulation depended on the person undergoing it. One could think of the Origin Tribulation as a sentient life form that was trying to kill the person undergoing the tribulation. One could also think of the Origin Tribulation as a fixed sequence that could be triggered by different people. The Origin Tribulation that was triggered could be a direct attack from an astral source, a battle technique that had once appeared in the astral source universe, or even a life form that was perfectly replicated by the Origin Tribulation in an attempt to kill the person undergoing the tribulation. No one knew what one would encounter during the Origin Tribulation. Luin had encountered a Sky Demon at this moment. A Sky Demon that had manifested spiritual force and lightning definitely existed in the past, and it might even exist now. The manifestation of the Origin Tribulation proved that it could kill Luin. You should be happy that a human genius will be annihilated by your Sky Demon bloodline, Feng Lin said indifferently. The Sky Demon Royal's expression relaxed. She was right. Although a human undergoing the Origin Tribulation had attracted a Sky Demon, which made him uncomfortable, he was still a paragon of the same generation. The Sky Demon Royal's Origin Tribulation had manifested to kill this human, which was a good thing for the Sky Demons. Master Yuan and the others' expressions became even more solemn. A Sky Demon was synonymous with invincible spiritual force. The Origin Tribulation had manifested a Sky Demon to kill Luin. Above, the Sky Demon took form. It was extremely lifelike, and it faced Luin. It opened its mouth, and in an instant, the sky shattered. Countless people bled from their orifices as they held in pain. They had retreated far away, but they were still affected, so they had no choice but to continue retreating. Luin faced the Skydemon's spiritual force attack head-on and frowned. The Origin Tribulation had manifested its power based on the strength he had displayed, and this Sky Demon already had the destructive power to threaten his spiritual force. He raised his hand and tapped the void with his star energy. This was the Origin Opening Array, a sourcebox array that protected spiritual force. The array blocked a portion of the Skydemon's spiritual force attack, and the rest was no longer a threat to Luin. However, a moment later, the spiritual force that had been wreaking havoc in outer space suddenly converged, forming a visible sphere above Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. It's a divine explosion. This was the battle technique that Xianxia had used during the sovereign tournament. It was a spiritual force battle technique that was extremely terrifying. The Skyfae Imperial male sneered. A divine explosion was the Skyfae's most powerful attack. Luin could block the spiritual energy storm, but he had to rely on his sourcebox array, which meant that he would not be able to block the divine explosion. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for cultivating your spiritual force. You've even cultivated it to such a high level that you've attracted a spiritual force tribulation that's comparable to the spiritual force tribulation of my Sky Demon bloodline, the Sky Demon Imperial muttered to himself. There was one thing that he did not mention, which was that even if a Sky Demon was undergoing an origin tribulation, they would not encounter such a terrifying spiritual force attack. Otherwise, who would be able to survive? From the power of the origin tribulation, it could be determined that Lu Yin's spiritual force cultivation had surpassed that of a Sky Demon powerhouse at the same level as him. In fact, it might even surpass those who had already undergone their tribulation and become emissaries. The Sky Demons could admit that they had been defeated, but they would never admit that they had lost to a human. This person had to die under the spiritual force attack. Luin did not hold back against the Sky Demon battle technique, and he immediately recited the primogenitor scripture. No matter how strong it was, he would remain as immovable as a mountain. Boom! The spiritual force exploded, and spiritual force swept out in all directions. It shattered the heavens and caused ripples to spread throughout the entire North Castle Weave. The second Night King appeared in front of the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet and separated himself from the spiritual force attack. Across from him, the Sky Demon Imperial did the same. The spiritual force explosion's power was enough to turn most of the people on the battlefield into idiots. Even emissaries like the elders could not withstand it. Was this an origin tribulation? The second Night King could not believe it. Whose origin tribulation was this terrifying? It did not even give anyone a chance to survive. Yamada stared at Luin and recalled the Mavis family's records. There were countless examples of humans undergoing their origin tribulation, but none of them had ever been recorded of someone encountering such a powerful tribulation right from the start. She recalled the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament and Lu Yin's Grim Reaper transformation. If he had truly obtained the Grim Reaper's inheritance, then this kind of origin tribulation would not be surprising. In outer space, where everyone's gazes met, peace was restored. The origin tribulation vortex was still there, and below it, Luin was in a rather sorry state. However, his expression was normal, as he had withstood it. He had withstood the spiritual force explosion that the second Night King and the others had to protect. The Sky Demon Imperial's pupils shrank. Impossible. Su Qing's expression was extremely ugly, as he also felt that this was impossible. How could Luin have withstood it? Even he had been shocked by the spiritual force's might, and it was enough to make a powerhouse with a power level of 800,000 feel apprehensive. How could it not deal with an enlighter? This did not make any sense. Lu Yin's own strength could not withstand an attack with a power level of 800,000, but his spiritual force was an exception. With the primogenitor scripture, he might be able to withstand an even stronger spiritual force attack. Success, the mountain god said in a dull voice, clearly disappointed. Luin had not died, and the war had continued. The Innerverse was still under the rule of the Great Eastern Alliance. Not too far away, the spirit ancestor's voice. It's not over yet. The mountain god was shocked. It's not over? How is this possible? The mountain god was certain that even with his current strength, he would not have been able to withstand that spiritual force explosion. How could it not be over yet? Luin looked up at the sky. This was just the beginning. Just how terrifying would his origin tribulation be? Kue Luo had said that Baixianer's origin tribulation had shaken the entire astral tree domain and attracted progenitors, causing the Eternals to launch a large-scale attack. Then, what about Luin? Would he be any worse than Baixianer? Or even more terrifying than Baixianer? He had no idea. The origin tribulation was very calm, as if it was brewing. This caused the Sea King and the others' hearts to sink. They all knew that the origin tribulation was not afraid of causing a huge commotion, but rather of remaining silent. The quieter it was, the more terrifying the tribulation would be, as it was searching for a power that could kill the person undergoing the tribulation. "Look, it's expanding," someone exclaimed, his voice filled with panic. Everyone looked up and saw that the origin tribulation vortex was expanding. Emperor Lu's expression changed. "Retreat. Retreat again. Retreat immediately." Across from them, countless astral beasts retreated in fear. Compared to humans, they were more sensitive to danger. Guru Qinghua was shocked. "I've never heard of an origin tribulation expanding during a tribulation." Lan Xian sighed. "There have been, but it's extremely rare. The blood ancestor was one such example." Guru Qinghua was shocked. "The origin tribulation expands during the blood ancestor's tribulation?" Lan Xian replied, "He said so himself." "I don't know either." "Retreat." Her body then vanished as she retreated. Luin could no longer see anyone else. The range of the tribulation was too large, and it had exceeded the battlefield's range. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet had already retreated to Frostwave Weave. In outer space, Luin was the only one left to face the terrifying origin tribulation. He looked up and sighed. "It's a bit unfathomable." Just as he spoke, the void above his head began to burn, and then a terrifying pressure descended, causing Luin to spit out blood. He was shocked. Was this a Sengoku? In the distance, Chen Huang looked up and loudly said, "A familiar power." The next moment, everyone saw the void being scorched by the origin tribulation. A terrifying aura swept out and quickly spread to the surroundings. The Lu Emperor raised a hand and touched it. "Battle force? It's a Sengoku." The second Night King's voice was low and filled with shock. "It's actually a Sengoku. Those who have mastered battle force can become a Sengoku with unparalleled power." Chen Huang was excited. "My bloodline is beating. It's the power of my clan's bloodline." On Chen Huang's shoulder, Ku Wei also felt the blood in his body tremble, and he looked into the distance. "Master, something's wrong. You have to hold on." Some of the beasts on the other side also recognized the Sengoku. Although the Sengoku's cultivation method had disappeared, not everyone was unaware of this power. Feng Lin recognized the Sengoku, and she was shocked. "A Sengoku has actually appeared. He's definitely dead." On the other side, Lan Xian was shocked as well. "A Sengoku? This kid seems to have cultivated battle force. How sad." The moment the Sengoku appeared, Lu Yin's heart sank. No one present understood the terror of this power more than he did. It was an unparalleled power that could burn the void and shatter the heavens. Even a Sengoku had appeared during the origin tribulation. An incomparably large fist suddenly appeared above Lu Yin's head. It covered the entire sky as it smashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was already having a hard time withstanding the Sengoku suppression, and when he saw the fist descend, he subconsciously raised his own fist to meet it. Boom! There was a loud sound as his body was smashed down by the fist. His skin cracked inch by inch, and the entire North Castle Weave shook. Countless people felt as if their hearts were being squeezed, and in that instant, quite a few people were killed. When they looked into the distance and saw that incomparably large fist, they felt like ants trying to shake a tree. Were humans the rulers of the universe? In the past, these people thought so. But now, when they saw the gigantic fist, the tyrannical war country, and the shattered starry sky, they couldn't speak. They were nothing more than ants. Countless giant beasts looked on in horror. The appearance of that fist was like a ruler. Lan Xian was shocked. That fist? Qinghua Shangren's expression was solemn. "It's Chen Fan. That Chen Fan who killed a half-martial ancestor?" Lan Xian was astonished. Although she was a half-martial ancestor, she was younger than Qinghua Shangren, and there were many things that she did not know. Qinghua Shangren nodded. He was viewed as a disgrace by the giant, but he managed to cultivate the Warring States period and used the celestial imprint to challenge a half-martial ancestor. He even managed to kill a half-martial ancestor who was at a higher cultivation level than him. He once wrote a glorious chapter in the war between the 6th and 5th mainlands, but in the end, he died at the hands of another half-martial ancestor. Lan Xian sighed. Killing a half-martial ancestor was a shocking feat, and she had just easily killed the Sword King. Chen Fan should have been at the same level as the Sword King, but he had been able to kill a half-martial ancestor. It was no wonder why he had been recorded in history. Chen Fan's Warring States period was the glory of that era. He was the only one who managed to break through the inner world with the Warring States period. Who would have thought that the Origin Tribulation would manifest his strength? Now, this should be Chen Fan's strength after breaking through to become an emissary, and it might not be that he had just broken through. Perhaps this is Chen Fan's strength when he was at a power level of 600,000 or 700,000. Lu Yin is currently challenging Chen Fan's Warring States period. I wonder how he'll deal with this, Qinghua Shengren said. Although Lu Yin's innate gift was astonishing, the enemy that he had faced had been recorded in the annals of history, shocking future generations. However, Qinghua Shengren did not deny that Lu Yin had the strength to challenge Chen Fan. Lu Yin had been able to fight against a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000 as an enlighter, and even Chen Fan might not have been able to do so. Chen Fan was a late-stage master, and Lu Yin now had a chance against him. Lu Yin was currently in a miserable state. His battle force had collapsed the moment it had collided with the fist, and his body had been continuously pressed down. Fortunately, he was already extremely strong, and with the help of overlaying stacks, he had not collapsed immediately. This was not the first time that he had faced a Warring States period, as Kuan Luster had used it to beat him up many times. However, compared to Kuan Luster, this fist's Warring States period seemed more condensed and indestructible. Behind him, the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant appeared, and its enormous size appeared before everyone's eyes. Qinghua Shengren blurted out, "Imprint?" "No, that's the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant?" Lan Xian's eyes flickered, and she looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. "The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant? Is that the power of the Lu family?" Qinghua Shengren was stunned. Lu Yin was from the Lu family? The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant shocked Qinghua Shengren, but at the same time, it also shocked Lu Yin himself. This was not the first time that he had used the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant, but it was completely different this time. The moment the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant appeared, he heard an ancient roar. It was the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant's roar, and the next moment, he dreamt of the ancient past. He saw a giant pillar in the sky that seemed to support the entire universe. In front of the pillar, a man's back was facing Lu Yin, and he was cheering excitedly. Although he could not hear what the man was saying, Lu Yin could feel the man's happiness and excitement. It was as if they were connected by blood. Suddenly, the man leapt up, and Lu Yin saw the lower half of the man's face, which was extremely similar to his own. Just as Lu Yin was feeling confused, his body was suddenly pulled up by something, and he rose up as well. Then, he saw clearly that it was not the pillar, but rather an elephant's leg. It was the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant's leg. Lu Yin rose to the highest point and saw the person sitting behind the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. The person's appearance was 90% similar to his own, and he was excitedly patting the elephant's body as he spoke. Lu Yin's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he seemed to merge with the person. Then, he seemed to pass through the person, and everything he saw disappeared. It was like a dream. Lu Yin's body was in intense pain as he was struck by a giant fist and sent flying into the depths of space. Everyone was shocked, as Lu Yin had failed to withstand the attack. Su Qing and the other beasts were ecstatic, as failure meant death. The Sea King and many others had ugly expressions, and Ku Wei looked as if his father had died. The Second Night King and the Lu Emperor were calm, but the Mountain God could not help but be excited. Lan Xian and Qinghua Shengren were calm, and no one knew what they were thinking. Lu Yin watched as his tribulation failed. Suddenly, there was a roar that shook the heavens. Everyone looked into the depths of space in shock and saw the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant appear. At this moment, the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant was not an illusion, but rather real. It grew larger and larger until it surpassed the fist in the blink of an eye. Then, there was a roar, and with a loud bang, the fist was pushed back. Lu Yin's entire body was bathed in blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. He bit down on his lips as he punched the giant fist again and again. The power behind each punch was so great that many people panicked, and their hearts raced as they stared at Lu Yin in shock. They watched as he counterattacked, and they watched as the Sengoku kingdom was shattered by his punches. Bang! Luin raised his right fist to the highest possible level and punched out. A shockwave tore through space and spread towards the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet and the countless beasts. The giant fist was shattered, and Luin had completely destroyed the Sengoku kingdom. The Sea King suddenly rushed out and raised a hand to block the shockwave from Luin's punch. His body was pushed back by the enormous force, and he looked shocked. Just the aftershocks of Luin's punch had been enough to push him back. Just how great was that force? The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant was a visualization technique from a branch of the Lu family. How could it only increase one's strength by 2 times? Visualization was a power that was unique to the Lu family, and it was coveted by the 4 cardinal scales. The true Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant could increase one's strength tenfold by relying on the Lu family's bloodline. Previously, Luin had only visualized it and had not activated the power of his bloodline. But now, perhaps because the seal had been pushed back by the Sword King's sword, or perhaps because his body had been stained with blood, Luin was able to see the true Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. He had also activated the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant's true strength, increasing it tenfold. A punch with tenfold strength had forcefully shattered the Sengoku kingdom. In outer space, Lu Yin's arms drooped down as he panted heavily. The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant slowly disappeared. He looked up at the Origin Tribulation whirlpool, and his pupils shrank. It still hasn't disappeared? Luin really wanted to kill himself. He was already bathed in blood, but the Origin Tribulation would continue. Suqing and the countless beasts that had been hostile towards Luin could no longer be excited, as they were in too much despair. A Tianyao's godburst and Chen Fan's Sengoku kingdom were enough to wipe out most of the people present. Even a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000 would not dare to say that they could survive. Luin had survived, but it was still not over. Under the Origin Tribulation, all life was equal, and everyone had to bear the brunt of the tribulation. At this moment, Suqing felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. Cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. Luin had clearly absorbed astral origin to break through, but he was now viewed as an enemy by the entire astral source universe. His enemies were the entire astral source universe, and they were also the various powers that had appeared in the astral source universe. On the other side, Guru Qinghua's eyes flashed. That's the power of the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. He actually managed to break through the Sengoku kingdom. That was Chen Fan's Sengoku kingdom. Lan Xian looked at Luin with a deep gaze. No one knew what she was thinking. The heavens were silent as everyone stared at the Origin Tribulation whirlpool. If it had not dissipated, then it was still there. What would the next tribulation be? Luin clenched his fists. He should have known that neither the Tianyao spiritual force nor the Sengoku kingdom would be enough to trigger a progenitor. His Origin Tribulation would continue to expand until it attracted the attention of a progenitor and the entire Fifth Mainland. Come, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He wanted to see what kind of Origin Tribulation would appear next. As countless people waited in silence, a figure formed within the Origin Tribulation whirlpool and slowly descended. It was silent and did not cause any great commotion, but many people's expressions changed. Lan Xian's gaze turned cold. It was a humanoid Origin Tribulation. The most dangerous of the Origin Tribulations was the humanoid Origin Tribulation. Since a humanoid Origin Tribulation had appeared, it meant that the Origin Tribulation was confident in defeating the person undergoing the tribulation. Thank you for your support, brothers. Update at 2 p.m. Thank you. The Sea King and the others had ugly expressions. It was actually a humanoid Origin Tribulation. Throughout history, there had been many who had encountered a humanoid Origin Tribulation, but the success rate was less than 1 in 10,000. The appearance of a humanoid Origin Tribulation meant that the person undergoing the tribulation was extraordinarily talented, but the success rate was still so low. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. No one knew who it was. Luin stared at the slowly descending figure. The figure was formed from the Origin Tribulation, but it did not reveal its appearance. Lu Yin's gaze was cautious as he activated his battle force and visualized the Akalanatha King's elephant behind him once more. He felt an indescribable sense of danger. The person in front of him was very dangerous. The figure formed from the origin tribulation, and lightning pierced through the sky, connecting the figure and the tribulation. Lu Yin visualized the Akalanatha king's elephant, and his pupils turned into runes. What he saw were very few runes. Since it was an origin tribulation, it was impossible to use an aura-concealing stone to conceal its aura. The only possibility was that the person formed from the tribulation had the ability to conceal its own power. In the distance, a giant meteor flew over, quickly passing through the battlefield and appearing between Lu Yin and the humanoid figure. When the meteor passed by, Lu Yin and the humanoid tribulation origin cultivator disappeared. Everyone was stunned, and the next moment, the meteor exploded, causing Lu Yin and the figure to retreat at the same time. Lu Yin was stunned. Sengoku? The one who had clashed with his Akalanatha king's elephant was Sengoku. On the other side, the void around the humanoid figure burned, and Sengoku spread out, causing an uproar. Master Qinghua sighed. Sengoku again? I wonder who this person is. Throughout history, very few Sengoku have been able to surpass Chen Fan. Lan Xian's eyes flashed. Sengoku was terrifying, and Lu Yin's potential was even more frightening to be able to fight against him and cultivate battle force. Lu Yin raised his head. So what if it was Sengoku? That fist had not been able to do anything to him, and this person would not be able to do anything to him either. Under the support of the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant, the power of the emptiness palm was raised to its peak. In the past, a single emptiness palm was enough to make an elite with a combat power of 600,000 vomit blood. Now, the emptiness palm was enough to make an elite with a combat power of 700,000 vomit blood. The emptiness palm's power increased by 10 times brought about a qualitative change. The humanoid original tribulation was hit by the empty bright palm, and its body flew out upside down. Even Sengoku couldn't block it. Just as the humanoid original tribulation origin tribulation was sent flying, its body suddenly shook. Then, a figure walked out and raised his hand, causing stars to revolve around him. This scene caused Lu Yin's expression to change greatly. Serious? No, there were two figures. Was this the 9 clones technique? In the south, Elder Jioshin was aghast. Patriarch Qin. The two words Ancestor Qin shocked everyone. Yamadas was in disbelief. Elder Jioshin, what did you say? Everyone looked at him. Elder Jioshin gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with fervor and faith. His breathing grew ragged as he stared at the humanoid origin tribulation. Clones and Sirius. There's only been one person in history who can use both at the same time, and that's Progenitor Qin. Stars revolve around star energy, not astral sources. Who could possibly fight against Lu Yin when he was still an enlighter? That humanoid tribulation origin is Ancestor Qin. Su Qing's eyes flickered. The human's 9 clones technique. Serious? Could it be? Ancestor Qin. The celestial demon's face sank. On the other side, Guru Qinghua was shocked. His expression fluctuated. To the 6th mainland, Ancestor Qin was not a good person, but no one dared to deny his invincibility. Ancestor Qin was the mark of an era. The progenitors of the ancient era had become legends, and many people believed that the progenitors of the modern era could not compare to the ancient progenitors. Humanity was regressing, but Ancestor Qin was also from the modern era, which was the era of the Daosaur sect. Who would dare to say that Ancestor Qin represented humanity's regression? In that era, Ancestor Qin was synonymous with invincibility. He had killed multiple progenitors at the same time and beaten the 6th mainland into submission. He had dominated 2 mountains and 1 sea, and he was invincible in the universe. Anyone who mentioned Ancestor Qin would only think of one word: invincible. It was as if that word had been created for Ancestor Qin. After the Autarchist tournament, Lu Yin had reigned supreme among his peers. After returning from the Cosmic Tree realm, he had even challenged envoys of a higher realm. As his cultivation deepened, he was now able to fight against powerhouses with power levels of 700,000. Had anyone in history ever achieved such a feat? Perhaps there had been, but there had been no records of such a feat. Now that Lu Yin was undergoing his first tribulation, whether it was the celestial demon formed from the first tribulation or the fist formed from the second tribulation, their power levels were definitely not below that of an emissary's. Only this humanoid tribulation had activated the serious art and used star energy. Throughout history, how many people had been able to fight against Luin before becoming an emissary? Even the sixth mainland's martial ancestor, the blood progenitor, and the progenitors of the cosmic tree realm dared to claim that they could do so. How strong could they have been when they had been enlighters? Only Ancestor Chen, who had stood at the peak of invincibility ever since he had started cultivating, could fight against Luin. No one knew whether the origin tribulation had manifested Ancestor Chen, or whether Ancestor Chen had borrowed the power of the origin tribulation to fight across time and space. Everyone only knew that at this moment, what was happening in front of them was the greatest battle between enlighters since ancient times. Even in the incomparably ancient past, there were very few enlighters who could compare to these two. In outer space, beneath the origin tribulation, Lu Yin's breathing grew ragged as he stared at the humanoid tribulation that was circulating the serious art and had formed a clone. An unsuppressible sense of pride welled up in his heart. Ancestor Chen, your Ancestor Chen. He looked up at the origin tribulation and laughed loudly. Aside from Ancestor Chen, who else could stop him? He had heard of Ancestor Chen countless times since he had started cultivating, and every time he heard the name Ancestor Chen, it was immediately followed by invincible. It was as if Ancestor Chen and these two words were inseparable. Luin did not know if anyone had ever defeated Ancestor Chen before, but today, he had to. Only by defeating the current Ancestor Chen would he be able to step into the realm of emissary. They were both enlighters, but time had separated them. However, the origin tribulation had brought them together once again. Back when Luin had faced the Prime Clear's 3 young ancestral Qi, if not for the Reaper's transformation, he would have been defeated without a doubt. At that time, the Prime Clear had only manifested 2 of Ancestor Chen's clones. Now, Luin was facing an enlighter at his peak. Whether Ancestor Chen was invincible or whether Luin was the strongest among his peers would soon be revealed. Boom boom boom. Stars exploded. The serious art had been created by Ancestor Chen, and at this moment, Ancestor Chen was able to circulate the stars. This proved that the serious art had been created when Ancestor Chen had been an enlighter. Although he could not circulate as many stars as Luin, that was because Luin had used time stop to support his cultivation of the primogenitor scripture. Even so, because Ancestor Chen had created the serious art, Ancestor Chen's understanding of it far surpassed Lu Yin's. Every star seemed to have a life of its own. Elder Jioshan sighed in amazement. The great freedom astral body realm. I only comprehended this realm after crossing 4 origin tribulations. Back then, Ancestor Chen had already been able to do this when he was an enlighter. His talent was astonishing. That was originally created by Ancestor Chen, Emperor Lu praised. Ancestor Chen's appearance had completely overshadowed Lu Yin's tribulation. In reality, everyone's attention had shifted from Lu Yin's tribulation to his battle with Ancestor Chen. Even if they were extremely confident in Luin, at this moment, most people did not think that he would succeed. Why? It was because he was facing Ancestor Chen, the invincible and undefeated Ancestor Chen. It was impossible for anyone in the same realm to defeat Ancestor Chen. At the same time, Luin activated the serious art. The number of stars that he could circulate surpassed Ancestor Chen's, but the power of his attacks was about the same. After all, his understanding of the serious art was far from Ancestor Chen's realm. One of Ancestor Chen's clones activated the serious art, causing the stars to converge and transform into serious sword technique. At the same time, Luin also used serious sword technique. The 2 heavenly star swords collided in the starry sky, twisting the void and tearing it apart. Suddenly, another clone of Ancestor Chen walked out and took the heavenly star swordsmanship and slashed out. This was the Xia clan's blade will. The Xia family's 3 sword intents combined into one, borrowing the power of serious sword technique to slash horizontally. The sharpness of this attack caused many to be unable to open their eyes. Luin also raised his sword and slashed out with the 14th sword. With the cosmic swordsmanship as a weapon, one of them used the saber will of the Xia clan, turning the sword into a saber and operating it perfectly. The other used the 14th sword, whose swordsmanship surpassed that of the cosmic art. The clash of techniques transformed into a clash of swordsmanship. What appeared before everyone's eyes was the starry sky being cut apart. Countless people's jaws dropped. How could they fight like this? Above them, Ancestor Chen's clone punched out. This was the first Ancestor Chen clone. At this point, Ancestor Chen had already created 3 clones. Against Sengoku, Luin struck out with his clear void palm. The invisible palm technique forced Ancestor Chen's clone back once again. Whether it was serious art, sword technique, or physical strength, Luin was not inferior to Ancestor Chen's. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. This was something that many had not expected. Who said that the people of today were inferior to the ancients? Suddenly, Luin felt a sense of danger as he felt a sharp pain from his back. Not good. He remembered that Ancestor Chen had a clone that could become transparent. At this thought, the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he moved. In the same spot, the transparent clone chased after Luin. Serious art once again activated the stars to limit Luyin's speed. Luin appeared not too far away, and Ancestor Chen's clone suddenly became incomparably huge. The warring state extended endlessly. It was a giant clone. Luin tried to use the secret art of plan to escape, but it suddenly became ineffective. The Xiao secret art, void transformation, could break all secret techniques. In front of him, the transparent Ancestor Chen had already arrived and merged with one of his clones. He raised a hand, and his star energy transformed into a blade that unleashed 3 forms of blade intent. Above his head, a giant fist came crashing down, and it was not any weaker than the fist that Luin had faced during Luyin's tribulation. There was also a warring state, but Ancestor Chen's warring state was even more terrifying. Luyin's gaze trembled as 4 clones surrounded him. Ancestor Chen was indeed worthy of his reputation. Luin was confident that he could easily crush any enlighter, but he was forced into a passive position against Ancestor Chen. This was Ancestor Chen. Luyin's lips curled up. This was interesting. Then, the Aeon Evolution Scripture, Omniscient Realm. Bang! The fist landed, and the 3 forms of blade intent slashed out in front of Luin. Aside from his clothes being slightly wrinkled, Luin was fine. Countless people widened their eyes in confusion. In the south, Elder Jioshan raised his brows. The Aeon Evolution Scripture had reached Omniscient Realm. What a mysterious technique. Lan Xian's eyes flickered. Yet another cultivation technique from an unrecognized civilization. Rune Progenitor versus Progenitor Chen. Interesting. As a half-step ancestor, she had never imagined that she would one day be attracted by a battle between enlighters. Did Luin know how to negate the effects of an attack? Luin negated the effects of Progenitor Chen's attacks on the surrounding space. Once one's destructive power reached the level of an explorer, it would affect the surrounding space. If one did not want to be affected, then one's destructive power would have to be reduced to below the explorer realm. Luyin's eyes flashed, and rune lines began to weaken. The next moment, he unleashed 3 consecutive vacant palms. Forcing back Progenitor Chen's clone, the clone that had fused with the Xia family's saber intent, and the Progenitor Chen's clone from Sirius. Some of the Sirius art clones were even scattered, and the clone was heavily injured. But that was not the end. Luin faced the giant clone and continued to attack, defeating the Sengoku clone. The giant clone was also heavily injured. The transparent Progenitor Chen's clone attacked again, but it was still ineffective against Luyin's knowledge denial. It was as if Luin was invincible in the knowledge denial realm, which stunned and confused many. Luin was strong, extremely strong, but many did not believe that he could defeat Progenitor Chen, who was at the same realm as him. However, Luin now had the upper hand. At that moment, another clone walked out of the transparent clone and headed towards Luin. Luin was on guard, as Progenitor Chen had 9 clones, and 4 of them had already appeared. They had also used battle techniques that many knew about, such as serious art, Xia family's saber intent, secret techniques, transparency, giant, and what else? It was not just Luin, everyone else wanted to know as well. That was all that the universe knew about Progenitor Chen. Elder Jioshan's eyes blazed. Progenitor Chen was invincible in the universe, and each of his clones was extremely powerful. Today, I can finally see them all. Across from them, the celestial demon, Feng Lin, Su Qing, and the other astral beasts were all breathing rapidly. They also wanted to see what other clones the once invincible progenitor Chen had. On the other side, Lan Xian raised her head. Progenitor Chen had caused too much slaughter in the Sixth Mainland, and several progenitors had died tragically. During that era, the Sixth Mainland had been dim, and after progenitor Chen's disappearance, no one knew if he was dead or alive. The Sixth Mainland had destroyed all records related to him, and only the Fifth Mainland's Daosor sect's ruins had been passed down. The Sixth Mainland had not understood progenitor Chen for a long time. Now, she could see him as well. Lu Yin continued to maintain his awareness realm as he stared at the clone that was approaching him. He did not believe that an enlighter would be able to break through his awareness realm unless the rune ancestor appeared. Progenitor Chen's clone approached Lu Yin step by step, but strangely, the closer he got, the less close he got. Lu Yin frowned and stared at the clone. Was he walking towards him? No, he was retreating. The more he retreated, the closer he got. Why did this footwork look so familiar? Lu Yin suddenly thought of Qian Zhou, that Neoverse cultivator who had once fought for the Star Tower. That was the first time he had seen such a footwork technique in the Monument Realm, and he had called it the reverse step. How could progenitor Chen know the reverse step? The more progenitor Chen's clone retreated, the closer he got to Lu Yin. However, he couldn't get any closer. At that moment, the Xia family's blade will slashed out once more. Lu Yin suddenly had a feeling that the knowing denial realm might be ineffective. His intuition was right. Looking at the wound on his arm, if he hadn't dodged at the critical moment, it wouldn't have been just his arm that was injured. Progenitor Chen's clone had broken through Lu Yin's awareness realm by reversing his footwork, but how had he done it? Lu Yin couldn't figure it out. He only knew that in that instant, a lot of things had been thrown into disarray. Retreating, advancing, getting close, yet not being able to get any closer. Lu Yin couldn't understand progenitor Chen's footwork, so he struck out with a palm, causing the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant to roar. Progenitor Chen's clone instantly vanished. Lu Yin's eyes widened. That fast? Then what had happened before? In the distance, Lan Xian's expression turned serious. Space-time has been disrupted. Qinghua didn't understand. What do you mean? Lan Xian was shocked. That footwork disrupted space-time. Not only can it break through Lu Yin's battle technique, but it can also break through all battle techniques. Qinghua was shocked, and he looked at progenitor Chen's clone. Break through all battle techniques? Was that even possible? Progenitor Chen's clone approached Lu Yin again. He was still retreating, but he was getting closer. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated. Even the awareness realm was ineffective, so what kind of footwork was this? Another clone walked out, attracting everyone's attention. Every single one of progenitor Chen's clones were incomparably powerful, so what about this one? This progenitor Dao Chen clone didn't attack Lu Yin. Instead, he raised a hand, and a wellspring appeared in his palm. The wellspring tore through the void and fused with the heavily injured giant clone and serious art clone. In an instant, the two clones were covered. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. This was healing, and not just any ordinary healing. This speed was even faster than the Sixth Mainland's secret resurrection technique, and there didn't seem to be any side effects. Progenitor Dao Chen was already invincible, and he even had the power to heal. How could anyone fight against him? At that moment, everyone experienced what it meant to be invincible, and what it meant to be incomprehensible. Lu Yin stared blankly at progenitor Dao Chen's clone and the wellspring in his palm. Wasn't that the wellspring that he had seen in the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas? This wasn't the first time Lu Yin had entered the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas, and there were inheritances there. Both the and the wellspring had appeared there, but Lu Yin couldn't make heads or tails of these two inheritances. He hadn't expected progenitor Chen to have grasped one of them. Lu Yin stared deeply at progenitor Chen's clone. Ever since he had been able to challenge envoys, he had walked further and further down the path of being invincible among his peers. This was especially so after he had gradually been able to defeat powerhouses with power levels of over 600,000 and even 700,000. His confidence had swelled, and he believed that as an enlighter, even the legendary ancient ancestor couldn't compare to him. Lu Yin didn't care if obscurity had obtained some of the inheritances in the burial garden, and he still didn't care if someone else had obtained Wu Tian's inheritance. No matter how powerful those people were, they definitely couldn't compare to him. This was his self-confidence. But at this moment, progenitor Chen's invincible strength had shocked Lu Yin, especially his chaotic footwork and the wellspring of the 9 mountains and 8 seas inheritance. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at progenitor Chen's clones. It had been a long time since he had met a powerhouse at the same level as him. This was an unrivaled progenitor Chen, and today, he had to win. Come, let me see just how unrivaled progenitor Chen is. Lu Yin pointed at the void and set up a sourcebox array around himself. He then took a step forward and charged towards progenitor Chen's transparent avatar. This clone had fused with the clone that had used the 3 forms of blade intent, and when it saw Lu Yin charging over, it slashed out. The 3 forms of blade intent merged into one and tore through the void. This attack was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the 700,000 envoys. Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the Yu secret art. The blade intent slashed towards the giant clone, and the giant clone burned through the void. It was struck by the 3 forms of blade intent and was forced to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin raised his hand and unleashed a clear void palm. Dozens of palm imprints attacked all of progenitor Chen's clones, causing the stars to explode and distort spacetime. This caused many of the palm imprints to deviate, but some of them still managed to hit the Sirius Arc clone, the giant clone, and the clone that had used the wellspring. Lu Yin's clear void palm was extremely powerful, and it was amplified by the immovable heavenly king elephant. Even progenitor Chen's clones found it difficult to withstand the attack, and 3 of them were heavily injured. In the surroundings, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Aside from Lu Yin, who else in the same realm could suppress progenitor Chen? After all, progenitor Chen had 6 clones. The 5th mainland's cultivators were not as shocked as Lan Xian and Qinghua Shengren. During the battle of the Daosor sect, progenitor Chen had fought against multiple progenitors at the same time, and almost every clone had the ability to fight against a progenitor. They had never heard of any progenitor who could fight against 6 of progenitor Chen's clones at the same time. And now, Lu Yin's display of strength was enough to go down in history. But it was still not enough, and it was far from enough for Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as the spring fused into progenitor Chen's clones, causing them to rapidly recover. Lu Yin took a deep breath and tried again. His pupils transformed into runes that weakened all of progenitor Chen's clones, and he struck out with dozens of palms at the same time. His battle force, spiritual force, domain, and physical strength combined with his clear void palm could easily injure all of progenitor Chen's clones. Even progenitor Chen's clone, who was using the reverse step, would find it difficult to ignore all of them. The giant clone Sengoku was extremely powerful, and Lu Yin relied on the Sengoku to counter the clear void palm. Lu Yin used the Yu secret art to divert the 3 forms of his blade intent towards the Sengoku, but they were all countered by the Xia secret art. Progenitor Chen's clone, who was using the reverse step, used its ability to distort spacetime to appear behind Lu Yin. It then merged with the giant clone and punched at Lu Yin's back. In front of Lu Yin, the 3 forms of his blade intent and star burst were something that he could not ignore. Behind him, progenitor Chen's clone punched out, but it was blocked by the sourcebox array's flow channeling diagram. The terrifying shockwave transformed into thin lines that scattered in all directions. Countless thin lines formed by the shockwave were flung towards the south, tearing through space along the way. The Lu Emperor attacked, and his sword swept out and severed all of the thin lines. To the north, the male from the celestial demon imperial family attacked and blocked all of the thin lines. Lu Yin relied on the flow channeling diagram to block progenitor Chen's attack, but his body was still sent flying. The force behind the attack had been too great. At that moment, black lines appeared in the void and bound Lu Yin's limbs like ropes, imprisoning him in the void. Lu Yin was shocked. The Wang family's secret technique? Back in the cosmic tree realm, he had been imprisoned by the Wang family's secret technique, and it was exactly the same. Why did progenitor Chen know the Wang family's secret technique? In front of him, a palm image from progenitor Chen's clone slammed towards him. Lu Yin was momentarily dazed, but when he regained his senses, the 3 forms of his blade intent and Sengoku's punch landed on his body. Pfft! Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and the stars behind him revolved as the three forms of his blade intent slashed towards him. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his body disappeared. He used his sourcebox array to teleport 1,000 meters away, and Progenitor Chen's clone, who was using the reverse step, also appeared with him. Progenitor Chen's clone followed him like a shadow, and his speed was inconceivably fast. He could even break through Lu Yin's true scripture of Ian evolution, which made Lu Yin feel extremely aggrieved. The rest of Progenitor Chen's clones charged towards Lu Yin, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Lu Yin waved his hand and grabbed the clone that was using the reverse step. His body was pulled along, and the scene that he saw caused him to retreat at an extremely fast speed. However, he continued to advance at an extremely fast speed. His body was violently torn apart, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He flipped his hand over, and Progenitor Chen's clone suddenly disappeared. The rest of Progenitor Chen's clones suddenly stopped, and the clone that was using the reverse step disappeared. In the west, Lan Xian exclaimed, "Profound creation realm star energy control." He threw Progenitor Chen's clone into a world of star energy. That clone relies on speed and its ability to break through Lu Yin's battle techniques. Once it's controlled, Lu Yin will be in an invincible position with his runic technology technique. Quite a few people noticed this as well, especially the Astral Beast Domain's death bugs, who let out angry cries. During the Sovereign Tournament, the death bugs had been trapped in Wine by Jiao Hao's Arcane Creation Realm Star Energy Control. They had been extremely sullen, and the death bugs had lost all face. Lu Yin had never thought that he would be able to trap Progenitor Chen's clone forever. His Arcane Creation Realm Star Energy Control could only temporarily trap the clone, and it would quickly escape. If Progenitor Chen could be trapped so easily, then he wouldn't be Progenitor Chen. In particular, Progenitor Chen's clones could fuse with each other. If he couldn't escape, then he could fuse with another clone and then separate again. Lu Yin sighed and raised his hand to summon the General Appointment Platform. At this point, he was no longer afraid of being recognized. After using the Akalanatha King's elephant, he had recognized everyone who needed to be recognized. When the General Appointment Platform appeared, Lan Xian's expression changed, and she blurted out, "A direct descendant of the Lu family?" Because the Fifth Mainland had been abandoned by the primeval surnames and had its skies changed, many historical records were incomplete. However, the Sixth Mainland was different. Lan Xian had been able to recognize the Akalanatha King's elephant, and now, she had recognized the General Appointment Platform. She had thought that Lu Yin was from a side branch of the Lu family, which was why he had visualized the Akalanatha King's elephant. Who would have thought that he was from the Lu family's main branch? At this moment, Lan Xian looked at Lu Yin with a brilliant gaze. "In my name, General Appointment," Lu Yin slowly said. At the same time, Progenitor Chen's clone that had used reverse step walked out. The transparent Progenitor Chen's clone that had used the Xia family's blade intent separated, and the 7 clones surrounded Lu Yin. This scene was enough to shock even a half-ancestor. Progenitor Chen and the Lu family's main branch had begun their battle on the Fifth Mainland. Below the General Appointment Platform, 2 figures appeared. Progenitor Chen's 7 clones attacked at the same time. One clone gathered a wellspring and merged with all the other clones. The first to appear in front of Lu Yin was Progenitor Chen's clone that had used reverse step. If Lu Yin tried to use knowledge denial, it would be broken. Above his head, a warring state shrouded the starry sky, and black lines appeared in all directions. This was the Wang family's secret technique, forbidden. Everyone held their breaths as they watched in shock. Progenitor Chen's clones were enough to deal with 600,000 to 700,000 emissaries, which meant that Lu Yin was facing 7 emissaries at the same time. He could attack, control, defend, and heal. It was simply perfect. This was Progenitor Chen. He had single-handedly slaughtered the progenitor realm experts of the Sixth Mainland, causing a rain of blood to fall from the Sixth Mainland. Countless people were in pain and despair. In front of Lu Yin, one of the selected individuals raised a hand and pressed down. A cloud appeared in the void and simultaneously pressed down on all of Progenitor Chen's clones. In an instant, all of them were simultaneously trapped. Secret technique, cloud fall. Lu Yin pointed at Bai Xiaohong. With Lu Yin's current strength, all of his opponents were envoys, and he rarely had the opportunity to challenge an enlighter like Bai Xiaohong. But now, under the pressure of progenitor Chen, Lu Yin had chosen Bai Xiaohong for no other reason than the secret technique and this momentary opportunity. Bai Xiaohong's strength was far from enough to deal with progenitor Chen's clones, but this was a secret technique. Cloudfall's secret technique could trap all of progenitor Chen's clones. Even if progenitor Chen's clones could escape, they would still be trapped for several breaths of time. Lu Yin was also trapped in the void by the Wang family's secret technique, but he had used his death aura to point at Xianxia. As the only powerhouse whose power level exceeded 700,000, Xianxia was enough to pose a threat to progenitor Chen's clones. Both progenitor Chen's clones and Lu Yin were trapped at the same time. Xianxia faced progenitor Chen's clone that was using wellspring and exploded with flames, using his strongest attack to heavily injure the clone. In the next moment, Lu Yin broke free from the seal and visualized the Akalanatha king's elephant. He recited the primogenitor scripture and used his full strength to unleash the limitless void palm. The Xiao family's blade intent clones and the giant progenitor Chen's clones broke free from Cloudfall's restraints, but the rest of progenitor Chen's clones were not. They were directly defeated by the limitless void palm, especially the clone that was using wellspring. It would be very difficult to win without destroying him. Lu Yin had used Bai Xiaohong's secret technique to create an opportunity to win against all 7 of progenitor Chen's clones. It seemed like Lu Yin was fighting against 7 clones alone, but he also had helpers beneath the commander appointment stage. The commander appointment stage was an innate gift, and it did not count as an external force. At this moment, Lu Yin had yet to break through to become an emissary, and he did not have an astral source within his body. Once he successfully broke through, he would be able to use his astral source to summon generals without fear of death energy consumption. Xianxia, Johan, and Dragon Lord could all be summoned, and he would be able to summon even more powerhouses in the future. This was the innate gift of the Lu family. One person could rule a country, and one person could be revered. Compared to the direct descendants of the Lu family who were developing normally, Lu Yin could be considered to be neglecting his duties. He had broken through to the origin tribulation stage, and there were only a few people present at the commander appointment stage. In the West, Guru Qinghua was shocked. That person who was summoned can control progenitor Chen's clones at the same time. It should be a secret technique. I don't know who it is, but he must be an innate genius to be able to do this. Even so, he died at Lu Yin's hands. Lan Xian's eyes were burning as she stared at Lu Yin. The Lu family's people, and the Lu family's bloodline. 5 of progenitor Chen's 7 clones had been destroyed by Lu Yin, but he still did not dare to be careless. This was because progenitor Chen had 9 clones. The others also did not believe that Lu Yin had one. Even though progenitor Chen's current power level was heaven-defying, it was still not enough. This was progenitor Chen, an unrivaled progenitor. That should be coming out soon, Lan Xian muttered to herself as she recalled what the blood ancestor had once mentioned about progenitor Chen. Everyone knew that progenitor Chen had 9 clones, and that he had created his own serious technique and fused it with the giant's bloodline. He was unrivaled in the universe, but no one had ever mentioned progenitor Chen's innate gift. Did progenitor Chen have an innate gift? This was a question that countless people had overlooked, but the blood ancestor could answer this question. He did, and he was extremely powerful. He was so powerful that even the blood ancestor would feel fear when mentioning him. It was precisely because he was too powerful that progenitor Chen's innate gift and the runic technology that the rune ancestor had created had disappeared into the river of history. No one was willing to mention it. Lan Xian stared at progenitor Chen's clone. His innate gift was about to come out. To those who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, innate gift was extremely important. The 10 Arbiters' Council, which dominated the younger generation, unconditionally accepted cultivators with innate gifts, so one could imagine how important innate gift was. However, the further one progressed, the less important one's innate gift became. What determined one's cultivation was always battle techniques or bloodlines. Even so, innate gift could not be ignored. Lu Yin looked at the remaining 2 clones and suddenly thought of the word innate gift. Did progenitor Chen have an innate gift? There was a whoosh as another clone walked out from one of the clones. It faced Lu Yin, Bai Xiaohong, and Xianxia, who had been called out from the general appointment platform. It raised its hands and formed a circle before slowly rotating, as if it wanted to encompass the entire universe within it. Lu Yin's expression changed as he sensed danger looming over him. He did not hesitate to unleash a clear void palm as he quickly retreated from his original position. The clear void palm was blocked by Sengoku, and Lu Yin constantly moved his body. Bai Xiaohong and Song Zhou simultaneously attacked Progenitor Chen's clones from different directions. There was a thump as the new Progenitor Chen clasped its hands together, causing the heavens to tremble. After that, Lu Yin heard an incredulous voice. "Head, above your head." He looked up, and his pupils constricted. What should have been a vast and boundless universe with no end in sight had been transformed into a furnace. It was as if the entire universe had been compressed and refined into something like a pill furnace. And right above him was the lid of the furnace, trapping him inside. How could this be? When did this happen? Lan Xian was shocked. Heaven and Earth Furnace. Qinghua Shengren was not clear about Progenitor Chen's innate gift. Even though he had lived for a long time, he only knew what he was qualified to know. As for everything about Progenitor Chen, only the three ancestors knew. Lan Xian was a half-progenitor, so she was qualified to know from the blood ancestor. Heaven and Earth Furnace? Qinghua Shengren was confused. Lan Xian's voice was dry. Progenitor Chen's innate gift is the Heaven and Earth Furnace. He uses the heavens and earth as a furnace to refine everything. There is nothing that cannot be refined, and no one can escape from it. Once absorbed into the furnace, it is equivalent to the end of one's life. Back then, Progenitor Chen used the Heaven and Earth Furnace to refine Progenitor Nan. Qinghua Shengren was shocked. Progenitor Chen had refined a progenitor. It was no wonder that no one knew about this. The Sixth Mainland's Progenitor Nan had been refined by Progenitor Chen, and it had been such a miserable fate. If news of this spread, it would be enough to infuriate countless cultivators of the Sixth Mainland. It was no wonder that there had been no records of Progenitor Chen's innate gift or Progenitor Nan's innate gift. Progenitor Nan had also been erased from the Sixth Mainland's history. His existence had served as a foil to Progenitor Chen, but it had also tarnished the reputation of the Sixth Mainland. Just watch. In a bit, you'll know why Progenitor Nan's existence was erased. It wasn't just a humiliation, but also an indescribable sorrow and despair, Lan Xian said bitterly. Lan Xian was not the only one who had recognized Progenitor Chen's innate gift, the second Night King had as well. He had been born during the Daosource sect's era. At that time, the Fifth Mainland's Daosource sect had still existed, and the mother tree had not moved. Just like how Lu Yin had heard of the symbol Progenitor and Progenitor Chen countless times after embarking on the path of cultivation, the second Night King had also heard of Progenitor Chen the most. However, at that time, the Day-Night clan had been a vassal of the Frigid Immortal sect and had been enslaved by the Frigid Immortal sect. Thus, they did not know much about Progenitor Chen, the symbol Progenitor, and the others, and they could only be considered hearsay. It was only after the Frigid Immortal sect had left that the Day-Night clan had risen to prominence. Although Lu Yin did not know much about Progenitor Chen, he had still heard of the Heaven and Earth Furnace. It said that the Heaven and Earth Furnace has refined more than one progenitor. The second Night King said in shock. His words caused everyone's scalps to go numb, as well as some records about Progenitor Chen. The Sea King's eyes flickered as he looked at Lu Yin. He knew that Progenitor Chen was invincible, and no one could defeat Progenitor Chen. Even if Lu Yin's innate gift was peerless, once the Heaven and Earth Furnace appeared, everything would be over. The Sea King had a complicated expression on his face. Back then, he had relied on Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes to break through the upper three gates, and he had a special feeling towards Progenitor Chen. Now, would he have to watch as Progenitor Chen killed Lu Yin? Would he let Lu Yin remain as an enlighter forever? That was the greatest tragedy of all. Once the Heaven and Earth Furnace was fused, it could no longer be opened. Lu Yin continuously used his vacant palm in an attempt to break through the Heaven and Earth Furnace, but he could not shake it in the slightest. He also wanted to use the planned secret art to escape, but this was the Heaven and Earth Furnace, and it used the heavens and earth as a furnace. No matter how far the planned secret art escaped, it would remain within the furnace. The planned secret art could not be used to escape from a greater teleportation array, and it could not be broken through. Suddenly, a boundless pressure descended upon Lu Yin, as if the heavens and earth were closing in on him. Lu Yin's body trembled, and his skin cracked open. The terrifying pressure almost caused him to cough up blood. The general appointment platform disappeared, and Bai Xiaohong appeared. The Tsang universe was instantly destroyed by the pressure. Lu Yin had never experienced such pressure before, and it felt as if the heavens and earth were fusing together. He clenched his fists and activated his battle force imprint in an attempt to break free, but his skin continued to crack and blood splattered everywhere. Behind him, the Akalanatha Heavenly King's image roared. It took some effort to break free, but the pressure suddenly increased once more. In the outside world, countless people looked on in shock. Inside the heaven and earth furnace, the starry sky had collapsed, and everything had returned to its original state. Only Lu Yin remained, as if he was the first life in the world, and he was vainly trying to push open the furnace. How difficult was it to create a new world? Even though Lu Yin's entire body was bathed in blood, he had no choice but to recite the primogenitor's scripture. The hazy voice traveled across the primordial era, allowing him to relax a little. However, the heaven and earth furnace's pressure did not decrease. In fact, it even increased. At this moment, Lu Yin finally understood why the Origin Tribulation had chosen Progenitor Chen, who had yet to break through to become an emissary. Progenitor Chen was simply invincible. Lu Yin believed that his strength was unparalleled, and as an enlighter, he was able to challenge an emissary with a power level of over 700,000, which was a rare feat since ancient times. However, Progenitor Chen was the same. Blood flowed along the surface of his body, extending into the starry sky. He looked extremely miserable. In the west, Lan Xian was shocked, and she slowly said, Progenitor Nan was refined by Progenitor Chen in front of the 6th mainland's Daosource Sex Mountain Gate with his heaven and earth furnace. Countless cultivators from the 6th mainland watched on, but they were powerless to do anything. It was an ultimate tragedy for them to watch as their progenitor was refined. Qinghua Shangren could sense that if the martial ancestor or the blood ancestor were refined now, it would be an unimaginable disaster for the 6th mainland. The heaven and earth furnace was not sealed, and everyone could clearly see what was going on. It was precisely because of this that it was even more cruel and sorrowful. A dignified progenitor had been refined into ash right in front of everyone's eyes, and it had even happened right in front of the 6th mainland's Daosource Sex Mountain Gate. To the 6th mainland, this was a great humiliation. What exactly had happened back then? For Ancestor Chen to go to such extremes? Regardless of the reason behind Progenitor Chen's actions, as an enemy, having his existence erased by the 6th mainland was an honor. As for Progenitor Nan, having his existence erased was a disgrace. Within the heaven and earth furnace, Lu Yin's blood splattered across the heavens as he felt waves of powerlessness wash over him. Even the visualization of the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant was unstable. Helpless, Lu Yin's eyes transformed into runes, and he entered the realm of knowing and denying. In an instant, all the pressure disappeared. It wasn't that he had broken the heaven and earth smelt, but that he had borrowed the power of the knowing denial state to temporarily make himself invincible, causing the pressure of the heaven and earth smelt to not appear. However, the knowing denial state could not be maintained for long. The scripture of Aeon evolution was a cultivation technique and could not be used indefinitely. Outside the heaven and earth smelt, there should have been 3 doppelgangers of Ancestor Chen. However, there were now 7 of them. No, including the last one that appeared, there were 8 of them. 8 of Progenitor Chen's avatars appeared and faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at Progenitor Chen's clone for a long time before he slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The more he fought with Progenitor Chen, the more powerless he felt. It had always been said that Ancestor Chen was invincible, and everyone looked up to him. But in their hearts, they all hoped to fight with Ancestor Chen and see just how invincible he was. Only by truly fighting Progenitor Chen would one be able to experience that kind of helplessness. The spectators all felt despair, as this battle was enough to make powerhouses like the Second Night King hold their breaths. Even if Lu Yin had endless opportunities, he had basically used all of his trump cards. When he thought of this, he smiled. How carefree, Progenitor Chen. I really hope that I can fight with the real you. There'll be a chance in the future. After saying this, his body gradually dried up, and his skin dried up. Everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. This was a very mystical technique. After cultivating it, one's body would completely dry up, and if one was attacked, one's body would recover. The stronger the attack, the faster the recovery. At the same time, one could also accumulate strength. In the past, when Luyin had obtained this technique, he had not paid much attention to it. Progenitor Ku had not been particularly outstanding, and although he was a progenitor, his presence had been very weak. The tree astral realm was within the sovereign realm, and progenitor Ku's withering glory domain was also located in the inner region. Luyin remembered someone saying that the more powerful a progenitor was, the closer they were to the outer region. At that time, Luyin had subconsciously believed that progenitor Ku was not as strong as other progenitors. However, as time passed, he realized that he had been wrong. Everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. This technique allowed him to heal the injuries caused by Xianxia, and it also allowed him to neutralize the Eternal's poison. In particular, the maiden had mentioned that progenitor Ku was actually one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he controlled the power of time. This gave Luyin an unlimited amount of anticipation for everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. This technique had been recorded in the Spirit Void Temple and placed together with the secret symbol of withering. At first, Luyin had thought that it was useless, but it had turned out to be the most precious item, far surpassing the secret symbol of withering. Luyin was glad that he had learned that everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to resist this furnace. The furnace's pressure was so great that it was difficult for him to endure, but it was not enough to immediately surpass his limit. This was the perfect example of everything will move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. In the outside world, countless people watched as Luyin suddenly ignored the furnace's pressure and dried up his body. They did not know what he was doing. Progenitor Chen was known by everyone, and countless people looked up to him. However, progenitor Ku's presence was truly weak, so weak that even Xianxia had never heard of him from the blood ancestor. No one knew what Luyin was doing. When his body completely dried up, Luyin's knowing nothing faded away, and the boundless pressure appeared once more. The moment the pressure appeared, Luyin's dried-up body suddenly recovered by nearly half. He hurriedly used everything will move in the opposite direction and continued to dry up. He repeated this process over and over again, and the pressure allowed him to recover while he himself dried up. He continuously recovered, dried up, recovered, and dried up again. No one knew what Luyin was doing, and even Xianxia, a half-progenitor, could not understand what was happening. Although she could not understand what Luyin was doing, it did not stop her from being shocked. The heaven and earth furnaces legends were terrifying, but Luyin's current actions were just as exaggerated. He had directly faced the furnace, which was an innate gift that could refine a progenitor. Back then, progenitor Chen and progenitor Nan had both been progenitors, but progenitor Nan had been forcefully refined. Now, progenitor Chen was an enlighter, and Luyin was also an enlighter, but Luyin had actually withstood the heaven and earth furnace's pressure. This scene greatly stimulated Xianxia. Is there really someone who can face progenitor Chen head-on? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 7 days passed, and the same scene was repeated within the heaven and earth furnace, as if there would never be an end. On the 9th day, the void distorted, and the heaven and earth furnace dissipated. Even progenitor Chen could not maintain his innate gift for very long. Everyone stared at Luyin, who was still seated cross-legged. His body was still dried up. What was going on? He couldn't have died, right? Bang! Progenitor Chen did not hold back. The giant's avatar, Sengoku, burned the void and punched Luyin, sending him flying. Following that, a black line appeared from the void and bound Luyin. Wang family's secret technique, forbidden. The Xiao family's 3 styles of blade intent, serious art. Attack after attack descended, and all of them landed on Luyin's body. Luyin was like a punching bag as he was beaten up by progenitor Chen's avatar. Everyone had complicated expressions. Had he given up? Xianxia had a strange expression. No, this kid's body was recovering. Every time he was attacked, his body would recover a bit. What was going on? What was going on? What had he learned? Lu Ying looked miserable, and his entire body was covered in blood. Although his skin was dry, there were still signs of cracking. He was being beaten up by Progenitor Chen's avatar without being able to retaliate. This scene caused many to despair. However, only a few people could clearly see that even though he was being beaten up, his body was not injured at all. It was very strange. Gradually, Lu Yin's body miraculously recovered. His eyes suddenly opened, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions, forcing Progenitor Chen's 8 avatars back. Progenitor Chen's 8 avatars suddenly fused together, and their star energy transformed into a blade. He slashed out, using all of his avatars' combined power to unleash the 3 styles of blade intent. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed with excitement. He lifted his foot and charged forward. There were no fancy movements, just a punch that met the attack head-on and shattered the blade intent. He faced Progenitor Chen and punched out. His body passed through Progenitor Chen and stopped 1,000 meters away. He loosened his grip. It's over. Behind him, Progenitor Chen's body slowly disappeared, transforming into mottled lightning that floated up and merged into his origin tribulation. Everyone watched this scene in shock. Had Lu Ying won? Lu Ying had defeated Progenitor Chen? No one had expected the situation to suddenly reverse, and Lu Ying had actually defeated Progenitor Chen. No one could understand what had just happened. Lu Ying let out a long breath. When things reached an extreme, they would eventually develop in the opposite direction. He had been suppressed in the furnace for 9 days, and his accumulated strength had been constantly gathering. He had finally released all of it, and that single punch had been enough to defeat Progenitor Chen. He turned around and looked in the direction that Progenitor Chen had disappeared with a solemn expression. Progenitor Chen was indeed unequaled. Only one person in the same realm could fight against him. However, Lu Ying frowned. Progenitor Chen had 8 avatars, which meant that he had 9 avatars. Then, where was his 9th avatar? Why hadn't it appeared? Lu Ying had probably not been able to make it in time. That punch of his had accumulated too much strength, and it was equivalent to Progenitor Chen's heaven and earth furnace helping him complete his ultimate attack. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to end this battle, and he would have had to rely on the Reaper transformation in the end. When he thought about this, Lu Ying laughed. He had never thought that Progenitor Chen would be the one to help him complete his strongest attack. He was really curious as to what kind of power Progenitor Chen's 9th avatar would possess. Progenitor Chen represented the Xia family, and Lu Ying represented the Lu family. The Lu family had always suppressed the Xia family, but Progenitor Chen was different. He was a genius, and even during the era of the Daosor sect, he had dominated 2 mountains and 1 ocean in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He had been unrivaled throughout the universe, and no one in the Lu family had been able to suppress Progenitor Chen in that generation. Lu Ying had finally defeated Progenitor Chen in a battle that had transcended time. This had shocked everyone, and even half-ancestor Lan Xian looked at Lu Ying in disbelief. Progenitor Chen's various displays of power were unfathomable, and Lu Ying was even more unfathomable. She remembered that the blood ancestor had once said that there had only been one Progenitor Chen since ancient times. Who could defeat Progenitor Chen? And now, this person had appeared. Even if he had only been an enlighter, who could predict the future? This really is the most despairing origin tribulation. Someone sighed, but no one refuted this statement. No matter who it was, encountering Progenitor Chen during their origin tribulation was unlucky. However, this also proved that Progenitor Chen was powerful, and not just anyone was qualified to make Progenitor Chen take action. It's over. Lu Ying has successfully passed his origin tribulation, and I wonder what kind of power level he'll have now. Elder He smiled and sighed in relief. Ling Qiu smiled bitterly, as she had never expected that Lu Ying would be able to overcome such an origin tribulation and defeat Progenitor Chen. Lu Ying would probably be the next Progenitor Chen. If Lu Ying became a progenitor, then joining the Great Eastern Alliance might not be a bad choice. I'll be updating for 3 consecutive days. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Lu Qianjue and the others stared at Lu Ying. At this moment, their attitudes had changed. Previously, they had been forced to join the Great Eastern Alliance, but now, they had witnessed Lu Yin's victory over progenitor Chen, which had greatly affected them. If they joined the Great Eastern Alliance and became Lu Yin's subordinates, then once Lu Yin became an ancestor in the future, the benefits he would bring them would be immeasurable. Congratulations, Alliance leader, for successfully passing your tribulation, the mountain god shouted, giving Elder He a fright. Lu Qianjue, Ling Qiu, and Madame Yu all followed suit and congratulated Lu Yin. Across from them, Su Qing's expression turned ugly. If he can survive this tribulation, then his power level will definitely increase greatly once he becomes an emissary. He might even be able to protect himself on the battlefield, and killing him will be difficult. The celestial beast male sighed. If he can defeat progenitor Chen, then he might be the fifth mainland's first progenitor. When he heard this, Su Qing's expression turned even uglier. Although a progenitor was terrifying, it was not enough to make one despair. However, Lu Yin was also the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. This kid was not only good at cultivation, but he was also good at scheming. Su Qing recalled what Lu Yin had said before the war. Once he became an ancestor in the future, how would he deal with the astral beast domain? No, this kid had to be killed, or else he would be a disaster for the astral beast domain in the future. Lu Yin's tribulation could be considered the most despairing. Progenitor Chen represented the peak of enlighters, and even a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000 would find it difficult to defeat an enlighter like progenitor Chen, let alone breaking through to become an emissary. Defeating progenitor Chen would mean that Lu Yin had passed his tribulation. The star energy in Lu Yin's body dispersed, and the next moment, astral source flowed out of his tribulation vortex and was absorbed by Lu Yin. This was the reward for passing the tribulation. After successfully breaking through and becoming an emissary, one would no longer use star energy, but astral source. The power of each person's tribulation varied because of how much astral source they absorbed. The stronger a cultivator was, the more astral source they would absorb after breaking through, which naturally made the astral source universe even more hostile. The terrifying amount of star energy in Lu Yin's body had caused the astral source universe to directly manifest progenitor Chen and bring about the most despairing tribulation. However, Lu Yin had still successfully passed his tribulation. If the astral source universe's expression, it would have been ugly. Lu Yin's lips curled up, but he quickly thought of something else. Kue Luo had said that Baixianer's origin tribulation had shaken the starry sky of trees and even attracted progenitor realm experts. How did she do it? Was it too much of a commotion? Or was it because she was the center of attention that drew out an ancestor realm expert? The latter was most likely the case. Lu Yin wasn't being arrogant, but he was very certain that he had already reached the limit of the enlighter realm. Progenitor Chen had also reached the limit. Even so, no progenitor had appeared. But if he had been a disciple of the frigid immortal sect or a disciple of the Lu family, then the origin tribulation that he had just fought with progenitor Chen would definitely have attracted a progenitor. It was definitely enough to strike fear into the hearts of the Eternals. The biggest difference between him and Baixianer was her background. Looking to the north, perhaps Su Qing's killing intent toward him was the same as the Eternal race's killing intent toward Baixianer after her tribulation. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Once he finished absorbing the astral source and used it to replace the star energy in his body, he would be considered to have passed the origin tribulation. After astral source entered his body, he could choose a location to transform into an astral source cyclone. He had long since decided on this location, which was right next to the black and white fog. It just so happened that there was Fate Zen in that area as well. The astral source followed the star energy and swam around his body. Lu Yin could clearly feel a change in his body. After breaking through to the emissary realm, ordinary cultivators would undergo a metamorphosis and be able to step into the astral source universe. However, the requirements for one's physical strength were very high. Ordinary cultivators could increase their physical strength to the point where they could step into the astral source universe, but for Lu Yin, he didn't know to what extent it would increase his physical strength. In any case, he could feel that something was different. The astral source followed the location where the star energy had once been and quickly swam to the Xiaochong gate. It then followed the Xiaochong gate into the middle finger gate. It then entered the upper wisdom gate and finally appeared at his chest, next to the black and white fog. It then transformed into a cyclone that gradually expanded and attracted the astral source. The others still didn't dare to approach Luin. Even though his tribulation had ended, once he absorbed the astral source, he could still attract an origin tribulation. This was a part of the tribulation. If there was a punishment, there would be a reward. This had never changed since ancient times. It wasn't that no one had tried to approach Luin while he was absorbing the astral source, but they still attracted an origin tribulation. Everyone had to watch as Luin completely replenished his astral source and officially stepped into the astral realm. Ordinary cultivators would absorb astral source very quickly once they broke through to the astral realm. For example, Dachio had only needed a short moment to stabilize his astral source cyclone and step into the astral source universe. Everyone thought that Luin would be able to absorb astral source very quickly as well. Even if he had a lot of star energy, his first tribulation shouldn't take that long. This was because he could absorb astral source without any restraints, just like how he normally absorbed star energy. But gradually, everyone felt that something was amiss. Luin was still absorbing astral source. How much star energy did he have in his body? No one had ever heard Luin say how much star energy he could absorb, but this time, they had finally seen it for themselves. Half an hour passed, and Luin was still absorbing astral source. Then, 2 incense sticks passed, and he was still absorbing astral source. Under the origin tribulation, the astral source had already condensed into a thin stream that flowed into his body. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the envoys. They looked at Luin as if he was a monster. Guru Qinghua sighed. He really isn't someone the average person can compare to. The amount of star energy in his body should be 100 times that of a normal person. Even some of the more talented cultivators, including the 6th mainland's Riemlings, can't compare to him. Lan Xian looked up, her eyes bright. He's from the Lu family after all, and he's also a direct descendant. It's normal for him to have 100 times more star energy than a normal person. He should be done soon. Another half hour passed, and Luin was still absorbing astral source. Lan Xian's expression changed. If he had 100 times more star energy than a normal person, then he should have finished by now. Why was he still absorbing? To the north, Su Qing's expression grew even uglier, and his killing intent grew even more intense. However, he also felt helpless. The more astral source Luin absorbed, the more powerful he became, to a terrifying degree. The celestial demon Imperial smiled. That's great. Su Qing didn't understand. What do you mean? The celestial demon Imperial sneered. Astral source isn't star energy. No matter how much star energy this kid needs for his cultivation, he can absorb it without restraint with star essence. At most, it'll take him a bit longer, but he'll eventually fill it up. How can he absorb astral source in such a manner? You and I have to be careful when absorbing astral source, as we're afraid of being detected by the astral source universe and being sucked dry. What about him? Su Qing was ecstatic when he heard this. That's right. The more astral source this kid needs, the more likely he'll be detected by the astral source universe. Even if he doesn't, who knows how long it'll take for him to advance with so much astral source. More importantly, the 6th origin tribulation is the tribulation with a power level of 1 million. The more astral source one has, the more terrifying the tribulation will be. Progenitor Chen appeared this time, so it's possible that Progenitor Chen will appear during that tribulation with a power level of 1 million as well. Will he be able to defeat him again? There might even be other progenitors or a terrifying origin tribulation. He has no future, the celestial demon Imperial demon said in a relaxed tone. Feng Lin, Dead Bug, and the others relaxed when they heard this. Indeed, the more astral source one had, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. They did not believe that Luin would be able to overcome the origin tribulation with a power level of 1 million, and even reaching that level was still a question. They weren't the only ones who had thought of this, Master Yuan and the other powerhouses had also thought of this possibility. As they watched Luin absorb the astral source, their expressions turned even uglier. After 4 incense sticks worth of time, the astral source cyclone at Lu Yin's chest stopped absorbing astral source, and the origin tribulation vortex above his head gradually shrank. Everyone gasped, it was finally over. Luin felt the astral source cyclone strangely. With so much astral source gathering and flowing through his body along the path of star energy, it brought about great changes to his body. Whether it was his physical body or his spiritual force, he could feel a metamorphosis. He didn't even know how strong he was right now, and he really wanted to test it out. Although the origin tribulation brought about calamities, it also brought about transformations. It was truly a miraculous phenomenon. Normally, absorbing astral source would not allow one to improve so much, but Luin looked up at the origin tribulation. Could it be that only the astral source provided by the origin tribulation was able to transform him so much? If that was the case, then continuing to absorb astral source would still bring about changes, and it would be a pity to give up. However, absorbing astral source depended on the total amount of star energy in one's body. Now that the astral source cyclone had formed, he could no longer draw astral source from the origin tribulation. As he watched the stream of astral source become smaller and smaller, Luin grew anxious. Didn't he have 3 stages in his body? He could open them, but could he close them? If he closed them, could he seal the astral source inside? As the stream of astral source grew smaller and smaller and was about to disappear, Master Yuan and the others in the distance decided to walk over to Luin. Luin drew out a strand of the black and white fog and sealed the passage between the upper wisdom gate and his chest. Back then, he had used the origin item to open the upper wisdom gate, but now, he tried to use the black and white fog to seal the passage. At the same time, he used the fog to block the astral source cyclone that had already formed in his chest. He wanted to see if the astral source universe could detect it. The astral source universe only cared about astral sources, and it had nothing to do with the Grim Reaper's power. The moment the black and white fog blocked the passage between the Xianxia Pass and his chest, and the moment the black and white fog sealed off the astral source cyclone in his chest, Luin growled. The astral source stream that was about to disappear suddenly expanded and poured into Lu Yin's body just like before. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he was ecstatic. It really worked? Master Yuan quickly retracted his foot and stared blankly at Luin as he continued to absorb the astral source. Everyone was stunned. It had clearly ended, so why was he still doing it? Even Lan Xian was at a loss. She had never heard of such a thing before. Only Luin was the most excited. Opening the 3 stages had greatly increased his strength, and now, he could use the black and white fog to block the passage and absorb the astral source from within. This was too useful. He thought of the 4 young ancestors and the other progenitors. Would they do the same? He had never heard of such a thing. Not everyone had the ability to seal the 3 stages. Breaking through the 3 stages was difficult, and sealing them was equally difficult. Not everyone had the strength of the Grim Reaper. The others stared blankly at Luin as he continued to absorb the astral sources. 1 incense stick of time, 2 incense sticks of time, 3 incense sticks of time, 4 incense sticks of time passed, and the astral chi whirlpool in the Xianxia Pass was about the same size as the one in Lu Yin's chest. The astral chi whirlpool in the origin tribulation gradually became smaller. Then, Luin pulled out a wisp of black and white mist to seal the passage between the middle finger and Xianxia Pass. Immediately, the astral chi whirlpool grew larger and gathered towards the middle finger pass. Luin was excited as he continuously experienced the changes in his body. The others felt as if their worldview had been shattered. Again? Lu Yin's tribulation had refreshed everyone's understanding of him, including Lan Xian, a half-ancestor. This was the first time they realized that the origin tribulation could be so despairing. It turned out that astral sources could be absorbed in such a way, and for such a long time. Another 4 incense sticks worth of time passed, and Luin repeated the same trick. He once again drew in the black and white fog, sealing off the passageway between the lower and middle finger stages as he continued to absorb astral sources. Luin was overjoyed. Everyone stared blankly at him, at the miracle he had created. Nobody noticed that the tribulation origin vortex above him was boiling and vibrating. It then began to expand, expand, expand. Then, a shrill cry rang out, "Quick, retreat! Retreat! The origin tribulation above!" Everyone raised their heads, their expressions changing drastically. Unknowingly, the origin tribulation vortex had already reached the top of their heads and was still expanding. Everyone was aghast, and their scalps went numb. At this moment, whether it was the Astral Beast Domain, the Great Eastern Alliance, or even Lan Xian, all of them felt their scalps go numb. They quickly retreated, and no one dared to approach. Countless people cursed. It was clearly over, but an origin tribulation had been sucked out. From the looks of it, even the origin tribulation was unhappy. Too much astral source had been sucked out, and it was unbearable. Luin saw it as well, and his eyelids twitched. He was about to curse out loud. Origin tribulation? Where did it come from? Are you done yet? Wasn't it just absorbing some stellar source? Luin, end this quickly, the Sea King shouted as he glared at Luin. Luin opened his mouth, as he did not want it to end. The astral origin cyclone for the next breakthrough had already formed, and he had a premonition that if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another one in the future. There was only one chance to break through an emissary's origin tribulation, and the next time he encountered such a tribulation would be when he broke through to a power level of 1,000,000. Luin gritted his teeth and slowed down the speed at which he was absorbing the astral source. The stream of astral source continued to shrink, and the vortex slowed down as well. However, it did not disappear. All of you, retreat! Luin shouted. He couldn't avoid it, and the vortex didn't shrink. Instead, it continued to expand, though its speed had decreased. Soon, the origin tribulation would descend again, and even if he stopped absorbing astral sources, the tribulation would still descend. Damn it, if he had known this would happen, he would not have absorbed the astral source for the next breakthrough. The origin tribulation vortex was so big that it made him panic. He did not even know what would appear, so how could he pass it? No one wanted to face the origin tribulation this time. It was too big. There was no record of an origin tribulation this big. It was so big that even Qing Huashengren panicked. Even his origin tribulation with a battle prowess of 1,000,000 was not this big. What on earth did this brat do? How could everything be recorded in the history books? Su Qing was overjoyed. Everyone, retreat. This kid will die today. Ha 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 ha. The Imperial Celestial Beast did not say a word and simply fled. If he was implicated, then even 10 lives would not be enough. Would another progenitor appear? In the West, Lan Xian was shocked and shook her head. Being too talented is also a sin. How did he absorb so much astral sources? No one knew how Luin had done it. Perhaps he was the first person to do so since the beginning of time. He had used the Death God's power to isolate and seal off astral sources. These were two completely different cultivation methods. But now, he was getting more and more panicked. He looked at the endless origin tribulation vortex above his head and vaguely heard a roar. Was the astral source universe roaring? At this moment, not only in North Castle Weave, but in the entire outerverse, the star energy was boiling. It even spread to the innerverse, the cosmic sea, and the neoverse. Elder Chan, Elder Gong, and the other half-progenitors all looked towards the north with shocked expressions. The changes in the astral source universe were coming from the north. In the astral beast domain, Skyminder Imperial Tutor opened his eyes and looked towards the northwest with a strange expression. The changes in the astral source universe attracted the attention of countless powerhouses. Even the blood progenitor and martial progenitor, who were standing guard outside the horizontal black hole, were startled and looked towards the outerverse of the fifth mainland. What's going on? The astral source universe is shaking. Is a progenitor being born? It doesn't seem like it. It's more like the changes are caused by the boiling of the astral sources. Who can make the astral sources boil? Let me see. In North Castle Weave, above Lu Yin's head, the origin tribulation vortex was shaking even more violently. The unfathomable origin tribulation produced a terrifying aura that made Lu Yin's face twitch. How could he survive it? How could he survive it? He could not. He did not even dare to use the scripture of Aeon evolution to take a look at the origin tribulation vortex. It was impossible for him to survive it with his own strength. It's over. I've gone too far. Luin looked around helplessly. Master, perhaps only Mr. Mu could save him, but where was he? Boom. There was a tremor, and Lu Yin's ears bled. Just a single sound had injured him. This was not an envoy's origin tribulation. The aura of the origin tribulation made Lu Yin feel like he was facing a progenitor. Everyone retreated until they could no longer see anything. The origin tribulation vortex finally stopped shaking, and then a boundless thunderbolt appeared in the dark dome. It was unknown what color it was, but it seemed to have color. It replaced everything that could be seen with the naked eye as it descended, as if the heavens were sending down divine punishment. Everyone who saw it felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, including half-ancestor Lan Xian. She did not know how powerful that thunderbolt was, but it had a supreme majesty to it. Even when facing the martial ancestor or the blood ancestor, she had not felt such an urge to worship it. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he took out his futon to hide in the Daosor sect's ruins, but it was useless. The futon turned to ash the moment it appeared, and Lu Yin's face paled. He did not care anymore, and he took out the corpse he had obtained from the burial garden from his cosmic ring. He curled up under the corpse and used it to cover his head. There was a loud boom, and Lu Yin's brain fainted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was pressed into the depths of space, and a strand of thunderbolt extended along the corpse, causing Lu Yin's arm to feel a stabbing pain. That instant felt like an eternity to Lu Yin. The thunderbolt disappeared, and there was only one strike. Above him, the origin tribulation vortex rapidly shrank until it completely disappeared. It did not give Lu Yin a chance to react, as if it was afraid that Lu Yin would absorb the astral source again. In the distance, everyone watched as the origin tribulation vortex disappeared and the heavens returned to normal. For a moment, no one dared to approach Lu Yin. Lu Yin hid under the corpse, and his right arm had completely lost all feeling. The imprint of the thunderbolt was clearly visible on his arm. He glanced over the corpse and looked up. Had the origin tribulation vortex disappeared? When he saw that the heavens had returned to normal, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the corpse and was shocked to see that it had not been injured. His eyes flashed, and he hurriedly put the corpse away. At that moment, an illusory tree appeared behind him. This was the abnormal phenomenon of a breakthrough. When he had broken through to the explorer and hunter realm, he had also experienced this phenomenon. However, compared to before, the tree was much more realistic, and it quickly spread out. Its range grew larger and larger until it reached Frostwave Weave and Northcastle Weave, and then it continued to spread. Master Yuan and the others were stunned. What was this? No matter what Lu Yin did now, they would not find it strange anymore. Even the origin tribulation had been forcefully sucked out. What could be more shocking than this? In the west, Lan Xian's eyes shone. This is a phenomenon. Lu Yin has successfully broken through. Guru Qinghua was astonished. How is that possible? How did he survive the origin tribulation? No one believed that Lu Yin could survive, but this phenomenon had clearly not been the origin tribulation. At that moment, a vast power descended. Lan Xian looked up and her body trembled. The blood progenitor. A progenitor's power swept past, causing everyone to tremble. The second Night King, Elder Jiao Shen, and the others' expressions changed. Who was this progenitor's power? Was it the martial progenitor or the blood progenitor? A progenitor's power was supreme, and everyone could sense it. Lu Yin also sensed the progenitor's power, and he was shocked. Only two progenitors had appeared here, either the martial progenitor or the blood progenitor. He had just survived the origin tribulation, but such a grand phenomenon had appeared. He was afraid that this progenitor would attack him and try to kill him. The giant tree's phenomenon continued to expand until it covered several weaves, far surpassing the area when Lu Yin had first broken through to the hunter realm. Its branches drooped down and emitted a mystical light. Strange objects were born one after another, as if they were being created. This time, the objects hanging from the branches were even clearer than before, and it seemed as if they could be plucked. They looked like fruits of various shapes. The giant tree's phenomenon distorted the starry sky, and an even stranger scene appeared. The void overlapped, revealing an even larger tree that covered the entire universe. It was the mother tree. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Moo. Mother tree? At this moment, everyone who saw the mother tree was stunned. Even half-ancestor Lan Xian was stunned, as she recognized the mother tree. The ancient texts had recorded that human civilization's great tree. How could it appear here? In the astral tree domain, the mother tree swayed when Lu Yin's giant tree phenomenon appeared. To the north, an overlapping void appeared, and the scene of Lu Yin and the giant tree appeared. At that moment, Lu Yin saw the mother tree and the topmost realm. In the astral tree domain, countless people in the topmost realm saw Lu Yin as well. Trees overlapped with each other in the void. In Dragon Mountain, Patriarch Long Ke looked to the north and saw Lu Yin. He was shocked. How could that brat? How could he cause the mother tree to tremble and overlap the void? Even if he was a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Xiaoxian, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Enai Huang walked out, her eyes filled with killing intent. She stared at Lu Yin as if she wanted to swallow him whole. This brat must have broken through to origin tribulation and produced a phenomenon. His innate talent is extraordinary, and he caused the mother tree to tremble. It's truly terrifying. Unfortunately, he's not a member of the White Dragon clan. And he's even shamed us. Below the prison dragon on Shenwu Plain, Xia Xing's eyes flickered as he looked to the north. Not far away, Xia Taili's mouth was agape in disbelief. She had never seen such a scene before. The mother tree could still tremble? Was that shadow real or fake? What had Long Qi done? No, it was Lu Xiaoxian. Luo Zhong's lips curled up. How astonishing. Brother Lu, we'll meet again soon. He was Xiao Luo, and he had joined Shenwu Plain under the alias of Luo Zhong. A hand floated in the sky, it belonged to the Wang family. Wang Xi's eyes widened, and a strong sense of dread and disbelief could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Shaking the mother tree is something rarely seen in both ancient and modern times. This child must be killed. If we don't kill him, he will become a threat in the future. She then raised her head and knelt down. Ancestor, our Wang clan cannot be destroyed by this child. In the frigid immortal sect master Bai Ting's eyes narrowed. To be able to shake the mother tree and overlap the void to appear in this region of space, you're truly a genius. Unfortunately, you won't be able to live. The ancestor has decided to personally take action and head to the abandoned lands. No one will be able to save you. The more talented you are, the faster you'll die. At that moment, a pair of eyes appeared behind Lu Yin. It belonged to an elder whose eyes were turbid, but they contained a supreme dignity. When the eyes appeared, Bai Ting's pupil shrank. Was this a progenitor? Wang Xi, Long Ke, and the others were all shocked. Was this a progenitor? Only a progenitor could give them such a sense of pressure. Did this brat have a progenitor backing him? Bai Ting's expression turned ugly, and he punched the ground. How could this be? A progenitor was helping him in the abandoned lands? If that was the case, then it would be inconvenient for the ancestor to head there. Sect Master, the Lu family's vile spawn is protected by a progenitor. We agree to Wang Xi's request. Punitive expedition. Bai Ting's eyes flickered. That was fine. Even if the ancestor couldn't personally take action, he could still go to the abandoned lands and kill this brat. He had to go on a punitive expedition and turn the abandoned lands into a sea of blood that would accompany Xiaohong's death. At that moment, Lu Yin wasn't looking at the top realm. He was looking at a pair of eyes that were calmly watching him. He was extremely familiar with those eyes, as he would often see them whenever he fainted or dreamed. They were beautiful, but they filled him with boundless killing intent. He almost couldn't help but say, "How dare you?" There was no emotion in their gazes, but it was the coldest and most terrifying of gazes. The overlapping void was about to disappear. Lu Yin looked at the eyes and raised his arm, opening his right palm and clenching it tightly as if he wanted to grasp the entire starry sky of the astral tree. He then flipped his palm over and said, "Just you wait." He was speaking to the owner of those eyes, as well as the entire starry sky tree. He had provoked the starry sky tree and the four-way scales. Lu Yin's provocation was imprinted in everyone's minds. Countless people cursed in anger, but there were also many who were excited. Some were filled with murderous intent, while others were looking forward to the Lu family's return. The entire starry sky of the trees was no longer peaceful. It's that starry sky, isn't it? A hoarse voice rang out from behind him. Luin had just put down his hand when he was startled and hurriedly turned around. At some point in time, an elder had appeared behind him and was smiling at him. Luin hadn't noticed the old man's appearance at all. It was only when the tree's phenomenon disappeared that he sensed a vast power. Ancestor? He had sensed the power of a progenitor. This wasn't the first time he had sensed such power, but this time it had come from this old man. The old man nodded and sized Luin up with a look of admiration. I'm Shuiguanzi. Shuiguanzi? Luin blinked. Blood ancestor? The old man smiled. Shuiguanzi is my name. You can also call me Blood Ancestor, as you wish. He really was a progenitor. Luin suppressed the shock in his heart and slowly bowed. Junior Luin greets Senior Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor looked at Luin in surprise. You're the one who caused the Astral Source Universe's phenomenon? How did you do it? Lu. Yin's eyes narrowed. How should he answer? This was a progenitor. Luin felt that the Sixth Mainland's progenitor was far from being as powerful as Progenitor Chen, but he was still a progenitor who could change the world and suppress the Fifth Mainland. How could he lie? If he didn't lie, then should he tell the truth? Absolutely not. Luin didn't know how to answer. The Blood Ancestor spoke again. Everyone has their own secrets. If you don't want to talk about them, then don't. Thank you, Senior Blood Ancestor. Luin relaxed, feeling very magnanimous. The Blood Ancestor praised, you broke through a phenomenon that caused the Astral Source Universe to boil and even caused the Mother Tree to move. You're amazing, kid. Luin hurriedly bowed. I'm just lucky. I don't deserve your praise. The Blood Ancestor smiled. Don't be afraid. I'm not one of the 9 Xiangs. Although I'm an enemy of the Fifth Mainland, I won't go so far as to attack a junior like you. Luin laughed dryly. He couldn't do anything against a progenitor, and he didn't know if the Blood Ancestor had seen him use his corpse to block his origin tribulation. Did you see Zi in that region of space? The Blood Ancestor asked as he looked at Luin. Luin hurriedly replied, no, I swear that I definitely didn't see Zi. The Blood Ancestor sighed. It looks like I'll never see that child again. Luin really hadn't seen Zi. The top 10 had entered the astral tree realm, but he had never seen Jiao Hao or Zi. He knew that Xiaoxia was trapped in the golden wheat field in the seed garden. Kid, are you willing to become my disciple? The Blood Ancestor suddenly asked with a smile. Luin was startled and hurriedly said, I already have a master who takes good care of me. When I first became his disciple, I swore that I would only have one master for the rest of my life. I'm sorry for letting you down. The Blood Ancestor laughed. Do as you wish. Suddenly, his expression changed and his body vanished. Luin watched the Blood Ancestor leave and finally relaxed. Although the Blood Ancestor hadn't revealed his progenitor's power to pressure Luin, the pressure of facing a progenitor was still too great. The offer of becoming the Blood Ancestor's disciple had been tempting. Zi had also offered to help him become the Blood Ancestor's disciple, but Luin had rejected her. Unfortunately, he had Mr. Mu, who was definitely a progenitor. However, he didn't know how Mr. Mu compared to the Blood Ancestor, but he was probably stronger. The tree's disappearance meant that Luin had completely passed his emissary origin tribulation and stepped into the ranks of emissaries. Unlike other emissaries, he had 4 astral origin cyclones, and 3 of them were hidden in the 3 stages. He didn't know if anyone else had done this before, but there probably hadn't. When he thought back to the last tribulation that had been forcefully sucked out, Luin felt a lingering fear. That tribulation's power was something that not even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 could withstand, let alone him. That wasn't an origin tribulation, but rather a punishment. Was that why he had been able to rely on external objects like corpses to survive? Luin fell into deep thought. In the west, Lan Xian and Guru Qinghua appeared. In the south, Elder Jiao Shen and the Second Night King also appeared. In the north, Su Qing and the man from the Celestial Demon Imperial family appeared. Everyone looked at Luin in amazement, as they wanted to know what had happened to him. He had been shocked by Progenitor Chen's tribulation, and his absorption of astral origin had caused a disturbance in the astral origin universe that had drawn out the blood ancestor. There was also that enormous phenomenon. Everyone wanted to know what had happened, but they didn't approach Luin. They were still traumatized by what had happened, and only the heavens knew if Luin would undergo any more changes. The first to speak was Xianxia, and her eyes shone as she looked at Luin as if he were a peerless treasure. "It's been a long time, Great Eastern Alliance leader." Luin frowned slightly in front of Xianxia, as he didn't know what to say. This woman's attitude was a combination of everything that could captivate a man's dreams. Her numbing voice, her beautiful figure, her moving music, and her eyes were enough to steal a man's soul. She could seduce any man in the world, but she was also a half-progenitor. She had descended onto the battlefield and used her 3 strings to turn the Great Eastern Alliance into cannon fodder in the war against the astral beast domain. If not for the primogenitor scripture, she would have succeeded. Logically speaking, she was an enemy to Luin and the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if she wasn't an enemy, she wasn't a friend either. However, when he had faced the Sword King's crisis, she had saved him, and she had even blocked the Sword King's first attack. Luin hadn't expected her to help him block the Sword King's attack, but when he looked at it this way, she had indeed saved him. She was both an enemy and not an enemy. She was also his benefactor and not his benefactor. Luin looked at Xianxia with a complicated gaze, but she was still a half-progenitor, so he had to show her the proper respect. He thought about it and then said, "Greetings, half-progenitor Xianxia." Everyone present had experienced Xianxia's strength, and she had the ability to determine everyone's life and death. The Void Wanderer ancestor had been able to instill fear in Xianxia because he had donned progenitor Wushang's hide. However, he had still managed to escape in the end. No one below the half-progenitor level was Xianxia's opponent. "The blood ancestor came just now, right?" Xianxia asked. Everyone looked at Luin solemnly. The blood ancestor was the Fifth Mainland's true powerhouse, and he was also the absolute powerhouse who protected the Fifth Mainland from the Eternals' invasion. Even enemies had to show respect when they heard the blood ancestor's name. This was a form of respect for the ancestor, a limiter of human cultivation. Luin nodded. Senior blood ancestor came and then left. What did he say? Xianxia was curious. Luin thought about it. He said that he wants to take me as his disciple. Everyone was shocked. Take you as his disciple? Suqing cried out in disbelief. There was also incomparable fear and anger in his voice. Luin looked at him and nodded. Yes. He wants to take me as his disciple. So? You're now the blood ancestor's disciple? Suqing asked anxiously. Luin pursed his lips. I didn't get the chance. There was an emergency, so the blood ancestor left first. However, he'll come find me again. Suqing's eyelids twitched. The blood ancestor's disciple? A disciple? Was he really a disciple? If Luin really did become the blood ancestor's disciple, then it would be troublesome. He could not be killed, as who knew how the blood ancestor would retaliate against the astral beast domain. The astral beast domain had the guts to start a war with the Sixth Mainland, but facing a mere progenitor was enough to make them tremble. You really want to become the blood ancestor's disciple? The celestial beast asked again. Luin raised his head. Am I not worthy? Everyone present, including half-progenitor Xianxia, could not say that Luin was not worthy. In other words, even if Xianxia was not worthy of becoming the blood ancestor's disciple, Luin was. His tribulation had been too inconceivable. He had defeated progenitor Chen, who was at the same realm as him, and was unrivaled among enlighters. When he became an emissary, he had caused a phenomenon, so it was normal for him to become a progenitor's disciple. It would be strange if such a person did not become a progenitor's disciple. Suqing did not doubt Luin. Why had the blood ancestor descended? The only explanation was that the blood ancestor had accepted Luin as his disciple. Lu Yin's innate gift had reached a level where even progenitors had to pay attention to him. Luin retracted his gaze, as what he had said was the truth. The blood ancestor had indeed wanted to take him as his disciple, but he had refused. There was no need to tell these people. Thank you for your support. I'll be updating for 4 consecutive days. Elder Jiao Shen and the others had complicated expressions. Once Luin became the blood progenitor's disciple, would he be considered a member of the 6th mainland or the 5th mainland? The second Night King sighed. He knew that Luin was a direct descendant of the Lu family, and he had seen the general appointment platform when he was young. During that era, the Lu family had been invincible, and even progenitor Chen from the Xia family could not overshadow the Lu family's glory. The general appointment platform had once swept through the frigid immortal sect, which had left a deep impression on the second Night King. Now that Luin had become the blood progenitor's disciple, his future would be out of control. Commander Su Qing, don't forget about the transaction. You can take progenitor Wu Shang's hide as well, Luin reminded Su Qing. Su Qing's eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. Back off. I want to speak with Alliance Master Lu alone, Lan Xian suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he stared at her warily. Senior, please speak your mind. Lan Xian laughed. You don't have to be wary of me. If I want to attack you, can they stop me? Luin replied, the blood progenitor wants to accept me as his disciple. I know. I just want to chat for a bit, Lan Xian replied. Su Qing and the other astral beasts immediately retreated. They were extremely fearful of a half-progenitor, and they were no longer thinking about invading the outerverse. Instead, they were thinking about how to deal with Lan Xian. If Lan Xian wanted to attack them, they would not be able to stop her. Elder Jiao Shen and the others exchanged glances and then helplessly retreated, as they could not help Luin even if they stayed. Even Guru Qinghua retreated, leaving only Lan Xian and Luin in space. What do you think of the Daosor sect? Lan Xian asked, her bright eyes staring at Luin. Luin was astonished. The Daosor sect? The ruins of the Daosor sect? Yes, the Daosor sect. Since ancient times, it has been the Daosor sect that has ruled the human continent. What do you think of the Daosor sect? Lan Xian asked. Luin did not know why Lan Xian was asking this, but his intuition told him that any abnormal question had a purpose, so he answered cautiously, I don't have any opinions. It's all history. Then, do you want to take a look? The 6th mainland's Daosor sect still exists? Lan Xian's tone was tempting. Lu Yin's face changed. Daosor sect. Calm, nothing much. I just want to invite you to the 6th mainland's Daosor sect as a guest. It's currently in the border region, and you should be familiar with it. Lan Xian smiled. Unknowingly, the cherry blossoms had bloomed, and they were exceptionally beautiful. However, Lu Yin's heart sank. Senior, you're a half-progenitor, yet you want to attack a puny enlighter like me? It's an emissary, Lan Xian replied. Cherry blossoms twirled around Lu Yin's feet, and his body unconsciously flew towards her. Even if he had become an emissary, even if he possessed 4 unimaginable astral cyclones, and even if he had absorbed so much astral origin that his physical body had become much more powerful, it was still useless against a half-ancestor. This was the power of the inner world that he could not resist. Senior, I want to be accepted as a disciple by the blood ancestor. Luin shouted, attempting to threaten Lan Xian. Lan Xian laughed. I'm very familiar with Senior Blood Ancestor. If he had accepted you as his disciple, you wouldn't be here anymore. Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. He won't do anything to you. You're just a guest. Lan Xian was very beautiful, but in Lu Yin's eyes, she was nothing more than a beautiful snake. The closer he got to her, the more panicked he became. This woman had attacked without hesitation, and she was also a half-martial ancestor. Luin was helpless against her, and no matter how many methods he had, he was still helpless against her. Beep. Senior, why did you capture me? A guest at the Daosor sect. Beep. Senior, aren't you worried about Elder Chan and the others? A while ago, Xiaji attacked me. Elder Gong and the Sage Celestial Master personally came to the 7 courts to cause trouble. If they dare to come, then let them come. Senior. Luin wanted to say something else, but Lan Xian suddenly stopped. She frowned and looked up. At some point in time, the heavens had changed, and it had turned into an urn. Suddenly, the area beneath their feet changed as well, turning into a lake that drowned out the cherry blossoms. Lu Yin's expression changed, but he did not realize when it had happened. He took a few breaths. Is this wine? Is this a wine urn? Beep. A drop of wine dripped down and floated in front of Lan Xian. It transformed into a human figure with clear facial features in the shape of wine. The figure burped. Want a sip? Lan Xian stared at the figure less than a meter away. Drunkard. Want a sip? The man in the shape of wine asked again. Lan Xian frowned, and the cherry blossoms danced in the air again. The wine urn shook, and from a distance, it looked like a transparent wine urn filled with cherry blossoms that were about to explode. You're so young, yet you're so irritable. Be careful, or you won't be able to get married. The figure burped again and then suddenly appeared beside Lu Yin. Kid, let's go. The wine urn suddenly exploded, and the shockwaves distorted the void as they spread out in all directions. The second Night King and the others came into contact with the shockwaves, and their bodies were forced back. Another half-ancestor? Lan Xian waved her hand, and cherry blossoms danced around her. A Xianxian appeared in her hand, and she stared into the distance. Lu Yin's body appeared, and the wine flowed beside him to reveal an old man. His appearance was ordinary, and his nose was red. He burped, and he looked like he was still hungover. His entire body reeked of alcohol. Someone who could take Lu Yin away from Lan Xian's inner world had to be a half-ancestor, but Lu Yin had no impression of this old man. The sound of a plucking filled the heavens, and the elder's eyes widened. Still not giving up? Yin Yang 3 Immortal Arts. He then raised a hand, and his fingers curved into a strange pattern. He tapped out, and a strange force pierced through the void and even crossed Lan Xian's inner world to strike her Xianxian, causing the plucking sound to abruptly stop. Lan Xian's expression changed, and she stopped. The heavens fell silent. Why bother? Isn't it embarrassing for a half-ancestor to attack a child? Isn't it embarrassing for an old man like me to attack you? The old man burped again and rubbed his nose as he spoke to Lan Xian. Lan Xian frowned. I'm just inviting him as a guest. I won't do anything to him. The old man shook his head. That won't do unless you can beat me in drinking. Ha 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 ha. He then rubbed his nose even harder, to the point that Lu Yin suspected that the old man's nose was red because he had rubbed it. Lan Xian ignored the old man and instead looked at Lu Yin. Let's make a deal. She put away her Xianxian and then raised 3 fingers. 3 drops of blood. Give me 3 drops of blood, and I'll allow the 6th mainland to take over this battle. I'll even personally eliminate those beasts. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Blood? Progenitor Chen's blood? How did she know that he had Progenitor Chen's blood? It's just 3 drops of blood, and it won't affect you. You just underwent your tribulation, and you lost more than 3 drops of blood, Lan Xian continued when she saw Lu Yin hesitate. Lu Yin's brows rose. It wasn't Progenitor Chen's blood, but his blood. What did this woman want his blood for? He didn't even think about it before directly rejecting her. How could he give away something like blood so casually? Senior, I've only just become an envoy, not a progenitor. What do you want my blood for? Lan Xian replied, I have my uses for it. It's just 3 drops. Beside Lu Yin, the burping old man rolled his eyes. Have you gone stupid from cultivating? Only an idiot would give it to you if you want it so badly. Can't you be a little more secretive? Lan Xian's expression was calm. Ever since I started cultivating, everything I've asked for has been open and aboveboard. Alliance Master Lu, you won't lose out in this deal. And if I refuse? Lu Yin countered. Lan Xian replied, the 6th mainland will not interfere in the war with the astral beast domain, and the eastern weaves will be slaughtered as you wish. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and the word slaughtered completely erased his fear of a half-ancestor. Are the lives of ordinary people unimportant to you? Naturally, Lan Xian replied. Then I refuse, Lu Yin replied. Lan Xian looked at him quietly. Are you sure? If my 6th mainland doesn't take over this war, then your Great Eastern Alliance will eventually be exhausted, and the astral beast domain will take over the eastern weaves and start a massacre. You've been fighting these past few days for nothing, and it's only because of 3 drops of blood? Lu Yin's expression turned serious. It's because of your attitude. Your sixth mainland doesn't care about the people of the Eastern Weaves and allows them to slaughter as they wish. That's your attitude as a half-ancestor. I can't hand over the Eastern Weaves to you, not now, and not in the future. This place is no longer your sixth mainland's territory. Beside him, the elder glanced at Luin. These words were a little too arrogant. Handing over the Outerverse to the sixth mainland was the Hall of Honor's attitude. The Hall of Honor couldn't possibly support this. After defeating the Astral Beast domain, Luin wanted to start a war with the sixth mainland? Take back the Eastern Weaves? Lan Xian laughed. Although the blood ancestor didn't take you in as a disciple, he acknowledged you. Is that making you proud? You'll have to deal with the Astral Beast domain first. You don't have the qualifications to fight for territory with my sixth mainland. She then turned and left. Luin relaxed when he saw Lan Xian leave. He turned to the elder beside him and bowed respectfully. Thank you for saving me, Senior. Junior Luin greets you. The elder rubbed his nose. It was on the way. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Do you really not plan on giving the Eastern Weaves to the sixth mainland? Luin seriously replied, no. The elder was puzzled. Why? Even the Astral Beast domain's attacks have been forced to retreat. Even if you're lucky enough to defeat the Astral Beast domain, how will the remaining people stop the sixth mainland? If the Hall of Honor gives the Outerverse to the sixth mainland, then the sixth mainland has every reason to take it back through war. The sixth mainland isn't the Astral Beast domain. Luin thought about it. That's why I don't plan on starting a war with the Astral Beast domain. The elder was astonished, but he didn't think too much about it. A wine jar appeared in his hand, and he gulped down a mouthful before happily wiping his mouth. You brainiacs are so tired. My youngest disciple is the same. He clearly has a great talent for cultivation, but he doesn't like it. He's like a passerby. My eldest disciple is extremely talented, but he can't cultivate the three yin-yang immortal arts. Each one of you is more worried than the other. He then gulped down another mouthful. The three yin-yang immortal arts? Luin felt like he had heard of it somewhere before. After thinking about it for a moment, his eyes widened. He finally remembered that it was Xianxia's battle technique. Wan Qianqing had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and Xianxia had been in charge of the Great Eastern Alliance. She had occasionally mentioned her three yin-yang immortal arts when they chatted. Luin remembered it because it had a very grand name, and he had even specifically asked her to display it. However, Xianxia had refused, saying that she was afraid that Luin would secretly learn it. That's right, he had specifically mentioned Zhu San, who had used the tactician family's war theory to learn the starting technique of the three yin-yang immortals technique. However, that was only the starting technique, and it could not be compared to the real three yin-yang immortals. Even Xianxia herself had only touched the edges of the three yin-yang immortals technique. This senior seemed to have used the three yin-yang immortals technique to break through Lan Xian's inner world. Are you Xianxia's master? Luin asked. The old man burped. She mentioned it? No, she only mentioned the three yin-yang immortals technique, Luin replied. The old man snorted. That girl doesn't even have the heart to cultivate. All she does is fiddle with the economy and think about how to make money. What's the use of that? Sigh, her eldest disciple studies star energy all day, and now she's gone missing. He then looked at Luin. Did you see my eldest disciple in that region of space? Eldest disciple? Luin was confused. Jiao Hao. The old man took another swig of wine. Luin was shocked. Jiao Hao is your eldest disciple? The old man wiped the corner of his mouth. Yes, did you see him? He hasn't returned since he went to that region of space. Luin was truly shocked. Jiao Hao and Xianxia actually had the same master? No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. Furthermore, the difference in strength between the two was too great. One was one of the 10 arbiters and one of the top 10 in the Supreme Tournament, while the other only thought about how to make money. As for their strength, there was no need to mention it. Just as the old man had said, Luin was just a passerby. These two actually had the same master, and that master was even a half-ancestor. If Luin had known that Xianxia's master was a half-ancestor, then he would not have dared to be so impudent when dealing with Wan Qianqing. Back then, forget about half-ancestors, even envoys had not been seen. Wan Qianqing had been valued by everyone because he was rich and also because he had an attack that could rival an envoy's. However, Wan Qianqing's attack was not even a breeze in front of this half-ancestor. Luin had not expected that Wan Qianqing's greatest value was not himself, but Xianxia. Senior, I didn't see Jiu Hao, Luin replied. The old man sighed. The only disciple who can inherit my legacy is gone. In the future, the only one who can send me off will be that useless little disciple. Sigh. Luin hurriedly explained, with Senior's abilities as a half-ancestor, even if you can't attain eternal life, you'll definitely be able to live for a very long time. Besides, it's not impossible for Senior to break through to the progenitor realm and become comparable to someone who attains eternal life. That old hag, Ling Ji, is already dead, and I don't know who'll be next. He then sighed and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. You're still the one with the highest hopes of becoming an ancestral ancestor. Work hard, kid. Once you become an ancestral ancestor, you'll be invincible. We'll wait for that day. With that, he drifted away. Luin looked at the empty space and heard the old man's voice. It seemed that he was not far from death. Could it be that he was trying to break through to the progenitor realm? The human domain had 7 half-martial ancestors. This was the half-martial ancestor who had never shown himself, the drunkard. She didn't expect him to be the one to save her. He quickly contacted Xianxia, and the first thing he said was, "Is your master an alcoholic?" Xianxia was surprised. How did you know? Did you meet my master? Luin was speechless. Why haven't I heard you mention it? Xianxia did not understand. Why would I bring him up? He's just an alcoholic. Did he offend you, Alliance Master? Don't worry about it. It's easy to talk nonsense when you drink too much. Don't take his words seriously. What did he say? Nothing much. He just said that he'll find a time to beat you up. His strength can't compare to yours, Alliance Master. Hee hee. Luin coughed. Do you know? How strong is your master? Laughter and banter could be heard from the other end of the gadget, and Luin could vaguely hear Xiaonan's shy voice. What? Alliance Master, can you repeat that? Luin was helpless. Do you know how strong your master is? Of course I do. He's an enlighter. Luin was amused. Just treat him like an enlighter and be filial to your master. If possible, leave him in the Great Eastern Alliance. An old man running around outside is not reassuring. He'll be treated well in the Great Eastern Alliance, and we'll even provide him with drinks. He then ended the call. On the other end, Xianxia hugged Xiaonan and was somewhat confused. Fortunately, she was smart and immediately understood. Is my cheap alcoholic master really that powerful? This is a huge deal. Come, Xiaonan, let young master give you a kiss. Young master, you're so annoying. Xiaonan was helpless. The war in the north is so intense. It won't be good if we don't go. Xianxia rolled her eyes. Don't worry. Young master understands Luin better than anyone else. That guy won't sacrifice himself. If he dares to accept the war, then he definitely has a backup plan. Don't worry, young master is coming. Haha. At the border between North Castle Weave and Frostwave Weave, Luin stood in outer space with the Sea King in front of him. Bang! A clear emptiness palm struck the Sea King head-on, and the Sea King was sent flying. When he came to a stop, he bent over and coughed. He looked at Luin in shock. Your strength has increased by so much? Before his tribulation, Luin had been able to fight against a powerhouse with a power level of more than 700,000. He had used many methods such as visualization, and even the Reaper transformation. Now, however, Luin had not used any of those methods. He had only used his physical body's strength to activate the clear emptiness palm, which had repelled the Sea King. The Sea King was not an ordinary powerhouse. Both he and Heizage Leon were existences that could challenge powerhouses with power levels of more than 800,000. Luin had passed his origin. tribulation, and his strength had transformed. He had been able to repel the Sea King with a single strike, and under normal circumstances, he could definitely challenge a powerhouse with a power level of more than 800,000. In other words, he was a world imprinter. This excited Luin, as he had been able to continuously absorb astral source to transform his physical body, and that was under normal circumstances. In reality, his 3 stages had been sealed, and his strength had declined. The only reason he was still so strong was because he had absorbed too much astral source from his tribulations, and his transformation had been too fierce. This was equivalent to someone who had gone through 4 tribulations, and it was hard to tell. However, if he broke through his 3 stages again, the increase in strength from breaking through all 3 stages combined with his 4 astral source cyclones would make up for his strength. Again, the Sea King shouted as he charged at Luin. Luin raised a hand to stop him. Enough, Senior. I just wanted to try. I have no intention of fighting you. The threat from the north is still there. The Sea King was furious. You slapped me, and you want to end it like this? Luin laughed dryly. Well, I was ambushed by Xianxia and was heavily injured. I'll fight you after I recover. He then hurriedly left. The Sea King snorted. Xianxia needed to ambush him? Luin returned to his spacecraft and was greeted by Elder Jiao, who looked at Luin in amazement. The serious sect had been founded with the serious art, and the serious art had been created by Progenitor Chen. Luin had defeated Progenitor Chen, who had been an enlighter, right in front of Elder Jiao. However, the most shocking thing was that Progenitor Chen had actually created the serious art while still an enlighter. It's time to upgrade the serious art. You should have gained some insights from your fight with Progenitor Chen, Elder Jiao said. Luin nodded and exclaimed, Progenitor Chen's talent is astonishing. He created the serious art as an enlighter, and his control over serious art far surpasses mine. Nonsense. Elder Jiao rolled his eyes. Hurry up and upgrade the serious art. Once it's upgraded to the peak, return the inheritance to the serious sect. This war should be over, and the 6th mainland should take over. Luin blinked. Senior, you want to go back? It has nothing to do with me, Elder Jiao grumbled. They had had enough of being led by the nose by Luin. Unfortunately, the inheritance was beneath Lu Yin's feet. Please wait a moment, Senior. I'll give you an answer soon. Elder Jiao left. After Elder Jiao left, Luin had wanted to contact Su Qing. Luin had a complete plan for this war, and it was already in its final stages. The premise was that the Great Eastern Alliance could withstand the early stages of the war. If they could, then the initiative would be in Lu Yin's hands. However, before he could contact Su Qing, Elder Chan called him. Senior, Luin answered and respectfully greeted. Elder Chan was not in a hurry to speak, and he waited for a while before saying, Progenitor Chen must have been very difficult to defeat. Luin knew that Elder Chan was contacting him because of his tribulation. It wasn't just Elder Chan, anyone who knew of his battle with Progenitor Chen would contact him. Progenitor Chen's reputation was too great, and he was the symbol of invincibility in the 5th mainland. It was very difficult, and I almost lost. Throughout human history, there have been far too few people who have been able to fight against Progenitor Chen. Even those ancient ancestors who have become legends might not have been able to defeat Progenitor Chen. You were able to defeat Progenitor Chen, who was at the same realm as you. That's enough to go down in history, Elder Chan exclaimed. Luin hurriedly replied humbly, Junior was just lucky. Elder Chan smiled. How's the war? Can you withstand it? Luin decisively answered, yes. Elder Chan was astonished. Based on his understanding of Luin, shouldn't he be complaining and then trying to get the Hall of Honor's support? Why was he so straightforward? Do you need support? For example, resources? Elder Chan asked warmly, just like he had before Lu Xiaoshuan's identity had been exposed. Luin could feel that no matter who it was, even Elder Chan, who ruled the Hall of Honor, was a very realistic person. Lu Yin had defeated Progenitor Chen during his tribulation, and once he became an ancestor, he would definitely be invincible in the universe. This was probably why Elder Chan's attitude had changed. As for resources, even though Lu Yin had already broken through to become an envoy, his dai still required an endless supply of star essence. Of course, it would be even better if there were resources. Elder Chan smiled, but his tone quickly changed. You encountered Progenitor Chen during your envoy origin tribulation, and you absorbed 100 times more astral source than an ordinary person. Do you know what this means? Lu Yin did not understand. Senior, what do you mean? Elder Chan solemnly replied, it means that it will be very difficult for you to break through again. Lu Yin raised a brow, but he did not speak. Elder Chan continued, envoys need to absorb astral source to break through, but astral source is not like star energy, so it's not that easy to absorb. If it's too slow and takes too long, then the amount of astral source you need to absorb is proportional to the amount of time you spend. You might not even be able to survive until your next breakthrough. Even if you break through once, there will be multiple breakthroughs in the future. You need far too much astral source, and if you absorb it too quickly, it will easily attract the attention of the astral source universe. Lu Yin had not considered this problem since his tribulation, but now that Elder Chan had brought it up, his heart sank. Indeed, he needed far too much astral source. Previously, his total amount of star energy had been 200 times that of an ordinary person, and he had done everything he could to obtain more star essence. He had also used high temperatures to burn them, which had allowed him to quickly increase his cultivation. Otherwise, he might not even have been able to reach the Enlighter realm. Now that he had broken through to become an envoy, was there any other way to obtain more star essence? There was also something else that Elder Chan did not know. Lu Yin's total astral source exceeded their knowledge because he had 4 astral cyclones. When he thought about this, he felt a headache coming on. Although he didn't necessarily need all 4 of them to break through, just the astral source cyclone in his chest alone would require far more astral source than others. In terms of star energy, it would require 200 times more astral source. In other words, if he wanted to reach the next tribulation, he would need 200 ordinary envoys to absorb astral source. This was astral source, not star energy. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb. Lu Yin had been proud of his 4 astral cyclones because he had far more astral source than others, but now, he felt a chill run through his body from head to toe. He felt like the second tribulation was getting further and further away from him, to the point where he could no longer see it. It seems like you haven't thought about this yet. The amount of astral source you need for the second, third, and sixth tribulations is unimaginable. Next, you need to find a way to increase your survival time. I will order the Day-Night Clan's frozen immortal space to be sealed. The frozen immortal pool there can help you, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin did not understand. Senior, why are you helping me? Elder Chan sighed. Not everyone is willing to take over this war and treat ordinary people as humans. Regardless of whether you are Lu Xiaoxian or Lu Yin, once you take over the war against the astral beast domain, you will be a member of the 5th mainland. Cultivate well and don't be impatient. Lu Yin had thought that Elder Chan's attitude towards him had changed because of his tribulation, but now it seemed like that was not the case. Although his tribulation had been shocking and his strength had increased by an absurd amount, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through. Even Lu Yin himself did not see any hope of breaking through, let alone others. People with extraordinary innate gifts would be sought after and protected by countless people, but it was the exact opposite if one's innate gifts were too high to bear. Perhaps Su Qing was mocking him right now, mocking his gloomy future. Was there really no way to take advantage of the situation? Lu Yin put down his gadget and rubbed his cosmic ring to take out some astral source fluid. He did not know how. Much astral source fluid was stored in the cosmic tree scale, but he suddenly felt like going there again. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped again as more and more people learned about Lu Yin's tribulation. There were congratulatory messages, exclamations, and flattery. Soon after, Heizage Lian contacted Lu Yin with an irritable tone. He declared that he wanted to fight Lu Yin and test his strength against Progenitor Chen, which made Lu Yin smile wryly. Big Sis and the others, the directors of the Hall of Honor, Astral Ten's mentors, Muan, and even Shamrock Enterprises' Leaf King all congratulated him. Lu Yin was annoyed, but anyone who could find out about his origin tribulation in such a short period of time had to have an extraordinary status. They either had a good relationship with him or had an extremely high status, so it would not be good for him to block them. Luin stared at his gadget in shock. This time, he was being contacted by an unknown number. With his gadget's current level, he couldn't connect to most unknown numbers. How did you defeat Progenitor Chen? The voice was terrifyingly low. Luin recognized this voice. It was Xiaji on the other end of the line. No matter what cultivation level, Progenitor Chen is invincible. What makes you think you can defeat him? Xiaji's voice was low. It was clear that he was suppressing his anger. He was filled with disbelief, as if his faith had been shattered. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. You don't believe me, or you don't? Are you willing to believe me? Xiaji barked. Progenitor Chen created the serious technique, and he has an inherited blade intent and a secret technique. He can transform into a giant and use the Warring States technique. He can even reverse time and use his life force to recover. How did you win? Although you're from the Xia family, you've learned the Wang family's meditative oblivion technique and a secret technique. How did you win? The heaven and earth furnace's innate gift can refine a progenitor. How did you survive? Brat, you're not even fighting Progenitor Chen when he was a Pekin lighter. You can't possibly defeat Progenitor Chen, who's in the same realm as you. Impossible. Luin arrogantly replied, I also have the serious technique, and I have 10,000 stars revolving around me. I also know several sourcebox arrays and secret techniques. I also have the emptiness palm, and I can see the Akalanatha King's image. I can also use my Lu family's general appointment platform, and I also learned the Talisman Ancestors Aeon Evolution scripture. I also know an unparalleled healing technique and the Reaper's transformation. Why can't I defeat Progenitor Chen? I've even injured a half-ancestor like you before. You're relying on external items. Xiaji retorted. Luin laughed. It looks like Progenitor Chen holds a very high position in your heart. Shattering his legend of invincibility is the same as shattering your faith. Xiaji, I thought that you were a formidable person, but I didn't expect your heart to be so weak. What a pleasant surprise. Not only did you break through the origin tribulation to become an emissary, but you've also created an obstacle that you can never break through. You will never become a progenitor. Brat, you're boasting shamelessly. Xiaji's tone was icy. Progenitors could change the heavens and the earth, and they had their own magnanimity. Because Progenitor Chen had been defeated, Xiaji had clearly placed his faith in Progenitor Chen. He believed that if Progenitor Chen was invincible, then he would be invincible as well. He wanted to become the second Progenitor Chen, but now that Progenitor Chen had been defeated, Xiaji's faith had been shattered. It was as if Xiaji had violated the oath in his heart. With a flaw in his heart, how could he become a progenitor? There were strong progenitors and weak progenitors, but every progenitor had their own beliefs, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. Xiaji lacked this belief and the boldness to become a progenitor. He was destined to never become a progenitor. Of course, this was just Lu Yin's opinion. He didn't know much about becoming a progenitor, but that didn't stop him from creating a flaw in Xiaji's heart. Old man, I can tell that you're contacting me because you want to hear that Progenitor Chen is still invincible. You want me to admit that I didn't defeat Progenitor Chen when he was a Lemeter. Fine, I'll say that I defeated Progenitor Chen when he was still a Lemeter. He's still invincible and will always be invincible. Are you satisfied now? Xiaji was infuriated. Although Progenitor Chen was invincible in the universe, no matter how powerful he had been when he was a Lemeter, he still couldn't compare to Lu Yin when he was undergoing his origin tribulation. Even if Progenitor Chen was a Lemeter, he wouldn't be able to compare to Lu Yin when he was undergoing his origin tribulation. This bastard was playing with him. You'll have to pay for your words. Xiaji gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. Lu Yin was helpless. You're the one who told me to say it, but you're not satisfied. Why don't we make a deal? I'll do as you say, and you'll teach me the 9 clones technique. How about that? Xiaji immediately ended the call, as he didn't want to talk to Lu Yin any longer. He regretted his decision, as contacting Lu Yin on impulse had been a mistake. This brat didn't care about his status as a half-progenitor at all. Lu Yin put down his gadget. His defeat of progenitor Chen had shocked the outside world greatly. Once news of this spread and the lower-level cultivators learned about it, it would cause an even greater commotion, which would be beneficial to Lu Yin. However, those who blindly worshipped progenitor Chen would definitely react violently. Xiaji was the most obvious example. Lu Yin shook his head. No matter how strong these people's reactions were, they didn't matter. They were far inferior to Elder Lohar's group of people who were guarding Ironblood Weave. They were currently in the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, and even if they couldn't be of much use, their willpower was very firm, which encouraged the Great Eastern Alliance. Although the war had only lasted for a short period of time, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet had changed greatly. They had gone from not recognizing this war to now being accustomed to it. The entire fleet had transformed. One group of people had been sacrificed, but another. Then, it was time to end this. Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Su Qing. At this moment, in the north, Su Qing was having a headache, as he didn't know how to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. The Empire's attitude towards Lu Yin was very clear: he had to be killed. The Imperial Tutor had even divined that Lu Yin would be killed, but he had still failed. Now that Lu Yin had successfully passed his tribulation and was about to become the Blood Progenitor's disciple, he couldn't be killed. Otherwise, the Astral Beast domain might not be able to withstand the Blood Progenitor's wrath. Then, what about the Great Eastern Alliance? No matter what, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet had to be destroyed. Otherwise, they would not be able to invade the Outerverse. This had been the Empire's long-cherished wish for countless years, and now that they were so close to success, they couldn't give up. However, the Great Eastern Alliance would not be so easily defeated. They had many experts, and Lu Yin was already difficult to deal with. Now that he had broken through, who knew what kind of power level he would have? Perhaps he could even use his status as the Blood Progenitor's disciple to obtain assistance from the Sixth Mainland, which would be troublesome. The Great Eastern Alliance had joined forces with the Sixth Mainland, and even if the Empire sent reinforcements, they would not be able to take them down. What he was most worried about was not how to invade the Outerverse, but rather how to preserve his own strength. The Sword King was dead, and the Void Wanderer ancestor had returned to the Celestial Beast Empire. While Su Qing was having a headache, he received a call from Lu Yin. When Su Qing saw it, he fell silent for a moment before answering. "Commander Su Qing, the war is about to begin. Take care." Lu Yin's first word stunned Su Qing. What did he mean? Remind him? There was such a thing? During a war, would the commander of the opposing side remind the commander of the opposing side? Su Qing had experienced countless wars, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He did not know how to respond. "Alliance Master Lu, what do you mean?" Su Qing asked in a low voice, as he truly did not know what Lu Yin meant. Lu Yin smiled. "I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. I don't know if you have the power to resist all of the Great Eastern Alliance's experts." Su Qing's tone was gloomy. "Are you threatening me?" "Of course not. I already said that I'm just giving you a friendly reminder." Su Qing could not understand what Lu Yin was trying to do. "Alliance Master Lu, just say what you want." Lu Yin sighed. "Sometimes, kindness can be misunderstood. Commander Su Qing, the Sword King is dead, and the Void Wanderer ancestor has left. Once the war starts, you definitely won't be able to stop the Great Eastern Alliance. Am I right?" "You can try," Su Qing said coldly. Lu Yin laughed. "Alright, then I'll try." He then hung up. Su Qing stared at his gadget in a daze. What did Lu Yin mean? Was he messing with him? A demonstration? A threat? What was Lu Yin's goal? He was truly at a loss, as he could not understand Lu Yin's intentions. However, he was certain that Lu Yin did not want to start a war. Otherwise, why would Lu Yin have specifically reminded him? When he thought of this, Su Qing activated his gadget and contacted Lu Yin. In a spacecraft to the south, Lu Yin smiled and accepted the call. "What's up, Commander Su Qing?" "Prepare for battle." "Alliance Master Lu, what exactly are you trying to do?" Su Qing asked. Lu Yin's tone was relaxed. I just wanted to see if you had the confidence to face my Great Eastern Alliance's fleet head-on. Now that I see it, you don't. Su Qing's eyes widened, and then he grew furious. He had indeed been tricked. The fact that he had contacted Lu Ying in such a hurry meant that he did not want to start a war. They were invaders, and the only reason why invaders did not want to start a war was because they were not confident. Alliance Master Lu is truly worthy of unifying the Innerverse and Outerverse. Lu Ying smiled. Don't be in such a hurry, Commander Su Qing. Have you forgotten our deal? Su Qing coldly replied, you're the one who started this war, not me. Actually, I don't want to start a war with you. You can tell that many of the experts on my side don't want to fight, or else we wouldn't have been pushed to the border between Northcastle Weave and Frostwave Weave. Thus, I plan to complete the handover with the 6th mainland and have them take over our defenses. During this time, you can also wait for the Celestial Beast Empire's reinforcements. The timing should be just right. What do you think? Su Qing's expression changed. You want to hand over the Eastern Weaves to the 6th mainland? Yes, the Outerverse belongs to the 6th mainland, so it's only right that we return it to them. Su Qing's expression turned ugly. Back then, you used progenitor Wushang's hide in exchange for 2 months of peace. Not only did you want to use the hide to lure me out so that I would be killed by Guru Qinghua, but you also want to smoothly complete the handover with the 6th mainland for these 2 months of peace? Lu Ying replied, Commander, don't accuse me wrongly. I didn't ask you to be killed by Guru Qinghua, and I don't know why he would appear. Only now did Su Qing understand the significance of progenitor Wushang's hide in this war. It had created one trap after another, and once the 6th mainland successfully took over this war, they would definitely not be able to continue their invasion. They had thought that they could invade because of the time difference. They wanted to take advantage of the time when the 6th mainland was purging the secret progenitor realm to attack as much of the Outerverse as possible. However, Lu Ying had messed up their plans. The 6th mainland was not the Great Eastern Alliance, and it had many experts. It looks like this is our last conversation. Commander Su Qing, you're about to face the 6th mainland. Who knows, it might be the 10th Elder or the 4 Sovereigns? Or perhaps a half-martial ancestor? Lu Ying teased. Su Qing said in a low voice, I didn't think that you would disrupt the invasion. Alliance leader Lu, you have left a mark in the history of the human race. From the moment you took over the war until the end of the Origin Tribulation, you have become the first person on the Celestial Beast Empire's Celestial Devourer list. Congratulations. The Celestial Vanquishers list was a must-kill list in the Astral Beast domain. In the past, he might have been apprehensive, but now, he no longer cared. Unless a half-ancestor was mobilized, no one would be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, your talent is too high, so high that the Astral Source universe isn't willing to accept it. Your future will end here. Alliance Master Lu, we will meet again. The war between the human domain and the Astral Beast domain won't end so easily, said Su Qing calmly. He had admitted defeat in this war. He could not break through the Great Eastern Alliance, and it was even more impossible for the 6th mainland to break through. The Great Eastern Alliance had successfully made up for the time difference that they had wanted. Once the 6th mainland took over, the war would become meaningless. President Su Qing. Lu Ying suddenly asked. Commander, after this war, do you think the 6th mainland will put up a full defense or launch a counterattack against the Astral Beast domain? Su Qing's eyes narrowed. If it were him, the 6th mainland would definitely launch a counterattack, as they had suffered too much damage from their battle with the Great Eastern Alliance. The 6th mainland had purged the secret progenitor realm, and they had received news that a large number of people from the secret progenitor realm had been incorporated into the army. These people were not trusted, and their only use was to die on the battlefield. They were about to face the 6th mainland's crazy counterattack. The 6th mainland's purge of the secret progenitor realm has caused everyone to panic, but once things settle down, those people will definitely step onto the battlefield in the primal zone. If I were you, President Su Qing, I definitely wouldn't give them that chance. We would take advantage of this opportunity to attack and at least stretch the battle line to the west of the Outerverse instead of waiting for the 6th mainland to launch a counterattack. What do you think, President? Su Qing's gaze turned cold. That's what you wanted to say. What exactly are you planning to do? Lu Ying seriously replied, let's make another deal. I won't hand over the Eastern Weave to the Sixth Mainland, and I'll also open up the route from North Castle Weave to Armament Weave. That way, you can attack the Central Weave without any misgivings and directly face the Sixth Mainland. How about that? Su Qing was shocked. This was too crazy. Lu Yin's actions were tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality with the Sixth Mainland. The Great Eastern Alliance had taken over the war against the Astral Beast domain, but the Sixth Mainland did not care. To their knowledge, the Eastern Weave could be taken back at any time. However, Lu Yin did not intend to hand it over to them. This was equivalent to becoming enemies with them and possibly even starting a war. This meant that he was facing both the Astral Beast domain and the Sixth Mainland at the same time. Aren't you afraid that we'll destroy your Great Eastern Alliance first? The Sixth Mainland has always been your enemy, Su Qing said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. If we're destroyed, the Sixth Mainland will occupy the Eastern Weave, and you'll have even less of a chance. We won't leave right now, and we also promise that we won't take the initiative to attack the Astral Beast domain. We won't start a war against you, so your only enemy is the Sixth Mainland. We'll also help you block the Eastern Weave. Otherwise, you'll face the counterattack of the entire Outerverse. But I'm helping you. Su Qing sneered. You're just using us to pin down the Sixth Mainland and achieve your goal of controlling the Eastern Weave. Your goal is too obvious, Lu Yin. So, do you accept or not? Lu Yin asked. Su Qing fell silent. Accept or not? He had no choice but to accept unless he could defeat the Great Eastern Alliance. However, he could not defeat the Great Eastern Alliance at this point. If he did not agree to this deal, the Great Eastern Alliance would smoothly take over the Sixth Mainland, and they would have even less of a chance. Not only that, they would also have to face the Sixth Mainland's counterattack, and they might not even be able to hold the Primal Zone. To Su Qing, this was unacceptable. Too many experts had died in this war, and the Empire's suspicions of him had already reached a peak. The Sword King's death had pushed the Empire's suspicions of him to new heights. If he lost the Primal Zone as well, then he would be finished. He would only be a hired thug for the rest of his life and would forever be a laughingstock. If he agreed to Lu Yin's deal, then he could lead countless astral beasts to attack the Sixth Mainland. He did not expect to take any weaves, as he was not stupid. He only hoped to attack one of the central weaves and become the first commander in the history of the Astral Beast domain to attack a weave in the Outerverse. That way, he would be able to offset the negative effects of the previous war, and the Yao Emperor would be able to legitimately protect him. This was also why Lu Yin was most confident when he proposed this deal. The Astral Beast domain understood the human domain, and they had been confident in using Spirit Taizu and the other emissaries to incite internal strife in the Innerverse. The human domain also understood the Astral Beast domain. Lu Yin knew Su Qing's current situation, which was why he was so confident in proposing this deal. Su Qing could not refuse unless he was confident in defeating the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet. Otherwise, he could only rely on a short period of time to make up for his losses. Although he was confident that Su Qing would agree, Lu Yin still wanted to add fuel to the fire if the Astral Beast domain and the Sixth Mainland fought to the death. Soon, the Sixth Mainland will fall into chaos, and that will be your chance. Perhaps you can not only attack one of the central weaves, but also the western weaves, Lu Yin tempted. Su Qing's gaze turned cold. Attack the western weaves? Alliance Master Lu, do you think I'm stupid? Lu Yin smiled. I can only tell you that the Sixth Mainland will definitely fall into chaos. When that time comes, exactly where you can attack will depend on you. However, regardless of whether or not you can attack the western weaves, you will become the commander of the Celestial Beast Empire's furthest expedition against the human domain's outerverse. Your name will go down in history. Regardless of whether it was a beast or a human, as long as they had intelligence, they would not be able to resist the temptation to go down in history. Su Qing was no exception, as he did not have a choice. However, he was not stupid and had his own misgivings. Alliance Master Lu, once we enter the central weaves, we will be pincered by you and the Sixth Mainland. That would not be expanding our territory, but rather stupidity. Lu Yin laughed. You said it yourself. We are also enemies with the Sixth Mainland. If the Sixth Mainland allows the Great Eastern Alliance to go to war with you and fight to the death, do you think that I will help them? I was the one who told you to hand over Ironblood Weave. Commander, have you forgotten? Su Qing's eyes flashed. In theory, it was impossible for the Sixth Mainland to cooperate with Luin, but he still had his misgivings. A single mistake could lead to a complete loss. This was war, not a game. If Commander Su Qing still has misgivings, I can swear that I will not attack the Celestial Beast Empire's astral beasts that invade the Outerverse. How about that? Luin asked. In the end, Su Qing accepted Lu Yin's conditions. Once a cultivator made an oath, especially someone like Luin, who was extremely talented and had the potential to become a progenitor, oaths were especially important. Su Qing also believed that Luin would not cooperate with the Sixth Mainland. There was no basis for cooperation at all. The Sixth Mainland had destroyed the Fifth Mainland's Daosor sect and was still occupying its ruins. They had also invaded the Fifth Mainland and caused countless blood debts. At least half of the Great Eastern Alliance's cultivators had enmity with the Sixth Mainland, so there was no reason for them to cooperate. Su Qing also believed that Luin wanted to occupy the Eastern Weaves. If that was the case, then using them to restrict the Sixth Mainland would be the most appropriate choice. He did not believe that the Sixth Mainland would be willing to hand over the Eastern Weaves to Luin as a means to deal with them. Not long after, Luin put down his gadget and let out a long breath. His strategy had been achieved. Ever since he had learned that the Astral Beast domain had invaded the Outerverse, his heart had been tense. On one hand, he had gathered the Great Eastern Alliance to take over the war, mobilized the experts, and coerced them. On the other hand, he had also discussed the general direction of the war with Shui Chuanxiao, Wei Rong, and the others. Now, the general direction was more than half complete. Wei Rong had been transferring people from Armament Weave and Flaxen Weave, so he had not appeared on the battlefield. The route that Luin had given Su Qing had been developed by Wei Rong, and it was a route that was specifically used for war. Luin had never been one to passively sacrifice himself. The Great Eastern Alliance had taken over the Sixth Mainland's role in waging war against the Astral Beast domain, and both sides had suffered losses. This was a fact that Luin was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the people of the Eastern Weaves. He did not flaunt himself as a saint, but rather because he was human and because those people had once worshipped him, praised him, and followed him. Taking over the war was one thing, but it did not mean that he had to suffer losses. No matter how difficult the situation was, there would always be a chance to turn things around. There was no such thing as a hopeless situation, and this was the moment to reverse the situation. The Sixth Mainland had thought that they had control over the Great Eastern Alliance and had been watching the show for months. Countless people from the Innerverse and Neoverse had mocked and cursed Luin, and the Celestial Beast Empire hated him to the core. The Great Eastern Alliance's losses in every war were astronomical, and Lu Yin's heart was bleeding. Now, the initiative was in his hands. When he thought about this, Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he laughed heartily. Elder Jioshan walked in, puzzled, and looked at Luin strangely. "Kid, are you crazy?" Luin faced the elder and smiled. "Senior, I still don't understand the serious technique. Why don't you stay here and teach me?" Elder Jioshan was furious. "You want to keep me here? Kid, don't go too far." Luin hurriedly replied, "Senior, you misunderstand. There's no more war. I just reached an agreement with Su Qing, and the war between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast domain has stopped." Elder Jioshan was shocked. "Stopped? Are you sure?" Luin nodded. "The war has stopped. Whether you stay here or return to the Sirius sect, it's the same. Why don't you stay here and guide me in my cultivation of the Sirius technique? I guarantee that my progress will be very fast, which is what you want as well. When the time comes, we can." He then moved his feet. Elder Jioshan's face twitched, and he wanted to vent his anger, but there was nowhere for him to vent. In the end, he sighed. "If there's anything you don't understand, just ask." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "What is the Freedom Realm?" Over the next few days, Luin consulted Elder Jioshan. Besides the Sirius technique, he also asked the elder to help him deduce the overlaying stacking technique. Although Elder Jioshan was not proficient in the overlaying stacks path, it was not too difficult for a super powerhouse who was second only to a half-martial ancestor. Elder Jioshan wasn't willing to help Luin with the derivation, only hoping that Luin would be able to master the serious arts as soon as possible. But under Lu Yin's request, he eventually helped him derive the overlaying stacks path to the 1,000 stacks path. 1,000 stacks was the limit of what Elder Jioshan could deduce. Any further would require an expert with a battle prowess in the millions. This was because even a 4th or 5th origin tribulation expert might not be able to reach the level of 1,000 stacks, let alone someone who had just become an emissary. This was a terrifying transformation. Elder Jioshan had originally thought that Lu Yin's overlaying stacks would be able to reach 500 or 600 stacks at most, which was already an overestimation. After all, Luin had only been able to reach 300 stacks before, and even if he improved, he would only be able to reach around 400 stacks. Gaining 100 stacks after stepping into the emissary realm was already an exaggeration, and the overlaying stacks would only become more and more difficult to cultivate. But who would have thought that Luin would actually be able to endure the 1,000 stacks Elder Jioshan had deduced? This made Elder Jioshan look at Luin as if he were looking at a monster. If Luin had just broken through to become an emissary normally, then he would not have been able to endure such an exaggerated 1,000 stacks path. However, he had absorbed 4 astral cyclones during his origin tribulation and had just survived it. Absorbing astral cyclones could improve one's physique and transform one's body. This was a process that enlighters would definitely go through when they became emissaries, and this was the fundamental reason why they were able to step into the astral source universe. This was because, after each origin tribulation, one's body would undergo a small transformation. This was the rule of the universe, and there were punishments and rewards. However, Luin had absorbed 4 astral cyclones during his origin tribulation, which had continuously improved his physique. It was equivalent to someone who had undergone 4 origin tribulations and transformed their body. This was the reason why he had been able to forcefully absorb 1 origin tribulation's destructive power. That power was not something that Luin could contend against, as he had broken the rules of the universe, which meant that the astral source universe would be destroyed. Even so, there was still a sliver of hope that he could rely on external objects or even someone else to resist the origin tribulation. Luin did not have anyone by his side to help him resist the origin tribulation. This was because, according to other people's worldviews, the origin tribulation did not allow external forces to interfere, or else it would be even more terrifying. Thus, even half-ancestors and progenitors would not help Luin. Fortunately, Luin had a corpse that could withstand the origin tribulation, which allowed him to successfully survive. This was the reason why he had undergone such an unimaginable transformation. Even Elder Jioshan was amazed by the 1,000 stacks path. A single palm strike could cripple a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000, and even a powerhouse with a power level of 800,000 would not dare to take it head-on. Luin had already surpassed the common understanding of ordinary people, and now, he had become even more unfathomable. Even Elder Jioshan looked at him as if he were a monster. Aside from the massive increase in overlaying stacks due to his physical body's transformation, Luin believed that the amount of death energy in his body that he could absorb would also transform. He did not know what the death transformation's transformation would be like, but he had to find some time to absorb the death energy. There was no more death energy in his body. Suddenly, he thought of something very unfortunate: he did not have the enlightened Sword King. What a pity, what a pity. However, the war would still continue. Luin looked towards the west. The 6th mainland was at war with the Astral Beast domain, and many experts would die. Perhaps he could sneak into the battlefield and summon those who had died to replenish the enlightened general stage. He would let the 5th mainland know what it meant to have a single person for a country. No one was surprised that Luin had gone into seclusion. After breaking through to become an emissary, one would definitely go into seclusion to consolidate their current strength. Astral energy cyclones and star energy revolutions were completely different, and their battle methods had to change as well. The most obvious change was that the astral source universe could not detect the presence of astral sources, or else they could be forcefully sucked away. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. There was no better way to go into seclusion than to enter the time-stop space. As he thought about it, he tapped out 3 pips. Luin looked at the 2 layers of screens and rubbed his cosmic ring. He had a root of wisdom inside, but he did not know what would happen after it was upgraded. It probably would not reach the level of wisdom that ancestor Huizu had left behind. They were different species, but it was not impossible to give it a try. After all, he had 5 roots, and Hui Kong had asked Hui Santong to give him 5 roots of wisdom. Luin thought about it and tossed the root of wisdom into the upper screen. He then threw down 1,000,000 star essence, as this amount of money was nothing to him. The root of wisdom immediately dropped, and Lu Yin's heart sank. Sure enough, it was a fake. Back then, the withered root of wisdom had cost him 10,000,000 star essence to upgrade. The less this root of wisdom was consumed, the lower its value. He looked at the star essence on the screen and saw that it had not even been fully consumed. It did not even cost 1,000,000, which left him speechless. Lu Yin sighed, picked up the root of wisdom, and tried again. It dropped the 2nd time, but it did not drop the 3rd time. He had upgraded it to its peak. The 3rd upgrade had cost him exactly 1,000,000 star essence, which was about the same as Death 91's poison of life. However, it had been upgraded 1 more time. 5 roots of wisdom had cost him a total of 5,000,000 star essence. He looked at the 5 roots of wisdom that were flowing with brilliant colors. They looked good, but they were still far from being a true root of wisdom. Still, they were definitely much more effective than the Hui family's roots of wisdom. It was said that the Hui family's root of wisdom could only calm one's heart, and Luin hoped that this would be even more effective. Luin raised his hand, and strands of astral source converged. He placed the root of wisdom on it and brewed some tea. He took a sip, and his mind cleared up. His emotions were much calmer, and he felt a sense of clarity. Sure enough, it could not compare to a true root of wisdom that allowed one to see through everything, but it still felt pretty good. This root of wisdom had already been upgraded, and its effects were barely acceptable to Luin. He could imagine that the Hui family's roots of wisdom would not have any effect on him, as Hui Kong had said the same thing back then. He continued to roll his die. He tapped it, and a simple box fell out. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he opened it. There was a piece of metal inside, and he crushed it with just a bit of force. The fact that he could crush it with just a bit of force meant that this piece of metal was as hard as an enlightened. It was very precious to most cultivators, but unfortunately, it was useless to Luin. He rolled his die again, and the scene before him changed in the time-stop space. When he arrived at the time-stop space, Luin immediately extended the time for almost a year. Stars revolved around his body as he recited the primogenitor scripture and began to cultivate the serious art. After breaking through to the star emissary level, his cultivation of the serious art would take another step forward. Elder Jioshan had been explaining it to him in great detail over the past few days, and he was eager for Luin to cultivate the serious art to its peak. This was a treatment that all of the serious sect's disciples were envious of, and only Luin was able to enjoy it. There was no other way around it, as the soles of his feet were too hard. During his battle with Progenitor Chen's clone, even though Progenitor Chen had been an enlighter and could not control as many stars as Luin could, that was because Progenitor Chen had created the serious art himself. His understanding of the serious art far surpassed Lu Yin's, and he had reached the realm that Elder Jioshan had called the unrestrained astral body realm. That battle had given Luin a new understanding of how to control the stars, and with Elder Jioshan's explanation, Luin was certain that he would be able to cultivate the serious art to a higher realm. A year passed, and Luin left the time-stop space. He rested for 10 days before continuing to roll his die. Not long after, Luin entered the time-stop space once more, then exited, and repeated the process over and over again. A month had passed, and he had entered the time-stop space 5 times. In total, he had cultivated the serious art for 5 years, which had increased the number of stars he could control to a terrifying 90,000. In the past, even with the support of the primogenitor scripture, a year of cultivating the serious art would only increase the number of stars he could control by 4,000. Now, however, he had gained 80,000 stars in 5 years, which meant that he had gained more than 10,000 stars in a single year. Aside from the fact that he had broken through to become an astral envoy, the comprehension he had gained from the battle with progenitor Chen's clone, and Elder Jioshan's explanation, he had also gained the support of the primogenitor's scripture. After breaking through to become an astral envoy, the number of words he had to recite from the primogenitor's scripture had increased, and the effects of the scripture had increased as well. 90,000 stars was not far from the limit of the 5th level of the serious art, which was 99,000 stars. As long as he entered the time-stop space to cultivate again, he would be able to break through the 5th level of the art of Sirius and reach the 6th level. He wondered if he would be able to benefit from the diagram on the soles of his feet. He would never forget how Elder Gong had piously asked him, "How can you be sure that the planet you are on does not originate from the Sirius art?" That one sentence had changed Lu Yin's understanding of the universe. When a technique was cultivated to its peak, when the cultivator reached the pinnacle of strength, they could change the heavens and the earth. They could even turn the stars in their orbit into reality. This was the greatest treasure that progenitor Chen had left behind for the Sirius sect. It was the pinnacle of the Sirius art. Thank you, brothers, for your support. The universe was so vast, so how many stars had been created by the Sirius art? Maybe 1, maybe 10,000, or maybe even 1,000,000,000. Who knew? The rune progenitor had changed the universe, creating rune lines and giving birth to civilizations. He had also left behind the home of the gods and other behemoths that cultivated the Aeon evolution true scripture. Progenitor Chen had also changed the universe and left behind real stars in the universe. Only by cultivating the Sirius art to its peak would one be able to control the stars that progenitor Chen had left behind. That was the power to change the universe. Xiaji definitely knew this secret, which was why he had schemed for decades as a half-progenitor. He had not hesitated to go to war with both the Sirius sect and Everlasting Sky Island in order to obtain the Sirius Jade Annulus and progenitor Chen's inheritance. If possible, Lu Yin would have loved nothing more than to train his cosmic art to perfection in the time-stop space, but that was impossible as it was far too difficult. Cultivating the cosmic art required more than just simulating the movement of the stars, it also required one's own strength. Breaking through to the star emissary level had allowed his cultivation of the Sirius art to progress by leaps and bounds. What if he broke through to a power level of 1,000,000? With his current progress, he might be able to reach perfection right away. However, that was still a long way off. The 5th level of the Sirius art only required 99,000 stars to reach perfection, and the 6th level required 380,000 stars. That was an enormous number. Once he could control 380,000 stars, he would be the equivalent of a universe to many people. As for the 7th level, that was unimaginable. Progenitor Chen's realm was even more unimaginable. Lu Yin had originally wanted to continue his seclusion to break through to the 5th level of the Sirius art and cultivate the overlaying stacks path, but the 6th mainland had sent people with ill intentions. For experts from the 6th mainland had arrived, the Sword Valley Master, Ancestor Eyeless, Old Man Gnome, and the 3-inch Master. 3 cosmic imprinters and 1 heavenly imprinter. They were all top experts in the 6th mainland, second only to a half-progenitor. Lu Yin had sent many people to welcome them, including himself, the 2nd Night King, Elder Jioshan, Emperor Lu, Master Yuan, and Yumavis. Whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, they were all superior. The two sides faced each other in the heavens. Lu Yin's expression was calm, and he smiled as he sized up the 3-inch Master in surprise. On the other side, the 3-inch Master also had a calm expression. He was only 3 inches tall, so he was called the 3-inch Master. His appearance surprised Lu Yin. 3 inches? How could he be so small? There were giants and dwarves among humans. The 3-inch Grandmaster was a typical dwarf, but he was different from the dwarves in the big forest. He had a sage-like temperament. Sword Valley Master's eyes were sharp and filled with a sharp aura. Forefather Eyeless had a solemn expression as he stared at Lu Yin. Old Man Gnome was just as calm as the 3-inch Grandmaster. When he saw Lu Yin look over, he even smiled in a simple and honest manner. However, Lu Yin would not underestimate him. "You've all come from afar, but I was in seclusion." "I apologize for making you wait," Lu Yin casually said. He no longer considered himself to be a junior, and since they had come with ill intentions, it was destined that nothing good would come out of this discussion. The 3-inch Master was a celestial imprinter, so he should have been the leader, but he did not speak. Instead, it was Sword Valley Master who stepped forward and faced Luin. The Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain have been fighting for quite some time now, so leave the rest to my sixth mainland. We've already made preparations, and we'll hand over everything as soon as possible. Alliance Master Lu, rest assured that the Astral Beast Domain will definitely lose, and they will not be able to break into the Outerverse. Luin beamed at him. But they've already broken in. Sword Valley Master replied, we'll beat them back, not just to the Primal Zone, but also to the Astral Beast Domain. My sixth mainland will let them know what the price is. Luin nodded. Then I'm relieved. Actually, when I met with Senior Blood Ancestor, I wanted to ask him to exterminate those beasts, but he's still a progenitor, and that's too much of a bully. Since Sword Valley Master and your group are so confident, I'll leave it to you. The next time I see Senior Blood Ancestor, I'll put in a few good words for you. Luin kept referring to Senior Blood Ancestor, which caused Sword Valley Master and the others' expressions to change. They knew that the Blood Ancestor had descended, and they had also heard that the Blood Ancestor wanted to take Luin as his disciple. Thus, their feelings towards Luin were rather complicated. They felt both enmity and fear, just like Su Qing. The 3-inch master still acted as if this matter did not concern him. Old Farmer pursed his lips, but his expression remained calm. Sword Valley Master said, Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. We'll definitely make the Celestial Beast Empire pay the price. Let's begin the handover as soon as possible. The Celestial Beast Empire's reinforcements are on the way, and it won't be long before the war resumes. At that time, the handover won't be as quick. Handover? What handover? Luin was astonished. Sword Valley Master's expression changed, as he had a bad premonition. Of course, we'll take over this war in your Great Eastern Alliance's place. What? Is Alliance Master Lu still willing to continue the war with the Astral Beast Domain? Luin seriously replied, of course. It's my duty to deal with those beasts. They've caused too much blood in North Castle Weave, Eastleigh Weave, Grand Forest Weave, and even Frostwave Weave. I'll personally settle this debt. Sword Valley Master stared at Luin. So the Great Eastern Alliance plans to occupy the Eastern Weaves and start a war with the Astral Beast Domain? Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Not occupy, but borrow. There's no need for that. My sixth mainland will take over this war, Ancestor Eyeless said without any trace of politeness. He had never had a good impression of Luin. Back when the sixth mainland had invaded the Outerverse through the isolated Astral River, the Eyeless clan had been the main fighting force, but they had been defeated because of Luin. Sword Valley Master looked at Luin. Alliance Master Lu, the Outerverse belongs to my sixth mainland, so this war should be taken over by us. It has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. Don't worry, we'll protect Frostwave Weave well. Of course, you can also retreat to Frostwave Weave without having to fight. Just watch. Luin smiled. Most of the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet is stationed at the border between Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave, so it won't affect the sixth mainland's attack on the Astral Beast Domain. From Armament Weave to Flaxen Weave, and then to North Castle Weave, the path is smooth. We won't be affected. Ancestor Eyeless frowned, and his tone was stern. The Great Eastern Alliance doesn't plan to retreat? Are you trying to break the agreement between the sixth mainland and the Hall of Honor? Luin looked at Ancestor Eyeless, and his expression darkened. Are you the one making the decision, or is Sword Valley Master the one making the decision? How rude of you to butt in. Ancestor Eyeless was furious. What did you say? He took a step forward, but Master Yuan and Yameba stepped forward at the same time. The 3-inch Master, Elder Jioshin, and the second Night King all looked over at the same time. Old Farmer was speechless. They had sent out one person, but the other side had sent out two. Ancestor Eyeless was enraged, and he imprinted an imprint onto the blood. Ancestor, causing his enormous might to sweep out. Luin glanced at Emperor Lu. Emperor Lu immediately drew his sword and slashed out. Ancestor Eyeless. No one had expected Emperor Lu to directly attack. Even Elder Jioshin and the others had not expected this, as this attack had been too unexpected. Ancestor Ilus had also not expected his opponent to attack him directly, and he raised a hand to shatter the sword chi. Emperor Lu slashed out with his sword, but Sword Valley Master barked, "Stop." He then slashed out with his own sword. The two swords clashed, and there was a loud bang as the void rippled. A formless sharpness spread out and shattered the heavens. The 3-inch master stood in front of Sword Valley Master while the second Night King appeared in front of Emperor Lu. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Sword Valley Master looked at Luin. "Alliance Master Lu, what is the meaning of this? Your Great Eastern Alliance wants to start a war with my 6th mainland?" The first time he had met Luin was at the border of the Great Eastern Alliance. At that time, the 6th mainland had held the absolute initiative, and Sword Valley Master had threatened Luin. He had not even taken a junior like Luin seriously. However, Luin had schemed against him, and he had opened up Ironblood Weave's battlefield for the 6th mainland. He had even almost opened up the second battlefield in the technocracy. Now, when he met Luin again, the situation had completely changed, and Sword Valley Master had been forced into a passive position. The 6th mainland's overall strength surpassed the 5th mainland's, but as time passed, the conflict with the Neo-Human Alliance, the purge of the secret progenitor territory, and secret progenitor's betrayal had greatly damaged the 6th mainland's strength. The only ones who could suppress the 5th mainland were progenitors. As for half-ancestors, the 5th mainland far surpassed the 6th mainland. Now, the 6th mainland no longer had such a great advantage against the Hall of Honor, and they had even become more passive. They had long since given up on declaring war. If progenitors did not participate, then they would definitely lose. The 5th mainland had too many half-ancestors. In the past, Sword Valley Master would have been able to wantonly declare war, but now, he did not have the confidence to say such words. Another point was that the Astral Beast domain had invaded, and the Celestial Beast Empire was not easy to deal with. They wanted to take over the war with the Astral Beast domain for 2 reasons. First, they wanted to use this war to resolve their internal conflict with the secret progenitor territory. Second, they had received news that the Celestial Beast Empire had sent reinforcements, causing the Great Eastern Alliance's morale to waver. They were afraid that the Great Eastern Alliance would immediately retreat, and if the Astral Beast domain invaded the Eastern Weaves, it would be difficult for them to deal with them. They did not care about the people of the Eastern Weaves, and they had also underestimated how much Luin valued the commoners. They did not dare to gamble. In a person's life, there were many times when they had to gamble, and it all depended on whether or not they could bear the losses. The 6th mainland could not bear the loss of the Eastern Weaves to the Astral Beast domain. They needed to negotiate with the Great Eastern Alliance and use the complete Outerverse to deal with the Astral Beast domain. They had to turn their internal conflicts into external ones, or else they would start fighting amongst themselves. They had thought that this would be an easy task, but it had now developed to such an extent. Luin waved a hand, and the second Night King and the others stepped back. "Sword Valley Master, my Great Eastern Alliance has no intention of starting a war. It's just that your people are being too impudent, and you need to teach them how to speak to me." Luin then looked at Patriarch Ilus. "Know your place, or you won't be so lucky the next time you see me." Patriarch Ilus' face twitched. He was a cosmic imprinter, but he was being threatened by a junior who he believed that he could easily squash to death. This caused the fury in his heart to surge. Old Farmer chuckled and stood in front of Patriarch Ilus. He looked at Luin. "Alliance Master Lu, it's understandable that the young are hot-tempered, but business is more important." Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he looked at Sword Valley Master. "I'm not in a good mood. You guys can go back. We'll talk next time." When he heard Lu Yin's words, the Sword Valley Master anxiously replied, "Alliance Master Lu, the entire Outerverse belongs to the 6th mainland. What you're doing right now isn't appropriate." Luin left without looking back, as he did not care about Sword Valley Master at all. Not to mention one Sword Valley Master, even if 4 venerables gathered together, he wouldn't care. The 6th mainland had been invaded by the Eternals, and after arriving in the Outerverse, it had been attacked by the Neo-Human Alliance. It had also been betrayed by the secret progenitor, who had purged the secret progenitor realm. The 6th mainland was currently very weak, and Luin wanted to take the initiative. From the moment that Luin had turned around, it meant that unless a progenitor from the Sixth Mainland descended, no one would be able to influence his decisions. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet currently possessed the power to directly face off against the Astral Beast domain. Even though they had been at a disadvantage during the past few months of war, with the deaths of the Sword King and the other top-tier experts, it was no longer possible for the Astral Beast domain to break through the Great Eastern Alliance's defenses. A tripartite balance of power had already been formed, but the Sword Valley Master and the others still had not seen this clearly and naively wanted to take over the Eastern Weaves. They didn't understand Luin, but now, they understood him better than anyone else. The Sword Valley Master was sullen. As a cosmic imprinter, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? As he looked at the numerous experts of the Great Eastern Alliance blocking his path, he was actually helpless. The 3-inch master watched helplessly as Luin left. So what if he had the celestial imprint? He still had no right to speak on this battlefield. The Sword Valley Master could only contact the Hall of Honor. Even though he could not directly contact Elder Chan, he could still contact the Board of Governors. Luin naturally received the news that Sword Valley Master had contacted the Board of Governors, but he didn't mind. Those who were familiar with the Hall of Honor knew that the Board of Directors had a lot of power and could even influence the Great Eastern Alliance's battles. However, the Sword Valley Master had never thought that the Board of Directors would be able to influence the Great Eastern Alliance. Luin himself was a member of the Board of Directors, and through Qin Tan, the Sword Valley Master had a deep understanding of the extent of Lu Yin's control over the Board of Directors. The Great Eastern Alliance had accepted this war, and the Board of Governors had been against it from the very beginning. However, it had been useless. He had only wanted to contact Elder Chan through the Board of Governors. In the end, although he managed to get Elder Chan's contact information, he could not get through no matter how hard he tried. The only news he got was that Elder Chan was in seclusion. Sword Valley Master was furious. Seclusion? At this time? How could it be? It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to him. Helpless, he could only contact one of the 4 Supremes, the Medicine Immortal, and ask him to contact Elder Chan. The 6th Mainland's Dowsource Sect's 4 sovereigns were practically all celestial imprints, but there was one person whose strength was unfathomable, and that person was the Medicine Immortal. Logically speaking, the Medicine Immortal should also be a heavenly imprint. However, based on what he knew, Half-Martial Ancestor 9-3 could order Mr. Guanqing, Old Man Songqiong, and the others around, but he didn't show the slightest disrespect to the Medicine Immortal. The Medicine Immortal was very likely to be a Half-Martial Ancestor. Although his strength was unknown, in terms of seniority, the Medicine Immortal was the leader of the 4 Venerables. Most of the time, the Medicine Immortal didn't participate in the decision-making process, but things were different now. The Secret Ancestor had betrayed the human race, and the Medicine Immortal belonged to the Stone Realm. He was also a member of the Secret Ancestor region. Just like the 3-inch Grandmaster and the Sword Valley Master, the Medicine Immortal also had to do something for the 6th Mainland. However, the Medicine Immortal shouldn't be considered one of the 4 Venerables anymore. Half a day later, Medicine Immortal contacted Sword Valley Master and gave him a one-word reply: wait. Wait. Valley Master Sword was puzzled. Elder Chan said that he will contact Luin and have the Great Eastern Alliance withdraw from the Outerverse. He asked you to wait. Sword Valley Master raised his brows. Did this Medicine Immortal really not know? Waiting meant that there would be no results. When the Hall of Honor had contacted them and asked them to immediately send people to North Castle Weave to fight against the Astral Beast domain, their response had been to wait. Now, it was their turn to wait. Sword Valley Master wanted to say something to the Medicine Immortal, but at that moment, his gadget rang. He glanced at it and was shocked. It was actually half-progenitor Lan Xian. Sword Valley Master hurriedly answered the call and respectfully said, "Half-progenitor Lan Xian, what are your orders?" "Don't take part in the war against the Astral Beast domain," Lan Xian said. Her voice was much colder, and it didn't have the same numbness that Luin and the others had felt when she had first appeared on the battlefield. Sword Valley Master was astonished. Even Lan Xian was helping Luin? Could it be that this kid was telling the truth? Was the Blood Ancestor intending to take him in as a disciple? Right, Lan Xian was also present when this kid was undergoing his tribulation. She should have seen the blood ancestor and even had a conversation with him, so she should know how important Luin was to the blood ancestor. Otherwise, why would a half-progenitor speak up for Luin? Since a half-progenitor had spoken up, Sword Valley Master had no choice but to give up. Although the Eastern weaves were important, it wasn't worth offending half-progenitor Lan Xian over. Although Lan Xian wasn't the strongest half-progenitor, she was the most gifted. Sword Valley Master would never have guessed that Lan Xian had asked him not to take part in the war against the Astral Beast domain because she wanted to suppress Luin and cause the Great Eastern Alliance to suffer losses, not because she wanted to help him. In Lan Xian's mind, Luin had used the information about progenitor Wushang's hide in exchange for the Sixth Mainland taking over the war against the Astral Beast domain. The Great Eastern Alliance's threat to Lu Yin's survival was the most effective, but Luin had reversed the situation. Furthermore, when he had used the information about progenitor Wushang's hide to lure the Sixth Mainland out, he hadn't actually wanted them to take over the war. Rather, it had just been a rationalization. Within the Great Eastern Alliance's spacecraft, Luin was astonished. The Sixth Mainland has completely retreated? Shui Chuanxiao nodded and cautiously replied, "That's strange." They retreated very decisively. Luin pondered this, as something was wrong. This involved the ownership of the Eastern Weaves, so how could the Sixth Mainland retreat so easily? If it was that easy, then why would Sword Valley Master contact the board of directors? Wasn't this an unnecessary move? Was there some sort of conspiracy? Luin felt uneasy, so he contacted Su Qing. "When are you guys attacking the Central Weaves?" Su Qing was stunned, as this was extremely strange. It was normal for wars to be urged, but this was the first time he had been urged by an enemy. "We're currently waiting for reinforcements. It'll be too late if you don't attack now. Let me tell you, the Sixth Mainland has already gathered several cosmic imprinters and even some celestial imprinters. They wanted to threaten me, but I blocked them. Their next opponent will be you, so be careful." Luin ended the call. On the other end, Shui Chuanxiao was speechless. The human domain and the astral beast domain had been at war for countless years, but this was the first time such a situation had occurred. From Lu Yin's expression, it seemed as if he wanted the astral beast domain to attack the Central Weaves right now. Back when the Sixth Mainland had threatened the Great Eastern Alliance to withdraw from the Outerverse, Lu Yin had used Iron Blood Weave to open up a battlefield for the Sixth Mainland. Now, he was personally guarding the Eastern Weaves and opening up a path to Armament Weave. At the same time, he was also luring the Astral Beast domain to the Sixth Mainland. To the Astral Beast domain, the Sixth Mainland was an enemy that they would definitely go to war with. As for the Great Eastern Alliance, if they could win, they would definitely go to war. If they couldn't win, then there was no need to go to war, as they could still use the Great Eastern Alliance to contain the Sixth Mainland. The Sixth Mainland's control over the Eastern Weaves was also in play. This was a three-way check and balance. In the end, Lu Yin had specifically opened up a battlefield for the Sixth Mainland, and the result was the same as before. The situation was moving in Lu Yin's favor, and the result was exactly what he wanted. However, he had not expected the process to go so smoothly, to the point that it made him panic. This was why he had continuously urged the Astral Beast domain. Finally, after 10 days, the Astral Beast domain finished gathering and headed towards Flaxen Weave. They were going to attack a weave in the Outerverse. Su Qing's reputation in the Celestial Beast Empire was getting worse and worse. He had not hesitated to conceal his deal with Lu Yin and request reinforcements from the Empire, all for the sake of entering the Central Weaves. As long as they could attack the Central Weaves, regardless of whether they could occupy it or not, they would be able to leave their name in history. Every step they took was another step forward in history. Following the Astral Beast domain's attack, the Great Eastern Alliance watched from the sidelines, and the Sixth Mainland was forced to passively participate in this war. Dali Master Sword faced Su Qing with an extremely ugly expression. He had originally thought that the Astral Beast domain would attack the Eastern Weaves and start a war with the Great Eastern Alliance, but he had not expected that they would follow Flaxen Weave and attack Armament Weave. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleets that had been stationed in Flaxen Weave and Armament Weave had retreated without warning, and the astral beast domain had not made things difficult for them. Even an idiot would know that something was amiss. Valley Master Sword was furious, and he slashed at Su Qing. Did the astral beast domain and the Great Eastern Alliance reach an agreement? Su Qing was not stupid, and there was no way he would admit to it. The moment he did, the Empire would know, and he would not be able to achieve his goal. What qualifications do you humans have to make an agreement with us? He then raised a claw and pressed down on Valley Master Sword. Bang! A giant crack spread through space. Ancestor Eyeless and Old Gnome both had their own opponents. The astral beast domain had sent many experts as reinforcements, and they had reached the pinnacle of their battle against the Great Eastern Alliance. Su Qing was not confident that he could defeat the Great Eastern Alliance in a short period of time, but the Sixth Mainland was different. Although the Sixth Mainland's experts definitely far surpassed the Great Eastern Alliances, the Sixth Mainland was not a unified power. Instead, they were scattered. When the Corpse Keeper had fled Iron Bloodweave without caring about the situation, it had led to the collapse of Iron Bloodweave and the deaths of all of the Sixth Mainland's experts. From this incident, one could see just how ruthless the Sixth Mainland was. The Great Eastern Alliance was under Lu Yin's control, and even if Lu Qianjue and the others were not willing to fight to the death, the Great Eastern Alliance would still be able to hold on. However, the Sixth Mainland was different. Once they encountered any adversity, there would be many people like the Corpse Keeper. Unless the Sixth Mainland could completely crush the Astral Beast domain, the situation would only become more favorable for the Astral Beast domain. Furthermore, Su Qing no longer had any plans to invade the Outerverse. All he wanted was to make a name for himself in the annals of history. Even if he lost the territory that he had obtained in the end, it would not be able to conceal his glory. Su Qing had gone berserk this time, and he had thrown caution to the wind for the sake of his achievements. The war had not stopped even after half a month had passed, and many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had begun to doubt their lives. Within the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, Elder Lohar was reading through the battle reports from the Astral Beast domain and the Sixth Mainland. He sighed. This is how Iron Bloodweave should fight. When did Iron Bloodweave ever stop for even a moment? The war never stops. This is what a battlefield should be like. Passive warfare is never the way to victory, Lu Yin's voice rang out. When Elder Lohar saw Lu Yin appear, he hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Lu Yin helped Elder Lohar up and smiled. Senior took care of me back in Iron Bloodweave, so there's no need to be so courteous. Elder Lohar had a complicated expression. Back then? No, in his cultivation years, that was just yesterday. A mere dozen years had passed in the blink of an eye, and that youth who could only rely on repairing sourcebox arrays to protect his stronghold had already become a peak figure who could ignore powerhouses with power levels in the millions. A single word from him could decide the fate of Iron Bloodweave, and a single word from him could decide the fate of an entire war. Who could have imagined that back then? Alliance Leader, this war should be over for us, right? Elder Lohar asked. Lu Yin thought about it. You can say that. Elder Lohar nodded, but he did not say anything. Not long after, Lu Yin received a call from Wang Wen. I thought you were dead, Lu Yin joked. He was in a good mood. Wang Wen replied bitterly, half dead. What happened? Lu Yin was curious. Wang Wen was helpless. I wanted to kidnap an expert for you to take over the Lu Xianjun army, but I almost made a fool of myself. I was ridiculed by that girl, and I was almost skinned by the Sea King. Do you really like Chi-Chi? Lu Yin was curious. Wang Wen sighed. A little, but that girl doesn't like me. He then changed the topic and became much more serious. I've seen the battle report. Your Highness chess piece, you're playing with fire. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I can roughly guess your goal, and I have to say that there's a chance of success. However, it's very dangerous, very dangerous. If you go overboard, the Great Eastern Alliance will be gone, Wang Wen said solemnly. Lu Yin grunted. I know. Then, I want to know your true goal in taking over this war. Was it for this plan, or was it really for the sake of those ordinary people's lives? Wang Wen asked seriously. Lu Yin was silent for a moment. Both. I can't give up on those people, But I also can't fight to the death with the astral beast domain in order to help the sixth mainland succeed. Is that why you came up with this plan? If we don't handle this properly, we'll be eaten by both sides. Even if we succeed, we'll be stuck in the outerverse. What about the cosmic sea? What about the neoverse? Most importantly, what about that region of space? Wang Wen asked 3 questions in a row. Lu Ying asked, answer me. What's the difference between the current Great Eastern Alliance and the one before the war? Wang Wen was silent for a moment. So you can see clearly. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This war was a baptism of sorts. The Great Eastern Alliance has always been a pile of loose sand. Without this war, my position as alliance leader would have been nothing more than a rallying cry. I can't even fight against an old enemy like the Astral Beast domain, and I can't even command Lu Qianjue and the other emissaries. How will I fight against stronger enemies in the future? Now, I can say that the Great Eastern Alliance is a fist, a sharp blade. I can pick it up, and I can also let it go. I can even kill my enemies. Wang Wen smiled. Many people say that me, Wei Rong, and Xianxia are the 3 smartest people in the outerverse, but they're wrong. Your Highness Chesspiece, you're even smarter, and you're able to see further into the future. You've reaped more benefits from this war than anyone could have imagined. Congratulations, you now have the ability to protect yourself. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Yes, we have the capital to counterattack. The war had caused great losses to the Great Eastern Alliance. However, at the same time, the war had also allowed the Great Eastern Alliance to reap many benefits. An army that had never experienced war and an army that had experienced war were 2 completely different things. Humans were a very mysterious kind of animal. As long as they could command once, they could command a second time. This was especially true for the envoys. However, if Lu Ying could not command them in the face of the Astral Beast domain's invasion, then how would he be able to use their strength to strengthen the Great Eastern Alliance in the future? Lu Ying had said that he wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance, but that was just a perfunctory response. Lu Ying did not want a perfunctory response. He wanted a truly powerful Great Eastern Alliance that could make everyone tremble, fear, and submit to them. He believed that at this moment, the entire universe recognized the Great Eastern Alliance for what it was. Lu Yin's guess was correct. The Great Eastern Alliance had directly faced off against the Astral Beast domain. They had more than a dozen envoys, and there were even a few powerhouses with power levels of over 1 million. This strength shocked even the behemoths in the Neoverse. This was a strength that only the Hall of Honor possessed. At this moment, the Great Eastern Alliance truly struck fear into everyone's hearts. Intelligent people like Wang Wen and Wei Rong still could not clearly see the benefits that this war had brought to Lu Ying. The medicine immortal had contacted Elder Chan, but the old man had not contacted Lu Ying. Lu Ying did not care about the pressure that the Sixth Mainland had exerted on him, as the Hall of Honor had accepted it. This was a subtle change that Lu Ying was not aware of. This change in attitude meant that Lu Xiaoshuan's identity was no longer an obstacle. Not to mention the fact that he had broken through to the envoys that had experienced this war. And now, Lu Ying wanted to reap even greater rewards. Under the Second Night King's protection, he secretly went to the battlefield between the Astral Beast domain and the Sixth Mainland. Lu Ying watched the battle in the distant heavens. Corpses littered the ground, and the darkness of space was dyed a dark red. Lu Ying sighed. Su Qing really has gone crazy. This war has lasted for nearly 20 days, and it still hasn't ended. Both sides have suffered far more losses than we did during the war. If Su Qing had fought against the Great Eastern Alliance in the past like this, then we might not have been able to hold on. The Second Night King asked, "What do we do now? Who do we attack?" Lu Ying glanced at him. "Nobody. Keep an eye on them and see who dies. I'll go select the generals." The Second Night King's brows rose. "You won't attack anyone?" Lu Ying replied, "Nonsense. Even if the Sixth Mainland is an enemy, they're still humans. How can we attack the humans when they're fighting those beasts? I've already sworn that I won't attack the Astral Beast domain, so neither side will attack. I'll just select the generals." The Second Night King understood, and his heart grew even more fearful. The term general selection was unfamiliar in this era, but back when the Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect was still around, it was synonymous with a nightmare. The Liu family's direct descendants' general selection platform was a nightmare of life and death. It described how one would die if they were selected, but they would also be selected by the enemy to continue fighting. Those who were selected were all experts, and they were unwilling to accept it. Their families and friends were also unwilling to accept it. Because of the general selection platform, the Liu family had many loyal retainers, but they also had many mortal enemies. Regardless of friend or foe, the general selection platform was a taboo. The second Night King had thought that he would never encounter this nightmare again, but he had not expected to see it again so soon. He had seen the endless general selection platform, and he had seen the unparalleled heroism of a single person fighting for an entire country. When he thought of this, the second Night King felt a chill run down his spine, and his thoughts of rebelling against Liu Yin became even more hazy. "I've got it." Liu Yin's eyes lit up, and his body disappeared. The second Night King hurriedly followed, as his mission was to conceal Liu Yin's tracks so that they would not be discovered by the Astral Beast domain or the Sixth Mainland. At the edge of the planet, a giant beast howled as it collapsed to the ground. Half of its body had melted, and the one who had killed it was an enlighter from the Sixth Mainland. He was also in a miserable state, but he was not on the verge of death. "Die, wild beast." The Sixth Mainland cultivator raised a hand and smashed the giant beast into the planet's ground. Not too far away, many beasts and humans were still fighting. Kill. This planet was on the verge of collapse. Above them, fiery red meteors rained down, and from time to time, corpses would fall to the ground. The Sixth Mainland cultivator sat down and panted heavily. When he looked up, his eyes were filled with panic. How much longer would this battle last? Bang! There was a loud explosion as the Sixth Mainland cultivator's head shattered. It was the Yingguai. In outer space, 3 swords descended and stabbed towards the Yingguai. Not too far away, the Yingguai released a sound wave that restrained the 3 swords. It was the Sound Guai, one of the Astral Beast domain's twin freaks. Liu Yin arrived at the planet's interior and found the giant beast that had been killed. He raised a hand, and a general appointment platform appeared. "With my blood, I appoint a general." As soon as he spoke, an invisible wind blew past, and the image of the giant beast was imprinted on the platform. This beast had the power of an enlighter, which was meaningless to Liu Yin. However, there were too many of them, which was the true purpose of the general appointment platform. After appointing the beasts, Liu Yin immediately went to the planet's surface and distorted the void to appoint the Sixth Mainland cultivator who had been killed. In one go, he had appointed 2 enlighters. Following that, Liu Yin moved around the battlefield and continuously appointed generals, all of whom were at least enlighters. In just a few days, he had appointed more than 20 enlighters. Most of them were beasts, and a small portion were Sixth Mainland cultivators. In a corner of the battlefield, Liu Yin's face was slightly pale. Appointing generals required blood, and he had used up quite a bit of blood over the past few days. It was time to replenish it. The second Night King looked at Liu Yin with even more fear. If he had died, then he would have been appointed as well. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Liu Yin suddenly turned to look at the second Night King. "What are you thinking about?" The second Night King looked away. "I'm looking for an enlighter who's on the verge of death." Liu Yin asked, "In your memory, what's the situation with the Liu family's strongest general appointment platform?" The second Night King thought about it. "I've never seen it before. Back then, my Day-Night clan was just a slave of the Bai family of the Frigid Immortal sect. When the Fifth Mainland and the Sixth Mainland fought, the Frigid Immortal sect left the Fifth Mainland. That's when we gradually rose to prominence. Before then, we weren't even qualified to meet with the Liu family." "You've never heard of it before?" Liu Yin asked. The second Night King shook his head. "The Bai family is very strict with us, and they frequently use the cage technique to kill us. That's why we don't dare to listen to many things, especially when it comes to the Liu family. The Bai family has never spoken of this to outsiders, but I can sense that they view the Liu family as an enemy." Liu Yin frowned. It seemed that the Frigid Immortal sect's rebellious intentions had existed since the Daosaur sect's era. The head of the Lu family had been careless, or perhaps too confident. He had not expected the 4 cardinal scales to join forces against them. Otherwise, with the Lu family's strength, they would have been able to suppress the frigid immortal sect. The 4 cardinal scales had only been able to banish the Lu family because of the white dragon's reversal, not because of their true strength. Luin looked up into space. Did the Lu family still exist? They probably did. An emissary has died, the second Night King reminded him. Luin followed the second Night King's gaze and saw an amethyst beast's head explode from an arrow. The attacker was someone Luin was familiar with, Brute Force. Brute Force was an emissary from the eastern region's Arrow sect. He had been tasked with guarding the 9 cauldron space and had been knocked unconscious by Luin. Luin had never expected to see him again on the battlefield. The Arrow sect's sect master was the savage archer god, a heavenly imprinter who had forced the Taima temple into submission. He should have been Lu Yin's greatest enemy, but who would have thought that the savage archer god was actually the corpse god of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods? He had been killed by the 6th mainland, and the Arrow sect had fallen into decline. This was especially so after Mystery Progenitor had betrayed the humans, and the entire Arrow sect had been dragged into the battlefield, including Brute Force. If they wanted to live, they had to fight, and no one would care if they died. Brute Force panted heavily, as his injuries were not light. That amethyst beast was not weak, especially in its amethyst form. If Brute Force had not pulled away, he would have been the one to die. After the amethyst beast's death, Brute Force did not slaughter the other astral beasts. Instead, he landed on a barren planet to avoid battle. Luin took the opportunity to approach the amethyst beast's corpse. With my blood, I appoint a general. Luin was delighted when he saw the amethyst beast's form imprinted on the platform. After appointing this beast, he could summon 4 envoys. If he continued to work hard, he believed that one day, he would be able to summon more envoys than the Great Eastern Alliance. That would be truly shocking. With dozens of envoys, who could contend against them? We've been discovered, the second Night King said in a low voice. It was that giant. Luin looked towards the barren planet and coincidentally met Brute Force's gaze. Brute Force looked at him in shock, as he had not expected Luin to appear and even appoint an amethyst beast. It was normal to look at the corpses of powerful enemies, especially on the battlefield. He had just happened to see Luin appoint a general. When he saw Luin look over, Brute Force's gaze turned cold, and he fired an arrow. The arrow pierced through the void and headed straight for Luin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his killing intent surged. He had not wanted to attack this fellow, as this was a battlefield between humans and astral beasts. It would not be good to attack a human, but this person had actually tried to kill him. Luin thought back to when the Arrow sect had forced the Temple of Taimo and how this person had attacked him in the 9 cauldron space. Furthermore, he could not allow news of his appointment to spread. Luin did not hesitate any longer. Kill. The second Night King looked up and brought Luin to the barren planet. The battlefield between the 6th mainland and the astral beast domain was massive, and it covered countless planets and even multiple star clusters. For envoys, the shockwaves from such a battle were enough to destroy an area that a normal person would never be able to reach in their lifetime. Thus, they usually fought in the astral source universe, and the surroundings of any envoy's battlefield were mostly empty. However, with the perception and vision of an envoys, they could survey the entire battlefield. There were some life forms on the barren planet that could survive in the sand. They were shaped like lizards, and the largest of them all was as large as a mountain. When the second Night King and Luin landed, the lizard spat out its tongue towards them. Suddenly, its body froze, and then it collapsed to the ground, dead. The next moment, countless smaller lizards rushed over to devour its flesh, a scene that sent chills down everyone's spines. Brute Force saw it as well, and his pupils shrank. He looked at Luin, clenched his fists, and then knelt down on one knee with his head lowered. The second Night King had wanted to kill Luin, but when he saw this scene, he subconsciously stopped and looked at Luin. Luin was flabbergasted. Was this submission? The brute force in front of them had a combat power of over 700,000. Back when he had imprinted the savage arrow god, his strength had surpassed that of Xianxia. Even if he were to face Lu Qianjue, he would still be able to put up a fight. Now, even without imprinting, his combat power would still surpass Ling Qiu and the Frost Monarch. Regardless of whether he could win, at least his combat power would surpass theirs. How could an emissary with a combat power of over 700,000 submit so easily? What are you trying to say? Behind him, the second Night King distorted the void around them. No one could see what was happening, at least not on this battlefield. Brute Force looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. He then spoke in a low voice, "I'm seeking refuge. I hope you'll take me in." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at him. Brute Force met Lu Yin's gaze without hesitation. Brute Force's gaze was resolute, and there was even a hint of pleading in his eyes. If he wasn't in dire straits, why would he plead to his former enemy? Just because you're afraid of death? Lu Yin asked. Brute Force's knees shattered the ground as he spoke in a low and vicious voice, "Revenge." "Speak clearly," Lu Yin said. Brute Force gritted his teeth. "My arrow sect is from the eastern region's little giant bloodline. The savage arrow god is not the Neo-Human Alliance's corpse god, but rather the corpse god who killed the savage arrow god and impersonated him. Ever since Lord Jiao San killed the corpse god, my little giant bloodline has been monitored by the Daosaur sect. No one trusts us, and when secret progenitor betrayed us, my little giant bloodline was purged. Out of 100 million people, only less than 10 million remain." Lu Yin was shocked. "Purged?" Brute Force continued, "From the start of the war with the Astral Beast domain until now, it has almost always been the secret progenitor realm's cultivators fighting to the death. It's not just my little giant bloodline. Countless cultivators from the Stone Realm and Fan Realm have been sent to the battlefield, and countless die every day. The Daosaur sect is afraid that we'll follow secret progenitor and betray them, so they want us to become cannon fodder on this battlefield. If we don't find a way out, we won't have a future." Brute Force looked hopefully at Lu Yin and emotionally said, "Alliance Master Lu, please take us in. Please, I beg you. You've taken in the giant bloodline, which proves that you don't have racial prejudice. Please, take us in and give us a future. Please, I beg you." He then bowed and kowtowed, his head repeatedly smashing against the ground, causing the entire planet to tremble. Lu Yin asked, "If you're willing to seek refuge with me, then why did you shoot me just now?" Brute Force looked up and apologized, "I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that I've been on this battlefield for almost a month now, and I've been fighting every single moment of every day. When I saw an enemy, I subconsciously attacked to gain the initiative. When I saw you, Alliance Master Lu, I wanted to strike first without thinking about anything else. I'm sorry, Alliance Master Lu. Please, I beg you, Alliance Master Lu." The second Night King frowned. If not for the cage technique, the Day-Night clan would have experienced Brute Force's fate much earlier. The Great Eastern Alliance had the Heavenly Sin Army, which was formed from former enemies. The Day-Night clan would have definitely become the main force of the Heavenly Sin Army and become cannon fodder in the war against the Astral Beast domain. At that time, the second Night King had been helpless, and he had been imprisoned in Earth's swamp. Even if the Day-Night clan had been exterminated, he would not have known. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Frozen Immortal sect for creating the cage technique. When he thought about this, the second Night King did not know whether to feel regret or joy. He could completely understand Brute Force's helplessness. If he had not been forced into a corner, he would not have sought refuge with the enemy. Lu Yin also felt Brute Force's helplessness and despair. "How many of your people are left on this battlefield?" Brute Force was agitated. "Less than 10 million, and some of them have been sent to other places to be exiled." Lu Yin was put in a difficult position. "Even if I'm willing to take you in, I can't take you away from this battlefield." Brute Force's expression froze, and his eyes dimmed. That was right. If the Great Eastern Alliance was willing to take them in, then they would have to reach the Great Eastern Alliance's territory first. With Brute Force's strength, it was impossible for him to take all of the lesser giants away from the battlefield. Lu Yin and the second Night King could not act either, and even if they could, they might not be able to take them away. The Sixth Mainland's experts would not allow them to leave. Actually, there's a way. Lu Yin looked at Brute Force. "Have your people gather here. I can take them into Mount Supreme and put them into a cosmic ring." Put them into a cosmic ring? Brute Force was confused. A cosmic ring could store people? Luin took out Mount Supreme and brought brute force into the ring. Only then did he relax. Alliance Master Lu, I'll inform everyone from the Arrow sect to gather here, brute force said excitedly. As long as there was a chance to leave this battlefield, everything would be fine. Otherwise, the entire tribe of lesser giants would be wiped out. Luin said, think about it carefully. I might not be able to take all of the lesser giants away. Take as many as you can before you're discovered. The rest are not only targets of the secret progenitor's betrayal, but also traitors from the 6th mainland who have sided with the 5th mainland. There's no way for them to survive. Brute force clenched his fists and bitterly said, there was no way to survive in the first place. This path is only for the sake of preserving the seeds of the lesser giants. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. Luin nodded and watched brute force leave. Luin did not care what method brute force used to inform the Arrow sect. In any case, as long as they were discovered, they would immediately leave. Aren't you afraid that one of them will betray us? After all, they're all from the secret progenitor realm, and the savage archer god is a corpse god who was once an enemy, the second Night King said. Luin calmly replied, if even you have misgivings, then the 6th mainland will have even more misgivings. However, they still allowed them to appear on the battlefield instead of directly killing them. If there were any traitors, they would have been killed long ago and would not have lived long enough to appear on the battlefield. They could have sided with the Eternals or the Astral Beast domain, and the 6th mainland could not afford to take that risk. The fact that they appeared on the battlefield proves that there are no problems with them. However, the Dowsor sect needs to give the progenitor of blood and progenitor of martial realms an explanation, as well as give them a warning. At the end of the day, these cannon fodder from the secret progenitor realm were implicated, and it's possible that they were sacrificed for the 6th mainland's internal strife. The second Night King's eyes flashed. Sacrificed? Luin looked at the second Night King. Equivalent to the White King's bloodline. The second Night King's eyes flashed, but he did not speak. Compared to the cannon fodder from the secret progenitor realm, the White King's bloodline had been in an even more miserable state back in the Day-Night clan. Not only had they been cannon fodder, but they had also been slaves. At this moment, the 6th mainland secret progenitor realm could not all be sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Although the remaining people were oppressed and discriminated against, they could still live normal lives, which was much better than the White King's bloodline. The Arrow sect was only the starting point. After the secret progenitor realm's upheaval, even if the remaining people had not been purged, their resentment would not be small. The 6th mainland had already passed its golden age and was gradually weakening. It was time to add fuel to the fire. Over the next period of time, Luin continued to count the dead powerhouses under the second Night King's protection while the Arrow sect's smaller giants continued to gather towards the savage planet. On the huge battlefield, the 6th mainland and the Astral Beast domain had engaged in close combat for tens of millions of people. The scale of the battle exceeded the total number of people fighting between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast domain, and it was still being replenished. The smaller giants' movements did not attract much attention, but some of them were destined to be unable to reach the savage planet, as the distance was simply too great. Another half a month passed, and Luin now had more than 2 million smaller giants within Mount Supreme. During this period of time, many smaller giants had died, which made brute force anxious. However, he could not show himself, as he would definitely be targeted by the emissary beasts. During this period of time, Luin had also selected a dozen more enlighters and an emissary, who was a cultivator from the 6th mainland stone realm. The 6th mainland stone realm was different from the other realms. Whether it was the progenitor of blood realm or the progenitor of martial realm, they all had their own powerful organizations. Even the Eastern and Brahmin realms, which were also part of the secret progenitor realm, had their own powerful organizations. Only the stone realm did not. There was a small car accident, but fortunately, nothing happened. My car was impounded, and I'll probably be very busy for the next few days. It won't be convenient for me to get to and from work. Brothers, you have to be careful when you go out. The rapeseed flowers are too tall, and your vision is obstructed. You can't even go 10 kilometers per hour at a crossroad, and you still got into an accident. Fortunately, your speed is slow, so you're fine. Be careful when you go out. The stone region was truly a region of independent cultivators. There were very few powerful forces, and even if they did, they would be destroyed by other independent cultivators. This was a very strange phenomenon. It wasn't that the great powers of the other domains hadn't thought of conquering the stone domain, and the secret ancestor didn't care either. However, the stone domain had many experts, and there were two celestial imprints. They were the 3-inch Grandmaster and the Medicine Immortal. The Medicine Immortal was ranked 4th, and his strength was unfathomable. It was also because of this that no one in the stone region could manage them. Everyone was a loose cultivator. In this war with the Astral Beast domain, there weren't many people from the stone domain participating in it. After all, there weren't any powerful forces ruling over them, so there wasn't much chance of rebellion. The cultivators from the stone realm who had been selected by Lu Yin only had a power level of around 500,000, and they all died at the hands of the beasts. Beep beep beep, his gadget beeped, and Lu Yin glanced over. He raised a brow. It was Su Qing. The call connected. Commander Su Qing, why are you contacting me? Lu Yin teased. Su Qing said in a deep voice, Alliance Master Lu, didn't you say that the 6th mainland is about to undergo a great change? Where was the great change? What I see are countless cultivators from the 6th mainland. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lu Yin laughed. Commander, why do you insist on continuing the war? Su Qing said sternly, even if I wanted to stop, the 6th mainland has no intention of stopping. The ones participating in this battle are all from the secret progenitor realm, and they were sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder to fight to the death with us. The 6th mainland is using us to eliminate internal threats. Don't worry, Commander. It won't be long before the big changes come. All right. Lu Yin rubbed his head. I hope that's the case, Alliance Master Lu. If I can't hold on and retreat, then I won't be able to invade the Outerverse, but I can still defend Ironblood Weave. At worst, I'll just have to retreat back to the Primal Zone. But you're different, as the 6th mainland's next target is you. The secret progenitor territory has an endless supply of cannon fodder, and the 6th mainland should be very willing to use your Great Eastern Alliance to help them clean up. Lu Yin felt helpless, as it seemed that they would not be able to wear each other out for much longer. Boyd Green's words were definitely exaggerated, but even if Lu Yin forced it to endure, it would not be able to last for much longer. There's an expert here, the Second Night King warned. Lu Yin looked up into the heavens. Anyone who could be called an expert by the Second Night King would have a power level of at least 1,000,000. In outer space, a figure walked out and looked towards the savage planet, towards Lu Yin and the Second Night King. The person who had arrived was a middle-aged man. He had a calm expression on his face and did not appear to be anything special. However, the number of rune lines that this person had was incomparably terrifying, comparable to that of Emperor Lu. The Second Night King took a step forward and stared at the man with a frown. Logically speaking, with his strength, he should not be afraid of this person, but for some reason, this person gave him a very dangerous feeling. Lu Yin looked at the middle-aged man, especially his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. Ancestor Ling Tong. The middle-aged man was none other than Ancestor Ling Tong. He had seen the true face of the savage archer god with his pair of eyes and plotted to kill the corpse god, one of the 7 heavenly gods. Back when he was still a world imprinter, he was able to join forces with Ancestor Wuya to deal with the corpse king. He was a ruthless person. Lu Yin had contacted Su San before and knew about the situation of Ancestor Lingtong's tribulation. This person had started planning from the moment he saw Su San, all for the sake of successfully passing the tribulation. Su San had almost been killed by the origin tribulation, so this person was far from being as peaceful and harmless as he seemed. Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin. Alliance Head Lu, Ancestor Lingtong said as her body descended onto a savage planet. Her dual pupils looked at Lu Yin with interest. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I've heard of Ancestor Lingtong's fame since a long time ago. You even managed to find one of the 7 sky gods after stepping into the cosmic imprint. I'm impressed. Ancestor Lingtong smiled and then looked at the Second Night King. Senior Second Night King, you're a character from ancient times. The Second Night King did not speak, as this person was very dangerous. The Aerosec's little giant kept moving towards this place, even though he knew that there was danger ahead. I found it strange at the time, but it turns out that Alliance Head Lu was waiting for them. Is Alliance Head Lu planning to help the Astral Beast domain deal with the Sixth Mainland? Ancestor Lingtong asked as she looked at Luyin. Luyin shrugged. Of course not. I can't do something like helping those beasts deal with humans. I'm just taking the Aerosect away. Ancestor Lingtong's brows rose. The Aerosect holds a lot of weight in this battlefield. Taking them away will be disadvantageous to us. Luyin did not mind. You have too many cannon fodder, and you don't care about a single Aerosect. If worse comes to worst, why don't I help you destroy an emissary beast? So that I can relieve some of your pressure? Ancestor Lingtong stared at Luyin. Why does Alliance Head Lu want to take the Aerosect away? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Back then, the Aerosect forcefully captured a disciple named Xianxia from the Great Eastern Alliance's Taima Temple. That disciple knew many of the Great Eastern Alliance's secrets, and he even knew about the Taima Temple's inheritance. The Taima Temple entrusted brute force with taking him away, along with the Aerosec's little giants. Ancestor Lingtong had not expected such a thing to happen. Really? Senior, you can investigate, Luyin said. Brute force had indeed taken Xianxia away from the Taima Temple, but Xianxia had died during a purge of the secret progenitor realm. The dead told no tales, so whatever Luyin said was the truth. In any case, it was a fact that Xianxia had been taken to the Aerosect. Ancestor Lingtong's eyes flickered, but she did not linger on this topic. Even if Alliance Head Lu wants to denounce us, it shouldn't be now. The Sixth Mainland is at war with the Astral Beast domain, and if we take the Aerosect away, how will the rest of the people participate? Luyin coldly replied, it has nothing to do with me. If the Sixth Mainland isn't at war with the Astral Beast domain, how would I take the Aerosect away? How would I do that, brute force? This was an unsolvable question. If the war had not started, how could the Sixth Mainland have allowed Luyin to take the Aerosect away? Ancestor Lingtong's eyes flickered. If Luyin had been alone, she would have attacked long ago, but the Second Night King's existence made her apprehensive. At that moment, brute force descended from outer space and crashed onto the ground. Just as she was about to speak to Luyin, she suddenly saw Ancestor Lingtong, and her expression changed. Ancestor Lingtong frowned when she saw brute force. Brute force, have you ever captured a disciple from the Taima Temple? Brute force was stunned and subconsciously looked at Luyin. Luyin remained expressionless. Brute force, I'm asking you a question. Ancestor Lingtong's tone was low, and her dual pupils gave off an indescribable pressure that made brute force fearful. Yes, I have. Name. Ancestor Lingtong continued. Brute force glanced at Luyin again and replied, Xianxia. Ancestor Lingtong frowned, as this was true. Luyin could not have known about her arrival in advance, and it was also impossible for him to have colluded with her beforehand. It seemed like it was true. Although it was against the rules for Luyin to take the Aerosect away from the battlefield, he had a reason to do so. Furthermore, if the war had not started, he would not have been able to take the Aerosect away. Everything made sense. The only thing that did not make sense was that it was not worth it to come to this battlefield for the sake of the Taima Temple's inheritance. Brute force saw Ancestor Lingtong frown and relaxed. He knew that he had not said anything wrong and retreated to Lu Yin's side. Alliance Leader Lu. What you're worried about is that disciple of the Hall of Taimo leaking the secrets of the Great Eastern Alliance and the inheritance of the Hall of Taimo. I can guarantee you that no one from the Aerosect will be able to leave this battlefield alive. What do you think about keeping them here? His tone was very calm, but the words he said were incomparably ruthless. Brute force's eyes went wide. Ancestor Lingtong, what did you say? Ancestor Lingtong did not care about brute force at all. He was not even a world imprinter and had lost his imprint, so he was no threat at all. Luyin looked deeply at Ancestor Lingtong. I must take them away. Ancestor Lingtong replied, wouldn't it be better to let them use their remaining strength and perish together with those beasts? Brute force was furious, and he glared at Ancestor Lingtong. Luyin solemnly replied, I said that I must take them away. Ancestor Lingtong's polychoria rotated, and for a moment the atmosphere became tense. The second Night King's feet moved without any wind, and his spiritual force extended outwards. Lu Yin's pupils turned into runes as he stared at Ancestor Lingtong. Ancestor Lingtong looked deeply at Lu Yin and then laughed. Since Alliance Leader Lu insists on taking those giants away, then do as you wish. I'll give Alliance Leader Lu face. Lu Yin replied, thank you. Ancestor Lingtong smiled. You're welcome. If I can discover it, then others can as well. Perhaps that old fogey eyeless has already discovered it. Alliance Leader Lu, be careful. Lu Yin nodded. Got it. Ancestor Lingtong turned to leave, but before she left, she said, I'm very satisfied with Su San as my disciple. She then looked back at Lu Yin and smiled faintly. Alliance Master Lu, we're fated to meet. Lu Yin frowned slightly, as it seemed that Ancestor Lingtong was aware of Su San's situation. Su San thought that he was smart, but how could he not have been discovered by Ancestor Lingtong? What did he mean by that last sentence? Man Li's eyes were filled with resentment and helplessness. Ancestor Lingtong's attitude actually represented the attitude of the Sixth Mainland. No one cared about the Arrow Sect and the Little Giant. Dying on the battlefield was their final destination, and no one cared. Brute force, let's go. We can't wait any longer, Lu Yin said. Brute force knelt down on one knee again. Alliance Leader, thank you. Thank you for taking us in. Thank you. Lu Yin looked at him. How many giants are left on the battlefield? Brute force's body trembled. There were about 4 million giants gathered here, and with 1 million dead, there were at least 4 to 5 million left. There aren't many left, Alliance Leader. Let's go. These words were equivalent to giving up on the giants, and Brute Force's voice was filled with bitterness. Lu Yin sighed. He knew that there were still many giants left on the battlefield, but they really couldn't wait any longer. If Ancestor Lingtong could discover them, then the other experts could as well. Even if they didn't attack them, they could still stop the giants. There was no point in waiting. Let's go, Lu Yin said, and then put Brute Force back into Mount Supreme. Under the Second Night King's protection, they headed east. Not long after they left, dozens of giants in a spacecraft stumbled onto the savage planet. They rushed over excitedly, thinking that they could finally see hope for survival. However, all they saw was a boundless desert and those lizards burrowing into the ground. They couldn't see Brute Force, but they did see anyone. Such was fate. One step earlier and one step later were two completely different things. In outer space, Ancestor Eyeless also arrived and looked at the savage planet. Strange, those giants were all gathered here, but where were the people? The Sixth Mainland had been at war with the Astral Beast domain for more than a month, and the Great Eastern Alliance had also finished changing its defenses. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th Allied armies were replaced, while the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Allied armies continued to defend the eastern weaves and pay attention to the war in the west. Lu Yin disappeared for more than a month and announced that he was going into seclusion. No one knew where he had gone, not even Shui Chuanqiao. He only knew that Lu Yin had gone out. When he returned, he had brought with him more than 4 million small giants. Shui Chuanqiao stared blankly at the 4 million giants. You went out just to poach the Sixth Mainland? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Of course not. It was just a coincidence. So coincidental that you brought back 4 million giants? Shui Chuanqiao found it strange, as he looked at Lu Yin like a thief. Lu Yin waved his hand and handed the 4 million giants over to Shui Chuanqiao. He could not put them into the army for the time being, but he could still choose a unit to defend. These giants all belonged to the Arrow Sect, and they all had a certain level of cultivation. Of course, most of them could not explore the universe, so those who were selected were all explorers and above. Brute Force had also officially joined the Great Eastern Alliance, making up for the losses caused by Emperor Luo's death. The appearance of the small giants attracted the attention of the larger giants. They were all giants, and they seemed to be quite close to each other. Nearly half of the Arrow Sect's forces had left the battlefield, which weakened the Sixth Mainland's power level and put pressure on them. However, the battlefield was in the Central Weaves, and the Sixth Mainland could send reinforcements at any time. A few days later, Su Qin contacted Lu Yin again to ask about the changes. Luin could only comfort him, and Suqing threatened him again before hanging up. A few more days passed, and Suqing contacted Luin once more. He was truly anxious. Luin had no choice, so he turned on his gadget. "Old man, we can begin now." Kui Luo's voice sounded from the other end. "You owe me a big favor, kid." He then hung up. The Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast domain continued their battle for 2 months without a single day of rest. The entire Fifth Mainland was focused on this war. Only the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast domain could hold on. If it had been the Great Eastern Alliance, they would not have been able to hold on for even half a month, let alone 2 months. The Astral Beast domain had received many reinforcements from the Celestial Beast Empire, and the Sixth Mainland hoped to use this war to divert some of their internal conflicts. At the same time, they would also eliminate some unstable factors in the secret progenitor territory. The war continued, and there was no end in sight. In the Outerverse, in the Sky Saint Weave, this place was occupied by the Dream Manor of the Martial Immortal Realm. The Dream Manor was a mystical place that cultivated the Dream Heart Sutra. Most of the people there cultivated in their dreams. It was normal for Dream Zhuang. Dream Seventh woke up from his sleep. Someone had reported to him about the situation at Armament Weave, which gave him a headache. If the war continued, then his Dream Manor would definitely send people over as well. This war was not as simple as he had thought it would be. This was the first time in countless years that the Astral Beast domain had the opportunity to invade the Outerverse, and they had also encountered internal instability in the Sixth Mainland. The Astral Beast domain would definitely go all out, and whoever went to the battlefield would be unlucky. Second Master Meng had disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. Now, the entire Dream Manor was under his care. The life he once had was gone. Ding! His gadget sounded. Dream the Seventh Elder frowned. He was not used to this communication tool, but he had to admit that it was very convenient. He looked down and his pupils shrank. Then, he let out an earth-shattering roar. The entire Dream Manor was alarmed, including its master, Dream Master. Meng Fuzi quietly looked at the screen on his gadget. There were 2 old men on the screen. They were walking around in a very natural manner. Then, they opened the door of their respective rooms. There was a woman sleeping on the bed in the room. The old man let out a strange laugh and took off his clothes. The other old man did the same. They were walking through Dream Manor. Logically speaking, although Dream Manor's cultivators were asleep, they were no different from ordinary cultivators. They would immediately wake up if there was any movement, and it was impossible for them to be bullied and humiliated like this. However, these 2 old men had done so, and no one in the Dream Manor had noticed. The 2 old men walked out of one room and entered another as if they were returning to their own home. Dream Master trembled as he watched, and he was so angry that he moved. This Dream Manor is really a blessed place for us brothers, ha 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 ha. This is fate. If you and I didn't cultivate the silent meditation technique, how could we be so free and unfettered? Even that old bastard Meng Fuzi didn't notice. For many years, all the beautiful girls in Meng Zhuang were played by us. I wonder how many of them were our children? Ha 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 ha. There's no point. That old bastard Dream Master isn't too far away from becoming a cosmic imprinter. Once he breaks through, he might discover our whereabouts. Let's go to the Emojiang family. That little girl has grown up, and she's quite interesting. We can also go to the memorial hall again. You have such strange tastes? Those women in the memorial hall are guarding the corpses. That's not normal, haha. Pfft, Dream Master spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he was enraged. Green and white sages, I'll kill you. Pfft. Manor Master. Dream Seventh was shocked and quickly went to support him. Dream Manor's people weren't the only ones who had received this message. Almost all of the important people in the Sixth Mainland had received it, and everyone felt their scalps go numb after reading the message. The 2 old men were attendants of the Daosor sect. Because they were adept at working together and wore green and white robes, they were known as the Green and White Sages. They usually looked simple and carefree, but as universe imprinters, they gave off the feeling of otherworldly experts. No one had expected them to be such people. Not only had they attacked Dream Manor, but they had also mentioned the Majiang family. The memorial hall was definitely not their only target. How many families in the Sixth Mainland had suffered such misfortune? The most panicked were the families that had been visited by the green and white sages. Who knew what had happened at that time? This message sent the Sixth Mainland into an uproar. The green and white sages, who were far away in the border regions, had also received the message. After reading it, their expressions changed, and they immediately fled the Daosor sect. Who was watching them? Not only had they recorded the scene of them entering Dream Manor, but even their voices had been recorded. An absolute powerhouse was watching them. On an ordinary planet in the Outerverse, in a small restaurant on a bustling street, Kue Luo cackled strangely. His laughter was so exaggerated that it scared many people away. Even the restaurant owner came out and reminded him to be quiet. 4 people sat across from Kue Luo: Madame Red, Little Qing, Second Master Meng, and Yang Kong. No, after the secret progenitor's betrayal, Yang Kong's identity had been revealed, and he was none other than Yang Kong. At this moment, Second Master Meng's entire body was trembling from anger. He had also seen the recording, and he was furious. Little brat, stop shaking the table. You're disturbing this old man. Kue Luo cackled again. Second Master Meng clenched his fists. Senior, can you let this junior go? Go? Senior exposed those 2 bastards, and my Dream Manor will definitely repay you. Kue Luo sneered. A mere Dream Manor, what ability do you have to repay this old man? Who knows, you might even be the child of those 2 old things, haha. Second Master Meng was furious, and he glared at Kue Luo, but he did not dare to say anything. Yang Kong remained calm, as he did not care about such matters. After the news of the secret progenitor's betrayal had spread, his identity had been exposed, and he had become a target for everyone in the Sixth Mainland. However, that did not matter, as long as he could cultivate to a higher level, betraying the human race was not a big deal. This had always been his choice. Now, his biggest headache was how to escape from this old thing. This old thing was a half-progenitor. Little Qing's face flushed red, but she also relaxed. Fortunately, she had not stayed in Dream Manor for too long, and her master was one of the 4 sovereigns. Those 2 old things would not dare to make a move, or else how could they survive? Kue Luo suddenly stared at Madame Red. Girl, your expression doesn't look right. What happened? Did those 2 old things succeed? When he asked this, everyone else looked at Madame Red. Madame Red hurriedly replied, No, I've never interacted with the green and white sages. Really? Kue Luo was interested. Madame Red was helpless. Really, but this matter is too shocking. Kue Luo laughed strangely. Shocking? That's not enough. Ha ha ha, continue. He then sent out another message. The matter of the green and white sages infuriated the Dream Manor, and Master Meng headed towards the Daosor sect, determined to kill the green and white sages. He was not the only one, as all the powers who had interacted with the green and white sages headed towards the Daosor sect to get to the bottom of this matter. When 9 Brilliants found out about this matter, the green and white sages had already escaped from the Daosor sect. Kue Luo had first sent the message to the green and white sages before sending it to the others. His goal had been to let the green and white sages escape and create chaos. 9 Brilliants was furious. If he had known about this earlier, he would have captured the green and white sages as an explanation to the others. Now, he did not know where the green and white sages had escaped to, and both of them were world importers, so it would not be easy to capture them. At this moment, another message spread. It was also an image, but an old man and a middle-aged man had appeared. Many people recognized that the middle-aged man was the current head of the Fan family, Fan Yu, and he was also an imprinter. As for the old man, no one recognized him except for a few powerhouses from the older generation. That old man was the Fan family's grand elder, Fan Chen, and he was also a cosmic imprinter. The Fan family's lack of manpower had occurred during Fan Yu's generation. It's been so long, but you still haven't broken through to become a world imprinter. Haven't the family given you enough resources? How many times have I taught you how to absorb astral sources? You liked women, so the family gave you thousands. You liked sword techniques, so I searched the entire sixth mainland and asked my friends to help me find suitable sword techniques for you. For this reason, I even secretly imprisoned the previous valley master of Cloud Valley, Xianxia, and forced him to pass on the Cloud Valley sword technique to you. What else do you want me to do? Now that the secret progenitor realm has been purged, the family is in a precarious situation. If something happens to me, you won't even have the strength of a world imprinter. How will you protect the Fan region? The middle-aged man was terrified. Elder, the Cloud Valley sword technique is indeed not suitable for me. Perhaps the Upper Temple sword technique is more suitable. Fan Chen was furious. The Upper Temple has Mr. Guanxing, one of the 4 sovereigns. You want me to touch his people? The middle-aged man whispered, rumor has it that Mr. Guanxing entered the burial grounds and has yet to return. Now that the burial grounds have been sealed, no one can enter or leave. The Upper Temple only exists in name. Fan Chen muttered to himself for a moment. Wait a little longer. If Mr. Guanxing still hasn't returned in a year, I will go to the Upper Temple and retrieve the sword technique for you. Thank you, Elder. Once this information was released, Yungu exploded. Far away in Armament Weave, Sword Valley Master was furious, and he immediately contacted the Daosource sect to request for Fan Chen's trial. Half-Ancestor 9 Brilliance had just been troubled by the matter of the green and white sages, and now, something like this had happened. Fan Chen had actually secretly captured Yungu as the new Valley Master. Yungu would definitely not let this matter rest, and Fan Chen would not resign himself to death either. No matter who they attacked, they would lose a cosmic imprinter and a powerful family. Who was it? 9 Brilliance's gaze turned cold, and he ordered a thorough investigation into who had released this information. As long as there were people, there would always be grudges. For countless years, the 6th mainland had been embroiled in constant battles, and there were too many grudges to count. It was the same for the 5th mainland, but most of the grudges had been suppressed in the dark and had never been exposed. Now, however, these matters had been exposed, and there were even real images of them. It would have been fine if the green and white sages had been captured, since they were only world imprinters. However, Fan Chen was a cosmic imprinter who had lived for a long time, and yet he had not even noticed that he had been captured. This meant that the attacker was at least a celestial imprinter, or even a half-ancestor. 9 Brilliance's eyes flickered. It should be a half-ancestor, as even a celestial imprinter might not have the ability to capture Fan Chen without him noticing at all. But which half-ancestor would be so bored as to do such a thing? Those who had reached the half-ancestor level were all preparing to break through to the progenitor realm, and they generally did not interfere with worldly affairs. Forget about the disputes between these powers, they would not even interfere in large-scale wars. This half-ancestor had no intention of interfering with Armament Weave's war. However, if there really was a half-ancestor who specialized in such matters, then it would be troublesome, and it would be a huge disaster for the 6th mainland. Suddenly, 9 Brilliance thought of someone. Previously, the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods had attacked the Daosource sect and killed Jiao San. After that, another half-ancestor had barged in. Could it have been him? Where had that half-ancestor come from? If he was hostile to the 6th mainland, could he be from the 5th mainland? When he thought of this, 9 Brilliance immediately contacted Elder Chan, as he needed to know the identity of that half-ancestor. With a half-ancestor's ability, if he wanted to annoy them, then the entire 6th mainland would be in chaos. Elder Chan was naturally the first to know about the 6th mainland's troubles. He had also seen the video. The first person he thought of was Kue Luo. Other than Kue Luo, who else would do such a thing? He had learned of Kue Luo's reputation through the flying willow leaves. Everyone in the starry sky of the trees wanted to beat him up. Even the 4 cardinal scales were disgusted by him. Several half-step ancestors did nothing but hunt him down. From this, one could see how powerful he was. Even after coming to this part of the universe, Lu Yefei still wanted to ask Lu Yin about Kue Luo. One could imagine how angry that old man was. Watching the video, Elder Chan heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Kue Luo hadn't come looking for trouble with them. Otherwise, they would have had to join forces to hunt down that old man, and they might not have succeeded. Even Elder Chan, who had a good temper and had been cultivating for a long time, was disgusted. Beep beep beep, his gadget rang, and Elder Zen looked over. It was Nine Glories. Amused, he answered the call. Elder Chan, I want to know who did this, said Jiu Yao. Even the martial ancestor is paying attention to this. Elder Chan said helplessly, I'm not sure either. In any case, it's definitely not someone from our side. Jiu Yao's eyes narrowed. Not someone from the Fifth Mainland? Elder Chan replied, the gravekeeper can't leave the burial garden, and Lingji died after breaking through to the progenitor realm. Elder Gong, the sage celestial master, Xia Ji, and drunkard, who do you think is the culprit? Jiu Yao thought about it. Would drunkard do it? He loves wine, but he won't get drunk. It's definitely not him, I can guarantee that. Jiu Yao replied, Elder Chan, I'm not trying to scare you. The martial ancestor and the blood ancestor are both paying attention to this matter. Once we catch that person, we'll kill them without mercy. I hope that this isn't the start of a war between us. Elder Chan solemnly replied, don't worry, you can do whatever you want. I won't interfere. All right. Jiu Yao ended the call with a frown. Who could it be? It seemed like it really wasn't a Fifth Mainland's half-ancestor. Could it be someone from the Astral Beast domain? Impossible, as the Astral Beast domain's half-ancestors were all Yao Emperors. How could a dignified Yao Emperor enter the Outerverse to do something like this? Jiu Yao felt a headache coming on. In the eastern weaves of the Outerverse, within the Great Eastern Alliances Fleet, Luin was laughing as he watched a video. Shui Chuanxiao and Wei Rong were also present, as well as Elder Jiu Shin and the Second Night King. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. Who would do something like this? Wasn't this secretly recording someone's private matters? They had cultivated for many years, but they had never seen anything like this before. Luin finally understood how the people from the Cosmic Tree domain felt. At this moment, the Sixth Mainland's three half-ancestors were probably the ones who understood this the most. A dignified half-ancestor was actually doing something like stealing someone's private matters. Who could tolerate this? The Sixth Mainland was in deep trouble. The Green and White Sages had sent out the Dream Manor and the Righteous Manor to search for Luin. Yungu would definitely not let the Fan family off, and there would definitely be more to come. That old bastard Kue Luo would not be so lenient with his actions. Sure enough, not long after, Luin received a message. It was a list of spies. The Sixth Mainland was not a monolithic entity. The Fifth Mainland had its own wars, and the Sixth Mainland was no exception. It was normal for certain people to plant spies in certain families and powers, and everyone had done something like this before. However, once exposed, it would be abnormal. The first batch of people to receive the message were not the leaders of the various families, but rather the spies. They looked at their own list, which even had a note stating the mission's objective. They froze, and without a second thought, they immediately fled. They wanted to escape and return to their own organizations, so they naturally had to bring back some valuable items or information. These items and information were naturally very important to the organizations that had been spied on. When the various great families received the message, they immediately tried to capture the spies, but it was too late, and they could only chase after them. In just half a day, the Sixth Mainland was thrown into chaos. Not long after, many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators received another message. This time, it was a list of people who had died. The list contained records of who had died and who had killed them, and the list was exceptionally clear. This list was even more powerful than the list of spies, and many people knew who to take revenge on and who to guard against. The one with the greatest influence was half-ancestor Shui Gui. The Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect currently had three half-ancestors, Jiu Yao, Lan Xian, and Shui Gui. Shui Gui was not a descendant of the blood progenitor, but he had a blood feud and had massacred countless people, which was why he was known as Shui Gui. On the list that Kue Luo had given them were the powers that had once held a grudge against Shui Gui, and one of them was the War Martial Realm's weaponsmithing family. The weaponsmithing family's history far surpassed Shui Gui's, and most of Shui Gui's grudge stemmed from that family. Shui Gui had not known about this at first, and he had thought that he had already taken his revenge. Now, he had left the Daosaur sect and headed straight for the weaponsmithing family, causing a calamity to befall them. The first order that half-ancestor Jiao Yao issued after the incident was to turn off all gadgets. No one in the Sixth Mainland was allowed to turn on their gadgets or cut off the internet, lest another message spread. News spread. The Outerverse was currently in chaos. Dream Manor, Memorial Manor, and many other powers were searching for the green and white sages. Yungu was seeking revenge against the Fan family, and the various great families were eliminating spies to recoup their losses. Even half-ancestor Jiao Yao could not stop these things from happening. Half-ancestor Jiao Yao, only wanted to find the person who had spread the news and then skin them alive. As the Outerverse descended into chaos, the Astral Beast Domain's attacks intensified. Su Qing had also seen the news, and he was both shocked and excited. The more chaotic the Sixth Mainland's rear became, the greater their chances of success. Luyin had not lied to him, and the Sixth Mainland had undergone a huge change. But at the same time, he became even more fearful of Luyin. What kind of power was behind this kid? He was certain that there was a half-ancestor behind him, which made him shudder. Su Qing's opponent was the Sword Valley Master, but the Sword Valley Master was not in the mood to fight him. He only wanted to rescue Jianjibei and destroy the Fan family. Because of the internal strife in the Sixth Mainland, their rear was not stable, and reinforcements were not able to arrive in time. As a result, the Astral Beast Domain pushed the Sixth Mainland out of armament weave-in towards the west. Within the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, Luyin was currently speaking to Kui Luo. This old man hasn't even done anything, but the Sixth Mainland is already panicking. Ha 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 ha. How about it? This old man owes you a big favor, right? Kui Luo was pleased with himself. Across from him, the Red Madam and the others were numb. Luyin pursed his lips. Ruthless enough, but not enough. Kid, are you still not satisfied? Almost. Hee, that old bastard Nine Lights reacted quickly, but this old man still has a trick up his sleeve. Say, what would happen if I told the Lingtong clan the cultivation method of the Eyeless clan, told Jingu the sword techniques of the Upper Temple, and broadcast the Dream Sutra to the entire universe? Kui Luo said word by word. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's interesting. Ha 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 ha. Stop dreaming. This old man would never do something like that. That's too wicked. Kui Luo shouted. Luyin was speechless. This isn't the first time you've done something like this. What do you know? This old man will be found one day, and these are my life-saving methods, Kui Luo said smugly. This old man had been hunted down in the Astral Tree Domain for so many years, and he had experienced all sorts of situations. Luyin was not surprised that he had all sorts of methods. I'm curious. When do you plan on breaking through to the progenitor realm? Luyin asked. Kui Luo fell silent for a moment. Why are you asking? What a bummer. With that, he hung up. Luyin was confused. Disappointing? Not planning on breaking through? If he didn't want to break through, then why had he taken away his origin item? Luyin didn't know what this old man was thinking. He put down his gadget and looked to the west. This time, the Sixth Mainland was going to be lively. Kui Luo's actions had not only caused the Sixth Mainland to be lively, but they had also led to a rapid defeat on the battlefield. Countless people had left the battlefield in search of their enemies, and many had discovered that their enemies were on the same battlefield as them. Instead of fighting astral beasts, they had turned to fight their own enemies. When hatred reached a certain level, it could transcend race, region, and even life and death. Many people had been blinded by hatred, causing the battlefield to change drastically. The Astral Beast Domain continued to advance westward, and the Sixth Mainland could not stop him at all. Those from the secret progenitor realm did not want to throw their lives away. Thus, the Astral Beast Domain even fought their way into Tyrannical Weave and into the Memorial Hall. The entire morgue had been relocated to the west, and the war had temporarily ended. At this point, the Astral Beast Domain had conquered 10 weaves of the Outerverse, shocking both the Fifth Mainland and the Celestial Beast Empire. Who in the Celestial Beast Empire had been able to penetrate so deep into the Outerverse? Su Qing was the first to do so. Su Qing was in high spirits as he looked to the west. He would be recorded in the annals of history as the only commander in the Celestial Beast Empire to reach tyrannical weave. No matter how many losses they had suffered in the previous battles, this moment of glory was enough to erase everything. Commander, why did we stop? The sixth mainland has already been defeated. We can go deeper and reach the western weaves, the Celestial Beast Emperor said excitedly. His name would also be recorded in the annals of history after participating in this war. Many astral beasts wanted to go deeper and continue fighting, as everything had gone too smoothly. However, Su Qing shook his head with a solemn expression. That's enough. There's no need to fight anymore. The Celestial Beast Emperor did not understand. Why? Are you worried about the sixth mainland's half-ancestors? Su Qing replied, that's part of the reason. Although half-ancestors aren't too willing to interfere in the war, if we go too far, we'll attract their attention. Furthermore, we've already reached our limit. If we go any deeper, the sixth mainland will retaliate, and we'll be defeated. As the commander, Su Qing would not be fooled by appearances. Most importantly, this was enough for him. Their current accomplishments were enough to erase their previous decline. He had never believed that the astral beast domain could truly conquer these weaves. The sixth mainland was too powerful, and once the internal chaos ended and they reacted, they might not be able to stop them. Any random half-ancestor would be enough to slaughter them. Beep beep beep. Su Qing's gadget beeped, and he raised his brows when he saw that it was Luin. Congratulations, Commander Su Qing. You've reached tyrannical weave and left your name in the annals of history. If you go any deeper, you'll reach the western weaves. The central weaves are completely different from the western weaves, so I'll congratulate you in advance. Luin smiled. Su Qing replied, thank you for your concern, Alliance Leader Lu. I need to rest, and we'll talk later. He then hung up. Luin looked at his gadget, and Xianxia said, the astral beast domain has stopped. They probably don't plan to attack. Su Qing smart. Luin laughed. Yes, they're smart. They weren't tempted by the western weaves, but that's enough for us. The sixth mainland should have reacted as well. It's our turn to act. Xianxia looked at Luin. One trap after another. If I were Su Qing, I wouldn't be able to break through this trap. Luin raised his head. It has to join us. Otherwise, it won't be able to bear the losses when it returns to the Celestial Beast Empire. Now, it's our turn to make the decision. He then contacted someone. Sword Valley Master, I have a suggestion. Not long after, Luin put down his gadget and his gaze turned cold. Go to war. Following Lu Yin's command, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet headed towards Flaxen Weave. In the west, in Tyrannical Weave, Su Qing was looking at a star chart and thinking about how to gradually retreat while facing the sixth mainland's counterattack without suffering too many losses. Every step he took was a new chapter in the history of the Celestial Beast Empire's invasion of the Outerverse, and he wanted to take the final step. Suddenly, Yin Guai reported, Commander, the Great Eastern Alliance is acting strangely. Su Qing was shocked. What? The Great Eastern Alliance had halted the Astral Beast Domain's invasion of the Outerverse for 2 months. However, they were not attacking the Astral Beast Domain, but rather occupying 6 planets in Flaxen Weave. These 6 planets were evenly distributed along the Astral Beast Domain's path towards the west, and the distance between each planet was just enough for Xianxia and the others to quickly cross over to form a solid line of defense that would cut off the Astral Beast Domain's path back to the Primal Zone. Su Qing was informed of the Great Eastern Alliance's actions, and when he saw the 6 planets that the Great Eastern Alliance had occupied, his expression turned ugly. He immediately contacted Luin. Alliance Master Lu, you violated the agreement. Luin was confused. Violated the agreement? When? Su Qing was furious. You've cut off the Astral Beast Domain's path of retreat. Are you going to join forces with the sixth mainland? Luin smiled. Commander Su Qing, you've misunderstood. I'm not cutting off your path of retreat. This is just a normal military deployment. Flaxen Weave is also part of the Eastern Weave, so we don't need to discuss our deployment with you. Besides, our original agreement was that the Great Eastern Alliance would never act against you. Don't worry, I won't break this agreement unless you break it first. Su Qing's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, Alliance Master Lu, your actions are despicable. He had fallen for Lu Yin's verbal trap. Their original agreement was that the Great Eastern Alliance would not act against the Astral Beast domain, but now that Lu Yin had cut off their path of retreat, they had to act if they wanted to return to the Primal Zone. Once they acted, Lu Yin would not be considered to have violated the agreement. Alliance Master Lu, the Sixth Mainland has a deep grudge with you. Why are you helping them? Is it just because of racial prejudice? Su Qing suppressed his anger. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I reminded you that you could attack the Western Weave, but you didn't listen. I can only give you some encouragement, but I have no intention of helping the Sixth Mainland. Su Qing understood. If the Astral Beast domain had continued to attack the Western Weave, Lu Yin would not have acted. However, they had stopped, and Lu Yin had seen that they wanted to retreat. If they retreated, the Sixth Mainland would not suffer too many losses, and neither would the Astral Beast domain. What was the point of this war? Was it just to help Su Qing erase the negative influence in the Celestial Beast Empire? Was it just to help the Sixth Mainland shift its internal conflict? Lu Yin had paid such a huge price, so how could he allow the Astral Beast domain to retreat? If they retreated, the Great Eastern Alliance would have to face the Sixth Mainland. How would they defend the Eastern Weave? Su Qing was inwardly annoyed, as he had been too obvious. He should have taken things one step at a time, attacking the Western Weave on the surface while secretly retreating to the Primal Zone. Not only would that have reduced their losses, but it would also have been able to explain to the Empire that the Great Eastern Alliance was preparing to join forces with the Sixth Mainland to ambush them. That would have been a perfect excuse, but he had failed because of his own carelessness. Alliance Master Lu, there is a principle that you should understand. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. If the Astral Beast domain and the Sixth Mainland came to an agreement to retreat to the Primal Zone and not invade again for 1,000 years, do you think the Sixth Mainland would agree? Or rather, if we joined forces with the Sixth Mainland to wage war against the Great Eastern Alliance, would you be able to handle it? Su Qing threatened. Lu Yin laughed. As expected of the Celestial Beast Empire's commander. Your thoughts are bold. We just fought the Sixth Mainland to the death for 2 months, and now you're fantasizing about cooperating with them. Has the commander forgotten about my tribulation? Don't forget that the Blood Ancestor met me. Su Qing's expression changed, and his expression turned even uglier. When Lu Yin had been undergoing his tribulation, the Blood Ancestor had appeared, and in Lu Yin's words, the Blood Ancestor had wanted to accept him as a disciple. Su Qing was not the only one who knew about this, as the Sixth Mainland's half-progenitor Lan Xian also knew about this. The Sixth Mainland did not force Lu Yin to hand over the Eastern Weave. Under such circumstances, only an idiot would agree to have the Sixth Mainland cooperate with their enemy to deal with the Blood Ancestor's disciple. In any case, it did not matter if the Sixth Mainland cooperated with the Astral Beast domain or the Great Eastern Alliance. If the Sixth Mainland wanted to take the Eastern Weave, they did not need to cooperate with the Astral Beast domain. The Astral Beast domain was forced into a passive position. At this moment, another giant beast reported that the Sixth Mainland had launched a counterattack. This time, the 2 heavenly imprints, Qinghua Shengren and the Medicine Immortal, had appeared. Even though the Sixth Mainland was internally unstable and in turmoil, the 2 heavenly imprints were enough to make up for the many cultivators who had retreated from the battlefield. The Astral Beast domain was naturally able to deal with the situation at first, but as time passed, they could not stop the Sixth Mainland's endless reinforcements. After all, this was the Outerverse and the Sixth Mainland's territory. Any random weave could send reinforcements, and a half-progenitor could appear at any time. A few days later, Su Qing looked back at the east, intending to retreat. If this continued, they would all die. As the commander of the Celestial Beast Empire, who could fight against Shui Chuanxiao, Su Qing would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. No matter what Lu Yin had said, he had already prepared for the worst. The route to Flaxen Weave had been sealed, but there was another way to return. That way was in the Astral Wilderness. The Astral Beast domain had been trying to invade the Outerverse for countless years. Aside from the primal zone, they had also explored the astral wilderness. After so many years, they had finally found a way to use it. They had originally planned to use this route to launch a surprise attack on the Outerverse's western weave, but they had been forced to use it. Alliance Master Lu, we've both won and lost in our battles. This war ends here, and I look forward to our next meeting on the battlefield. Luin frowned when he saw the message that Su Qing had sent him. He's confident that he can return. After all, it's Su Qing, and it's a taboo to venture in alone. He won't make such a mistake, Shui Chuanxiao said when he saw the message. Luin opened his star chart and looked from tyrannical weave to armament weave and then to flaxen weave. Suddenly, he looked at the astral wilderness. If there was anything that he could not control, it would be the astral wilderness. The astral wilderness was a region that humans did not understand. Although many people had explored it over the years, it was not a suitable place for living. The star energy was thin, and there was no way to connect to the signal. There were also unpredictable dangers lurking around. Otherwise, how could humans have allowed such a region to exist? This was true for both humans and astral beasts. It seemed that the Celestial Beast Empire was ahead of the humans when it came to developing the astral beast domain. Commander Shui, how big do you think the astral wilderness is? Luin suddenly asked. Shui Chuanxiao shook his head. No one knows. Does it belong to the fifth mainland? Luin asked. Shui Chuanxiao fell silent, as he naturally did not know. He did not know as much as Luin when it came to ancient secrets. In ancient times, there had been 6 continents in the universe. Then, what about beyond those 6 continents? Was it the astral wilderness? Su Qing was very decisive, and he left behind a few astral beasts to cover their retreat while he led most of them towards the astral wilderness. The astral wilderness was unpredictable, and the 6th mainland was not willing to take the risk of chasing after them. They followed the route to Flaxen Weave. They wanted to clear out the Outerverse astral beasts, reclaim Iron Blood Weave, and even attack the Primal Zone. The 6th mainland's cultivators arrived in Flaxen Weave without any obstructions. On a planet in Flaxen Weave, Luin watched as countless 6th mainland's cultivators boarded various spacecraft and headed towards Iron Blood Weave. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The 6th mainland's potential for war was too great. If not for the Eternals destroying the 6th mainland, Secret Progenitor's betrayal, and the cleansing of Secret Progenitor territory, the 6th mainland would not have ended up in such a state. Back then, half of the 6th mainland had been able to attack the entire 5th mainland, which showed just how powerful they were. In the end, the 6th mainland's decline was largely due to Progenitor Hui. Progenitor Hui had schemed against the 6th mainland over the years, causing it to end up in its current state. The Sword Valley Master flew through space and saw Luin. He stopped and landed. I've helped the 6th mainland. How do you plan on thanking me, Senior? Luin smiled. The Sword Valley Master did not like Luin, but when he thought about how Luin might be accepted as a disciple by the Blood Progenitor, and how Lan Xian had specifically told him not to take over the Eastern Weaves, it was obvious that she wanted to gift the Eastern Weaves to Luin. Even a half-ancestor had expressed goodwill, so the Sword Valley Master did not dare to show any displeasure. He forced a smile. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance cutting off the Astral Beast Domain's escape route, we would not have been able to break through so easily. Luin laughed. Senior is too polite. I just hope that the 6th mainland can defend Iron Blood Weave well and that this will not happen a second time. After all, past Iron Blood Weave is my Great Eastern Alliance's territory. The Sword Valley Master's face twitched. He wanted to say that the entire Outerverse belonged to the 6th mainland, but after some thought, he decided against it. He remembered that even a half-ancestor had to give Luin face, so he could only force a smile. No, they won't. This time, we'll even occupy the Primal Zone. Luin praised, that's bold. Then, I won't disturb Senior any further. The Sword Valley Master hurriedly left. No one from the 6th mainland had ever thought that someone would refuse the temptation of being accepted as a disciple by a progenitor, even if that person was a genius from the 5th mainland. Luin had spoken to the Sword Valley Master just now because he wanted to confirm the 6th mainland's attitude. He had always felt that the Sword Valley Master and the others were retreating too quickly. Did they really not care about the Eastern Weaves? Or were they certain that he would be accepted as a disciple by the progenitor? Was there something that even he didn't know about? Regardless of what Luin was thinking, the tide of the battle had turned. Su Qing had led the Celestial Beast Empire's expeditionary army to flee to the astral wilderness. From the tyrannical weave to the primal zone, there weren't many astral beasts along the way that could stop the Sixth Mainland. Even if there were, they were easily destroyed. In a month's time, the Sixth Mainland had been unstoppable, and they had already reached Ironblood Weave. Soon, they would enter the primal zone. In the outerverse, outside of a very ordinary planet, a ball of red appeared. It looked like magma, and it distorted the void as it gradually burned everything around it. The lava transformed into a human form. It was an old man with a gloomy expression. The man looked at the planet for a long time. Finally, he turned into magma again and smashed into the surface of the planet like a meteor. On a beautiful scenic spot on the planet, Kue Luo, Little Qing, Bukong, and Second Master Meng were sightseeing like a family. When the lava smashed down like a meteor, Kue Luo glanced at him and smiled. Take a picture, take a picture. I'm not free, grandson. Hurry up and take a picture of your grandpa. Bukong's face twitched as he felt extremely sullen. There were not many giant beasts in Ironblood Weave, but things were different in the Primal Zone. The Primal Zone was directly connected to the Astral Beast domain. When the Sixth Mainland's countless cultivators attacked, a great battle broke out in the Primal Zone. The Sword Valley Master and the others had originally thought that without Su Qing and the other experts, the Primal Zone would be easily conquered, and they might even invade the Astral Beast domain. However, they had not expected to encounter such a predicament. The humans had their own rules, and the Astral Beast domain had its own rules as well. In the Fifth Mainland, there was a place called Kuan's Swamp that imprisoned countless prisoners. These prisoners were very powerful, and any one of them could cause chaos in an entire region. There were even powerhouses like Emperor Liu, who had a power level of over 1,000,000. In the Astral Beast domain, there was also a place called the 10,000 Beasts Cage. As the name implied, it imprisoned 10,000 beasts. The astral beasts that could be imprisoned in the 10,000 Beasts Cage were like the people imprisoned in Kuan's Swamp. At this moment, the 10,000 Beasts Cage stood between the Primal Zone and Ironblood Weave. The 10,000 Beasts Cage was different from Kuan's Swamp in that it could be moved. It was shaped like a bird cage, but it was abnormally large and could even be spread out to form a fence. The border between the Primal Zone and Ironblood Weave was not very large, and when the 10,000 Beasts Cage was spread out, it could cover more than half of the area, which was just enough to stop the Sixth Mainland from invading the Primal Zone. The astral beasts imprisoned in the 10,000 Beasts Cage viewed the Celestial Beast Empire as their enemy, and they would rather let the Sixth Mainland pass through. However, the Celestial Beast Empire had stimulated their bestial nature, and everything they saw was their enemy. Now, they only knew how to kill. Among them, there was no lack of astral beasts with power levels of over 1,000,000. Because their bestial nature had been stimulated, they did not fear death or even pain. They were like a mountain blocking the Sixth Mainland. If that were the case, then Luin and the 3-inch Grandmaster would be able to deal with the celestial imprints, but the 10,000 Beasts Cage was the most troublesome. The human Kuan Swamp was corroded by death energy, while the 10,000 Beasts Cage was made of a strange metal that was unique to the Astral Beast domain. It could devour flesh and change its hardness, and it was a very mysterious metal that had a life of its own. The more flesh it devoured, the harder it would become. This was the most troublesome aspect, as even the celestial imprints would find it difficult to destroy the 10,000 Beasts Cage. Luin looked at the images taken from the border between Ironblood Weave and Primal Zone and raised his brows. What's with this 10,000 Beasts Cage? Even the celestial imprints are troublesome to deal with. Yamada's expression turned solemn. According to the ancient records, the Fourth Mainland once experienced a calamity that killed countless astral beasts, and even half-ancestor astral beasts were killed. In the end, a progenitor had to take action to resolve the situation. The source of that calamity was a strange metal, and if I'm not mistaken, the 10,000 Beasts Cage is made out of that metal. Luin was shocked. Even half-ancestor astral beasts were killed? More accurately, they were devoured. Xianxia was apprehensive. Do you know why the humans established the Daosor sect? One theory is that in ancient times, there were endless disasters, and the humans had no choice but to band together to deal with them. Just like how ordinary people face storms and tsunamis, cultivators face disasters that are similarly unsolvable. Luin understood and looked at the images. Xianxia's family has records of that metal. Don't the Celestial Beast Empire have any? If they did, why would they dare to use it? Xianxia replied, the 10,000 Beasts cage is very small, and according to the records, the metal that caused the calamity is large enough to cover half of the outerverse. It might have been discovered too late back then. The celestial imprints can deal with something of that size, but the astral beasts within the 10,000 Beasts cage are troublesome. Killing them will make the metal even larger and harder. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to enter the primal zone. The outerverse has paid a huge price for this invasion. But it shouldn't be able to stop them for long. Beep beep beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he glanced at it. It was actually Vice City Lord Little Bear from Eba City? They had not contacted each other in a long time, and Eba City had only recently sent someone to deliver some ancient items to Lu Yin so that he could help break them down. Alliance Master Lu, a rare metal has appeared in the primal zone. Eba City hopes that you can help us obtain it, Vice City Lord Little Bear said anxiously. Lu Yin was surprised. The 10,000 Beasts cage? That's right. This metal is very rare, and we hope that Alliance Master Lu can find a way to bring it to Eba City. Feel free to state any conditions you have, Vice City Lord Little Bear said seriously. Lu Yin glanced at Xianxia. Without her explanation, he would not have known where the 10,000 Beasts cage had come from. Vice City Lord Little Bear, may I know why you care so much about this metal? Vice City Lord Little Bear replied, this metal comes from ancient times and has the ability to devour flesh and blood to increase its hardness. It can also increase the strength of my modified bodies. I thought that it had disappeared a long time ago, but who would have thought that the Celestial Beast Empire's 10,000 Beasts cage was made from this metal? Alliance Master Lu, I'll have to trouble you. I can only do my best. If you can see how precious this metal is, then the 6th mainland should be able to as well. They might not be able to obtain it, Lu Yin said. Vice City Lord Little Bear said gratefully, please do your best to help us. Feel free to state any conditions that Eba City can fulfill. Lu Yin put down his gadget. He was not surprised that the technocracy knew about the battlefield, but they had contacted him too decisively. It seemed that they valued the 10,000 Beasts cage greatly. Do many people know where this metal came from? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia replied, not many. After all, it's been too long, and the 5th mainland went through a war that even changed the sky. The Hall of Honor might not know. The Hall of Honor might not know, but Eba City might also know. If they did not know, why would they care so much? Lu Yin looked towards the north, intrigued by the 10,000 Beasts cage. The fact that it could bring disaster to the ancient 4th mainland and force a progenitor to take action proved that this metal's upper limit was very high. If it could be improved further, Lu Yin did not know how powerful it could be. At the border between Iron Bloodweave and the Primal Zone, the 3-inch Master and the other imprints slaughtered all of the beasts within the 10,000 Beasts cage. Fresh blood mixed with flesh and blood were devoured by the cage, causing it to expand at a visible rate. At first, it had covered more than half of the border, but now, it covered the entire border and even extended towards the Primal Zone and Iron Bloodweave. The flesh and blood seemed to stimulate the metal, and regardless of whether it was beasts or humans, they were immediately devoured upon contact. Its hardness also gave the imprints a headache. Fortunately, it was not unbreakable. The 10,000 Beasts cage held off the 6th mainland for 5 days. 5 days later, the 10,000 Beasts cage shattered, and the 6th mainland charged into the Primal Zone to launch a counterattack against the Astral Beast domain. Countless beasts from the Astral Beast domain entered the Primal Zone as reinforcements. However, these reinforcements could not stop the 6th mainland. Gradually, the 6th mainland reached the border between the Primal Zone and the Astral Beast domain. Once they crossed the border, they would officially enter the Astral Beast domain. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had arrived at Iron Bloodweave under the 2nd Night King's protection. He wanted to collect the 10,000 beasts cage. The 10,000 beasts cage was extremely large, and it covered the entire border between the primal zone and Ironblood Weave. After it had been destroyed, its fragments were scattered everywhere. Luin was not the only one collecting them, many others were doing the same. Those people had collected the fragments of the myriad beast cage to create weapons. Since even a celestial imprinter would find it difficult to shatter this metal, the weapons it could create would definitely be powerful. However, the results had disappointed them. The shattered myriad beast cage was like a lifeless corpse. Even an explorer could easily crush it, let alone a celestial imprinter. Although it was still quite sturdy and could be used to create weapons for a Lemmeter, it was useless against space-exploring powerhouses. Luin held a giant fragment of the myriad beast cage that still reeked of blood. He didn't even need to use any strength to shatter it. Why would a city need something like this? He contacted Vice City Lord Little Bear and told him about the situation, but the Vice City Lord was still adamant about wanting it. Since the Vice City Lord wanted it, Luin would collect it. However, the fragments were too large, and there was no way his cosmic ring could hold them all. Helpless, Luin contacted the Sword Valley Master and asked him to send some cultivators from the 6th mainland to help collect the fragments. When the Sword Valley Master heard Lu Yin's request, he thought that he had misheard. They were still at war and were still invading. Sending people to help him collect these metal fragments? What was he thinking? If it had been anyone else, even a cosmic imprinter, the Sword Valley Master would have cursed them to death. However, this was Luin, and the Sword Valley Master had to give him face. Left with no other choice, the Sword Valley Master sent a few spacecraft with no combat capabilities to help Luin collect the floating metal fragments and toss them to Frostwave Weave. Luin felt strange, as the Blood Ancestor had actually agreed. Something must have happened. Could the Blood Ancestor have contacted the 6th mainland? That shouldn't be the case. Where was Lan Xian? That woman would love to see him suffer as many losses as possible. What exactly had happened? Besides the fragments of the myriad beast cage, there was one more thing that Luin wanted back. It was the piece of progenitor Wushang's hide that had covered the face of the corpse that had chased after him. That piece of hide had come from the ghost monkey, and it had been very small. It had been used to cover the corpse's face in the primal zone, which had allowed him to escape. Now, he was going to the primal zone to retrieve it. Now that the bigger piece of hide was gone, the smaller piece had to be retrieved. In the outerverse, on that ordinary planet, Kuei-luo greedily looked at the delicacies on the table and licked his lips. Come, grandsons. Let's eat. Grandsons? Empty? Kuei-luo was used to it. Grandpa Kuei-luo, Grandpa Kuei-luo. Second Master Meng also looked on with anticipation. Kuei-luo enjoyed a mouthful of the refreshing side dish and exhaled. Go? Grandpa, don't treat you. Are you unhappy, Grandpa? Why did you leave? Xiaoqing felt wronged. But I want to cultivate. Kuei-luo rolled his eyes. What's the point of cultivating? Young people should enjoy life. Cultivation is boring. Little Qing gritted her teeth. This old thing. Now that he had become a half-martial ancestor, he no longer cared about them. This was a classic example of flipping the table after eating his fill. He deserved a beating. At the door, an old man in a crimson robe appeared and walked in. Many people looked at the old man. His clothes were too strange. Very few old people would wear clothes of this color. The red-robed old man walked directly behind Kuei-luo and looked down at him. Kuei-luo didn't seem to notice. He continued to enjoy his meal. On the opposite side, Madame Red and the others looked at the old man. Their expressions gradually turned ugly. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but they were cultivators. When they looked at the old man in red, an unimaginable pressure descended. The old man in red's figure was infinitely tall. He replaced the sky and everything they knew. Following the red-clothed old man's gaze, Madame Hong looked over. He spat out a mouthful of blood all over the table. Following that, Second Lord Meng, Bu Kong, and Xiaoqing all vomited blood. The restaurant owner was shocked. Vomiting blood while eating? It's over. I can't do business anymore. Kui Luo was just about to take a bite of food. All of the dishes were stained with blood, and he slammed his palm on the table in dissatisfaction. The restaurant owner hurried over to apologize, but Kui Luo turned around and stared at the red-robed old man. Looking for trouble? The old man stared at Kui Luo. Who are you? Kui Luo sneered and stepped on a stool. And who are you? Old Shuigue, the old man said. Madame Hong was shocked. A half-ancestor? Second Lord Meng and the others hadn't heard of old Shuigue, but too many things had happened in the Sixth Mainland during this period. There had even been the incident of the 7 sky gods attacking the Daosource sect, and the name of the half-ancestors hidden in the Daosource sect had inadvertently spread. Old Shuigue was one of the 3 half-ancestors. A half-ancestor had actually come? Bukong's face turned ashen. It's over. Kui Luo stared at old Shuigue for a long time. You've made a mistake. Old Shuigue raised his brows. Speak. You can't catch me. Kui Luo's body suddenly vanished. A cold glint flashed in old Shuigue's eyes. He didn't even look at Second Lord Meng and the others as he tore through the void and left. The restaurant owner looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his face went pale. Where? Is he gone? Second Lord Meng and the others looked at each other, and Bukong subconsciously tried to escape. However, Second Lord Meng pressed down on his shoulder. Traitor, come with me. He then left with Bukong and Xiaoqing, leaving only Madame Hong behind. Kui Luo left, and Second Lord Meng and the others regained their freedom, but Madame Hong did not. She had been sealed by Kui Luo's astral origin cyclone, and if she wanted to break free, she would have to find Kui Luo. Helpless, she could only wait on this planet. In outer space, red replaced the sky. Old Shuigue waved his hand, and the red magma that had filled the entire universe suddenly turned white. The terrifying heat reduced countless planets to ashes and incinerated the void, revealing the astral origin universe. Its destructive power was terrifying. Kui Luo shrieked and rushed out while patting his clothes. Old thing, don't destroy the environment. You have no manners. Old Shuigue's gaze turned cold. Come with me, and I might not kill you. Kui Luo rolled his eyes. You're young, but you talk big. Catch me if you have the ability. He then streaked across space and headed east. Old Shuigue snorted coldly, and the white magma transformed into a thread that shot into the distance. Everything it touched along the way was reduced to ashes, as if it had cut through space. Once one reached the half-ancestor level and had an inner world, they did not need to worry too much about the astral origin universe. They could use the astral origin universe without restraint within their inner world, and the inner world was a phenomenon that manifested when one cultivated to this level. A person's inner world basically reflected everything that they possessed, whether it was battle techniques, cultivation techniques, or spiritual force. Old Shuigue's inner world was magma, and the endless magma burned without restraint. Even Kui Luo was wary of it, as the heat was enough to reduce everything to ashes. It was not the temperature of life, but the temperature of death. Behind him, the white magma thread moved faster and faster, and wherever it passed, the starry sky was torn apart. Kui Luo turned around and tapped out with a finger. His fingertip came into contact with the white magma, but he quickly retracted it as if he had been electrocuted. He kept blowing on it. So hot, so hot, so hot. Old Shuigue's expression froze, and he looked at Kui Luo with an unprecedented amount of fear. No, something was wrong with this old man. Kui Luo had just touched his white magma, which was equivalent to colliding with his inner world. However, Kui Luo had not been injured at all. When half-martial ancestors fought against each other, it was sometimes a battle of inner worlds. For example, the Forgotten Ruins god had fought against the head inquisitor, and Lan Xian had fought against the drunkard. The drunkard had used a single drop of alcohol to break Lan Xian's cherry blossom, and that was his inner world. However, Kui Luo had not revealed his inner world, nor had he used any battle techniques. Just the touch of his finger had caused old Shuigue's inner world to be helpless. Old Shuigue had only experienced such a situation with 9 luminaries. For a moment, old Shuigue stopped and looked at Kui Luo with an extremely solemn gaze. You've broken through 3 stages? Kue Luo was still blowing on his finger, but when he heard old Shuigui's question, his lips curled up. No. If Kue Luo had said that he had, old Shuigui might not have believed him, but when Kue Luo said that he had not, old Shuigui believed him. This old man had definitely broken through 3 stages, just like the 5th mainland's half-martial ancestors and 9 luminaries. This was troublesome. The 6th mainland had been wary of the 5th mainland because those half-martial ancestors had the possibility of breaking through. They did not know where the 5th mainland had gotten so many Genesis items, but those half-martial ancestors did indeed have the possibility of breaking through. Old Shuigui was different. Without breaking through 3 stages, he would never be able to break through. Old Shuigui had to admit that he was no match for a half-martial ancestor who had broken through 3 stages. Who exactly are you? Why are you targeting the 6th mainland? Kue Luo gave old Shuigui a deep look. You should be thanking me. If it weren't for me, how would you know who your enemy is? Old Shuigui frowned. Indeed, he had gotten his revenge. Thanks to Kue Luo's information, he had found the blacksmithing clan and destroyed them. However, due to the negative impact of this matter, he had been punished by the 9 luminaries. Why are you causing trouble for the 6th mainland? Causing trouble? No, I'm not. I'm just upholding justice. How many people have I saved with that information? Especially a place like Dream Manor. They should worship this old man. If it weren't for this old man, it wouldn't have been long before the entire Dream Manor would have been the offspring of those 2 bastards. Don't you think they should thank this old man? Kue Luo said matter-of-factly. There's also Yungu. If it weren't for me telling them, they would never have known that the previous Valley Master had been captured by the Fan family. They should be worshipping this old man. Right, the ones who should be thanking me the most are 9 ministers and Shui Lai. Old Shuigui's expression changed, and he barked, "Shut up. Don't be rude to a progenitor." Kue Luo rolled his eyes. If it weren't for me exposing those 2 bastards, who knows how many girls in your Daosor sect would have suffered? Right, go back and check on your granddaughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law. See if there are any abnormalities. Old Shuigui was enraged, and white lava instantly covered the entire region. The lava poured down and incinerated the entire region. Kue Luo was displeased. What are you talking about? Old man, it's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you're being rude. Remember, go back and check. Who knows, you might have the children of those 2 bastards. Old Shuigui was enraged, and large hands reached out from the white lava towards Kue Luo. Each hand was powerful enough to incinerate a celestial imprint powerhouse. Kue Luo shrieked, "It's so hot. Run." He then disappeared. Old Shuigui continued to chase after Kue Luo. He knew that he was not Kue Luo's opponent, so he had to keep an eye on Kue Luo and wait for 9 lights. Not only had Kue Luo wreaked havoc in the 6th mainland, but he had also barged into the Daosor sect and seen things that he should not have seen. This was what old Shuigui was most afraid of. If Kue Luo revealed anything, it would expose the Daosor sect's greatest secret, so he could not be let off. One day later, Lu Yin arrived at the Primal Zone. At this moment, the 6th mainland Sword Valley Master and the other cultivators were already heading towards the east of the Primal Zone. He wanted to find the planet that had suppressed the mummy and dig out progenitor Wushang's hide. Suddenly, Lu Yin and the 2nd Night King stopped at the same time and looked at each other. They both sensed that something was wrong, as if they were being watched. The 2nd Night King's spiritual force was powerful, and his body was powerful as well, so it was normal for him to be able to sense it. As for Lu Yin, it was purely his intuition. Ever since he had become an emissary, his senses had become much sharper. "Who are you? Come out," he said as he looked around. The 2nd Night King's expression turned solemn. If he had sensed someone at the same time, then there had to be someone there. For someone to be able to avoid being seen by the 2nd Night King meant that their strength was unfathomable. Not too far away, the void distorted, and a kind-looking old man walked out. He smiled faintly at Lu Yin, and his eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration. The old man was simple and unadorned, giving people a very comfortable feeling, especially when accompanied by a strange fragrance that made people feel refreshed. This was the fragrance of medicine. If I'm not wrong, Senior should be one of the 4 sovereigns, the medicine immortal, Lu Yin said respectfully. The elder nodded. Alliance Master Lu of the Great Eastern Alliance. I've heard a lot about you. Lu Yin was apprehensive. I wouldn't dare. In front of you, I'm just a junior. Haha, there's no need to be humble. You're the only one in the universe who can sense me even though you've just become an emissary. Even the Day-Night clan member beside you only sensed me at the same time as you did, the medicine immortal said with a smile. Lu Yin stared at the medicine immortal. No matter how benevolent this person was or how much he praised him, he was still one of the 6th mainland's 4 sovereigns. The fact that he had not been discovered by the Second Night King spoke volumes. The Second Night King stared at the medicine immortal. You must be a half-step progenitor. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at the immortal alchemist. Medicine immortal smiled. He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. Alliance leader Lu, rumor has it that you are a direct descendant of the Lu clan and have the talent to appoint generals. Can you show it to me? Senior, what do you mean? I don't have any other intentions, I was just curious. After all, the general appointment stage's reputation is too great. When I was young, I heard about it many times, but I never had the chance to see it. Now, half of my body is in the ground, and I don't know when it will be gone, so I wanted to fulfill my wish. I hope Alliance leader Lu doesn't take offense. Lu Yin did not know if the medicine immortal was telling the truth. He glanced at the Second Night King, who took a step forward and became even more vigilant. The medicine immortal continued to smile at Lu Yin. He did not show any hostility from the beginning to the end. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. Since Senior wants to take a look, then let's take a look. The general appointment platform then appeared in front of him. Seeing the appearance of the general appointment platform, Medicine Immortal's eyes widened as he looked at it in amazement. This is the Lu family's talent, the general appointment platform that was once known as the one man for an entire country? Is the imprint on it the person who was chosen? Lu Yin hurriedly put away the platform. It's just some patterns. He did not have the habit of revealing his trump cards. During this time, he had chosen quite a few people, and he did not want to be discovered. The medicine immortal smiled and sighed. Back in the day, the Lu family's general appointment stage was invincible, and one person could suppress an entire battlefield. Anyone who heard of the Lu family's appearance and saw the general appointment stage was scared out of their wits. Regardless of whether they were enemies or comrades, the invincible strength of the general appointment stage intimidated both enemies and allies. Lu Yin did not understand. Back in the day? The medicine immortal raised a hand and tossed Lu Yin a very thin, almost transparent piece of paper. No, it was a skin? The Second Night King caught it. This is a pill skin that I accidentally refined. That pill was ruined, but I accidentally refined this thing. It's not very useful, but its defense is decent. It can withstand a power level of 1,000,000. I'll give it to you. Thank you for fulfilling my wish, the medicine immortal said. Lu Yin was surprised, and he took it from the Second Night King. His eyes turned into runes as he looked at it. The thin pill skin in his hand had a terrifying number of rune lines that were similar to Master Yuan's. Lu Yin tried to tear it apart, but he could not tear it apart. It really could withstand a power level of 1,000,000. Lu Yin immediately thought of clothes. If he had a lot of this pill skin, he could use it to make clothes that would allow him to go anywhere. He looked up and was about to say something when he realized that the medicine immortal had disappeared. Where did he go? Lu Yin asked. The Second Night King replied, he left. Obviously, he knew that the medicine immortal had left. Which direction did he go? The Second Night King looked to the east. Lu Yin pursed his lips and put away the pill skin. He thought back to the medicine immortal's words. Back then, he had spoken as if he had seen it before. Wait, what if he had? The medicine immortal had come from the stone realm, and Maiden Xian had said that many people from the stone realm had been sealed in stones. Could the medicine immortal have also been sealed in stones during the ancient war? However, he had come out much earlier than Maiden Xian, so the two might have come from the same era. It was not impossible. Let's go. Just as Lu Yin and the Second Night King were about to continue searching for the planet that had suppressed the corpse, a terrifying fluctuation came from the east. It shook the entire primal zone and even caused the entire Ironblood weave to tremble. Luin looked to the east in shock. The power of a half-progenitor. To the east of the primal zone, the sixth mainland was preparing to charge into the astral beast domain and take the first step in their counterattack when a person appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man in long black robes. The moment he appeared, the medicine immortal appeared as well. Two terrifying powers tore through space and collided in the dark sky. The shockwaves from the collision between two half-progenitors were terrifying, and they swept through the primal zone. All of the sixth mainland's cultivators retreated. The medicine immortal was also forced back, and his expression changed. The Yao Emperor. The black-robed man who had appeared outside the primal zone was the Celestial Beast Empire's Yao Emperor, the only known half-progenitor in the astral beast domain. The Yao Emperor's appearance was not unexpected. Su Qing had lost contact with them, and the sixth mainland had invaded the primal zone and invaded the astral beast domain. Aside from the Yao Emperor, no one could stop the sixth mainland's advance. At this moment, the medicine immortal revealed his half-progenitor strength, which confirmed the rumors about him. He was indeed a half-progenitor. However, even a half-progenitor could not stop the Yao Emperor. In just a single clash, the Yao Emperor suppressed the medicine immortal. Retreat from the primal zone. The war ends here. The Yao Emperor was a middle-aged man who was as handsome as Xianxia. He had a scholarly temperament that was not lacking in dominance, and his gaze was dignified. He towered in space like a mountain, blocking the advance of all of the sixth mainland's cultivators. The medicine immortal raised his head. The astral beast domain has invaded the outerverse. You think too highly of yourselves, Yao Emperor. The Yao Emperor looked at the medicine immortal. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. The medicine immortal's eyes flashed. You can try. He then made a hand gesture, and behind him, Qinghua Shangren and the rest retreated. This was a battlefield for half-progenitors. Terrifying spiritual force materialized into a storm that swept through space and wreaked havoc in the medicine immortal's direction. The space in front of the medicine immortal distorted as he used his famous battle technique, Medicine King Scatter. In the past, Medicine King Scatter had not been seen. Anyone who fought against Medicine King Scatter knew that entering Medicine King Scatter was equivalent to losing. Now, Medicine King Scatter had materialized and collided with the Yao Emperor's terrifying spiritual force. A gale whistled past, and Medicine King Scatter collapsed upon contact. The medicine immortal's face paled, and his body was pushed back into the primal zone. Qinghua Shangren and the rest were shocked. How was this possible? They were both half-progenitors, but the medicine immortal could not withstand the Yao Emperor's spiritual force? The Yao Emperor raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. The spiritual force that had been like a storm gathered together, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. The medicine immortal's pupils shrank as a furnace appeared in the void and sealed all of the Yao Emperor's spiritual force. This was the medicine immortal's inner world, and once it was sealed by the furnace, it would be incinerated. The Yao Emperor frowned. Divine burst. As soon as he spoke, the furnace's interior trembled, and a crack spread out. The medicine immortal spat out a mouthful of blood, as the difference was too great. Compared to the Yao Emperor, he was as powerless as the celestial imprint against a half-progenitor. The Yao Emperor was definitely a powerhouse who had broken through 3 stages. There was only one half-progenitor in the entire astral beast domain, and he had inherited the fourth mainland's legacy. It was not impossible for him to break through 3 stages. The medicine immortal's face was ashen. Was he going to die here today? Only the 9 glories could fight the Yao Emperor head-on. I told you that killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand, the Yao Emperor said calmly. The crack in the furnace expanded, and spiritual force spread out. The Yao Emperor waved his hand, and the spiritual force gathered once again, forming a single point that collided with the medicine immortal. This single point was able to control everything, and the entire starry sky was being pulled toward the medicine immortal like a curtain of water. From the perspective of Qinghua Shangren and the rest, it was as if the entire astral beast domain had turned into a single point that was crashing into the medicine immortal. The furnace suddenly retreated and blocked in front of the medicine immortal. The spiritual force pierced through the furnace and continued to crash into the medicine immortal. Just as the medicine immortal thought that he was going to die, he heard a gasp. Is this the spiritual force of a heavenly monster? It is indeed terrifying. Boom. Countless people stared in shock at the shattered starry sky outside the primal zone. Cracks spread out, cutting both the primal zone and the astral beast domain apart. The Yao Emperor's eyes trembled as he stared into the distance. Someone had blocked his spiritual force. Within the primal zone, the medicine immortal's mouth was bleeding. Someone had appeared in front of him at some point, and it was Kue Luo. With the speed of a half-martial ancestor, he could easily cross great distances and arrive at the primal zone very quickly. His appearance had coincidentally helped the medicine immortal block an attack. A moment later, the blood demon appeared and stared blankly at the scene. What was going on? He had been chasing after Kue Luo, and as soon as he arrived at the primal zone, he saw Kue Luo block the Yao Emperor's attack and help the medicine immortal. Wasn't he an enemy of the Sixth Mainland? Why was he helping the medicine immortal? Who are you, the medicine immortal and the Yao Emperor asked at the same time. Kue Luo looked at the Yao Emperor in amazement. As expected of the most suitable life forms for spiritual force cultivation. Even in ancient times, heavenly monsters were the top race in the Fourth Mainland. The Yao Emperor stared at Kue Luo with a solemn expression, much more so than when he was facing the medicine immortal. Who are you? An outsider who has nothing to do with this war. I just saw your spiritual force and felt itchy, so I wanted to test it out, Kue Luo said with an irritating expression. The Yao Emperor frowned. He had thought that Kue Luo was a hidden expert from the Sixth Mainland. An outsider? Did Kue Luo think he was an idiot? The blood demon's appearance also attracted the Yao Emperor's attention. 3 half-martial ancestors had appeared all of a sudden, and Kue Luo, who could block his spiritual force cultivation. This battle was going to be difficult to win. The medicine immortal also saw the blood demon and was puzzled. Who is this? Old Shui did not know what to say. Kue Luo had helped them block an attack from the Sixth Mainland, but he was also an enemy of the Sixth Mainland. If he said anything, then the old man would join forces with the Sixth Mainland, and they would be finished. For a moment, Old Shui fell silent. Kue Luo looked at Old Shui, then at the medicine immortal, and finally at the Shifter Emperor. He also fell silent, and the battlefield in the primal zone was eerily silent. The Shifter Emperor narrowed his eyes and stared at Kue Luo. Are you from the Sixth Mainland? Kue Luo shook his head. The Shifter Emperor frowned. Human domain? Kue Luo continued to shake his head. The Shifter Emperor's eyes narrowed, and he said in a low voice, I don't care who you are. This war ends here. He did not say anything about the Sixth Mainland withdrawing from the primal zone. They were up against 3 half-progenitors, and one of them, Kue Luo, was unfathomable. He did not have the confidence to threaten them. Kue Luo hurriedly said, Don't. The war will continue. This is your problem, and it has nothing to do with me. I'm just passing by. You guys continue. He then stepped through the void and charged towards Ironblood Weave. Old Shui subconsciously wanted to chase after him. The medicine immortal hurriedly stopped him. Old Shui, do you want to watch me die? Old Shui paused, and his cold gaze swept past the medicine immortal before looking at the Shifter Emperor. If the medicine immortal was left here alone, then not only him, but all of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators would be finished. They could not stop the Shifter Emperor, but capturing that old man was of utmost importance. He stared at the Shifter Emperor. This war ends here. The Shifter Emperor sneered. He could tell that the old man had nothing to do with the Sixth Mainland, and he even had a grudge against the Sixth Mainland. Withdraw from the primal zone, and the war will end. Old Shui's gaze trembled, and he was about to agree, but he suddenly paused and glanced at Sword Valley Master. Sword Valley Master had just transmitted to him that they could not withdraw from the primal zone, at least not now. The war between Iron Bloodweave and the primal zone had never ended. When the Shifter Emperor said that the war between the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast domain would stop, but rather the Astral Beast domain's invasion of the Outerverse. Even if the half-progenitors withdrew, there would still be war in Iron Bloodweave, and the Astral Beast domain would continue to invade. The appearance of the Demon Emperor was only the end of one war, not all wars. astral beasts, and the astral beast domains, and the astral beast domain. Those giant beasts were bound to return to the astral beast domain from an unknown star field. If they wanted to return to the astral beast domain, they had to pass through the primal zone. Since they controlled the primal zone, they could decide the life and death of those giant beasts. This was the true meaning of controlling the primal zone. Otherwise, how could a mere primal zone be worth the risk of the medicine immortal? The Shifter Emperor appeared to help Su Qing and the other beasts return. Those astral beasts were simply too powerful. Without them, the astral beast domain's combat power would be halved. Once they were dealt with, Iron Bloodweave would no longer have to worry about the astral beast domain. The Sixth Mainland had never thought of staying in the Outerverse forever, as their goal had always been the entire Fifth Mainland. Even though the secret progenitor's betrayal had greatly reduced their strength, they were confident that they could quickly recover. In the future, there would definitely be a war between them and the Hall of Honor. If they could pacify Iron Bloodweave, then they would have no worries about the Hall of Honor in the future. The benefits of such a move were too great. This was related to the future strategy of the entire Sixth Mainland, so the Primal Zone could not retreat. Even if they had to retreat, they had to use Su Qing and the other astral beasts to obtain benefits from the astral beast domain. Otherwise, this war would be nothing more than a joke to the Sixth Mainland. Not only would they be invaded by the astral beast domain, but they would also lose a large portion of their eastern territory. While Old Shui hesitated, Kuei Luo had long since disappeared. Even if Old Shui tried to chase after Kuei Luo, he would not be able to catch up. Retreat from the primal zone, and this war will end. Otherwise, none of you will leave this place alive, the Shifter Emperor growled as he stared at Old Shui. Old Shui and the Medicine Immortal exchanged glances. Can we stop him if we work together? Let's try. As long as we can stop the Shifter Emperor and stall for time, Su Qing and the other astral beasts will be ours, the Medicine Immortal said. All right. Old Shui stared at the Shifter Emperor. I've long since heard of the strength of the celestial beast bloodline. I really want to give it a try. With that, white lava spread throughout the heavens. The Medicine Immortal acted at the same time, causing a furnace to appear that coordinated with the white lava to crash into the Shifter Emperor. The Shifter Emperor snorted. You're courting death. The clash between half-martial ancestors shook the heavens and earth, and Guru Qinghua and the rest were forced back. On the other side, Lu Yin had also retreated from the primal zone. He tried to contact Kuei Luo, but to no avail. He could only contact Shui Chuanxiao and order the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet to leave North Castle Weave and head towards the asteroid belt. The war had reached its most critical juncture, and whether or not the Eastern Weave could be saved would depend on this final battle. Even though the Sword Valley Master and the others had been very polite to Lu Yin and had not asked for the Eastern Weave, Lu Yin still felt uneasy. He had a nagging feeling that there was something that he had not fully grasped, so he decided to stick to his original plan. Oh, you're here. What a coincidence. Kuei Luo's voice rang out from behind him. The second Night King turned around as if he had seen a ghost. He had been able to sense the Medicine Immortal's movements before, but he had not been able to sense Kuei Luo's movements at all. Lu Yin was also startled, and when he saw that it was Kuei Luo, he was speechless. Can't you just appear normally? What did you do to make you so scared? Kuei Luo teased. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Where did you go? Kuei Luo replied, I was being chased by someone. I had no choice but to lure that guy here, where I happened to see a celestial demon ancestor in action. I couldn't resist the urge to test my skills and saved a Sixth Mainland ancestor. The Medicine Immortal? Lu Yin was astonished. I don't know. He hasn't even broken through the third stage, so he's pretty weak. If it wasn't for me, he would have died. Lu Yin grew serious. Is the Demon Emperor very strong? Kuei Luo nodded. Very strong. After all, he's a celestial demon. Even in the ancient Fourth Mainland, the celestial demon ancestor was one of the top races. Your Lu family's ancient records state that a progenitor appeared. Lu Yin frowned. The Medicine Immortal won't die without you, right? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. What does that have to do with me? It's not like he's my son. At this point, Kuei Luo suddenly paused and looked towards the south. It's so lively. Another half-ancestor has arrived. Luin was shocked. Another half-ancestor? Who? A woman. She's very pretty, and she doesn't seem very old, Kue Luo replied. Luin immediately knew that it was Xianxia. She was the Sixth Mainland's backup against the Demon Emperor, and the Blood Fiend had just happened to arrive at the right time. Xianxia was the one who was supposed to join forces with the Medicine Immortal against the Demon Emperor. The Sixth Mainland had a clearer understanding of the Demon Emperor, and they knew that the Medicine Immortal would not be able to stop the Demon Emperor by himself. However, they had still been one step too slow. If not for Kue Luo, the Medicine Immortal would have already died, and Xianxia would not have been able to stop the Demon Emperor by herself. Now that three half-ancestors had joined forces, Luin did not know what the outcome would be. Soon enough, Luin saw the rune lines that covered the heavens head towards the north, past Ironblood Weave. It was Xianxia. Kue Luo had hidden them, so Xianxia had not discovered them. Can three half-ancestors stop the Demon Emperor? Luin asked. Kue Luo, not a single one has broken through 3 stages. That woman isn't bad. She broke through the lower and middle finger stages, but she doesn't have an origin item to break through the wisdom stages. They'll know how big the gap is. Speaking of which, is the Sixth Mainland really that lacking in origin items? Luin did not understand. The Fifth Mainland's half-ancestors all had origin items, and they had all broken through 3 stages. However, the Sixth Mainland, which was far more powerful than the Fifth Mainland, had almost no origin items. Even in terms of numbers, the Sixth Mainland's strongest half-ancestor, 9 glories, and 9-3 half-ancestor were only 5 origin items. It was hard to say if 9-3 half-ancestors even had an origin item. Perhaps it was really because of the cosmic tree. After the origin wheel sacrifice, the Fifth Mainland would send people to the cosmic tree to search for origin items. After so many years, it was reasonable for them to be able to find a few origin items. The Sixth Mainland is quite interesting. This old man plans to go play around and see if there are any more secrets. Kue Luo was very excited. The second Night King's eyes flashed. Was this old man the one who had spread the Sixth Mainland secrets? Suddenly, the way he looked at Kue Luo changed. No one could stop a dignified half-ancestor from doing such disgusting things, but this half-ancestor seemed to be quite strong. The Sixth Mainland was out of luck. When Luin saw that Kue Luo was about to leave, he hurriedly stopped him. There's no rush. Let's wait for a while. Wait for what? To chat with you? Kue Luo rolled his eyes. Luin was puzzled. Speaking of which, you don't seem to be planning on breaking through to the progenitor realm, and from what you said earlier, you've already broken through 3 stages. What do you want an origin item for? Kue Luo blinked. You heard wrong. This old man only broke through 2 stages, not 3. Luin was speechless, as there was nothing he could say to this old scoundrel. Don't leave for now. This war is about to end, and I might end up facing a situation that I can't control. We might go to war, or we might achieve our goals. The Astral Beast Domain and the Sixth Mainland both have half-ancestors. Without you, I'm not confident. Kue Luo was unhappy. This old man is a free wind. I can't stay in one place for too long. It won't be long. It'll end soon, Luin muttered as he looked towards the north. Troublesome. Right, Wangxi should have come looking for me some time ago, but she couldn't find me. That old woman isn't easy to deal with. I know. There's one more thing. I broke through to the emissary realm. Nonsense. This old man can't tell? There was a phenomenon after breaking through. I met the 4-way scales gaze, so they should have seen me. Kue Luo paused and slowly turned to look at Luin in disbelief. Well, what did you say? Luin casually answered, there was a phenomenon after breaking through to the emissary realm that resonated with the mother tree. Many people in the astral tree domain should have seen me. What's wrong? Kue Luo's jaw dropped. You're saying that after breaking through to the emissary realm, your phenomenon resonated with the mother tree? I remember now. Were you the one who caused the astral source universe to boil? Luin nodded. It wasn't a big deal. Kue Luo roared, that wasn't a big deal? Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have mentally prepared yourself and told me in advance. This old man almost fainted from fright. Luin was astonished. Was it serious? Kue Luo was bewildered, and he looked Luin up and down as if he was looking at a monster. Almost every progenitor has a phenomenon after breaking through to the emissary realm. Which one of those who can cultivate to the progenitor realm isn't a monster? But to be able to resonate with the mother tree and even make you meet the astral tree domain's gaze in the wasteland. Do you think that's a small matter? I've never heard of such a phenomenon before. No, I think I've seen it before. Kue Luo thought about it and then slapped his head. By Xianxia from the frigid immortal sect. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. By Xianxia? Kue Luo solemnly explained, when she broke through to become an envoy, her phenomenon shook the entire astral tree and caused the mother tree to sway. They rushed into the frigid immortal sect like moths to a flame, wanting to kill her. Your phenomenon isn't any weaker than hers, and it might even surpass hers. Oh no, we're in big trouble now. The astral tree knows about your phenomenon, and they definitely won't let you off. Luin replied, I know, which is why I sent people to keep an eye on the Genesis court. The Eternals won't let you off either, Kue Luo said solemnly. Luin wasn't worried about this. Even if his innate gift was feared by the Eternals, the higher his innate gift, the better. The higher his innate gift, the stronger he would be in the future, and the more likely he would be able to resist the four-side scale. Don't worry about that. That's for later. First, help me resolve this war, Luin said. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. You're so heartless. It's just a small war, and you're taking it so seriously. Luin shrugged. I can't help it. There's something I need to protect. Kue Luo was still thinking about Lu Yin's phenomenon after his breakthrough, and the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. This was clearly Lu Yin's problem, but Kue Luo was more nervous than Luin himself. He had even been startled. No, this wasn't his style. He then said, right, I have something to tell you. What is it? Luin was curious. Kue Luo casually replied, it's nothing important. I just saw a statue when I barged into the Daosor sect. It should be the legendary primogenitor that the Sixth Mainland's three progenitors often worship. It was a very calm sentence, but Luin was stunned. He thought that he had misheard. What did you say? Kue Luo's lips curled up in delight. It's nothing, just a small matter. Luin was speechless. Even the three progenitors worship you? What primogenitor? Kue Luo was flabbergasted. You don't know? Luin shook his head and glanced at the second Night King, who also looked confused. Kue Luo snorted. How ignorant. One of you is a direct descendant of the Lu clan, and you even inherited the power of the death god, while the other has lived longer than anyone else. He coughed, then continued, listen up. Legend has it that in the most ancient era of mankind, there was a primogenitor. I don't know if he was the first to be born, or if he was the first to create cultivation. Legend has it that it was this primogenitor who established the Daosor sect and became humanity's first progenitor. He enlightened countless people, and he paved the way for the cultivation civilization. Later on, powerful progenitors like Reaper, Fate, and Wu Tian were born. Later generations who want to practice cultivation have to worship this ancestor. He's the religion of all human beings. This old man saw a statue in the Daosor sect. It had a python coiled around its waist and a divine eagle perched on its shoulder. That image was similar to the legends, and it was even enshrined in the deepest part of the Daosor sect. That's why I guessed that it might be the primogenitor. Luin and the second Night King were both dumbfounded. Legends like the Grim Reaper and Fate were already very exaggerated, and if it weren't for the fact that their powers truly existed, Luin would not have believed them. Now, there was another legend about the primogenitor, who had created the human cultivation civilization and established the Daosor sect. There really is a primogenitor, the second Night King asked in a daze. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. It's just a legend. How would this old man know? Go ask the Sixth Mainland's three ancestors. They worship it, and they believe it. The second Night King was stumped. Speaking of which, you've lived longer than anyone else. I heard that you existed before the mother tree left the wasteland. How come you don't know anything? Kue Luo stared at the second Night King with even more disdain. The second Night King's face twitched. The Day-Night clan's history was not very glorious. They had not even existed in that ancient era, and they had only been slaves of the Bai family. Do you believe it? Luin asked. The legends about the primogenitor were too exaggerated, and they were even older than the death god and the others. Kue Luo replied, there's nothing to believe. Who cares if there really is a primogenitor or not? It has nothing to do with us. Even if there was one, he would have died long ago. Legend has it that he was the one who planted the mother tree, so who knows? Legends also depended on the level of the legends. To ordinary people, cultivators tearing apart the heavens and moving mountains and filling seas were already legends. To cultivators, a half-ancestor creating an inner world was also a legend. But to half-ancestors, what was a legend? Existences like the death god and fate were legends, and so were the primogenitors. Legends might not be fake, but their level was not high enough. If a primogenitor really existed, then how powerful would he be? There must be a reason why the Daosaur sect worshipped that statue. At present, the most ancient existence in the universe was not the Hall of Honor or the Four Cardinal Scales, but rather the Daosaur sect. Even though the Sixth Mainland had been destroyed, the Daosaur sect had been left behind from the most ancient era and had witnessed the most ancient era. No one knew how long that statue had existed. Progenitor Chen was unparalleled and powerful, but he would not be worshipped by other progenitors. Even progenitors would worship him, so there was a reason for that. The shockwaves from the battle between half-ancestors swept through the primal zone and Ironblood weave. The Medicine Immortal and Old Blood Devil had joined forces to fight the Demon Lord, but they were still at a disadvantage. The Sword Valley Master and the others were horrified, and they continuously retreated. Have you found any traces of Su Qing's group of astral beasts? A voice rang out in the ears of the Sword Valley Master and the others. They looked over and were delighted. Lan Xian? Lan Xian solemnly looked to the east. The Demon Emperor's strength was terrifying, and even the Medicine Immortal and Old Blood Devil would find it difficult to resist him. Fortunately, Old Blood Devil was there, or else she and the Medicine Immortal would not have been able to resist him. We have not found any traces of Su Qing's group of astral beasts, but they will definitely return to the astral beast domain, and they will have to pass through the primal zone, the Sword Valley Master respectfully reported. Lan Xian's eyes flickered. Have the Great Eastern Alliance participate? The Sword Valley Master was confused. The Great Eastern Alliance? Lan Xian replied, have the Great Eastern Alliance participate in the war as a condition. Once we eliminate Su Qing's group of astral beasts, recover that Eastern weave for me. The Sword Valley Master and the others were confused. What did she mean? She had clearly helped Luin and forced them to give up that Eastern weave, so why was she now plotting against the Great Eastern Alliance? Lan Xian was inwardly vexed, as she had also been tricked. Back then, Luin had used progenitor Wushang's hide as a condition to force the Sixth Mainland to participate in the war. She had thought that the Great Eastern Alliance wanted to retreat, which was why she had threatened Luin with not taking over the Eastern weave. However, she had not known that Luin had no intention of withdrawing from the Eastern weave at all. Everything had been a facade. She had thought that she could force Luin, but in reality, she had fallen right into his trap. She had even helped Luin obtain the Eastern weave. When she thought about this, she was filled with regret. This had been Lu Yin's scheme within a scheme. He had used progenitor Wushang's hide to lure the Sixth Mainland into killing Su Qing, and he had also deceived the Sixth Mainland. If not for the fact that the Astral Beast domain had smoothly attacked Tyrant Weave and that the Great Eastern Alliance had not made any moves, she would not have been able to see through his scheme. That despicable bastard. Lan Xian had never felt so sullen before. Ever since she had stepped onto the path of cultivation, her innate gift had attracted the Daosaur sect's attention, and she had become one of the Daosaur's three skies. Breaking through to the half-ancestor realm was only natural, and as long as she could obtain the origin item and break through the wisdom gate, she would naturally become an ancestor. Everything had seemed to be going smoothly, but she had never expected that she would be screwed over by a junior. When she thought about this, Lan Xian's expression turned even colder. Think of a way to lure the Great Eastern Alliance into this war. The Eastern Weave must be ours. She then stepped forward, causing cherry blossoms to fill the sky as she joined the battle against the Yao Emperor. The Sword Valley Master watched Lan Xian's disappearing figure, and his eyes lit up. It seemed that the Blood Ancestor did not intend to take Luyin as a disciple. Otherwise, Lan Xian's attitude would not have changed. That brat was the Sixth Mainland's enemy. The Sword Valley Master had always disliked Luyin, but now was not the time to suppress him. Facing both the Astral Beast Domain and the Great Eastern Alliance at the same time was a little difficult. The Fifth Mainland had the most half-ancestors, so it was best to avoid a war if possible. First, they would lure the Great Eastern Alliance into this battlefield. Once they eliminated Su Qing's group of astral beasts and stabilized Iron Blood Weave, they would then move against the Great Eastern Alliance. The Outerverse belonged to the Sixth Mainland, so it was reasonable for them to take it back. The Fifth Mainland had no right to interfere. At the border of the Primal Zone, the Yao Emperor was astonished. 3 half-ancestors? The Sixth Mainland really thinks highly of me. The Medicine Immortal was exhausted, and his face was pale. The Blood Ancestor did not look too good either, as his strength was about the same as the Medicine Immortal's. Only Lan Xian stood at the front. Although she was the youngest, she had once been one of the Daosor's 3 skies. Her innate gift was extremely high, and she had broken through 2 gates. Her strength surpassed the Blood Ancestors. Yao Emperor, since we're invading, how can we retreat unscathed? Lan Xian spoke, and the sound of 3 strings being plucked rang out as cherry blossoms filled the sky. The Yao Emperor's eyes narrowed. He could not afford to lose Su Qing's group of astral beasts. Otherwise, the Astral Beast Domain would not have the strength to invade the Outerverse for the next 10,000 years. Retreat from the Primal Zone, or you'll all die. He then raised a hand, and his spiritual force converged to form a black dot that shot towards Lan Xian. In an instant, the battle between the 4 half-ancestors shook the heavens and the earth. Sword Valley Master and the others led the Sixth Mainland's cultivators to retreat once again while contacting Luyin. Luyin had just arrived at the asteroid belt when he received a call from Sword Valley Master, which was rather strange. Why was Sword Valley Master contacting him at this time? Alliance Master Lu, the Yao Emperor's reinforcements are about to meet up with Su Qing. With our current strength, we can't hold them off for now. We request that the Great Eastern Alliance provide reinforcements, and we can offer a weave in the east as a reward, Sword Valley Master immediately said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I saw that half-ancestor Lan Xian has also gone to the Primal Zone. 3 half-ancestors won't be able to hold off the Yao Emperor and his reinforcements? It'll be very difficult. The Yao Emperor's strength is unfathomable, and the Celestial Beast Empire has more than one powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 as reinforcements. With the addition of Su Qing's forces, we won't be able to hold them off, Sword Valley Master said. Luyin hesitated. Sword Valley Master loudly said, Does Alliance Master Lu not want the Eastern Weave? If we're defeated and perish, then we won't have the strength to defend Iron Blood Weave anymore. At that time, the Great Eastern Alliance will have to fight as well, so it's better for us to join forces and defeat the Astral Beast Domain in one fell swoop. Luyin frowned. With the Sixth Mainland's strength, it's not too late to send reinforcements. Sword Valley Master was helpless. I don't know who leaked a lot of information, but the Sixth Mainland's internal situation is currently unstable. People are either seeking revenge or capturing people. It's very difficult for us to find reinforcements. Alliance Master Lu, if it wasn't for the fact that there's no reinforcements, then I wouldn't have to beg you. For a cosmic imprinter to beg Luyin showed that he had truly reached his limit. Luyin sighed. It's not easy for Senior. An ominous glint flashed across Sword Valley Master's eyes, as he was furious that Luyin was begging a junior. Since that's the case, let's sign an agreement, Luyin said. Sword Valley Master was stunned. What did you say? Luyin raised his head. Sign an agreement to cede the Eastern Weaves to my Great Eastern Alliance. Furthermore, you won't be the one to sign it, I want a half-ancestor to sign it. Sword Valley Master was enraged. Alliance Master Lu, I've already said that I'll give you the Eastern Weaves. Do you not trust me? I don't, Luin answered directly. Sword Valley Master glared at Luin. What kind of status does a half-ancestor have? Why would they sign an agreement with you? Alliance Master Lu, you're helping yourself by supporting us. If we suffer any losses, not only will you have the Astral Beast domain as your enemy, but you will also have the Sixth Mainland as your enemy. Do you think that the Dao Source sect will let you off? Luin sighed. Since that's the case, then we're enemies. Sorry, but I've never been lenient when dealing with my enemies. Don't even think about supporting us, and don't even think about supporting the Sixth Mainland. I'll tell you this clearly, even a half-ancestor of the 9 luminaries cannot support us. Sword Valley Master's expression changed. You have a half-ancestor? What a joke. My 5th mainland has the most half-ancestors, and there are 6 of them. Do the math, Luin mocked. Sword Valley Master had not expected Luin to be so direct. Think about it carefully. Do you really want to become enemies with my 6th mainland? The Martial Ancestor and Blood Ancestor can easily destroy you. Progenitor Chen can destroy them. Luin shouted. Sword Valley Master was shocked. Progenitor Chen? Luin sneered. Have you forgotten about Progenitor Mystery? He betrayed the humans and attacked Burial Garden. He even tried to destroy Burial Garden, but in the end, he was injured by Progenitor Chen instead. The Blood Ancestor and Martial Ancestor both know that if they dare to attack me, Progenitor Chen will not remain silent. Do you really think that your 6th mainland can invade my 5th mainland? Try it. Sword Valley Master frowned, and he subconsciously glanced at Blue Master. Blue Master solemnly replied, it was indeed Progenitor Chen. Half-ancestor Lan Xian mentioned it. Sword Valley Master's heart. That meant that the Martial Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor couldn't make a move. If they didn't make a move, then who could threaten Luin? Even half-Martial Ancestor 9 luminaries was nothing in his eyes. Half-Ancestor 9 luminaries, please make the decision. The Great Eastern Alliance's matters aren't something that you can decide, Master Qinghua said. He knew that Luin would become a very troublesome person to deal with, as he had already known when he had schemed against Madame Heng and the others. However, he hadn't expected Luin to become so powerful so quickly. Most importantly, no one could prove that he was lying. Progenitor Chen had indeed taken action, but would he have helped Luin? Who knows? Logically speaking, he would. This was because Luin was the 5th mainland's next most likely person to become a progenitor. Once he became a progenitor, he would be invincible. How could Progenitor Chen not help such a person? Luin wasn't so smart as to be able to control everyone. Everything was based on his own strength. If it had been a powerhouse from the 5th mainland whose power level was in the millions, no one would have believed him, but if it was him, they would have believed him. This was Lu Yin's unique charisma and influence. The Sword Valley Master's words weren't completely false. The Yao Emperor had indeed brought reinforcements. If the Yao Emperor could block Lan Xian and the other 2, then the reinforcements he had brought would join up with Su Qing and the other giant beasts, and they would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to Lu Yin's group. It was fine if the Great Eastern Alliance didn't help, as the Sword Valley Master still had time to request for reinforcements. However, if the Great Eastern Alliance obstructed the 6th mainland's reinforcements, then things would become troublesome. The Sword Valley Master was caught in a dilemma. Given the current situation, the 5th mainland truly did not fear the 6th mainland. They wanted to. It was easy to resolve this situation. They just had to give up on the primal zone and allow Su Qing to return. This war would then end, but could they give up? This was a decision that required a half-ancestor to make. Luin was also wondering if the 6th mainland would give up on the primal zone. Once they did, the Sword Valley Master and the others would be able to retreat unscathed, and they would have the ability to attack the Great Eastern Alliance. Most of the Astral Beast Domain's forces would return to the Celestial Beast Empire, and they would only need one powerhouse with a power level in the millions to defend Ironblood Weave. This wasn't good news for the Sword Valley Master. The current situation was based on the premise that there would definitely be a decisive battle in the Primal Zone. At this time, the Sword Valley Master was waiting for Half-Ancestor 9 luminaries to reply. Luin was also waiting for the Sword Valley Master's reply. At the same time, he had indeed cut off the Sixth Mainland's reinforcements, leaving the Sixth Mainland isolated, just like Suqing. The Eastern Weave's geographical location was good, and it could cut off the Astral Beast Domain's reinforcements to Suqing. It could also cut off the Sixth Mainland's reinforcements to the Sword Valley Master and the others. This was war, and geographical location was extremely important. Lu Ying believed that after this battle, even if the Astral Beast Domain invaded again in the future, they would not be able to pass through the Great Eastern Alliance's territory. Their reinforcements would be cut off at any time, which was equivalent to handing their fate over to the enemy. The battle between the Yao Emperor and the three half-ancestors did not last very long before the Sword Valley Master received a reply from Half-Ancestor 9 luminaries. He glanced at the message and sighed in relief before immediately contacting Lu Ying. Lu Ying accepted the call. Alliance Master Lu, when you made the decision to cut off the Sixth Mainland's reinforcements, did you ever consider that you and I are both humans? Regardless of the enmity between the Sixth Mainland and the Fifth Mainland, we are all humans. Yet, you're helping those beasts, the Sword Valley Master said. Lu Ying calmly replied, then, Sword Valley Master, did you ever consider that when the Great Eastern Alliance took over the war, those beasts massacred the Eastern Weaves were also humans? The Sword Valley Master fell silent for a moment. The Sixth Mainland can sign an agreement with you to temporarily hand over the Eastern Weaves to the Great Eastern Alliance for 10,000 years. However, there are conditions. The Yao Emperor must be repelled, and we must not lose a single half-ancestor. Lu Ying frowned. 10,000 years is too short. If Alliance Master Lu does not agree, then we will withdraw from the Primal Zone as well as Iron Blood Weave. We will hand over Iron Blood Weave and the Eastern Weaves to the Great Eastern Alliance. Does the Great Eastern Alliance have the ability to accept this? The Sword Valley Master asked coldly. Lu Yin's fingers twitched, as this was not in line with his plans. Once the Sixth Mainland completely withdrew, the Great Eastern Alliance would be held back in Iron Blood Weave, and Lu Ying would be restrained. Alright, 10,000 years it is. Who signed the agreement with me? Lu Ying asked. After 10,000 years, he would not even know what realm he would be at. The Sword Valley Master replied, one of the four sovereigns, the Medicine Immortal. Lu Ying agreed, as the Medicine Immortal was not only one of the four sovereigns, but he was also a half-ancestor. His status was enough. After reaching an agreement with the Sword Valley Master, Lu Ying went to find Kuei Luo and spent a long time coaxing him into going to the Primal Zone. His goal was to ensure that the Sixth Mainland's half-ancestors would not die and that they would be able to repel the Yao Emperor. Kuei Luo did not want to go, but Lu Ying had said one thing, and he had hurriedly left. That Lan Xian is quite interesting. These were Lu Yin's exact words, and his face had been filled with anticipation when he had said it. From Kuei Luo's point of view, Lu Ying was infatuated with someone. For someone loyal to the Lu family like Kuei Luo, this was a huge matter. In fact, besides searching for the Sixth Mainland secrets, Kuei Luo had also been looking for women for Lu Ying. On the way back from Iron Blood Weave, Kuei Luo had mentioned that Lu Ying needed to have descendants and that the Lu family needed to flourish. Lan Xian needed to be evaluated to see if she had the qualifications to become a part of the Lu family's glory. As he watched Kuei Luo head north, Lu Ying rejoiced that he had not mentioned Ming Yan's existence. In the future, he would have a way to command this old man. Lu Ying knew that Half-Ancestor 9 luminaries had included the condition of repelling the Yao Emperor in order to test Lu Yin's words. Previously, Lu Ying had threatened to cut off the Sixth Mainland's reinforcements, and even Half-Ancestor 9 luminaries could not go. Now, if Lu Ying did not have a half-ancestor to help him repel the Yao Emperor, then Half-Ancestor 9 luminaries' words would be false. At that time, whether or not the agreement would be valid would be another matter. The Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor had once reached an agreement with the Sixth Mainland. As long as one did not cross their bottom line, the Fifth Mainland's half-ancestor would not take action. Lu Yin's side could only ask Kuei Luo to take action. At that time, the Sixth Mainland would also know that the half-ancestor who had exposed their secret and barged into the Daosaur sect was in cahoots with Lu Ying. However, Lu Ying did not care anymore, as the Sixth Mainland would not dare to fall out with him. The Yao Emperor's strength gave Lu Ying confidence. He did not know how powerful that old man Kuei Luo was, but if he fought the Sixth Mainland to the death, then the sixth mainland would suffer great losses. Even they themselves would be apprehensive about this. At the border of the primal zone, a giant heavenly demon appeared, bringing with it a doomsday-like black sun. The area that the black sun enveloped was the Yao Emperor's inner world, and it exuded a spiritual force that could destroy everything. The spiritual force had materialized into a curtain that suppressed Medicine Immortal, Shui Gui, and Lan Xian to the point where they spat out blood. The three people's inner worlds were still unable to shake the Yao Emperor, and they could only barely hold on. The Yao Emperor transformed into his heavenly demon form and stared at the black sun. With a casual wave of his hand, Shui Gui's abdomen was torn open, and he was injured in the blink of an eye. Lan Xian gritted her teeth, and the sound of her three strings became louder and louder in an attempt to control the Yao Emperor. Cherry blossoms bloomed in an attempt to cover up the black sun. Within Lan Xian's inner world, Medicine Immortal's furnace collided with Shui Gui's white lava. There was a loud boom, and the entire void distorted and was destroyed. However, the black sun remained unshakable. The Yao Emperor's strength was incomparably terrifying, and Lan Xian and the others were horrified. This was what had once been the fourth mainland's peak race, and now, it was the astral beast domain's imperial family. When the Yao Emperor raised his hand, the black sun suddenly enlarged. No, it did not enlarge, but rather pressed down towards Lan Xian and the others. Shui Gui shouted, and the white lava wrapped around his furnace as it slammed into the black sun again. Before it even got close, the furnace had already cracked open, and white lava continuously dripped out. The entire inner world of cherry blossoms trembled, and Lan Xian coughed up blood. "This is your last chance. Retreat from the primal zone," the Yao Emperor shouted. He did not want to fight to the death with the sixth mainland. Even if he killed these three half-martial ancestors, the sixth mainland still had progenitors, and he did not want to draw them to Celestial Demon. Imperial City. Lan Xian and the others exchanged glances. It was not worth sacrificing them for the sake of the primal zone. The three of them were about to speak when a strange laughter rang out. "This old man will have a taste of the Celestial Demon's spiritual force." Kui Luo stepped forward and faced the black sun. His terrifying spiritual force erupted without restraint, pushing the black sun away. The Yao Emperor's expression changed. He was a peak expert. "Who are you?" Kui Luo glared at the Yao Emperor, but then he suddenly turned back to Lan Xian. "Little girl, take off your mask." Medicine Immortal and Shui Gui were stunned, and Lan Xian was stunned, unable to react for a moment. What had this old man just said in the face of such a powerful enemy? Kui Luo grew impatient. "Take off your mask. I don't understand you girls. Why are you wearing a mask for no reason?" Lan Xian suppressed her displeasure. "Senior, who are you?" "Don't worry about who I am. Let me ask you, are you married?" Kui Luo blinked. Lan Xian was confused. "Do you have a sweetheart? You must have lived for a long time to reach the half-ancestor level. Have you lost your virginity?" The last sentence completely enraged Lan Xian, and the Medicine Immortal and Blood Fiend were stunned. Was this old man teasing Lan Xian? "Senior, although I'm not your match, you've insulted me. I'll fight you even if I have to risk my life." Lan Xian had never been so angry before, not even when she had been played by Luin. Now, she only felt that this old man was extremely hateful. His eyes were so crafty that he wanted to kill someone. Kui Luo hurriedly waved his hands and smiled apologetically. "Don't misunderstand, little girl. I'm not insulting you. I'm just asking. After all, if you want to marry into the Lu family, your family background doesn't matter, as long as your body is pure. I'm going to screen you to see if you have the qualifications. At first glance, you're not bad. Big breasts and a big butt, good for bearing children. Wait, your butt isn't that big. Don't hold it in, little girl. Let me see how you are and whether you have the qualifications to marry that brat. You must have sons in the future. I don't need too many, just 100 or so. There will always be a few who will awaken the innate gift of being a direct descendant, and the family will be rebuilt. Don't you think so? The prerequisite is that you have the qualifications. Quick, let me see how big your butt is." Lan Xian was furious, and she immediately attacked Kui Luo. Kui Luo shrieked and retreated. Little girl, what are you doing? I'm doing this for your own good. This is an opportunity that many people can't even get. Don't make a mistake. In the distance, the Yao Emperor frowned as he watched Xianxia chase after Kui Luo. His eyes narrowed as he leapt up and merged with the black sun. In an instant, the black sun expanded 100 times, and a terrifying spiritual force crushed the sky. It was as if the universe was collapsing as it ruthlessly pressed down on Kui Luo and the rest. Xianxia's body trembled as she held her head. Medicine Immortal and Old Ghost Shui could not resist. They raised their heads and looked at the incomparably huge black sun that replaced the starry sky. Was this the true strength of the Demon Emperor? Kui Luo looked up and wiped his sweat. You really are worthy of being a heavenly demon. If I didn't constantly recite the primogenitor scriptures, I wouldn't be able to hold on. If you want to play, then I'll play big. Let's see if a heavenly demon like you can leap through the dragon gate. With that, he took a step forward, shattering the world within the cherry blossoms. He waved his hand, tossing Xianxia and the others into the primal zone. Kui Luo stood on top of the waterfall. Beneath his feet was a simple door, and below it was a pool. The black sun set and inexplicably appeared in the pool. The Beast Emperor raised his head in shock. What was going on? Kui Luo looked down from above. Heavenly demon, jump through the dragon's gate. If you can't, you won't be able to break through my inner world. This place is called the Dragon's Gate Realm. The Starry Tree continent was far more powerful than the 5th and 6th continents. Not only did it have progenitors, but it also had many half-martial ancestors. More than one of them had broken through 3 stages. Kui Luo had once been chased by several half-martial ancestors, but he had been able to escape unscathed because he was 2 people, Kui and Luo, and because of his strength. If it had been Medicine Immortal or Blood Devil, even 2 or 3 half-martial ancestors wouldn't have been able to stop a half-martial ancestor who had broken through 3 stages, let alone a half-martial ancestor from the Starry Tree continent. Even so, Kui Luo had survived, and no one had ever discovered that he was 2 people. All of this stemmed from his strength. Apart from the half-martial ancestors who had chased after Kui Luo in the Starry Tree continent, no one knew how strong Kui Luo was. The Dragon's Gate realm had appeared for the first time in the 5th continent. Even the Beast Emperor had been forced to leap through the Dragon's Gate, or else he wouldn't have been able to touch Kui Luo. Within the primal zone, Xianxia and the others watched in shock. That damned old man had actually pulled the Beast Emperor down from the sky. How terrifying was that? Blood Devil's face twitched. With this kind of strength, why was this old man running away? To play? No one had expected that the old man who had suddenly appeared would be so terrifying that even the Beast Emperor had been pulled down. The black sun was pulled down to the bottom of the waterfall. It looked up at the waterfall and tried to crash into it again, but all it could do was go against the flow of the waterfall. The Beast Emperor was furious. He was the king of the Celestial Beast clan and the emperor of the Astral Beast domain. Who could make him jump? Who had the right to look down on him? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. As he thought about it, the black sun rose again, trying to break through the Dragon Gate realm. It's just an inner world. What harm is there in breaking it? Kui Luo raised an eyebrow, and fear flashed in his eyes. As expected of the Celestial Beast clan. Why don't you try and break it? The starry sky trembled, and the primal zone trembled. The shockwaves spread to Iron Blood Weave, the asteroid belt, and even North Castle Weave. The entire universe shook, and countless people looked to the north, feeling the terror of life itself. This battle lasted for several days, but in the end, the Beast Emperor retreated. He couldn't break through Kui Luo's Dragon Gate realm, and Kui Luo couldn't break through the Black Sun. There was also another reason: Su Qing had returned to the Astral Beast domain. Luyin and the others had guessed wrong. Su Qing didn't need to pass through the primal zone to return to the Astral Beast domain. He had taken a detour through the Astral Wilderness and taken a huge risk to return. No one knew how many sacrifices he had made, but it was still better than entering the primal zone. With Kui Luo blocking the Beast Emperor, any of the 3 half-progenitors would be able to destroy them if they were discovered. Since a half-progenitor had joined the battle, it meant that the battle had escalated, and they were no longer the main characters. Who are you? Why won't you reveal your identity after a fight? The Beast Emperor asked Kue Luo from across the primal zone. He knew all of the 5th mainland's half-progenitors, and the 6th mainland only had 9 radiants. It couldn't be this old man. This person's appearance was strange. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. Guess. The Beast Emperor looked deeply at Kue Luo. Among the humans, you are the only one who can resist my spiritual force. You should let me know your name. Kue Luo was stubborn, and he only said, guess. Lan Xian and the others wanted to beat him up. The astral beast domain had retreated, and Su Qing and the other astral beasts had retreated to the celestial beast empire. However, the war in the primal zone would not stop, although the scale would not be as large. Not even the celestial imprints would remain here, let alone a half-progenitor. Kue Luo turned back to Lan Xian after the beast emperor retreated. He gave her what he thought was a friendly smile, but Lan Xian felt that his smile was disgusting and annoying. Do you have time, little girl? Can I introduce you to a young genius? Kue Luo asked. Lan Xian clenched her fists. Scram. Kue Luo was speechless. He wondered if he should imitate scoundrel Lu and use the Lu family's glorious tradition to snatch her away. However, after looking at the 3 half-progenitors, he thought of something else and held back. If he didn't snatch her away now, there would be too many people watching, and he would wait for her to be alone. Don't be alone, little girl, Kue Luo muttered to himself before leaving. Seeing Kue Luo leave, the people from the 6th mainland relaxed. That old man is the one who caused chaos in the 6th mainland. He spread the news to everyone, which led to the current chaos, the Blood Devil said, his voice hoarse. He had been injured. It's him? Lan Xian was astonished. The Blood Devil looked at Lan Xian, puzzled. What did he mean? The Medicine Immortal said, did he arrange a blind date for you? Is he with you? I don't know him, Lan Xian said. Seeing that the Medicine Immortal and the Blood Devil didn't believe her, she said helplessly, I really don't know him. If possible, I really want to kill that old man. The Medicine Immortal and the Blood Devil exchanged glances, not believing her. If they didn't know each other, why would they arrange a blind date? Although his words were despicable, there was a hint of concern in them. How could a stranger do that? It wasn't like he was crazy. Speaking of which, Lan Xian was the youngest, and she had cultivated for far less time than the Medicine Immortal. However, she had become a half-progenitor and had a smooth journey. Could that old man have been protecting her? The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. What do we do now? The Beast Emperor won't come back to take back the primal zone, right? The Medicine Immortal asked. Lan Xian said, we'll wait here. We'll go back together once we've recovered. She wasn't worried about the Beast Emperor, but Kue Luo. That old man's gaze was dangerous. The Blood Devil also agreed. At this time, the Sword Valley Master arrived and explained the agreement between Lu Yin and half-progenitor 9 luminaries. Only then did they know who Kue Luo was. Lu Yin was actually able to invite such a terrifying half-progenitor. What kind of background does he have? He established the Great Eastern Alliance as an explorer and unified the Innerverse and Outerverse in just a dozen years. He even controls the Hall of Honor's board of directors and has obtained the help of the Sirius sect and the Mavis family. Does the Lu family have influence over the 5th mainland? The Blood Devil did not understand. They all knew that Lu Yin was a direct descendant of the Lu family. Looking at Lu Yin's cultivation history, they could only describe it as a miracle. If not for the Lu family's influence, how could he have unified the Outerverse as an explorer? How had he dealt with so many powerful enemies? There was no way to explain it. Could the young genius that the old man was going to introduce to you be Lu Yin? The Medicine Immortal suddenly asked as he looked at Lan Xian. The Sword Valley Master was stunned. Introduce? Young genius? Blind date? Lan Xian frowned and looked at the Medicine Immortal with extreme dissatisfaction. The Medicine Immortal felt awkward. Well, since the Astral Beast domain has retreated, and the Beast Emperor has also been repelled with Lu Yin's help, then I'll sign this agreement. 10,000 years isn't that long. The Sword Valley Master nodded. It had been exactly 1 year since the astral beast domain had invaded the Outerverse and the Beast Emperor had been repelled. During this time, the flames of war had never stopped in the Outerverse. First, it had been the Great Eastern Alliance, and then it had been the Sixth Mainland. Too many people had died in these wars. After the Medicine Immortal signed the agreement with Luin, the war had officially ended. Alliance Master Lu, can you tell me the name of that old man? The Medicine Immortal asked after signing the agreement. Luin knew that the Medicine Immortal was asking about Kue Luo. I'm sorry, Senior, but I can't tell you. The Medicine Immortal did not mind. Then forget about it. That old man saved our lives, so I'll have to trouble Alliance Master Lu to thank him for me. Definitely, Luin said. The Medicine Immortal nodded, but he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he hesitated for a moment before asking under Lu Yin's puzzled gaze, Alliance Master Lu, is Xianxia? Luin blinked at the Medicine Immortal's words. Senior, what do you mean? The Medicine Immortal smiled. That old man said that he wanted to introduce a young genius to Xianxia during the battle with the Yao Emperor in the Primal Zone. That should be Alliance Master Lu, so I wanted to ask if Alliance Master Lu is truly interested in Xianxia. Luin was speechless. What had that old man, Kue Luo, said in the Primal Zone? If the Medicine Immortal knew, then Xianxia definitely knew as well. With that old man's big mouth, perhaps even the Sixth Mainland's participants had heard about it, and it would quickly spread to the Fifth Mainland. It wouldn't reach Ming Yan's ears, right? Luin had only lured Kue Luo to the Primal Zone, so how could he have any thoughts about Xianxia? That woman was still thinking about his blood, so she was a potential enemy. Senior, you're mistaken. That old man definitely wasn't talking about me, Luin hurriedly denied. The Medicine Immortal smiled. I think that's not bad. Xianxia has never had a partner since she embarked on the path of cultivation. If Alliance Master Lu likes her, you can fight for her. Age is meaningless to cultivators. What do you think? Luin was about to refuse when Kue Luo appeared, his eyes shining as he stared at the Medicine Immortal. No partner? She's pure? The Medicine Immortal was not surprised by Kue Luo's appearance. Of course, she's definitely pure. I can guarantee that. Kue Luo sighed in admiration as he looked at the Medicine Immortal. You're pretty good. Come. Tell this old man more about that little girl. After all, this is an important matter. This old man needs to understand clearly. Is her elder still alive? What's her family like? Don't worry, it doesn't matter. Just ask, how many siblings does she have in her family? We're all elders, so it's normal for us to worry about this. I know a little about Xianxia's situation, so I'll tell you. However, you can't tell her that I was the one who told you, the Medicine Immortal said. Of course. Do I look like that kind of person? Of course not. Ha, you have good taste. We really hit it off. Why don't we drink and chat? Let's go. Luin wanted to call out to them, but he didn't say anything. He couldn't say that Xianxia was fake, or else how would he be able to lure Kue Luo into helping him in the future? But what did the Medicine Immortal mean? No matter what, Xianxia was still a half-martial ancestor of the Sixth Mainland. How could she have such a clear conscience about betraying her own half-martial ancestor? Even though he was a half-ancestor, he had always kept a low profile. Even Guru Qinghua, who was also a half-ancestor, did not dare to be certain of the Medicine Immortal's cultivation, let alone the others. The Medicine Immortal rarely interfered with the major matters of the Daosource sect, and he always stayed out of it. However, he still cared about such matters, which completely overturned Lu Yin's impression of him. He had been forced to face the Astral Beast domain head-on at the start, and he had ended up seizing the Eastern Weaves. Although Luin had a plan, it had been a risky one. He had underestimated the Astral Beast domain and overestimated the Sixth Mainland. Fortunately, the final outcome had not changed. For the next 1,000 years, the Eastern Territory would belong to him. If the Sixth Mainland wanted to take it back, they would have to go to war. Once they did, they would not be fighting against him, but against the entire Fifth Mainland. Just like how the Hall of Honor had reached an agreement with the Sixth Mainland to hand over the Outerverse to them, if the Great Eastern Alliance insisted on taking back the Outerverse, they would have to go to war. However, the consequences of such a war would not be something that the Fifth Mainland would bear. The current outcome was for the best. Not only had the Sixth Mainland chased away the invading astral beasts, but they had also discovered that the astral beasts were hiding in the astral wilderness, and they would eventually be able to find out where they had escaped. The Primal Zone had also been taken, and the northernmost battlefront was no longer Ironblood Weave, but the Primal Zone. This result did not only belong to the Sixth Mainland, but also to Luin. With the Sixth Mainland guarding the north for the Great Eastern Alliance, the Great Eastern Alliance would not be held back here. Luin turned his attention to the Fifth Mainland. During the Outerverse War, the Hall of Honor purged the entire Fifth Mainland, and more than half of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds were eradicated. They also captured many powers that had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. There were more than 1,000 of them in the Innerverse alone, and they were all from small flow zones. After listening to Xianxia's report, Luin gazed into outer space. More than half of the Neo-Human Alliance's forces in the Fifth Mainland had been eradicated, but there were definitely still some hidden forces. The one that Luin was most concerned about was the Eternal Kingdom. Where exactly was that place? In the Starfall Sea, the Hall of Honor has conscripted 1 billion cultivators and 1 million warships from the Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, and Neoverse. There are also 15 emissaries stationed there. The Sixth Mainland's Dowsor sect has also sent an additional 200 million cultivators and 300,000 warships, as well as 22 emissaries, Xianxia reported. Luin was stunned. 1 billion cultivators? 1 million warships? This number far exceeded the Great Eastern Alliance's. The Hall of Honor truly lived up to its reputation of conscripting the entire human domain to gather so many cultivators. Cultivators were not a big deal. With the Great Eastern Alliance's ability, if they were willing, they could also gather more than 100 million cultivators to participate in the war. The 10 great allied armies combined would have more than enough cultivators, and their quality was not low either. However, 1 million warships was a bit of an exaggeration. The Great Eastern Alliance had less than 30,000 warships in total, but the Hall of Honor had actually conscripted so many? Could all of the Innerverse warships have been conscripted away? Your Highness, 5,000 of our Great Eastern Alliance's warships have also been conscripted, Xianxia reported. There are also 200,000 ordinary large spacecraft. The Great Eastern Alliance had definitely been conscripted, but because the Outerverse was also at war, not many had been conscripted. This was especially true for cultivators, as not a single one had been conscripted. However, there were still too many cultivators from the Innerverse who had been conscripted. The Hall of Honor and the Dowsor sect had more than 1 billion cultivators combined. 37 emissaries had also been sent to the Starfall Sea in order to prepare for a possible war. This was not the end, as both sides were still conscripting. Once the Martial Progenitor and the Blood Progenitor were defeated in the Starfall Sea, the Eternals would invade, and no one would be able to escape. If possible, the Hall of Honor and the Dowsor sect would be more than happy to send all of their forces. This was especially true for the Dowsor sect, as they had just experienced the despair of the Sixth Mainland's destruction, and they did not want to experience it again. This time, they had no way out, as once they were defeated, everyone would either die or become slaves. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget rang, and he told Xianxia to stop reporting. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Su Qing. Congratulations, Alliance Master Lu. The Eastern Weaves are yours in the end, Su Qing said. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or sad, as his voice was very calm. Lu Yin smiled. You're too kind, Commander Su Qing. It was just a coincidence. Is that so? Was this all part of Alliance Master Lu's plan from the very beginning? Su Qing asked. Lu Yin replied, of course not. How could the commander think of me that way? No one could have predicted this, and I'm good at taking things one step at a time. Fortunately, the commander was merciful, or else I wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Su Qing replied, if there wasn't a half-ancestor blocking the Yao Emperor, then I would have believed Alliance Master Lu's words. Since Alliance Master Lu was able to invite such a powerful half-ancestor, this war has never been lost. I've learned a lot, Alliance Master Lu. However, I have to remind you that the greatest enemy of the humans will never be us. Su Qing then ended the call. Luin frowned. Of course, it wasn't the astral beast domain. These beasts had caused a lot of carnage, and while it was possible to defeat and slaughter them, it was impossible to subdue them. The greatest enemy was the Eternals. But why had Su Qing specifically mentioned this? Luin fell into deep thought. Huan Sha was in no hurry to report this. Not long after, his gadget rang again. This time, it was from the Board of Governors. Luin glanced at it, and his gaze turned cold. Nan Yuan had actually proposed to forcibly conscript the Great Eastern Alliance's cultivators to defend the Starfall Sea. Regardless of whether they were ordinary cultivators or envoys, they would all be conscripted. In addition, the envoys of the Innerverse's 8 great flow zones would also be conscripted. If this proposal passed, then Luin would have less than a third of the experts under his command. More importantly, this proposal had a high chance of passing. Although Luin was in control of the Board of Governors, there were some proposals that could not be rejected, such as this one. Conscripting experts to defend the Starfall Sea was something that should be done, so how could Luin reject this proposal? Even if he rejected it, at least half of the experts under his command would be sent to the Starfall Sea unless no one mentioned it. Nan Yuan had probably wanted to conscript the Great Eastern Alliance's experts for a long time, and he had deliberately waited for the Outerverse War to end before bringing this up. He had even picked this time to do it on purpose, as he wanted to infuriate Luin. Luin was indeed infuriated. He could not reject the conscription, but he could delay it. After all, the Great Eastern Alliance had just gone through a war, and they should be recuperating. Luin dialed a number and contacted Wei Rong. Your Highness? Cripple Nan Yuan. Luin only said 3 words before hanging up. Nan Yuan had been jumping around under Lu Yin's nose for a long time, and it was time to cripple him. On the other end of his gadget, Wei Rong was astonished, but then he laughed. It seemed that Nan Yuan had gone overboard this time. Since that was the case, Luin would just cripple him. There was a type of person in this universe who was very terrifying. They could combine information that ordinary people could see and form invisible weapons. Wei Rong was one such person. In the Neoverse, in a black street, Mingyu's gadget rang. She looked over and was astonished. After thinking for a moment, she contacted Ming Yen. He told you to do this? Then go ahead and do it, Ming Yen said. Mingyu hesitated. Should I report this to the alliance leader? Ming Yen shook her head. There's no need. Besides, it's not a big deal. Mingyu was astonished. Was it not a big deal? This concerned a director, but from the alliance leader's point of view, it was indeed not a big deal. The alliance leader could control the director to a certain extent, and the power that he wielded was already sufficiently great. Not long after, a spacecraft headed towards the Glory Realm. On the spacecraft, a child was staring blankly into space. An old woman followed behind the child. Don't worry, Bo. You'll be able to return to Grandpa's side very soon. This child was Bo, the grandson of Third Elder. Bo was not happy. Return to Grandpa's side? Was that even possible? It had already been 5 years since he had wandered about the Black Street, and he had grown up considerably. He was no longer as naive as he had been when he was young, believing that others would help him. He knew his own use. Whoever obtained him would be able to control Grandpa's director. In that case, since he had been taken out of the Black Street, where would he be sent to? To Grandpa's side? He looked at the old woman behind him through the mirror, and a pained expression appeared in his eyes. How was that possible? He left the matter of crippling Nan Yuan to Wei Rong and mustered his courage to contact Big Sis. Burp. What's up, little seven? She spoke slowly, but her tone sounded a little off, as if she were drunk. Luin carefully asked, Big Sis, have you thought about becoming a director? She burped again, *T. What kind of director would I be? I don't have any freedom at all. Is a place like Jia Mountain suitable for humans? Luin was speechless, as she was clearly scolding the Hall of Honor. Well, a director doesn't have that many restrictions. You can leave, but you don't have to stay in Jia Mountain. Leave? Do you think I'm stupid? Why would I leave? I've finally become a director, and I don't want to stay in Jia Mountain to abuse my power and enjoy filial piety. Idiot, she said drunkenly. Her words were incoherent, and she had even said what was on her mind. So you're saying that you've agreed to become a director? Did you drink it? When did I agree to it? Didn't you say that you wanted to stay in Jia Mountain to abuse your power and enjoy filial piety? Don't worry, there will definitely be a lot of filial piety. Don't tempt me. I don't like being filial piety, and I like to rob others. This is the glorious tradition of Leon's Armada. Fine, you can still rob others if you stay in Jia Mountain. Just don't go overboard. Are you stupid? Why don't you just stay in Jia Mountain and wait for others to honor you? You're so stupid. I don't know how you've survived until now. What a joke. Luin was so angry that he immediately hung up. He was really stupid to have discussed this with a drunkard. It would be better to wait a little longer. A day later, Lu Yin's gadget rang, and it was Big Sis who answered. Little Seven, why do I feel like you hung up on me? Big Sis immediately asked. Luin firmly replied, no, definitely not. How would I dare to hang up on you? You didn't? Big Sis was puzzled. Then weren't you the one who contacted me yesterday? I was the one who contacted you, but you hung up on me yourself. Think about it, even a half-ancestor wouldn't dare to hang up on you. Me? That's impossible. Think about it, Luin said apprehensively. Big Sis was still suspicious, and she muttered to herself, fine, what did we talk about yesterday? Luin heaved a sigh of relief. We talked about your willingness to become a director. Bullshit, I've never wanted to be a director. Don't think that I don't know anything because I'm drunk, scolded Big Sister. Lu Yin's expression changed. You said that if I become a director, I'll be able to ride roughshod over the realm mountains and enjoy the filial piety of others. Big Sister was stunned. These words really sounded like what she would say. And you even said that it's a different kind of robbery, one that's civilized, friendly, and high-end. It's a robbery that shows off your temperament and surpasses Heizage Leon's. You'll be the next pirate king. Luin was impassioned, and his words excited Big Sis. Did I really say that? Other than you, who else can say something like that? Luin retorted. Big Sis swallowed her saliva, her eyes shining. Surpassing Heizage Leon and becoming the pirate king? That was a high-end robbery method. Not bad, it was definitely something she had said. Alright, I promise you that I'll be a director for fun. Luin was delighted, thank you, elder sister. You'll definitely be able to create your own legend in the world mountains. Ha 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 ha, what are you talking about? I'm a virtuous woman. Big Sister laughed. She was very happy. Luin continued to flatter her before ending the call. He heaved a sigh of relief as this matter was finally settled. Outside, Kuwei had been about to report to Big Sis, but he happened to overhear the conversation between Luin and Big Sis. His expression became unprecedentedly serious, as he realized that he had been wrong. It turned out that even his master was better at flattery than he was. As expected of his master would always be his master. Who's there? Lu Yin's voice rang out. Kuwei's expression changed. Master, it's your beloved little Wei. He then entered the spacecraft. Neoverse, World Mountains. Someone walked out of the Arbiter world and attracted the attention of the guards. It was young King Qing. During the battle at the Divine Gu dynasty, young King Qing had been captured by the head judge for trial. Although he had not been convicted of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, Grand Tutor Yuan had still been his subordinate, and young King Qing had been implicated. He would never be able to control the Gu flow zone and would be sent to the Starfall Sea to serve for 10,000 years. However, being implicated was already so serious that young King Qing, a powerhouse with a power level of around 800,000, would not be able to make a comeback. This was the Hall of Honor's attitude towards the Neo-Human Alliance. If not for the fact that they could not find any motive for young King Qing to collude with the Neo-Human Alliance, even the slightest clue would have killed him. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. There was also another reason, which was that the Starfall Sea lacked manpower, which was an important reason why young King Qing could serve there. "Let's go to the Starfall Sea." A low voice rang out from within young King Qing's shadow. It was the head judge of Death's Shadow, who had sent young King Qing to the Starfall Sea. "Head judge, can you let me see my son?" Young King Qing asked. "As soon as possible." "Thank you, head judge," young King Qing said gratefully before contacting Casanova. At this moment, Casanova was in the Lockbreaker world. Young King Qing's trial had happened a long time ago, and because he had not colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, he had been imprisoned. However, he had not been completely isolated from the outside world, and he had managed to find out where Casanova was as well as what was happening in the Great Eastern Alliance. He had been imprisoned because of Luin, which was why he had paid close attention to the Great Eastern Alliance. When he had first heard that the Great Eastern Alliance had taken over the Astral Beast Domain's war, he had been ecstatic. As an emissary, he had participated in the war against the Astral Beast Domain, and he knew that the Astral Beast Domain was not as simple as it seemed. Regardless of whether the Great Eastern Alliance won or lost, they would eventually be dragged down to their deaths. The war had gone as he had expected, and the situation had become increasingly dire. The number of emissaries had even broken past 30, and a powerhouse like the Celestial Imprint had even appeared, which shocked him. It was normal for the Astral Beast Domain to have such a powerhouse, but why would the Great Eastern Alliance have one? He had only later found out that it was the Second Night King. When he had found out that the Second Night King was Lu Yin's subordinate, he had immediately gone mad. That bastard Lu Yin had used the Second Night King to accuse him of colluding with him to assassinate the Divine Gu dynasty. In the end, the Second Night King had turned out to be Lu Yin's subordinate. What a despicable and shameless person. Not only had the Second Night King appeared, but Master Yuan, Yamavis, Emperor Lu, Elder Jioshan, and many other powerhouses had also appeared, causing young King Qing to gradually feel powerless. How could he resist such a powerful Great Eastern Alliance? He had also learned that the war in the Outerverse had ended, and he also knew that the Great Eastern Alliance had taken control of a territory in the east, which had left the Sixth Mainland helpless. This made him feel even more powerless, and he buried the hatred in his heart. At least for now, he was no match for Lu Yin. Even if he returned to take control of the Divine Gu dynasty, there would only be one outcome: it would be destroyed by Lu Yin. The Second Night King alone could accomplish this. As young King Qing reviewed the events that had happened recently, Casanova arrived 100 meters away from him. He stopped and looked at Casanova with a complicated expression. Casanova was the crown prince of the Divine Gu dynasty, but he had run away from home, which was inseparable from the fact that young King Qing had only favored eunuch Yi. However, no matter what conflicts he had with young King Qing in the past, Casanova was now the only relative that young King Qing could see. Go back and take control of the Divine Gu dynasty and join the Great Eastern Alliance, young King Qing said in a low voice. Only he knew how sullen it was to say such a thing. He felt helpless, but there was no other way. If the Divine Gu dynasty did not join the Great Eastern Alliance, then there would only be one outcome: destruction. He knew that the Wolf Prince had already joined the Great Eastern Alliance on behalf of the Divine Gu dynasty, but the Wolf Prince was not the ruler of the Divine Gu dynasty. What young King Qing wanted was a legitimate reason to join. Compared to the Sword Sect, the Lingling clan, and the other powers, young King Qing was the one who had the deepest understanding of Lu Yin's methods, and he was also the one who feared him the most. Since he was going to join the Great Eastern Alliance, then he would join it thoroughly so that the Great Eastern Alliance would not be able to do anything to the Divine Gu dynasty. Casanova looked at young King Qing with a complicated expression. Where are you going? Young King Qing glanced at the shadow. The Starfall Sea. Is there anything else that you need me to do? Casanova asked. Young King Qing looked at Casanova. Take good care of your sister. Also, don't hate Lu Yin. He has his own standpoint, and he did not do anything wrong. He did not wish for Casanova to hate Lu Yin, as that would only invite trouble. Young King Qing could bear this grudge alone, but he would never be able to exact revenge. Casanova was not stupid, and he knew what young King Qing meant. Did young King hate Lu Yin? Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. Casanova did not know. The scene of their first meeting often replayed in his mind, and there were times when Casanova regretted it. If only he had killed Luin back then. Of course, this was just a thought. If he had such thoughts, then he probably did hate Luin, but it was not that intense. Young King Qing left, and Casanova just stared at Luin. No one knew what he was thinking. Luin knew that young King Qing had been sent away. As long as the man wanted to, he could find out anything that happened in the Realm Mountains. After all, he was a director. Alliance Master, young King Qing has allowed Casanova to take control of the Divine Gu dynasty and officially join the Great Eastern Alliance. He's very clear-minded, and he's also very tactful. A few voices spoke out in a much more respectful tone than before. The battle between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast domain had thoroughly established Lu Yin's reputation. He now had more than 10 envoys under his command, and he had even been able to invite an existence like Elder Jiao Shen. It was even rumored that he had a half-step ancestor backing him, so how could people not revere him? Because of this battle, the hearts of the Outerverse citizens had changed. Almost every planet in the eastern weaves that bordered the universe had erected a statue of Lu Yin, which allowed him to stand at the peak of his prestige. Before the battle had started, countless people had discussed whether it was worth it or not. Countless people had mocked and cursed Lu Yin. If the Great Eastern Alliance had been defeated and suffered heavy losses, then these people would have kicked Lu Yin while he was down, making it so that Lu Yin would never be able to make a comeback. However, if he won, then public opinion would completely change, and everyone would praise Lu Yin. This was human nature. Lu Yin had gathered both strength and prestige, and because of this battle, he had completely unified the Innerverse Alliance. As long as there was still a great battle, no one would oppose his orders. Even Lu Qianjue and the others were now in awe of Lu Yin. Naturally, San Er was the same. Got it. Lu Yin ended the call and looked out into space. Young King Qing was very smart. When he had been captured by the head inquisitor, he had not activated the poison in his evasive bead. At that time, he had held back, not to deal with Lu Yin, but to leave behind some good karma. Now that he had been released, the only thing that he had left behind was for the Divine Gu dynasty to join the Great Eastern Alliance. As the ruler of the Divine Gu dynasty, his vision was indeed extraordinary. Even Prince Qinggrit could not compare to him. Would Casanova take control of the Divine Gu dynasty? Lu Yin was very curious. Following the end of the Outerverse War, Lu Yin received over 100 messages every day, and these were all filtered by Enya, Huan Sha, Wei Rong, and Wang Wen. These were the more important messages, and he did not even have time to cultivate. Fortunately, he had just become an emissary, so he needed some time to settle down. As he read the messages one by one, Lu Yin suddenly stood up. The tree had been discovered. The tree had escaped from the Ross Empire's botanical garden, but no one knew how it had managed to escape. Its whereabouts were unknown, and the Great Eastern Alliance's first allied army had not been able to find it. Logically speaking, it should have been within the Ross Empire's stronghold, and it could not have rushed into outer space. However, no one had been able to find it. Now, it had finally been discovered. It was in the Jade Flow Zone, which was not too far from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, but it was still quite a few flow zones away. It was very small and inconspicuous. Lu Yin immediately headed to the Innerverse. He did not care about the tree, but the sapling was very important, so he had to bring it back. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Leaf King discovered it. Lu Yin did not know that Leaf King was currently in the Jade Flow Zone, and he had been watching the tree and sapling for quite some time. Shamrock Enterprises' intelligence network in the Innerverse surpassed that of the Great Eastern Alliance, which had just arrived. Leaf King had already discovered the tree and saplings whereabouts a month ago, but he had not dared to make a move. Back at the Ross Empire stronghold, he had tried to capture the sapling, but the tree had whipped him until he spat out blood. That scene was still fresh in his mind, and it made him especially wary of the tree. Not far from Leaf King, in a forest park, the tree stood there quietly. Above its head, the sapling was crawling around as if it were playing hide-and-seek. Leaf King sat on a bench in the park and stared at the tree. As soon as the sapling left the tree's perimeter, he would attack. This planet's cultivation civilization was flourishing, and even though it was located in a small flow zone, it had given birth to an enlighter, several hunters, and many space-exploring powerhouses. It was comparable to a weave in the Outerverse. A figure rushed into the park. He looked panicked, and his eyes were a little nervous. However, he did not panic. After looking around, he suddenly rushed to the big tree. Under Leaf King's astonished gaze, he jumped to the top of the big tree and hid there. King Yi blinked. His handsome face was in a daze. How could this be? Was it that easy? Over the past month, Lu Yin had tried to get close a few times, but each time, he had encountered an indescribable danger. That person was only a cruiser, so how could he get close without being whipped? The person who had jumped to the top of the tree saw Leaf King, and the two of them happened to look at each other. The person then gestured for Leaf King to keep quiet and tossed a star essence to him. King Yi subconsciously took it. At this moment, a group of people appeared outside the park. The leader of the group was a hunter. On this tiny planet, a simple stomp of his foot was enough to overturn rivers and seas, and he could even cause the planet to crack. The hunter was furious, but he suppressed his anger as he stepped into the park. Find him. You must find that bastard. Yes, Patriarch. The group of people answered and dispersed. One of them walked up to Yi King and looked down at him. Did you see someone come in? The Leaf King glanced at the top of the tree. No. Really? The man barked, his tone stern. He still had one hand on Yi Wang's shoulder, but just as he was about to exert more force, the hunter's voice rang out from the distance. He's just a normal person. How could he have discovered that bastard's tracks? The person who had questioned Yi Wang hurriedly left and went to search in another direction. Although this planet had given birth to many powerful cultivators, no one dared to recklessly use force here. At most, they would only display a melder's level of cultivation because of the soul enlighter overseeing this planet. This planet was his home, and anyone who surpassed the power level of a melder could easily destroy the planet. Thus, the hunter had no choice but to send people to search. Yi Wang sat quietly on a bench and looked at the lake in the park. That person had some ability, as he had been so close to the hunter and yet had not been discovered. The others had searched everywhere but could not find him, which showed that he was very experienced. Patriarch, there's no one. Patriarch, there's no one. No one. The hunter's face turned ugly. Let's go. He then led the group out of the park. The person hiding at the top of the tree sighed in relief, but he did not come out. Based on his experience, those people might turn around and attack him. Just as he was thinking this, the tree moved. The person was shocked. An earthquake? The tree moved again. That figure was astonished as he looked down. Did the tree move? At this moment, something touched the back of his head, and the person's hair stood on end. Was there someone there? He had not noticed? He hurriedly turned around and saw that it was a tree branch. It was the sapling, which he had pressed down on. The tree moved? The person was shocked. Had it become a spirit? Just as he thought this, the tree's two thick roots pulled out of the ground and started running like a human. The ground shook as the tree rushed out of the park and onto the street. It crushed the ground and attracted countless people's attention. At this moment, the person's heart crumbled. How could the tree still move? Patriarch, there it is, someone shouted. The hunter looked over, and his eyes widened. Bastard, I found you. Get down here. He then grabbed a door and smashed it at the tree. The tree suddenly jumped to the right, and the door crashed onto the ground, barely dodging the attack. Get back here. The hunter chased after the tree. Countless people chased after it. The tree frantically fled. The Leaf King did not find this strange, as the tree was very strange. It could stay in one place for a period of time, but it would go crazy on a whim. If someone hugged it, it would immediately flee, and it would never display any strength that could send someone flying. It was very strange. The entire street was bustling with activity. The tree was frantically fleeing, and countless people were chasing after it. Hurry up and report to the Alliance Master that the tree has started to flee. I'll keep track of it, someone reported on his gadget. The Leaf King discovered this and slapped the person to death. His face turned ugly, as this person was from the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin would definitely know of the tree's whereabouts, and it would be troublesome if he came. The Leaf King had to immediately take the sapling away. "Get down here!" a hunter shouted as he pulled out a blade from his cosmic ring and slashed down. The blade tore through the void and slashed towards the tree. At the top of the tree, the person was shocked. "Run, tree!" The tree twisted its trunk and moved in an extremely strange posture, as if it was dancing, and it dodged the attack. Countless people were stunned. That posture was a little enchanting. How could a tree be enchanting? The sapling jumped around at the top of the tree, and it seemed to be very happy. The person hiding at the top of the tree was stunned. Is this really a tree? In the sky, an old man walked out with a stern expression. "Who dares to be impudent here? You should be punished for using an explorer's power level." The hunter's expression changed, and he dropped his blade. He hurriedly apologized. "Master, this disciple was careless. Please forgive me." Then, this old man was the only enlighter on this planet, and he had set the rules for survival on this planet. The reason why so many cultivators had been born on this planet was because of this old man. All of the cultivators on this planet were his disciples. The old man ignored the hunter and instead looked at the fleeing tree in amazement. Interesting. His finger moved, and he was just about to grab the tree. Suddenly, a terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. The old man's pupils shrank as his body was pressed into the ground. Not good, an absolute powerhouse. The Leaf King made his move, and he reached into the crown of the tree to grab the sapling. The person hiding in the crown of the tree was stunned. He felt an incomparably terrifying power, and he had seen this power before. It was an emissary, and it was definitely at the level of an emissary. Was there really an emissary here? A hand reached out from the astral source universe, and the Leaf King revealed his appearance. He stared at the sapling and reached out to grab it. The figure saw the Leaf King clearly. "It's you?" He would never have imagined that the person who had bribed him with a star essence was actually an emissary. Why was an emissary hiding here? Just as the Leaf King was about to grab the sapling, a tree branch viciously whipped his arm and tore it apart. There was a loud crack as the Leaf King's body was sent flying. Not only that, but the remaining force of the branch's whip swept past the planet, causing ripples in outer space. Eventually, the barren planet in the distance was destroyed. The Leaf King was heavily injured, and he quickly turned around and disappeared into the astral source universe. Everything happened in an instant. The Enlighter Elder had experienced the Leaf King's power, and so had the others. However, they had all thought that it was the Enlighter Elder's power. Only the person hiding in the crown of the tree knew what had happened. At this moment, he was panicking. The emissary had been sent flying by the tree, and he had actually climbed to the top of the tree. What kind of tree was this? Was it really a tree? The elder's entire body trembled, and he almost wet himself. The tree was still running away in a frenzy, but then, it suddenly stopped moving. Its roots stabbed into the ground and stopped moving. The figure in the crown of the tree rolled his eyes. "It's not moving anymore?" He looked around and saw that he was in the middle of the street. The tree had stopped moving. Countless people looked over with strange expressions. Had the tree become a spirit? Some people tried to approach the tree, but they were stopped by the Enlighter Elder. He ordered the street to be sealed off and everyone was chased away. No one was allowed to approach the tree. He was also aware of what had just happened. Although he had not seen it clearly, that emissary was most likely the tree. The Elder had been able to cultivate to the Enlighter realm, and he had explored many places in the universe. It was not impossible for a tree to cultivate to the level of an emissary. Now, he was considering how to deal with this. Should he report this to the Hall of Honor? A very ordinary face appeared at the top of the tree. It was a man, and he nervously looked at the Enlighter Elder through the branches with a pleading expression. The Enlighter Elder was startled when he saw the man, but he quickly bowed deeply. It turned out that the emissary powerhouse was this person and not the tree. "I dare not disturb Senior. What instructions do you have?" "This junior will do his best to fulfill them." The man was sorrowful, and he wanted to beg the elder to save him, but there was a branch wrapped around his neck. It was a sapling. The sapling was playful, but to the man, it was a threat. The branch could strangle him to death with just a little bit of force, Did the elder not want him to speak? He was about to cry. He had only stolen something, so was there a need for him to encounter such a troublesome situation? The inner verse was too crazy, and he wanted to return to the neo-verse. The tree seemed to have taken root, and it did not move for several days. On the treetop, the sapling had a new friend, which was that man. The man was still panicking, as the tree that had sent the emissary flying was too terrifying and sinister. As for this sapling, it should be the tree's main body. No matter what the sapling did, he could only grit his teeth and accompany it for fear of offending it. On this planet, the Enlighter elder also accompanied the sapling, not daring to disturb it in the slightest. At the same time, he hoped that the emissary would have a good impression of him and that the emissary would bestow upon him something that would allow his cultivation to advance. The entire street was sealed off, and the cracks on the ground grew larger and larger. There was no sign of life, and only the tree's branches swayed in the breeze. Rain began to fall from the sky. The Enlighter elder hurriedly waved his hand to disperse the clouds so that the sun could continue shining. Beside him, the void distorted, and Luin walked out. After receiving news of the sapling, Luin had immediately rushed over, but he had only just arrived. "Has this tree been here all this time?" Luin asked. The Enlighter elder replied, "Yes, that tree." At this point, he was stunned and hurriedly turned around to look at Luin in shock. He had wanted to ask who Luin was, as he had not noticed this person standing right next to him. However, he felt that Luin looked familiar, and his thoughts became extremely complicated. He did not know what to say. Luin calmly asked, "There are traces of battle." He raised a hand and pinched his fingers. "Do you have any images of the emissary's battle? Let me take a look." The Enlighter elder stared at Luin in a daze, but then, he suddenly remembered something and was shocked. "Luin? No, Alliance Master Lu." Luin looked at him and smiled. "Do you have any images?" The Enlighter elder was shocked. It really was Luin, the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master who had unified the Innerverse. He had never thought that he would be able to talk to such a person in such close proximity while he was still alive. Luin had only ever appeared on a screen on that dazzling stage, the Astral Combat Tournament, the Supreme Tournament, and the most recent battlefield in the Outerverse. It was said that there were dozens of emissaries there, and the elder could not imagine how someone like him could interact with such a person, even if he was an Enlighter. It was said that there were several hundred Enlighters in the Outerverse battlefield. But now, such an influential figure was actually standing right next to him. The Enlighter elder forgot to reply and hurriedly bowed. "Zhong Nan from Fisha Planet greets Alliance Leader Lu." Luin asked again, "Do you have any recordings of the battle?" Zhong Nan was still immersed in the shock of Lu Yin's sudden appearance, and she hurriedly replied, No, the battle was too sudden. Even I didn't see it clearly, let alone the surveillance equipment. I was right there." "Oh? What did you see?" Luin curiously looked at the Enlighter. The Innerverse was still the Innerverse, and there were also Enlighters in the small flow zones. Back when the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Luin had gradually begun to see Enlighters. At that time, he had referred to them as Enlighters. Enlighters were considered very powerful experts in the Outerverse, but there weren't many of them in the Innerverse, and every flow zone had at least one. Zhong Nan respectfully replied, "I couldn't see anything clearly, the attack was too sudden. All I saw was a shadow rushing towards the tree before it was sent flying. I couldn't see what it looked like." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Did it rush towards the tree or the tree crown?" Zhong Nan thought about it and gritted her teeth. "The tree crown." "Are you sure?" Luin asked again. He had asked casually, but with his status, any one of his questions could decide Zhong Nan's fate and her future. Zhong Nan firmly replied, "I'm sure, because it was sent flying towards the tree crown." Luin turned to look at the tree. It was the Leaf King again. Who else would be targeting the tree besides him? Or an envoy? Now, it seemed that the tree wasn't as simple as it seemed. If it could send the Leaf King flying, then it had to have a power level of at least 800,000. How had such an existence been captured by the Saber mercenaries? Luin had not forgotten the scene of Qi Jin carrying the tree into the botanical garden. He had originally thought that it was just a very ordinary tree. He casually gave Zhong Nan a natural treasure that could help her avoid danger. Zhong Nan thanked him profusely as he approached the tree step by step until he was about 100 meters away. At the tree crown, the sapling suddenly raised its branches as if it had sensed something. It slowly turned towards Luin and then jumped down happily. Luin hugged the sapling and smiled as he stroked its leaves. Naughty. The sapling was very happy, and it emitted a gentle glow as it wrapped its branches tightly around Lu Yin's fingers. In the distance, the man on the tree crown stared blankly at Luin. It was him? Luin looked up. He had originally been looking at the tree, but when he saw the person on the tree crown, he was shocked. Xianxia? The man who had been chased after stealing something and then hiding in the tree crown to live out his days in fear was Xianxia, whom Luin had met in the Neoverse. He remembered this person because progenitor Chen's clone had used reverse steps during his origin tribulation. Luin had an impression of Xianxia's reverse steps, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. However, progenitor Chen's clone had used it to break through Lu Yin's codex of Eon evolution, which had shocked Luin. Ever since he had broken through to origin tribulation, Luin had ordered a search for Xianxia. He had not expected to run into him here. Xianxia's head popped out with a miserable expression. Bro, no, 7th bro, save me. I'm scared. Luin smiled, as Xianxia had come without any effort. Why are you in the Innerverse? Xianxia replied, I'm just taking a stroll. I've heard about the Innerverse and Outerverse, and I'm also interested in the Cosmic Sea, so I came here. You were caught stealing in the Neoverse and couldn't hide anymore, so you came here. Xianxia felt awkward and coughed. 7th bro, can you save me? How did you get up there? I climbed up. Then climbed down. Xianxia wanted to cry. Uncle Tree is an emissary. I wouldn't dare. Luin replied, don't worry. Uncle Tree won't do anything to people who aren't a threat. Really? Xianxia was suspicious. Luin replied, otherwise, how could you have gotten up there? You would have been whipped to death. Xianxia thought about it and agreed, but he still didn't dare. 7th bro, you have to protect me. I'm counting on you. Luin gestured for him to calm down. Xianxia gulped. And climbed down nervously, afraid that he would provoke the tree and get whipped. Even an emissary had been whipped so miserably, let alone someone like him. When Xianxia's feet touched the ground, he couldn't believe it. He slowly distanced himself from the tree, and when he was about 10 meters away, he suddenly charged towards Luin and quickly hid behind him. When he saw that the tree still hadn't moved, he sighed in relief. He had survived. It was only then that Zhong Nan realized that Xianxia wasn't an emissary. Not only that, but he wasn't even a hunter. Xianxia immediately felt aggrieved. He had kowtowed to this brat and was as respectful as he could be, but he had actually been played for a fool. For a moment, he looked at Xianxia with an unfriendly gaze. Xianxia patted his chest, glad that he had escaped death. Luin squatted down and stroked the sapling's green leaves. Good boy, you've played enough. Let's go back, okay? The sapling jumped up and down excitedly, which surprised Xianxia. He wasn't unfamiliar with the sapling, as he had been the one to play with it during the few days that he had been trapped on the tree's crown. He had originally thought that this sapling was the main body of the emissary tree, but now it seemed that the tree and the sapling were two different things. He had actually been played for a fool and had been frightened for a few days. Can you bring that tree back as well? Luin asked the sapling. The sapling's branches bent and twirled around its green leaves. It seemed to be thinking, but it also didn't seem to understand Lu Yin's words. The sapling didn't understand, but the tree did. It plucked up its roots and ran away like a madam running away while holding up her skirt. Around them, a few lemeters rushed out to grab the tree. Strangely enough, the tree was able to send the Leaf King flying with a single branch when he tried to grab the sapling. However, when faced with a few lemeters, the tree couldn't escape at all. In the end, it was tied up and carried on their shoulders. The tree's branches frantically tried to escape, but they couldn't. Xianxia's eyelids twitched. How was this possible? Those were lemeters, right? They couldn't be hidden emissaries, right? How could it be that easy to capture that tree? How could they dare to do that? Lu Yin relaxed, as he had guessed correctly. Those who weren't a threat to the tree would be fine no matter what they did to it. Someone like the Leaf King would be sent flying. He waved his hand, and the cultivators carried the tree onto a spacecraft that headed towards the Ross Empire's stronghold. They wanted to lock the tree up in the botanical garden. The sapling's branches rubbed against Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin smiled. Don't worry, the tree is fine. We won't hurt it. The sapling was happy again, and it jumped around Lu Yin. Xianxia smiled. Well, seventh bro, I'll take my leave now. Thank you for saving me. If you need anything in the future, feel free to tell me as long as it's within my means. Lu Yin smiled and patted the man's shoulder. There's no need for the future. I have it now. Xianxia's face twitched. Seventh bro, I'm tired. Why don't I rest for a few days? Lu Yin opened his hand, revealing a pill. Here, eat it. You'll recover quickly. Xianxia was speechless, and he asked carefully, Seventh bro, do you have any instructions for me? Lu Yin's hand on Xianxia's shoulder tightened slightly, and he solemnly said, I don't have any instructions. I just want to make a deal. I'm very interested in your technique, reverse step. Xianxia was astonished. Reverse step? Seventh bro, you're interested in it? Lu Yin nodded. Xianxia was puzzled. They had known each other for a long time. They had met during the Star Tower contest and the Sovereign Tournament. If Lu Yin was interested in reverse step, why hadn't he mentioned it at that time? How long had it been since then? Seventh bro, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but I really don't know how to. Lu Yin was curious. What do you mean? Xianxia explained, some battle techniques require a technique to exert force, a method to convert star energy, and a method to circulate it. They're easy to teach, but some battle techniques are directly branded into the body and cannot be taught. Reverse step is one such technique. I learned it all because of a piece of jade. Afraid that Lu Yin would not believe him, Xianxia hurriedly explained how he had been chased, hidden in an auction house, and obtained the reverse step. Lu Yin did not doubt him. If the reverse step was the same as progenitor Chen's, then its value would be comparable to a secret technique. Of course, it would be very difficult to teach it to others. Things can only move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Not being able to learn it did not mean that he had to give up. One of progenitor Chen's 9 clones had not learned anything else but the reverse step, which had broken through Lu Yin's knowing deny. That feeling had been like reversing spacetime, and it had shocked Lu Yin. How could he give up on such a technique? Take me to that auction house, Lu Yin said. Xianxia was puzzled. Seventh bro, this reverse step seems strange and fast, but there's nothing special about it. Is it worth going to the Neoverse? Of course, Lu Yin could not tell him the truth. I have other matters to attend to in the Neoverse, so it's just on the way. He then looked at the sapling. He could not bring it along, but perhaps it was not a bad idea to leave it with the tree. At least the tree could protect it. Not long after, Lu Yin and Xianxia were led by the second Night King towards the cosmic sea. As for the sapling, Lu Yin threw it into the tree's crown. With the second Night King's strength that was second only to a half-ancestor, he was able to travel across the universe so quickly that Xianxia began to doubt himself. Back when Lu Yin had been brought across the cosmic sea by Xianxia, he had also begun to doubt himself. This was an absolute powerhouse, and the distance of the universe was meaningless to them. Mr. Mu had directly thrown Lu Yin from Tempest Flow Zone to Xingyang Flow Zone, which meant that he had crossed half of the innerverse. Xianxia's view of the universe had been refreshed. There was a heavenly city in the Neoverse called Skybearing City. There were over 1,000 auction houses in the city, and it was famous throughout the Neoverse. Skybearing City was the city with the most auction houses in the Fifth Mainland, and countless people brought auction items to Skybearing City every day. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, everything could be sold here, and the prices were the highest among those in the same industry. On the contrary, the commission was very low because of the fierce competition. Lu Yin and Xianxia were currently walking through Skybearing City, looking at the city's unique atmosphere. Skybearing City was larger than any of the other heavenly cities that Lu Yin had seen before. The buildings were densely packed together, and there was a large population. When he first arrived, he discovered that there were no less than 20 enlighters scattered throughout the tallest buildings. There was even an envoy at the center of the city. Emissaries were rare even in the new universe. While the rune lines of this emissary were not strong, an emissary was an emissary. With an emissary in charge, Skybearing City was definitely one of the top cities in the new universe. There were countless people hawking their wares on the streets, and a small auction quickly took place. This was very normal in Skybearing City. This place had a unique auction atmosphere. The largest auction house in Skybearing City is called the Longwang Auction House, and the owner is the master of Skybearing City, King Qing. It is said that King Qing is extremely powerful, and even the masters of the 3,000 major worlds of the Glory Realm have to respect him. Those colossal beings have to take the initiative to visit Skybearing City, Xianxia introduced. He was familiar with this place. Seventh brother, look. That's the Longwang Auction House. It's the tallest building in Skybearing City. Seventh brother, that's Skybearing City's food street. There are countless unimaginable ingredients there, and many of them are purchased from the border guards from the Astral Beast domain. Seventh brother, look. It's a brothel. Xianxia was excited. Lu Yin was astonished and looked over. A brothel? In the distance, an antique building descended from the heavens. It was a brothel. Brothels in the Neoverse were one of the unique features of the Neoverse. They could fly, and they attracted countless people's attention. Lu Yin had not expected that a brothel would coincidentally come to Skybearing City. There were a total of 6 brothels in the Neoverse, and this one should be a brothel in the north since Skybearing City was in the north. When the brothel landed, it immediately attracted countless onlookers. The appearance of the brothel caused a huge commotion, and even Skybearing City's guards appeared to maintain order. We're really lucky. Seventh brother, why don't we take a look around the brothel? Xianxia was looking forward to it. If he was alone, he would at most enter the brothel to gain some experience, but he would not dare to do anything. It was not something that someone like him could afford, but now that he had such a powerful person by his side, what did it matter if it was a brothel? Even if this was Skybearing City, once this person's identity was exposed, the city lord would come out to greet him. When he thought about this, Xianxia became even more excited and couldn't wait to drag Lu Yin inside. Lu Yin pursed his lips. The brothel was his business, and whatever money Ming Yan earned there was for him. No. Xianxia was disappointed. Seventh brother, the brothel is not a filthy place. It's very clean and can cleanse one's soul and cultivate one's character. Are you saying that I can meet many envoys there? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia was speechless. Hurry up and find the auction house. I don't have time to waste, Lu Yin urged. Xianxia was helpless. That auction house went bankrupt, and I don't know which auction house bought it. I'll have to ask around. Hurry up. Lu Yin was annoyed. Because of the brothel's appearance, Skybearing City attracted many people once again. Brothels would attract many people anywhere, let alone Skybearing City. There were 2 buildings in the center of the city that took up a lot of space. One was the city lord's residence, and the other was the Baoang auction house. Both were owned by the same person. Within the city lord's residence, someone was ecstatic. The Northern Territories brothel is here? That's great. Help me change my clothes. It's been a long time since I've seen the fallen plum courtesan. She must serve me today, ha ha ha. The speaker was a pale-faced young man with an excited expression. There were 5 girls serving him, and all of them were nervous as if they were afraid of angering him. His name was Qing Yu, and he was the son of Skybearing City's city lord, Prince Qing. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a gust of wind blew past. A woman with a baleful expression stood at the door. Although she was beautiful, her eyes were slanted downwards, making her look sinister and vicious. Qing Yu's expression changed when he saw her. Hong, why are you back? The 5 girls serving Qing Yu were horrified and hurriedly knelt down. Their eyes reddened, and they didn't dare to look up. The woman narrowed her eyes and stared at Qing Yu. She then raised her hand, causing 5 red flowers to appear in her palm. With a wave of her hand, the 5 girls' necks were sliced open, and the stench of blood filled the air. Xianxu's legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. I've only been gone for a few days, and you're already messing around. Did you forget what I told you? The woman asked sternly. Xianxu gulped and carefully approached the woman. He smiled fawningly and hugged the woman's shoulders. I didn't do anything. I just asked them to dress me. You can't be jealous of that, right? Besides, you've already killed them. The woman stared at Xianxu and said coldly, I heard that you're going to the brothel to meet that Luo Mei. Mei slut. No, definitely not. Xianxu was shocked, and his face paled. At that moment, the void distorted and a middle-aged man walked out. It was Prince Qing, the city lord of Skybearing City, and the emissary powerhouse that Luoyin had sensed earlier. The woman and Xianxu hurriedly bowed when they saw Prince Qing. Father. Prince Qing grunted and glanced around the room. He frowned slightly and looked at Xianxu. Are you messing around again? I told you that you're not allowed to get close to any other woman aside from Hong. Did you listen to me? The woman snorted and glared at Xianxu. Xianxu bowed again. Father, I didn't. I only asked them to dress me. I didn't do anything. Prince Qing looked at the woman and smiled gently. Don't worry, Hong. I'll keep an eye on him for you. He won't do anything. The woman nodded. Thank you, Father. I forgot to take something, so I came back for a bit. I'll leave now, so please keep an eye on him for me. Prince Qing nodded. She quickly left. After she left, Xianxu heaved a sigh of relief. His expression turned gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at Prince Qing. One day, I'll kill that slut. Shut up, Prince Qing barked and glared at Xianxu. As long as the home of the gods exists, she'll always be your wife. If you dare touch her, I'll kill you. Xianxu was furious. That woman is crazy. Which capable man doesn't have a few women? She's so jealous that she won't even let me touch her maids. Father, I've had enough of this. Prince Qing glared at Xianxu and said coldly, you were the one who agreed to this marriage. You were the one who pursued her back then, so treat her well. If you don't want Skybearing City to be destroyed by the home of the gods, remember that she's one of the 18 celestial gods of the home of the gods. She has a very high status. Remember that. I understand, Father. Xianxu was helpless. Skybearing City was just a slightly larger ant compared to the home of the gods. He'd pursued Yao Hong back then because he wanted to gain the protection of the home of the gods. Who knew that woman would be so unreasonable? If he wanted to play, he'd have to wait until she left. Sometimes, he felt like that woman would kill him. Since that crazy woman was gone, he could go out and play. He had to take Luo Mei in the next few days and have a taste of the North's top courtesan. Within Skybearing City, Xianxu spent half a day before finally finding the owner. The Yadwa auction house is the auction house where I obtained the reverse step. It was purchased by the Silver Fragrance auction house more than 10 years ago, and the address is still the same. The Yadwa auction house's manager also joined the Silver Fragrance auction house when it was purchased. He's been taken away by the Silver Fragrance auction house's boss for some unknown reason, but he'll be back in a few days at the very least. That means that we'll be able to meet the Yadwa auction house's manager in a few days? Luoyin asked. Xianxu nodded. In theory, yes. But 7th bro, you should know that the auction houses deal with at least a few hundred items every day. It's normal for some large auction houses to handle over 10,000 items. They didn't pursue me when I lost the reverse step, which means that they don't care. It's unlikely that we'll be able to find out the origin of the technique from them. Of course, Luoyin knew that, but for the sake of this battle technique, no amount of investigation would be excessive. He couldn't let anyone else do it either. If they found the reverse step and someone else learned it, he would suffer a huge loss. After witnessing Progenitor Chen's reverse step, Luoyin did not want to miss out on this wondrous battle technique no matter what. In his current battle, he could only rely on his physical body to increase his speed or a secret technique like the planned secret art. He was missing a footwork battle technique, so reverse step was perfect, but his chances of finding one were slim. There was a loud boom as a small auction house nearby exploded. Several figures flew out and landed on the street, fighting in the blink of an eye. Xianxia was astonished. They actually dare to fight on the streets of Skybearing City? Looks like they have some background. Luyin looked at the people fighting on the street and saw that they were clearly split into two groups, 3 on one side and 6 on the other. Although the numbers were not equal, they were evenly matched. The side with fewer people was slightly older. Beat them up. I'll take responsibility if you kill the young master. A handsome youth walked out from the broken auction house. He seemed to be dressed as a man, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was a woman and was quite good-looking. On the side with fewer people, a man pushed aside the 2 people he was fighting. 7-lined battle force covered his body as he punched at the crossdresser. The crossdresser did not care as there were more people rushing forward to block the attack. Bang! The man punched away the youth in front of the crossdresser. 7-lined battle force was something that very few youths in the younger generation could grasp. One of them spat out blood and fainted, while the other pulled the crossdresser back and glared at the man. Do you know who she is? If you hurt her, even 10 lives won't be enough to pay for it. The man sneered. Then do you know who I am? Shameless boasting. The battle was intense, but the people around them did not leave. Instead, they cheered as if they were watching a show. This sort of thing did not happen often in Skybearing City. Fighting was forbidden within the city, so the city guards were about to arrive. As they spoke, the guards had already arrived. They reacted extremely quickly. The leader was a man with a scar on his face. His face was weathered, and his gaze was fierce. Skybearing City doesn't allow fighting. Don't you know the rules? The scarred man's gaze swept over both sides. Xianxia introduced, 7th bro, this person is the captain of Skybearing City's guards. People call him Uncle Blade. Apparently, the wound on his face was left behind by King Qing. King Qing did not kill him, so he stayed in Skybearing City to repay his life. Luyin took a sip of his tea. With a power level of over 400,000, he was practically invincible in the outerverse. Even in the innerverse, someone with such a power level could become a powerhouse in a small flow zone. For example, Northgate Taisui and Lu Yin's power levels were about the same. The man said, we know the rules. We're willing to pay half of the compensation. Yes, all of them, said the cross-dressing young man. The man was furious, and he glared at her. You were the ones who attacked first. We're already willing to bear half of the cost because we don't want to cause trouble. Don't look for trouble. My Crimson Rainbow Great Realm is not a place to be trifled with. Many people cried out in alarm. The Crimson Rainbow Great World? The Crimson Rainbow Realm? That was one of the 3,000 great worlds. He had heard of it before. Among the 3,000 great worlds, there were very few that had envoys. The Radiance Great World, the Jade Great World, and the Crimson Rainbow Great World also had envoys. Luyin had always paid attention to the 3,000 great worlds. Some of them were very weak, and a single drop of the life poison could wipe them out. However, some were terrifyingly strong. For example, when Mu'en had brought him to the Realm Mountains for the first time, they had encountered a card that even Mu'en had not dared to touch. Luyin had looked up some information, but there were no records of that card's world. 3,000 great worlds. Although the great worlds were part of the Glory Realm, they seemed to be independent as well. After becoming a director, Luyin had looked up some information on the 3,000 great worlds. The records were rather old, and even the Hall of Honor found it difficult to completely analyze the situation of the 3,000 great worlds. Among them, some great worlds had become weaker and weaker, while some great worlds had developed beyond expectations. Regardless, the record stated that there were no more than 10 envoys in the 3,000 great worlds. You're from the Crimson Great World, Jianzhu? Uncle Blade was astonished, and he looked at the 3 men seriously. These 3 were not very strong. The man politely replied, we're the Yen Crown Prince's retainers. We came to Skybearing City to find some defensive treasures for the Crown Prince. So you're from Yen Chen's side. No wonder you're so arrogant. The one who spoke was the cross-dressing youth. When they heard this, the 3 retainers' expressions changed. Someone who knew Yen Chen's name and was able to say it out loud had to have a powerful background. You are? The one who had been injured hurriedly replied, "This is Miss Xishuang." Scar and the retainers were shocked. The Hall of Honor's Expeditionary Army commander's granddaughter, Xishuang? In the distance, Qianzhou sneered, "They're all acquaintances. The universe is so big, and there aren't many places that can gather all of them together. Skybearing City can do it." Luyin looked at Xishuang. So she was Shigu's granddaughter. This was interesting. Now that both sides had revealed their identities, there was no need to continue arguing. Whether it was Skybearing City, Crimson Rainbow Great World, or the Expeditionary Army, they all had envoys. Not long after, the commotion died down. Luyin stood up, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Qianzhou was curious. "Follow, Luyin," said, his gaze never leaving Xishuang. The Hall of Honor's Expeditionary Army had once helped Song deal with the giants under his command. If Chen Huang hadn't broken through to become an envoy, they would have been wiped out, and Luyin would have suffered great losses. Although Song had been removed from her position, Shigu hadn't suffered any losses. Luyin had always kept this matter in mind, and now that he had finally met Shigu's granddaughter, he had to have a chat. There were many interesting places in Skybearing City. Although the streets were crowded, there was no lack of scenic spots. Luyin and Qianzhou followed Xishuang's group for half a day, visiting many of Skybearing City's sceneries. When the sky was dark, they followed Xishuang to a brothel. Luyin was speechless when he saw the brothel in front of him. Why was this woman here? Qianzhou's eyes lit up, he was in high spirits. Xishuang was in high spirits. "Seventh bro, they're going in," Qianzhou reminded and urged. Luyin's expression was calm as he stepped into the brothel. A brothel wasn't a place to sell one's body. This place focused on relaxing one's mind, and there was a reason why so many people were attracted here. Everything else aside, the women here were the most beautiful. Even the ordinary maids were enough to make many people forget to leave. Xishuang was received by the brothel the moment she entered. News of her identity had already spread to the brothel, or perhaps the brothel had already known about it. "Young Master Xi, I've heard a lot about you." The brothel treated Xishuang the same way she treated other men, and she wasn't surprised that a woman had arrived. Xishuang was satisfied. "You are?" "I'm Qing Yun, the brothel's courtesan. I'm here to receive young Master Xi. Is there a girl you've taken a fancy to? I'll make the arrangements right away." Qing Yun smiled gently. She was also beautiful, and even though she was old, she still retained her charm. In the eyes of many, she was more attractive than some other young girls. Xishuang raised her head, "Since I'm here, I'll naturally look for the courtesan. With my status, only the courtesan can receive me." Qing Yun was troubled. "Young Master Xi, the courtesan is currently serving young city Lord Qingyu and can't leave. How about I make an appointment for tomorrow? Tomorrow, she'll specifically serve you." Xishuang didn't mind. "I don't need her to serve me. I just want to see how beautiful this courtesan is. Hurry up and have her come out for me." Qing Yun was troubled. "Young Master Xi, this." At this moment, a girl hurried over to Qing Yun and whispered. Qing Yun was shocked, and anger flashed through her eyes. She didn't entertain Xishuang and quickly walked into the depths of the brothel. Xishuang followed along with interest, and Luyin naturally followed as well. Soon after, they arrived at a courtyard in the brothel, where a panicked voice came from within. "Young Master Qing, my brothel only sells my skills, not my body. Please don't be like this. Sell your skills, not your body? Bah, slut, you act pure in front of me, but when you talk about Luyin, the Xianxia, and the others, your eyes light up. If they were here tonight, you would have already taken off your clothes and served me. Am I any worse than them? Get over here." The courtesan, Qing Yun, angrily charged in and waved her hand to push Qingyu aside. She glared at him. "Young Master Qing, you should know the rules of my brothel. No matter who it is, they only sell their skills and not their bodies. If you like Luomei and she likes you back, you can redeem her and marry her. But if you want to use force, please go back." The commotion was rather loud, and quite a few people were attracted over. Qingyu had clearly drunk too much, and he sneered. "What's so great about your brothel? You're just a bunch of sluts. Don't even think about leaving after coming to Skybearing City today." He then pointed at Qin Yun. You, all of you, I'm going to make your entire brothel serve me naked today. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yun was furious and clenched her fists. Young Master Qin, you're drunk. Qin Yu sneered, what, if you have the ability to get that emissary behind you to come out? Don't think that I don't know that the person behind your brothel is the old man. That old man didn't even dare to fart because of Lu Yin, and all of the experts under him were killed. Your brothel doesn't even have an emissary behind you anymore. You bunch of sluts still want to act all high and mighty like before. If I tell you to strip, then you'll strip. Shi Shuang frowned and looked at Qin Yu. Your mouth stinks. All men are like that. Disgusting. The courtesan, Luomei, hurriedly ran behind Qin Yun and glared at Qin Yu. Qin Yu's words were heard by quite a few people, and they now looked at the brothel girls in a different light. In the past, the brothel had been one of the more powerful organizations in the Neoverse, and they had been backed by the old man and an emissary. Because of the Black Street, the old man had held an extremely high position among the directors, and no one dared to offend him. Thus, the brothel was treated as a guest of honor wherever they went, and no one dared to use force against them. However, things were different now. The old man had been crippled, and an emissary expert had not appeared in a long time. He must have been killed by Lu Yin, so there was no need for the brothel to care about them anymore. Everyone, the brothel needs to change its rules today. All the talk about selling your skills and not your body is bullshit. From now on, all the women in the brothel have to strip naked and receive me. Don't you all agree? Qin Yu shouted. The more sullen he had been when he was with Yao Hong, the more indulgent he was now. Quite a few people laughed in agreement. Yes, the young city lord is right. We'll have to strip naked and receive you in the future. Strip naked and receive you in the future, haha. Qin Yu laughed maniacally. In Skybearing City, I have the final say. The brothel won't be able to escape until every man in Skybearing City is satisfied, ha 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 ha. Qin Yun's face paled, as the situation had spiraled out of control. Shi Shuang's expression was ugly as well. She was a girl, and the men around her disgusted her. She couldn't help but walk out. Shut up. All of you men deserve to die, you beasts. Qin Yu's eyes widened as he stared at Shi Shuang. He then teased, oh, you're a yin and yang person. I'll strip you naked today and have you and Luomei serve me together. He then charged towards Shi Shuang. Shi Shuang was shocked, and the men protecting her hurriedly rushed out. Qin Yu, she's the granddaughter of the Expeditionary Army's Shigu Legion's commander. How dare you? Qin Yu sneered, and a few people appeared to confront the men. Shigu? Never heard of him. Strip as many as you can in this brothel as you can. Let the brothers have a look. All right, thank you, young city lord. Thank you, young city lord. Qianzu was furious. What a beast. Seventh bro, this Qin Yu is a bastard. Despite his words, his eyes still lit up. Just hearing about this was enough to tempt him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and flashed with killing intent. The brothel was his territory. At that moment, a shout came from afar. Qin Yu, you've grown up. How dare you be so impudent? The voice was crisp and clearly belonged to a woman, but it sounded demonic to Qin Yu's ears. His body trembled, and the blood drained from his face. Xiao Hong? The void distorted, and a woman walked out, staring coldly at Qin Yu. I knew you would come the moment the brothel landed, so I went home to warn you. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. I heard everything you said just now. Are there enough women here? Do you want me to capture a few more girls from the brothels for you to have fun with? Qin Yu panicked, and his face twitched. Little Red, I'm drunk. I'm drunk. Yao Hong sneered, I'll deal with you when we get home. After speaking, she scanned the surroundings and finally stared at Luomei. She really is beautiful. No wonder you men are attracted to her. I wonder what it's like to have such a beautiful face scratched. It looked like a flower, but it was abnormally sharp. Yao Hong spun the flower, and its sharp edges tore through the void. This scene shocked many people, especially the girls in the brothel. It was not because of Yao Hong's strength, but because of her words. Qin Yin hurriedly went up and respectfully said, Young City Lord's wife, please take the young City Lord back. He's drunk. Yao Hong stared coldly at Qin Yun. He was indeed drunk, but he wasn't wrong. You're all a bunch of sluts, running a brothel and pretending to be virtuous. Qin Yan's face flashed with anger, but she suppressed her anger. Please take the young city lord back. Yao Hong's lips curled up, and a sinister look flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand and pointed at Luo Mei. You do it. Luo Mei's heart sank. She nervously and fearfully looked at Yao Hong, especially the flower in her hand. Qin Yan stared at Yao Hong. Young madam, what are you trying to do? Yao Hong smiled. Such a beautiful face. It's a pity that those men have taken advantage of her. I want to draw a picture of her face and see if any men will still like her. Luo Mei was terrified when she heard this. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed, and she stared at Yao Hong. Young madam, my brothel has interacted with many powers over the years, and we still have some face. What you're doing is too much. Yao Hong was indifferent. You're just a bunch of sluts who seduce men. You're just a person. Face? Do you really think you have any face? When the old man was in power, you had some face, but now, who will give you any face? Do you really think that those sluts you married off have good lives? Today, not only will I draw a picture of her face, but I'll also fulfill my husband's wish. I'll strip you naked and serve all the men in Skybearing City. Let's see if you still have any face left. Qin Yan and the other girls were both furious and terrified. The brothel had the protection of enlighters, but how could they be a match for Skybearing City? Qin Yu was a madwoman, and this woman was even crazier. Get over here. Yao Hong stared at Luo Mei. She wanted to humiliate Luo Mei and the brothel. Shi Shuang frowned. This woman was crazy, but she couldn't stop her. Many of the men who had entered the brothel were excited. Everyone in the brothel is a slut. From now on, the rules of the brothel should be changed. A smile appeared on Yao Hong's cold face. She had been unhappy with the brothel for a long time. Qin Yu's eyes darted around as he stared at Luo Mei. If he couldn't have her, then he would destroy her. It didn't matter. Little Hong, let me shave her face and vent your anger for you. Yao Hong glanced at Qin Yu. You're sober? Qin Yu replied, yes, but I don't know how I got here. He then smiled fawningly. Little Hong, I'll shave her face for you to make you happy. He then glared at Luo Mei. Slut, you only know how to seduce men. Get over here. Qin Yan trembled with anger. This couple was simply shameless. Yao Hong, on the other hand, liked it. She proudly raised her head and handed the flowers to Qin Yu. It's up to you. I'm also afraid of dirtying my hands. Qin Yu was excited. Don't worry. Luo Mei despaired. She had never expected that a brothel's top courtesan would end up in such a state. No one could stop Qin Yu and Yao Hong. This was Skybearing City. Luo Mei was terrified, but she could only walk towards Qin Yu. If she didn't go, then the entire brothel would be in trouble. Qin Yu licked his lips. Slut, who told you not to obey me? What a pity. If I had taken action earlier, it would have been better to shave her after I was done playing with her. What a pity. If I can't have her, then no one else can either. Luo Mei stopped less than 3 meters away from Qin Yu and Yao Hong. Qin Yu frowned, his gaze sinister. Slut, come here. Didn't you hear me? Luo Mei exhaled and looked back. Huan Yang, my brothel is in trouble today. Rather than being humiliated, I'd rather die. She then slapped her own forehead. Yao Hong's eyes turned into runes as she stared at Luo Mei's palm. Luo Mei slapped her own forehead, but there was no power behind it. She was at a loss. Yao Hong sneered. You want to die in front of me? In your dreams. I'll make you wish you were dead. Qin Yu suddenly charged at Luo Mei. Let this young master disfigure your face. But the moment Qin Yu got close to Luo Mei, there was a light slap. Qin Yu seemed to have been slapped in the face, and his body spun in the air before crashing to the ground. No one saw what had happened. Yao Hong's expression changed when she saw Qin Yu fall to the ground. She ran over and picked him up, turning him over. There was a palm print on his face, and half of his head had been smashed to pieces. Even his teeth were missing, but he didn't faint. Yao Hong was furious. She glared at Qing Yun and the others. Who is it? Get out here. Slap. Another loud sound rang out. This time it was Yao Hong, but it was much lighter than when she had slapped Qing Yu. This slap only made her kneel on the ground. Half of her face was swollen, but she didn't faint. Qing Yu finally reacted. He stood up and mumbled, "Who is it?" Slap. Another loud sound rang out, and the other side of Qing Yu's face was slapped. His body swayed, and he almost lost his footing. Yao Hong covered half of her face. She was about to go crazy. Who is it? Get out here if you dare. Slap. 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 Dozens of slaps landed on Qing Yu and Yao Hong's faces. The two of them were battered and exhausted, and they knelt on the ground. Qing Yu's mind was on the verge of collapse, and the people protecting them couldn't move at all. Yao Hong's gaze cracked, but she was also incomparably terrified. They had been slapped in Sky-bearing City, but Prince Qing didn't react. There was only one explanation: Prince Qing didn't know that someone had sealed off the brothel. Who was it? Could it be the expert behind the brothel? The old man was already crippled, so there was still someone supporting the brothel? Shi Shuang didn't understand. She looked around and saw that there was an expert. Qing Yun panted heavily. She didn't know who had attacked them or who was supporting them. Yao Hong wasn't wrong. Ever since the old man had been suppressed, the women who were married out of the brothel hadn't had an easy time. When the brothel had been at its peak, the marriage of top courtesans was equivalent to a marriage alliance. Countless people had supported the brothel, but everything had been built on the old man's power. Now, everything was gone. Who would support the brothel? In the crowd, Qianzhou blinked. Seventh bro, what are you doing? The one who had slapped them was naturally Luyin. Insulting the brothel was the same as insulting Ming Yan. Is your brothel declaring war on Sky-bearing City and the home of the gods? Yao Hong shouted. Qing Yan's face was deathly pale. Sky-bearing City was one thing, but the home of the gods was a colossus. Even at its peak, the old man did not dare to openly offend the home of the gods. Yao Hong was a member of the home of the gods. Slap. Another slap landed on Yao Hong's face. This slap had lured King Qing out, but Luyin didn't continue to seal the brothel. Instead, he allowed King Qing to discover him. Within the city lord's mansion, King Qing had clearly heard the slap. His eyes trembled as he stepped into Astral Source Universe and walked out of the brothel. When he saw Yao Hong and Qing Yu's miserable state, he moved his finger, and a terrifying aura swept through all of Sky-bearing City. Within the brothel, everyone was suppressed by this aura, and even breathing became difficult. The entire sky of Sky-bearing City changed. Everyone looked in the direction of the brothel and felt the pressure. The space around them distorted, and even their surroundings were affected. Spacecraft after spacecraft exploded. Father, father! Qing Yu wailed. Yao Hong's eyes were filled with madness. Who is it? Father, find that person and skin him alive. I want to torture him to death. King Qing frowned. He had scanned the area just now, but he hadn't discovered who had attacked, which was strange. If it had been an enlighter, they would have left behind traces, and King Qing would have been able to find them. However, if it had been an emissary, that was impossible. How could an emissary secretly protect a brothel? When he thought of this, he asked, who attacked the juniors? Come out and meet me. Nobody bothered with him. King Qing's eyes narrowed. You have the face to attack the juniors, but you don't have the face to show yourself? Yao Hong's venomous eyes scanned the area, and she suddenly stared at Luo Mei. Her eyes widened, and she screamed, "It's that woman!" Qing Yu was just about to shave her face, but we were attacked. Someone's protecting her. She believed that the person who had attacked them hadn't come out because they didn't dare. After all, King Qing was an emissary. How many emissaries were there in the Neoverse? How could there be an emissary secretly protecting a brothel? Hearing Yao Hong's words, Prince Qing looked at Luo Mei with a dignified expression. You, come here. Luo Mei trembled and looked at Prince Qing in fear. Prince Qing's eyes widened. I said, come here. Luo Mei was terrified. Prince Qing's face seemed to be magnified infinitely, and he could easily trample her to death. She couldn't move at all. Prince Qing raised his head. "You're not coming out? Fine." He reached out to grab Luo Mei. He had the same thought as Xiao Hong. If Luo Mei didn't come out, it was obvious that she was afraid. Although he didn't know what method Luo Mei had used to hide herself, since Prince Qing wanted to protect this woman, he had to force her out. An emissary was secretly protecting the brothel? That was impossible. Neither Yao Hong nor Prince Qing believed that this was possible. Just as Prince Qing was about to grab Luo Mei, a palm appeared in front of him and slammed down. Prince Qing's expression changed drastically. A long blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed upwards. With a bang, the blade shattered, and the palm slammed into Prince Qing's face without any resistance. Prince Qing was slapped to the ground, sinking deep into the ground. Everyone was silent as they stared blankly. That was Prince Qing, not Qingyu. It was Prince Qing, an emissary powerhouse, who had been slapped to the ground with a single slap. Yao Hong stared blankly at the ground. At this moment, she felt fear. A peerless elite had made a move. Someone who could suppress Prince Qing with a single slap had to have a combat power of at least 700,000. That kind of elite was actually secretly protecting the brothel? No one dared to breathe loudly as they stared at the ground. Underground, Prince Qing recovered with great difficulty, but he didn't come out. In that instant, he had felt an irresistible force. That slap had not only slapped him to the ground, but it had also woken him up. He was a powerhouse, but he couldn't resist that slap at all. Prince Qing was very smart. He was able to establish Skybearing City and was also the owner of the Longwang auction house. He was calm and domineering, but he didn't lose the slyness of a businessman. That slap had made him realize the difference between them. Dignity and face weren't as important as his life. Was that slap hard to accept? No, it wasn't hard for him. If the other party had used a little more strength, he could have really slapped him to death. He cherished his life more than death. When he thought of this, he walked out of the ground and bowed deeply to Chao Qingyun, Luo Mei, and the other brothel girls. And said, "I've offended you. I'll give the brothel an explanation." He grabbed Yao Hong and Qingyu. And left. It was only after Prince Qing and the others left that everyone reacted. Everyone was silent. Those men hurriedly left. They had been heckling Qingyu just now. Luyin left as well. Qianzhou looked at Luyin in shock. Seventh bro, that was King Qing. How did he end things with a single slap? What else? Luyin asked indifferently. Qianzhou swallowed his saliva. Was it that simple? That was King Qing. Even the expeditionary army didn't need to give him face. His name was known throughout the Neoverse, yet he didn't even dare to resist after being slapped. Just how strong had this person become? Inside the brothel, Shi Shuang had also left in shock. She was well aware of Prince Qing's strength. Before coming here, her grandfather had told her that the two of them were on par. Even so, he had still been slapped. How many experts were there in the universe? Walking out of the brothel, she looked back. What kind of powerful cultivator was hidden in this brothel? Was he one of the old man's men? If the old man Bu had been suppressed by Luyin, then what kind of power did Luyin of the Great Eastern Alliance have? It was rumored that dozens of envoys had appeared on the battlefield between the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast domain, and it seemed that those rumors might not be false. One slap. The slap had not only awakened King Qing and the others, but it had also awakened many geniuses of the Neoverse. The universe wasn't as simple as they had thought. Even a rundown brothel could hide an absolute expert. Qingyu and his wife's overbearingness had revealed many people's dark side, and when the powerhouse behind the brothel had revealed himself, these people could only retreat with their tails between their legs. However, Qingyun and the other girls weren't surprised by these people. They had seen too many dark sides, and they had only gotten better in the past few years. Actually, a few years ago, even if the brothel girls could maintain their chastity to outsiders, they couldn't do so internally. They had long since gotten over it. Shi Shuang sat in a tavern across from the brothel. From here, she could see the entirety of the brothel, including the courtyard. The tavern wasn't small, but it couldn't compare to the brothel in terms of scale. However, it was where everyone who had come to participate in the auction ate. There were no main halls, only private rooms, so it was convenient for communication. Sis Shuang, it's about time. We should go back, one of the men who had been following her said. Another man was displeased. What are you rushing us for? Sis Shuang has her own plans. Don't forget what the Legion commander said when we left, the man said in a low voice. The other man said, even if we don't go back, we should stay far away from the brothel. Someone who can slap Prince Qing to the point that he doesn't dare to move is definitely powerful and can't be provoked. We don't know who this person is or what his background is, but if we know who Sis Shuang is, we might do something. His words silenced the others. The expeditionary army had offended too many people. Of the 3 armies of the Hall of Honor, the Beast Destroyer army was on the front lines of the Astral Beast domain all year round. The Realm Guardian army guarded the World Mountain and rarely left. Only the Expeditionary Army maintained the peace of the Fifth Mainland. Thus, countless people and families had been wiped out over the years. They didn't believe that the brothel could nurture an absolute powerhouse. This absolute powerhouse had to be guarding the brothel for some reason. If this powerhouse was related to the Expeditionary Army, then it would be troublesome. They weren't Xishuang's bodyguards, they were all suitors. They had seen too many people who hated the Expeditionary Army over the years. 1 in 10 powerhouses hated the Expeditionary Army, so the probability was too high. Xishuang was impatient. You guys leave first. Sis Shuang. They wanted to say something else. Xishuang angrily said, get out. They had no choice but to leave the room. Xishuang was the only one left, drinking wine and looking at the brothel across the street. She used to think that the world was only so big. She was the Expeditionary Army's princess, and everyone doted on her and protected her. No one in the universe dared to offend her, so she was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. The men who pursued her all had decent backgrounds, but she looked down on them and thought that they were superior. However, after coming out, she first met people from the greater realms who didn't fear the Expeditionary Army, and then she met people like Qingyu. She saw the dark side of these men, and what shocked her the most was that slap. Her grandfather had said that King Qing's strength was on par with his. That slap could have landed on King Qing's face, but it could also have landed on her grandfather's. She wasn't a sentimental person, but the shock was too great. Her grandfather wasn't invincible. It's boring to drink alone. I'll accompany you. A voice came from the table. Xishuang was startled and looked over. She saw a young man with ordinary looks, but he had an invisible dignity about him. There was a smile on his face that made him seem a little evil, but it also added to his charm. His eyes, in particular, seemed to be able to see into her heart and see through all her thoughts. The man poured himself a cup of wine. He then poured another cup for her. Not bad. When the wine flask landed on the table with a soft thud, Xishuang reacted and stared at the man warily. Who are you? She then took out a glowing yellow power vessel from her cosmic ring. The man's lips curled up. You don't recognize me? Take a closer look. He then finished the wine in his cup. Xishuang looked at the man seriously and felt that he looked familiar. Suddenly, his face overlapped with hers, and she blurted out, Luyin? Luyin smiled and poured himself another cup. I thought you really didn't recognize me. Xishuang was stunned. Luyin? It's actually him? She had heard this name too many times. Whether it was from other people or from her grandfather, she had heard it too many times. To the Expeditionary Army, Luyin was an enemy, and it was the same for her grandfather. Although he was an enemy that could not be defeated. In her small worldview, the Expeditionary Army and her grandfather were both very powerful. However, Luyin was an enemy that they were extremely apprehensive of, and yet they did not dare to reveal his presence. Thus, she paid close attention to news about Luyin. The Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast domain had sent dozens of emissaries to the battle in the Outerverse. She did not believe it at all, as she knew how powerful her grandfather was. How could dozens of people who were as strong as or even stronger than him appear on the battlefield? However, after leaving the brothel, she vaguely believed it. At that time, she knew that her grandfather was not invincible, and that there was someone who could slap Xianxia into submission. It was you? Did you slap him? Xianxia asked as she stared at Luin. She looked at Luin with a faint smile. Xianxia then denied it. It couldn't have been you. It must have been one of your seniors. I heard that you invited more than 10 emissaries for the battle in the Outerverse. Luin was amused. You guessed right, so why are you denying it? Xianxia was stunned. It was you? Luin nodded. It was me. Xianxia could not believe it. Impossible. You're not even that much older than me, so how could you slap Xianxia into submission? That's impossible. Grandfather said that you're powerful, but you can't be this powerful. Luin put down his cup. Perhaps you can ask Shigu if I can do it. I can also take you to him and slap him personally. Let's see if he can avoid it. Xianxia's expression changed, and she suddenly stood up. She retreated so far that her chair was overturned. What are you trying to do, Luin? Luin looked at her. From the moment you recognized me, your eyes were filled with hostility. It seems like this is the Expeditionary Army's attitude, and it's Shigu's attitude. I never go easy on my enemies. Xianxia was alarmed, as the commotion had attracted the attention of the men outside the room. They rushed in and saw Luin. Who are you? What did you do to Sister Xuang? One of them barked. Luin did not even look at them. Get out. That person was about to speak, but he was stopped by 2 other men. They bowed deeply. Director Liu, please excuse us. They then pulled that person out and closed the door behind them. Xianxia and the Expeditionary Army were not as ruthless as this man. He was a truly ruthless person who could not be offended. Xianxia's expression changed as she watched the men who adored her and were willing to die for her escape. Her entire body felt weak, and the power vessel that her grandfather had given her did not give her any sense of security. Luin tapped the table. Sit down. Xianxia gritted her teeth. What are you trying to do, Luin? Luin looked up. I said, sit down. Xianxia's expression changed, and she finally deflated. She picked up a stool and sat down obediently. If she had just come out of the Expeditionary Army, she would never have been so obedient. However, slapping Xianxia was equivalent to slapping her grandfather's face. Xianxia had not dared to resist, and neither had her grandfather. That scene had been so shocking that she had fallen from the clouds into the mortal world. Luin had no interest in bullying girls, but Xianxia's identity was special. Where's Shigu? He asked. Xianxia whispered, she went to the border of the Starfall Sea. Even the Expeditionary Army? Luin was astonished. What's their attitude towards me? Xianxia did not know how to answer. Lying wouldn't fool anyone, but if she didn't lie, how would this person deal with her? Xianxia's face paled, and she looked rather helpless. Luin laughed. Forget it, I don't plan to bully you. Contact Shigu. Xianxia pursed her lips. What do you want? Luin replied, just to chat. Why, are you afraid that I'll slap him through the screen? Xianxia giggled when she heard this, but she quickly regained her composure and glared at Luin. How could he laugh? This man was an enemy, and he was talking about her grandfather. How embarrassing. Luin poured himself another cup before pouring another for Xianxia. You're not bad, you protected the brothel. Don't worry, I'm not good at bullying girls. This small interlude allowed Xianxia to relax, and she boldly took a sip before glaring at Luin. My grandfather is a good person. Luin felt strange. You should tell that to people who hate him, such as the giant technology group. And the orphans of the Tu family. They deserve to die, Xianxia said. The Expeditionary Army protected the peace of the human domain, and my grandfather represented the Hall of Honor and Justice. Luin put down his cup. I don't have time to talk about justice with you. Contact Shigu. Do you hate my grandfather? Xianxia asked as she raised her gadget. Luin shook his head. Of course not. Xianxia was surprised. You're not enemies? Luin looked at Xianxia seriously. He's not worthy. Xianxia was furious, and she bit her lip. She didn't want to contact Shigu, but when she saw Lu Yin's aggressive gaze, she became afraid. She snorted and contacted Shigu. Not long after, a holographic screen appeared. On it was Shigu's tired figure, and the background was a desolate planet. Xiao Shuang, what's the matter? Did he go back? What did you buy? Shigu's voice was very gentle. He was obviously very tired, but he pretended to be relaxed. He did not look old. In reality, he looked like a middle-aged man, but if he was willing, not only could he become a grandfather, he could even become an old ancestor. After all, he had lived for too long. Shi Shuang's face was pale. She looked helpless and hesitant. Grandpa. Shigu looked at Shi Shuang, his expression changing as he roared, "Little Shuang, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell Grandpa, Grandpa is going to kill him. The expeditionary army can leave the borders of the Starfall Sea without permission?" Commander Shigu sure is leisurely, Tio Kai's voice sounded out, and Shi Shuang turned the screen to face Luin. He raised a hand, "Long time no see, Commander Shigu." Shigu's pupils shrank when he saw Luin. "Luin?" Lu Yin's lips curled up, surprised. Shigu leaned forward and stared at Luin. "Luin, why are you with Xiao Shuang? What did you do to her?" Luin innocently replied, "It was a coincidence, so let's have a drink." He then poured wine for himself and Shi Shuang. "Xiao Shuang, don't drink." Shigu was anxious. Shi Shuang pursed her lips, "Grandpa, this is my wine." Shigu was stunned and looked at Luin. "What are you trying to do, Luin? Don't involve the child in our grudges." Luin found it funny, "She said that she's not younger than me." He then looked at Shi Shuang, "How old are you?" Shi Shuang lowered her head, not wanting to entertain him. Shigu asked in a low voice, "Luin, what are you trying to do?" Luin stood up, "Nothing much, I just happened to run into you and wanted to chat for a bit. I also wanted to see how Commander Shigu is doing. You're still healthy, so you should be able to live for a long time." "Not bad, not bad." He then walked over to Shi Shuang and patted her head under Shigu's furious gaze. He smiled at Shigu, "Your granddaughter is very cute. Let's meet again if there's a chance." "Luin, stop right there. What did you do?" Shigu roared, but Luin had already left. Shigu hurriedly looked at Shi Shuang. "Xiao Shuang, is there anything wrong with your body? Does it hurt anywhere? What's going on? Hurry up and tell Grandpa." He was truly anxious. Shi Shuang rubbed her head blankly, "I'm fine, Grandpa." Shigu was anxious. How could she be fine? How could they have run into each other by chance? Luin had hidden himself well, and he had even patted Shi Shuang's head before leaving. How could he not have done anything? "Xiao Shuang, what's going on? Hurry up and tell Grandpa," Shigu said anxiously. He was prepared to return immediately, as Luin must have done something. An emissary's methods were not something a mere cruiser could detect. Sometimes, people would think too highly of themselves. In Shi Shuang's view of the world, Luin and Shigu were enemies. In Shigu's view of the world, he believed that Luin had deliberately sought out Shi Shuang to do something to deal with him. However, from Lu Yin's perspective, he had done nothing. Even if he had done something, it would have been a warning. Shigu was not worth him sacrificing his bottom line to use Shi Shuang, but a small warning was enough to make Shigu not dare to make an enemy out of him. This was Lu Yin's confidence. The Outerverse War had shown the Fifth Mainland Lu Yin's influence and the Great Eastern Alliance's potential for war. He had the qualifications to declare war on anyone, and the expeditionary army was too insignificant. Just as he left the tavern, Qianzu caught up to him. "Seventh bro, that girl must have been frightened, right?" Lu Yin calmly replied, "Keep an eye on that auction house. I have something to take care of." He then disappeared once more. This time, Lu Yin went to the city lord's mansion. Originally, he had not planned on doing anything to King Qing. His slap had been unfathomable, and no one would dare to do anything to the brothel since no one knew what powerhouse was behind it. However, Yao Hong had not given up, and she had actually gone to the home of the gods to ask for reinforcements. She had even threatened to destroy the brothel. Lu Yin could no longer tolerate this, and he wanted to see just who would dare to step forward in the home of the gods. In the city lord's mansion, King Qing felt uneasy. "Father, don't worry. The home of the gods is a colossus that is on par with the Sirius sect and the Mavis family. Even during the old man's golden age, the brothel would not dare to offend the home of the gods, Qingyu said in a fierce tone. King Qing's eyes flickered as he had been slapped. He was naturally unwilling, and Yao Hong was even more resentful, so she had gone to the home of the gods to ask for reinforcements. However, could the home of the gods deal with the person behind the brothel? Most importantly, he did not even know who that person was. If he did not even know who the enemy was, how could he deal with it? However, the current situation was no longer up to him to decide. Yao Hong was one of the 18 gods in the home of the gods, and she had been slapped so many times in the brothel that it had not only slapped Yao Hong's face, but also the home of the gods. When the disciples of the Colossus of the Neoverse went out and fought with their peers, the powers behind them would not interfere. However, it was different if a senior was involved, and the home of the gods would definitely have to take revenge on the brothel. The original brothel should not have had such a powerhouse. "Let's go," King Qing said. Qingyu was stunned. "Father, what did you say?" King Qing replied, "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer." Qingyu asked, "How can we leave?" "Father, once the experts from the home of the gods arrive and realize that we've left, what will they think?" "Don't worry, Father. There aren't many people in this universe who would dare go against the home of the gods, much less stand up for a place like the brothel." Of course, King Qing understood this, but he still felt uneasy. He knew how powerful the home of the gods was, or else he would not have allowed Yao Hong to be so strict with his son. Even as an emissary, she did not dare to say anything. However, the home of the gods was not invincible. He recalled the battle between the 7 Courts Xia family, the Sirius sect, and Everlasting Sky Island. That battle had been planned for many years, and it had started from a small matter. In that case, could this be a prelude to someone's plan to deal with the home of the gods? It was not impossible, but he did not want to be drawn into this whirlpool. When he thought of this, he grabbed Qingyu and was about to leave. No matter what, he had to leave first. If the home of the gods crushed the person behind the brothel, he would just come back and apologize. After all, Yao Hong was his daughter-in-law. If it was really a battle between colossus like he thought, then he would be finished if he got involved. He only had one life. Just as he was about to leave, a hand appeared on his shoulder and pressed him down. King Qing's expression changed. Someone was here? When? He grabbed Qingyu and slowly turned around to see a young man staring at him coldly. "Where do you think you're going?" King Qing immediately felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this person, and then his eyes changed as he remembered. Lu Alliance leader Lu. Luin exerted strength in his palm and easily pressed King Qing into the ground. There was a loud boom, and the entire city lord's mansion collapsed. The enormous force crushed half of King Qing's body. Intense pain shot through his body, and King Qing spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not dare resist and even bit his tongue to prevent himself from screaming. He loosened his grip and tossed Qingyu aside to prevent himself from being affected. At this moment, half of King Qing's body was pressed into the ground. Lu Yin's arm hung down, but it was still pressed down on King Qing's shoulder. From a distance, it looked like King Qing was kneeling in front of Lu Yin. Qingyu crawled up and saw the scene. His face went pale, and he was filled with fear and despair. However, he did not dare to make a sound, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would notice him. Lu Yin released his grip and looked down at King Qing. "Are you guys looking to die?" King Qing coughed up a mouthful of blood, as his organs had been ruptured by Lu Yin's enormous strength. "Alliance leader Lu, please, let me go this once." Lu Yin glanced at Qingyu. "Your son shouldn't be alive." King Qing coughed up more blood, and his face was filled with grief. "Alliance leader Lu, I'll break his limbs so that he can't leave the city lord's mansion for the rest of his life. He won't harm anyone else, so please let us go this once. Please, I beg you." King Qing had never expected that the person behind the brothel would be Lu Yin, as this person was not someone the home of the gods could deal with. Even without considering his status as a director, the Great Eastern Alliance had more emissaries than the home of the gods. Furthermore, he had the support of the Sirius sect, Everlasting Island, and the Hall of Honor. Dozens of emissaries had participated in the Outerverse War, and 6 of them had a power level of over 1,000,000. The home of the gods was very powerful and was a behemoth in the Neoverse, but it could not compare to the current Great Eastern Alliance. There were even rumors that a half-progenitor had appeared on the battlefield. If that was true, then it would be too terrifying. If he had known that the person who had attacked the brothel was Luin, then he would have stopped Yao Hong no matter what. This was not just trouble, but also despair. Luin retracted his hand. Did that woman ask for help from the home of the gods? King Qing was shocked. Alliance Master Lu, that has nothing to do with me. She's one of the home of the gods' 18 celestial gods, Fenghua God. She has a very high status in the home of the gods and has many friends. That's why she can do whatever she wants in Skybearing City. Even I don't dare to do anything to her. She's a disciple of the Mirror God. Luin raised a brow. Mirror God? King Qing endured his injuries. The Mirror God is an expert who is second only to the Candle God in the home of the gods. The Candle God is in seclusion all year round, so the Mirror God is in charge of managing the home of the gods. Nearly half of the 18 celestial gods are disciples of the Mirror God. Offending Yao Hong is the same as offending half of the home of the gods, so no one dares to offend her. What was Ember's status in the home of the gods? Luin asked. King Qing was confused. Ember? Luin answered, one of the 4 hegemons of the Cosmic Sea, the leader of the Nightmare Regiment, Ember. King Qing explained, I'm not familiar with the Cosmic Sea, and I don't know who Ember is, but it's rumored that there was a traitor in the home of the gods who was chased by the Mirror God and the Violet God and fled the Neoverse. That person might be Ember. I remember him being called the Nightmare God. He's a taboo in the home of the gods, and no one can mention him. Even Yao Hong doesn't, so we don't know much about him. But wasn't the Nightmare Regiment destroyed by Leon's armada? I know. Qingyu trembled in the distance as she looked at Luin in fear. Luin looked over. You know? Tell me something that interests me, and I might let you go. Prince Qing looked hopefully at Qingyu. Little you, tell me everything you know. Don't hold anything back. I don't know much, Qingyu said fearfully. Once, when Yao Hong was drunk, she said that the reason Hua Shun left the home of the gods was because he stole something from the rune technology ruins, which led to the pursuit of Mirror God and Violet God. She didn't know exactly what it was, but she did know that after so many years, Mirror God and Violet God never gave up. They would occasionally enter the Cosmic Sea to hunt him down. Anything else? Prince Qing asked. Qingyu shook her head. No. Oh, that's right. Yao Hong said that Violet deity went out a while ago. He must have gone to hunt down Annihilation again. During the battle at Cosmic Sea, Annihilation escaped. King Qing looked pleadingly at Luin, awaiting his decision. Qingyu was right. Annihilation had escaped, and it was normal for the home of the gods to still be hunting him down. So where was the item that he had? Stolen? Could Leon's armada have obtained it? Although the possibility was low, Luin still sent a message to ask Big Sis. Not long after, Big Sis replied. Luin glanced at it and was disappointed. Everything in the group had been accounted for, and there was nothing worth paying attention to. There was also nothing related to the rune technology ruins. The item. Big Sis wouldn't lie to him. No one in Leon's armada cultivated the scripture of Aeon evolution, so it was useless. It should be on Annihilation himself, as he wouldn't have lost such an important item. Where was Annihilation right now? Luin looked up into space. The universe was huge, and with Annihilation's strength, he could have escaped anywhere. The home of the gods was the most likely place to find him, and perhaps he could even borrow the Starsabelle sect's strength. Both Skybearing City and the home of the gods were in the north. Although the north was huge, the experts from the home of the gods were able to reach Skybearing City in less than a day. The next day, King Qing was still half buried in the ground while Qingyu lay nearby. Yao Hong had also arrived, along with a group of cultivators from the home of the gods. Their leader exuded a powerful aura that caused all of Skybearing City to tremble. It was an old woman who was also an emissary, but her power level was clearly higher than King Qing's. Although they were both emissaries, King Qing couldn't compare to an emissary who used the scripture of Aeon evolution. When Yao Hong saw King Qing and Qing Yu's miserable state, she didn't immediately try to save them. Instead, she respectfully said to the old woman, "It must be the person behind the brothel. He clearly knows that I'm a disciple of the home of the gods, but he still dares to act so recklessly. He clearly doesn't care about the home of the gods." The old woman's eyes turned into runes as she scanned the city lord's mansion. She then stared in a certain direction, and her expression changed drastically. Lu Yin was sitting there quietly, clearly waiting for them. She immediately recognized Lu Yin when she saw him, as this wasn't their first time meeting. Lu Yin also recognized the old woman. He was the one who had helped her capture the emissary from the group. "Granny, we have to destroy the brothel today and find out who's so daring to offend the home of the gods." Yao Hong was still talking, but she didn't see Lu Yin at all. It wasn't just her, the other cultivators from the home of the gods didn't see him either. Only the old woman did. "Shut up," the old woman shouted. Yao Hong was stunned and looked at the old woman in confusion. "Granny?" She realized that the old woman wasn't looking at her and was instead looking in another direction. Yao Hong followed the old woman's gaze and saw a young man smiling at them. The young man's appearance was ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. However, Yao Hong wasn't an idiot. She was an 18 celestial who had stood out from her cultivation in the home of the gods. The more ordinary a person appeared in the city lord's mansion, the more extraordinary they were. This person in particular seemed very familiar. The old woman faced Lu Yin and slowly bowed. "The wind god of the home of the gods greets Alliance leader Lu." When they had first met, her attitude had been completely different. Although she had been intimidated by the flying willow leaves, she hadn't paid much attention to Lu Yin. She had even felt that Lu Yin should accept the friendship of the home of the gods. Even when Lu Yin had helped her capture the emissary from the group, she had felt that it was only right. Now, however, her attitude had completely changed. The friendship of the home of the gods? Others might care about that, but Lu Yin might not. On the other hand, they cared about Lu Yin's friendship. Outsiders might not know about the war in the Outerverse, but they knew that Lu Yin's side had mobilized 6 powerhouses with power levels in the millions. In the end, not only had a half-ancestor appeared, but the blood progenitor had also appeared because of the Origin Tribulation. The Origin Tribulation had even drawn out progenitor Chen, who had been at the peak of the Enlighter realm and had been defeated by Lu Yin. Only a small number of people knew about this, and the shock it brought was unparalleled. The Astral Source universe was in an uproar because of Lu Yin. He had the ability to shake the entire fifth mainland, and with his current influence, he could forcefully change the structure of the Neoverse. In terms of status and power, she was far inferior to Lu Yin, and the moment she saw him, she could only bow to show her respect. The home of the gods had always been synonymous with arrogance in the fifth mainland. Outsiders looked at them more than they looked at them as lunatics. Each of them had proclaimed themselves as gods, so what were they if not lunatics? But even if they were lunatics, they were still rational lunatics. They were arrogant, but they couldn't be arrogant in front of Lu Yin. After the old woman bowed, the rest of the home of the gods cultivators behind her bowed as well. Alliance leader Lu? There was only one person in the entire universe who could be addressed in such a manner, the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, a member of the Board of Governors, and a paragon of the same generation, Lu Yin. Yao Hong recalled that it was indeed Lu Yin. In an instant, everything connected. It was Lu Yin. The one who had attacked them at the brothel was Lu Yin. No wonder he had appeared at the city lord's mansion, and no wonder King Qing and his son were in such a miserable state. If it was Lu Yin, then everything made sense. "Greetings, Alliance leader Lu." Yao Hong bowed deeply. Half of King Qing's body was buried in the ground, and he looked at these arrogant cultivators from the home of the gods who were bowing like lunatics. His gaze was bitter, but he also found it funny. This was the difference between people. He was an emissary, but Yao Hong could act without restraint and speak rudely to him. However, Lu Yin was also an emissary, so these people could only lower their heads. As he thought about it, he looked at Lu Yin. How had this young man done it? How many years had it been since he started cultivating? He was practically a legend, and he was even more of a legend than progenitor Chen and the talisman ancestor. Lu Yin looked up and quietly looked at the old woman without saying a word. Since he didn't speak, the old woman and the rest could only maintain their bowing posture. After half a day, Luin finally spoke up. I can't be considered friends with the home of the gods, but I can't say that we're enemies either. However, this time, you've gone a little overboard. The old woman stood up and respectfully said, Alliance leader Lu, this is all a misunderstanding. Yao Hong didn't know that the brothel was now your property. Luin raised a hand to stop her. Don't speak nonsense. It's not my property. The people from the home of the gods were confused. Luin calmly said, Old man Bu and I have become good friends. This brothel is still his property, but since it's a good friend's property, it wouldn't be good for me to not take action when it was bullied. Don't you agree? The old woman nodded. That makes sense. Alliance leader Lu is right. In the distance, Qingyu, who was lying on the ground, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Reason? When had the people from the home of the gods ever been reasonable? Since it was Alliance leader Lu who took action, this matter will end here. At the same time, I would like to thank Alliance leader Lu for showing mercy and sparing Yao Hong's life, the old woman said solemnly. Behind her, Yao Hong was sullen. She had been slapped so many times, but in the end, she still had to thank Luin for sparing her life. As one of the home of the gods' 18 celestial gods, her status was so high that she could ignore some of the emissaries. When had she ever suffered such grievances? However, she didn't dare to say anything. The home of the gods was managed by the mirror god in name, but in reality, the mirror god also needed to cultivate. Everything was managed by the wind god, and whatever the wind god said was law. Lu Yin's opinion of this old woman had improved. The people from the home of the gods weren't crazy, and they were willing to lower their heads when they needed to. Furthermore, they had done so much faster than anyone else. However, Luin didn't plan on letting this matter go so easily. I believe you, but I don't believe her. Lu Yin's gaze then landed on Yao Hong. The old woman looked back and coincidentally saw Yao Hong's resentful gaze. She waved her hand and slapped Yao Hong across the face, sending Yao Hong flying. Yao Hong was stunned, as she hadn't expected to be hit. The old woman looked at Lu. Yin. Alliance Master Lu, are you appeased now? Luin raised a brow. She was too ruthless, and even he didn't want to cause trouble for her. This old woman had been too honest. Wind god, you hit me? Yao Hong screamed, her gaze crazed. She had been sullen and resentful to begin with, and this slap had completely unleashed her hatred. The old woman turned around and glared at Yao Hong, her gaze fierce. Shut up. Yao Hong screamed back, what right do you have to hit me? I'm a disciple of the mirror god, and you're a disciple of the violet deity. You're only in charge of the home of the gods, but as a member of the home of the gods, you're helping an outsider instead of your own. I won't let you off, and I'll definitely report this to the mirror god. The old woman was enraged. She raised her hand and ruthlessly slapped Yao Hong's face, directly knocking her unconscious. The surrounding cultivators of the home of the gods didn't dare to speak. The old woman faced Luin and respectfully said, Alliance Master Lu, I will bring my disciples back to the home of the gods. I hope that Alliance Master Lu won't blame me for this. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This old woman was abnormal. His current status and strength were indeed high, but it wasn't enough for the home of the gods to lower their heads like this. It was true that they were afraid of him, but they shouldn't be so cowardly, as if they were afraid that he would pursue the matter. This didn't make sense, and even he felt that Yao Hong's words made sense. As an emissary of the home of the gods, instead of helping her own, she had helped an outsider. To put it nicely, she was looking out for the big picture, but to put it bluntly, it was betrayal. What right did this old woman have to be so submissive to him? Luin wasn't arrogant enough to think that he had the qualifications to rule over the Neoverse. The Outerverse had been able to gather so many experts, and many from the Neoverse had come as well. Not all of them had been his people, but the Hall of Honor had also tacitly approved. She's a disciple of the Mirror God? The old woman replied, she only learned from the Mirror God. Alliance Master Lu, please don't mind her. Luin sneered. Don't mind? How is that possible? I heard that the Mirror God is extremely powerful, and from the looks of it, she doesn't plan on letting this matter go. The old woman's expression turned ugly. Alliance Lord Lu, the home of the gods doesn't want to be enemies with you. After all, your relationship with Tai God isn't bad. We'd rather be friends with you, so we admit our mistake. Please don't pursue this matter any further. Lu Yin tapped the void with his finger, causing a ripple that extended to the old woman and then swept past her. The old woman's body swayed and she almost fell down. Her expression became even more unsightly. Just now, that power had shaken the void, and she had been unable to resist it. This was Lu Yin's strength, and it was unparalleled. It was enough to defeat Progenitor Chen, who was at the same level as him. You don't have the right to decide the home of the gods' attitude. Let the mirror god do it. I want him to personally promise that he won't pursue this matter. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. Who knows when you'll ambush me? The old woman said anxiously, Alliance Master Lu, I guarantee that this matter will be written off. Lu Yin tapped the void with his finger, and his strength suddenly increased. The ripple swept past the old woman's body, and this time, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her organs were being suppressed, and she almost coughed up blood. Let the mirror god do it, Lu Yin said indifferently. Or, I can make a trip to the home of the gods. This was his true goal. He had always wanted to go to the home of the gods. Perhaps he could raise the Aeon evolution scripture to the next level and reach the unbounded realm there. He believed that the home of the gods definitely had experts who had reached the unbounded realm, such as the mirror god. He was very curious. The old woman's eyes flickered. Finally, she had no choice but to contact the mirror god. Not long after, Yao Hong woke up with a dazed expression. Half of her face was swollen, and she couldn't feel anything. She moved a little before fainting again. The old woman's slap had been very heavy, and it was already good enough that she hadn't turned into an idiot. Lu Yin pitied her a little. Everyone waited quietly, but Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry. He closed his eyes, and his body flickered in and out of existence as he slowly absorbed the astral source. This was the cultivation method of an emissary. Absorbing astral source from the astral source universe into one's astral source whirlpool would strengthen it. Once one's astral source whirlpool reached a certain level, they would undergo a tribulation, and then continue to absorb and undergo another tribulation. This was how the astral tree realm divided emissaries' strength. The fifth mainland didn't have a clear division of strength. If he followed the fifth mainland's strength, then he would have an estimated power level of 800,000, but he had just become an emissary. His true realm was that of a first tribulation cultivator. However, his first tribulation was a little strange because he had 4 astral source whirlpools. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. When others cultivated, they had to carefully absorb the astral sources for fear of attracting the attention of the astral source universe. After a long period of time, they would break through the first origin tribulation and reach the second origin tribulation. Then, they would advance step by step until they reached the 7th or 8th origin tribulation. However, that was only for ordinary cultivators. Lu Yin's astral source whirlpool was much larger than an ordinary emissary's. This was dependent on the amount of star energy in his body, which was 200 times more than an ordinary cultivator's. Anyone who could become an emissary was a genius, and it was normal for them to have several times more star energy than an ordinary person. Even so, Lu Yin's star energy was many times more than an emissary's, which increased the difficulty and time required for his cultivation. That wasn't all. He already had 4 astral source whirlpools, and if he had to increase his astral source whirlpools by another 4 times, it would be a headache. Lu Yin looked at the astral source universe. If only this universe didn't view him as an enemy. If he could absorb as much as he wanted, then he would be able to break through to the second tribulation. As he sighed, Lu Yin's gaze trembled as he looked in the direction of the old woman. Someone was walking out of the astral source universe. It was a man with grizzled hair, but his face was young. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life, and he carried an invisible dignity. This person's rune lines were only slightly weaker than the Sea King's, so he should be the mirror god. The strongest powerhouse in the home of the gods was the candle god, who had been in seclusion for many years. Some people guessed that he had died long ago, while others guessed that he was breaking through to the half-ancestor realm. No one knew the exact details of the candle god, and the second strongest powerhouses were the mirror god and the violet god. The mirror god appeared in the city lord's mansion and glanced around. He paused for a moment before looking at Luin with a calm expression. Alliance Master Lu, I've heard a lot about you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You're the mirror god? The mirror god stared at Luin, his heart filled with shock. This kid's rune lines were even higher than his own? How was that possible? Hadn't he just become an emissary? At this moment, Luin was brazenly revealing his power level, and the old woman could see it clearly as well. She couldn't help but be shocked. This youth was truly unparalleled in the universe. The cultivators from the home of the gods were stung by Lu Yin's rune lines. Luin had always been the one to observe the rune lines of others, but now, he was being observed by someone from the home of the gods, which shocked them greatly. The mirror god was the most shocked. He had cultivated for a long time, but he couldn't compare to a youth who had only cultivated for a few decades. This made him feel indescribably depressed. I'm the mirror god. I've heard about the brothel incident. What does Alliance Master Lu want? The mirror god asked. His gaze was no longer calm, and there was an intense fear in the depths of his eyes. He had originally thought that only the second Night King could suppress him in the Great Eastern Alliance, but Lu Yin's rune lines had already surpassed his own. Although he was confident in his cultivation of the Aeon Evolution scripture, he couldn't determine Lu Yin's bottom line. This youth was terrifying and unfathomable. Lu Yin smiled. Actually, I don't need any explanation. She's already been taught a lesson. I only invited you here to confirm that the home of the gods has no plans for revenge. The mirror god nodded. Rest assured, Alliance Master Lu. Yao Hong is ruthless, and we will discipline her strictly. Naturally, we won't seek revenge. However, please do not slander the home of the gods. The disciples that we teach are not evil. This was the attitude that the home of the gods should have. They didn't offend anyone, but they also didn't fear anyone. Lu Yin smiled. Senior Mirror God, may I ask what stage your cultivation of the Aeon Evolution scripture is at? The expressions of the Mirror God and the others from the home of the gods changed, as it was taboo to ask someone about their cultivation. The Mirror God frowned. What do you mean, Alliance Master Lu? I'm just curious, nothing else. After all, I've already cultivated to the knowing realm, and I'm a little lost about the next realm, Lu Yin said. Everyone from the home of the gods looked at Lu Yin as if he were a freak. Only the old woman and the mirror god knew that Lu Yin had already cultivated to the knowing realm. The details of Lu Yin's breakthrough to the astral envoy realm and his battle with progenitor Chen had already spread. Many of Lu Yin's trump cards had been revealed, such as the knowing realm's Aeon Evolution scripture. They hadn't expected that someone like Lu Yin, who had never cultivated in the home of the gods, would be able to reach the knowing realm. They had wanted to contact Lu Yin and ask if he had obtained the rune technology ruins. Otherwise, how could he explain it? Now that this was brought up, the mirror god's eyes flashed, and he waved a hand. Leave. The old woman respectfully acknowledged and led all of the cultivators from the home of the gods out, including the unconscious Yao Hong. Lu Yin also had the people from the home of the gods take King Qing and his son away, leaving only Lu Yin and the mirror god. Has Alliance Master Lu obtained the rune technology ruins? The mirror god asked directly. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Have you cultivated to the unbounded realm? The mirror god was taken aback, but then he nodded. It seems like Alliance Master Lu has indeed obtained the ruins. Outsiders definitely wouldn't know about the unbounded realm, and even within the home of the gods, there aren't many who know about it. I know about the ruins of the Rune Technology Institute. Not only that, but I've also cultivated there. That's where I successfully reached the knower realm. The mirror god grew excited. Alliance Master Lu, let's make a deal. If you give the ruins to the home of the gods, I'll take you to the ruins that are unique to the home of the gods. How about it? Lu Yin shook his head. I can't hand over the rune technology ruins to you. I can't touch it, especially that statue. I can see its appearance from afar, but the closer I get, the more blurry it becomes. All I can see are the runes. The mirror god's eyes went wide, and he couldn't help but walk up to Lu Yin. Statue? What statue? A statue of a group of people kneeling and praying, Lu Yin said. The mirror god's breathing became more rapid, and his eyes turned red. Alliance Master Lu, where's the rune technology ruins? Can you tell me? Luin looked Mirror God up and down, but he didn't say anything. Mirror God wasn't stupid and hurriedly said, we can trade with you. There are several rune technology ruins in the home of the gods, and we all cultivate there. I don't mind telling you that I'm an unbounded, and I successfully cultivated in one of the ruins. It's almost impossible for outsiders to reach the unbounded realm. You should know how mysterious the rune technology civilization is. Creating something out of nothing is the best way to describe it. Others can't cultivate there even if they want to. If you want to reach the unbounded realm, you have to cultivate there as well. Luin muttered to himself, what's the unbounded realm like? He knew about the unbounded realm from the rune technology ruins in the burial garden, but cultivating there was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This was why he had lured Mirror God here. He wanted to see what the home of the gods had to offer. If possible, he wanted to enter the home of the gods too. Cultivate the true scripture of Aeon evolution. Mirror God gazed deeply at Luin, his gaze filled with fervor. The unbounded realm is the next realm after the knowing denial realm. All battle techniques, secret techniques, and innate gifts will appear in the form of rune lines in front of those who cultivate the true scripture of Aeon evolution. At this realm, you can not only see and weaken your opponent, but you can also forcefully change the number of rune lines that form, changing battle techniques, and so on. You can say that at this realm, you can transform everything you see and nullify your opponent's attacks. Not only will you be able to create something out of nothing, but you will also be omnipotent. Luin was overwhelmed by Mirror God's words. Let me feel it, he said, raising his hand and striking out with a clear void palm. However, he had deliberately slowed down his attack for fear that Mirror God wouldn't be able to see it. Mirror God's expression changed, and the attack was ferocious. At the same time, it was accompanied by spiritual force, a domain, and so on. If one couldn't withstand any of these, they would be heavily injured. Most importantly, this attack was extremely powerful. Mirror God stared at Luin as the clear void palm dissipated less than a meter in front of him. This wouldn't have been surprising in the past, as it could be weakened to the extreme. However, Mirror God wasn't stronger than Luin, and yet he had been able to nullify his clear void palm. This was the unbounded realm. Luin didn't attack again. Mirror God had already shown enough. With Lu Yin's current strength, who could easily withstand his clear void palm? However, the Mirror God could nullify it, which was quite terrifying. I've only scratched the surface when it comes to the unbounded realm, said Mirror God. When the Candle God makes a move, it's truly miraculous. He can cause stars to disappear under form, and transform other people's battle skills into his own. He can even imitate other people's battle skills, and even innate gifts. That's what the unbounded realm is like. I'll head over to the home of the gods as soon as possible. I'll tell you where the statue is then. You can tell me now. The home of the gods will always welcome you. Luin shook his head. I'll tell you when we reach the home of the gods. It's too early now. The Mirror God was helpless. They all yearned for the rune technology ruins, and they had arranged for people to search for them in various parts of the Fifth Mainland a long time ago. For example, the Amethyst Trading Company had been a pawn in their search for the ruins in the home of the gods. There were people from both the Innerverse and the Cosmic Sea, and no one was more eager than the Mirror God to cultivate the true scripture of Aeon evolution. If it had been anyone else, the Mirror God would have already captured them and interrogated them, but he didn't have the guts or the strength to do so. Alliance Master Lu, please visit the home of the gods as soon as possible. No matter when, the home of the gods will always welcome you, the Mirror God said expectantly. Luin could feel the Mirror God's sincerity, just like the Wen family. Speaking of which, it seemed that the Mirror God had left quite a few people hanging. For example, the Wen family, the Ku family, and now the home of the gods. Right, there was also the Sword Sect. He had promised to give Lu Hao to them, but he would have to wait until he returned to the Innerverse. Don't worry, I'll be there as soon as possible, Luin replied courteously. Before leaving, the Mirror God couldn't help but say, Alliance Master Lu, you must take care of yourself. Safety first. These words stunned the old woman and the others, and they all looked at the Mirror God strangely. King Qing and his son were stunned as well. The people of the home of the gods were this kind? Yao Hong had just woken up, but when she heard these words, she fainted again. Lu Yin sighed. There were so many good people in the Neoverse. The serious sect cared about him, and now, the home of the gods cared about him as well. The people from the home of the gods left and took Yao Hong away, saying that they would discipline her when they returned. Lu Yin stayed behind to wait for news from Qianzhou. Since he stayed behind, it was naturally up to King Qing to receive him. Although King Qing had been beaten up quite badly by Lu Yin, as long as he was still alive, he had to personally receive Lu Yin. Qingyu followed beside King Qing to serve him. The events of that day had completely changed his life. Although he looked at Lu Yin with fear, there was also longing. For the first time in his life, he longed to become a powerhouse. His father, who had once stood in his way, had fallen, so he could only move forward on his own. Lu Yin did not expect Qingyu to change for the better, and he did not care about such a small character. A few days later, Qianzhou found Lu Yin. "You're back." Lu Yin nodded and bid farewell to King Qing. When he saw Lu Yin leave, King Qing heaved a sigh of relief. He had been on tenterhooks just now, afraid that Lu Yin would kill him before he left. There were too many vicious and merciless people in this universe, especially people like Lu Yin, who stood at the pinnacle of power. Fortunately. "Father, what about Yao Hong?" Qingyu asked. King Qing gritted his teeth in anger. "It's that slut's fault for provoking Lu Yin. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Don't worry about her. It doesn't matter if she comes back or not." He then covered his body. His injuries were too severe, and he had endured them to serve Lu Yin. He needed to recuperate in seclusion. "Behave yourself and don't cause any trouble during this time. The universe isn't as simple as you think it is," King Qing instructed. He then ordered someone to watch over Qingyu and prevent him from leaving before he went into seclusion to recuperate. Elsewhere, Lu Yin and Qianzhou had found the boss of the Silver Fragrance auction house. They could get anything out of these small characters with a little bit of effort. The Silver Fragrance auction house's boss did not have many secrets, and if he did, it was because of his wealth. However, the Yadwa auction house had revealed a huge secret. They controlled a hidden space that was similar to the hidden space of the Aeon Shield sect, and reverse steps had been obtained from that space. About half of the northern territory away from Sky-bearing City, there were countless asteroids floating in space. This was the Northern Territory's asteroid belt, and Lu Yin's group appeared on one of the asteroids. They were Lu Yin, Qianzhou, and a small old man. "This is the place?" Qianzhou asked. The old man panicked. "Yes, this is the place." Lu Yin looked at the asteroid beneath his feet. It was very large, comparable to an ordinary planet. They followed the direction that the old man had pointed out and arrived at a corner of the asteroid. The three of them then disappeared. This was a hidden space that wasn't too large, but that was only in comparison to Lu Yin's experience. In reality, this space was much larger than an ordinary planet, and it was drizzling as far as the eye could see. Beneath the drizzle, there was a lingering fog that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a flower. The flower was very ordinary, but Lu Yin's body trembled when he saw it, and his eyes filled with excitement. This flower was exactly the same as Progenitor Chen's symbol. As expected, reverse steps had indeed come from Progenitor Chen. "Where is it?" Lu Yin asked anxiously as he looked at the boundless sea of flowers. This was the first time he had felt so close to Progenitor Chen. He had not felt this way even when he had been in Progenitor Chen's tomb. The old man pointed in a direction. "We searched this space for a few months before we found that place. It's right beside the sea of flowers, and there's a small river there." Lu Yin grabbed Qianzhou and the old man before disappearing as well. In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived at the small river, where Lu Yin saw a ruin buried within the mountain rocks. It should have been here a long time ago, and the mountain rocks have collapsed. There used to be a wooden house here, and there's even some decayed furniture inside. We've looked around, and aside from a stone table, everything else has turned to dust. There's nothing useful in this space, and we haven't been here in a long time, the old man said respectfully. Lu Yin's gaze was immediately attracted to the stone table, and he immediately appeared beside it. This stone table had originally been buried within the mountain ruins, but it had been dug out by the auction house. Fortunately, they had not used too much force, or else it might not have been preserved. The stone table was very ordinary, but it had been preserved because of a line of words written on it. The words were written in ancient script, and they were from the era of the Daosor sect. Luin did not recognize them, but there were a few words that were similar to the words that had been written beside the person who had been impaled to death by 5 pikes in the centipede's body. He remembered that Night King Yuanjing had translated those words, "I hate that I cannot protect my master until the rain stops. Hate. Hate. Hate." That was the meaning of those words, and it was very likely that these words had been left behind by progenitor Chen. There were 3 words that were similar: wait for the rain to stop. When he thought of this, Luin looked up at the sky. The entire space was raining, and the misty rain made it seem indescribably beautiful. Was it related to these words? Xianxia was curious. "Seventh bro, what do these words mean?" The old man also looked at Luin curiously. Luin shook his head. "I don't know." Xianxia was disappointed. "These words are very ancient. After so many years of evolution, the words have changed so much that it's hard to recognize them. Is there anything else besides these words? Where did you get that jade stone?" Luin asked the old man. The old man respectfully replied, "Right here, next to the stone table. We searched for a long time and carefully, but aside from that jade stone, there was nothing else." Luin frowned. Why was the place where progenitor Chen had stayed so ordinary? Logically speaking, it would be difficult for even Luin to enter a place like progenitor Chen's tomb, let alone a small auction house. However, this place was too ordinary. Furthermore, after entering, Luin had used the true scripture of Aeon evolution to look around, and it had not been isolated. It was too ordinary, too ordinary. There were no intelligent life forms in this space, but there were fish in the river and insects in the sea of flowers. They formed a very small but stable ecosystem, but there was no possibility of cultivation here. If there was no possibility of cultivation, then why had the jade stone been left behind? The reverse steps within the jade stone had clearly been left behind on purpose to teach future generations, but the place where it had been left behind was so ordinary. Xianxia touched the white flower. "It's an ordinary flower, but it looks quite pure." Luin looked at the sea of flowers. These small white flowers trembled under the drizzle, appearing very weak. Progenitor Chen's symbol was a pure white flower surrounded by 9 stars. What was he trying to express? Was he trying to protect this flower? Luin had once experienced progenitor Chen's memories, and there had been a scene where progenitor Chen had stared at a sea of flowers in a daze. "Seventh bro, do you want to search?" Xianxia asked. He had no idea where the reverse step technique had come from or who had once lived here. Luin brought Xianxia and the old man out of the meteorite and entered the space alone. He fully released his domain, so it was indeed time to search. With his current strength, his domain's range was greatly expanded, and he quickly swept through the entire space. Finally, he looked at the bottom of the river, where there was something there. The river water was cool, and Luin went to the bottom, squatted down, and blew on it. The mud at the bottom of the river dispersed, revealing footprints that had been here for an unknown number of years. These footprints had long since turned into fossils. Could these be progenitor Chen's footprints? There was more than one set of footprints, and they looked very messy. However, there seemed to be some sort of pattern to them. Luin thought of a possibility and raised his foot to test the waters. He stepped into one of the footprints and then walked forward. Every step he took was within the footprints, but there was no reaction. There were more than 10 footprints, so perhaps they were walking in the opposite direction. Luin wanted to verify his hypothesis again and again, but there were still many possibilities. After testing a few possibilities, Luin gave up. He didn't know how long it would take him to test them one by one. He thought of Xianxia and walked out to bring him back in. Xianxia was at a loss. "Look, is this the reverse step technique?" Luin asked as he pointed at the footprints. Xianxia blinked and looked at the footprints. He nodded, "Yes, it is. Mark them out according to the order of the steps." Xianxia looked at them seriously and then marked out a sequence for Luin. Finally, he said, "Seventh bro, although the reverse step technique is a footwork battle technique, it's important to understand it and not the order of the footwork. Otherwise, you would have learned it long ago. However, you still need to learn it in order." "Does seventh bro intend to learn it?" "Nonsense," Lu Ying replied. Xianzhou pursed his lips and looked at the footprints. He didn't know how long Lu Ying would take. When he had first obtained the reverse step technique at the auction house, he had relied on the jade to quickly comprehend it. However, he felt that he had only comprehended the surface level of the technique, and while his speed had increased, he still hadn't grasped the main points. What if Lu Ying took too long? Wouldn't he have to wait for a long time? "Seventh brother, can I go now?" "I found the place, and I've also found the learning method of going backwards," Xianzhou asked tentatively. Lu Ying brought Xianzhou out of the meteorite. "Wait a little longer." He then entered. He was not afraid that Xianzhou would leave. He did not have the guts to do so. Xianzhou truly did not dare to do so. Even though he had always been trying to evade capture, that also depended on who was chasing after him. If it was Lu Ying, then Xianzhou's scalp would go numb, as the entire fifth mainland would be after him. Lu Ying returned to the bottom of the river and followed the order that Xianzhou had marked out. He stepped up step by step, not along the river, but in the opposite direction. This was what it meant to go against the flow. He was clearly retreating, but he was actually moving forward, causing chaos in the void. When he finished walking through all of the steps, the air around him became chaotic. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to encourage him to cultivate. Lu Ying grew excited when he thought about this. He had always lacked a footwork battle technique, and reverse step was perfect. This was a battle technique that one of Progenitor Chen's clones had cultivated. A few days later, Lu Ying was already very familiar with the footwork. The only thing he lacked was comprehension. From this set of footwork, he should be able to comprehend the same effects as Xianzhou's. However, Xianzhou had relied on the jade stone, while Lu Ying himself would need to slowly fumble around. Slowly fumbling around would take a long time. After a long time, Lu Ying walked out of the meteorite and met Xianzhou's expectant gaze. "You can go now." Xianzhou was delighted. "Thank you, seventh bro, take him away as well. Make sure he doesn't say anything." Lu Ying was referring to the old man. The old man hurriedly expressed his stance. "My lord, I wouldn't dare to say anything. It's been so many years, and if you hadn't taken the initiative to ask, I would have forgotten." "Eh? Where is this? What am I doing? Who are you?" Lu Ying raised a brow. "Smart guy." Xianzhou took the old man away. According to him, as long as the old man did not want to die, he would not say anything. The universe was a cruel place. I really don't want him to say anything. I can help. The second Night King's voice rang out. He had been hiding in the shadows all this time. Lu Ying replied, "There's no need for that." He was not a bloodthirsty person. A screen appeared in the void with a line of words on it. What do these words mean? The second Night King was from the era of the Daosor sect, so he should be able to recognize ancient characters. The second Night King looked at the words on the screen and was astonished. "They're actually ancient characters? They're not from your era?" Lu Ying did not understand. The second Night King shook his head. "No, these words are far more ancient than those from my era. I need to check." Lu Ying nodded and waited quietly. Although the Day-Night clan had once been servants of the Bai family of the Frigid Immortal sect, they still had a relatively deep foundation. It was possible that they had obtained a portion of the Bai family's foundation, and Night King Yuanjing would be able to figure out the meaning of those words. "Even if the heavens and earth destroy me, even if my name is cursed for eternity, I'm only willing to wait until the rain stops." "I'll wait for you," the second Night King said slowly. That's what that Xingzi means. Waiting for the rain to stop? Who was Progenitor Chen waiting for? Was it that white flower? Lu Ying thought of the Forgetful Ruins god, who also had Progenitor Chen's symbol on her face. Could it be her? It shouldn't be, as the Forgetful Ruins god was far more ancient than Progenitor Chen. "It's a love poem," the second Night King said. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Right, Ku Wei had once tricked him into going to progenitor Chen's tomb. He had mentioned that the tomb contained a love poem, and it had actually been a love poem. Lu Ying quickly entered that space again and arrived at the bottom of the river. There was no need to dwell on progenitor Chen's matter, as it was rather ancient. What he needed to do now was cultivate time reversal. Cultivation was the most time-consuming thing, and Lu Ying was the least afraid of wasting time. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it, and 4 pips appeared. His luck was off the charts. The die's innate gift was very mystical, and 4 pips in time stop gave Lu Ying an almost abnormal cultivation innate gift. However, there was a flaw: he could not absorb astral sources. Regardless of whether it was astral sources or star energy, he could not absorb them from the outside world. Otherwise, he would not have been afraid of wasting time if he kept rolling pips. With some regret, Lu Ying began to cultivate time reversal within the time-stop space. Similarly, in the Neo-verse, outside of the Realm Mountains, a gale filled the sky as the giant Xianxia rapidly charged in a certain direction. A figure stood in the wind as Xianxia slowed down in front of him before coming to a stop. The ground beneath it had cracked under its weight. "My lord, I brought him," an old woman on Xixiao's back spoke up. The figure leaped onto Xixiao and looked at the boy on its back. He looked up and revealed his face. It was Nan Yuan. "What's your name, child?" Nan Yuan asked gently. The boy looked at Nan Yuan with apprehension. "Bobo? That's a good name. Who else is in your family?" Nan Yuan continued asking. Bo lowered his head, unsure of how to answer. Nan Yuan squatted down and smiled. "What's your relationship with the 3 elders?" Bo looked at Nan Yuan and mustered his courage. "He's my grandfather." Nan Yuan was surprised. "Your grandfather? Then how did you end up wandering outside?" Bo's eyes turned red at the mention of this. "It's that person, the one called Lu Ying. He's the one who captured me and controlled grandfather." "How do you know?" Nan Yuan asked. "He didn't hide anything. He used me to threaten grandfather right in front of him." Nan Yuan looked at Bo's fierce gaze, his face full of hatred. He smiled in satisfaction. "Then, do you want to meet grandfather?" Bo looked at Nan Yuan expectantly. "Can I?" "Of course, good boy. You're the grandson of a director of the Hall of Honor and one of the most respected people in the universe. How could you be wandering outside and being controlled by someone else?" "Don't worry, I'll help you." Nan Yuan smiled, his eyes filled with excitement. The old woman stood in the distance and smiled when she heard this. Not long after, Xixiao headed towards the World Mountains. The sandstorm stopped, and the mountains gradually became clearer. Bo's eyes lit up as he recognized this place. This was the World Mountains, the place where he had been born and grown up. It was also the place where he had fled. Now that he had returned, he was about to reunite with his grandfather. Nan Yuan sat on Xixiao with his back to Bo, a pleased expression on his face. With Bo, the 3 elders were now his people. Although they still couldn't compare to Lu Yin's advantages, they would definitely be useful at critical moments. He was lucky that one of his men had accidentally discovered this child and secretly brought him here. Lu Yin had lost because of his carelessness. In the topmost realm in the starry sky of trees, there was a mountain valley beneath a giant palm. At this moment, there were more than 1 million cultivators gathered within, and there were even more arriving outside. "Brother Rong, you're here too?" A figure was speeding through the forest, and a surprised voice came from nearby. The figure stopped, revealing a young man. He looked into the distance and was overjoyed. "Brother Wei?" "Haha, Brother Rong, I knew you'd come, but I didn't expect to meet you so soon," Brother Wei said excitedly. "Of course. How could I miss out on something like wiping out the remnants of the Lu clan? Back in the day, one of our Rong clan's outstanding ancestors was appointed as a general by the Lu clan. That was a disgrace to our Rong clan, and we'll definitely get our revenge." Brother Rong gnashed his teeth. Brother Wei sighed. "Yes, the Lu family has committed too many sins. The 4 cardinal scales used the white dragon to turn the tables and destroy the Lu family, but they never expected that bastard Lu Xiaoxian to still be alive. He's even stirring up chaos in the heavens. This time, we must cut him into 1,000 pieces as a sacrifice to our ancestors. The Lu family has committed too many sins. There are millions of cultivators here, and who doesn't hate the Lu family? Who doesn't want to personally kill Lu Xiaoxian? Brother Rong said excitedly. As he spoke, Brother Rong's mind went blank. Someone had stepped on his head and half of his body was pressed into the ground. He didn't even have time to react. Only 3 words were left in the distance, sorry. Brother Rong's mind went blank, and it took him a while to recover. Brother Wei, what happened? Brother Wei's face twitched. I didn't see wrong. Someone stepped on you. Brother Rong was furious and jumped out of the ground. Who? Who dares to step on me? It should be Xia Taili, Brother Wei said hesitantly. Brother Rong was startled. Xia Taili? The little princess of the Xia clan? Brother Wei nodded. Brother Rong was helpless. Since it was Xia Taili, there was nothing he could do. She was the little princess of the Xia clan. Not to mention her background, he was no match for her in a one-on-one fight. Brother Rong, look. Isn't that Xia Shenfei, one of the 4 young ancestors? Brother Wei exclaimed. Brother Rong hurriedly raised his head. At this moment, not only him, but all the cultivators in the valley looked up and saw 3 figures in the sky. They were Xia Shenfei, Wang Su, and Long Tian. Of the 4 young ancestors, Bai Xiaohong had died, but the other 3 had been rescued and brought to the valley. I heard that Lu Xiaoxian changed his name to Long Qi and ruthlessly tricked the 4 young ancestors in the sovereign realm. Not only did he kill Bai Xiaohong, but he also took everything from them. He's really ruthless, someone said. Yeah, although I hate the Lu clan, I have to say that Lu Xiaoxian is really ruthless. The 4 young ancestors were like children in front of him. They were children in the first place. Lu Xiaoxian was much older than them. That was the era of the 7 heroes, the same era as the fairy from the Cold Immortal sect. But I don't know how it ended up like this. Now that the 4 young ancestors have come out, they must be going for revenge. Oh right, who said they were stripped? What about Wang Su? Shu. Are you courting death? Above the valley, Long Tian looked grim. Xia Shenfei swayed his wine gourd and landed in a certain direction. Wang Su looked calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Outside the valley, a group of people appeared. The leader was Elder Xian, and behind him was a large group of disciples from the Cold Immortal sect, including Yu Chen and Lu Xiaoge. Lu Xiaoge looked at the valley. Was it going to connect? A great battle was about to begin. Brother Lu, we're going to meet again. Yu Chen's eyes were cold. Bai Xiaohong's death had caused her status in the Cold Immortal sect to drop greatly. In the end, she was just a servant. Above, Old White Ghost and Wang Si met. Originally, the ancestor wanted to personally take action, but the little bastard broke through to the Star Emissary realm and the void overlapped. He actually had the support of the ancestor realm, so he could only give up. Let us go on an expedition and force the abandoned land to hand over the little bastard. This expedition is definitely not just for show. Your Wang clan should be prepared, Old White said. Wang Si's gaze was cold. I want to kill that little bastard even more than you do, but that's not the only reason we're here. The opening of the ancient burial ground contains an ancient inheritance, which is also our goal. I didn't think that the abandoned land would have such a strong foundation. Even the legendary ancestor's inheritance has appeared, but we still have to kill that little bastard first. Of course. In a corner of the call, Wang Dashuai's face was filled with sorrow. He was surrounded by people who were guarding him. He felt that his life was too bitter, especially when he met Long Qi. It was as if he had fallen into a cesspool. He might as well have stayed in the Yin Mountain district and fought with Emogauha. Those days were wonderful, and he missed Emogauha. Could it be that their ancestral graves had been dug up? Wang Dashuai maliciously guessed. In any case, his ancestral grave was the Wang clan's ancestral grave. With a smack, Wang Yan slapped Wang Dashuai's head. What are you looking at, traitor? Wang Dashuai shrank back, not daring to talk back. When had he looked at her? It was a flat plain. Wang Yan snorted and looked towards the other side of the kernel. In another direction. The farmer's family and the Lu family actually sent people here. They must be secretly helping Lu Xiaoxian. I wonder if anyone from the ghost abyss has snuck in. Definitely, Wang Su's voice rang out. Wang Yin was shocked, but when he saw Wang Su, he was delighted. Sister Su Su. Wang Su nodded. The farmer's family has people watching them, so we can use them to find Lu Xiaoxuan's location. She then looked at Wang Dashui. You can also contribute. Lu Xiaoxuan's identity has been exposed, and no one is helping him in the abandoned land. Everyone wants to beat him up. If you can contribute, you can regain your freedom. Wang Dashui was delighted. Really? Junior ancestor, don't worry. I'll definitely find that brat Long Qi. Wang Yin despised him. Lu Yin's figure suddenly appeared at the bottom of the river in the Neoverse. He had been cultivating in the time-stop space for almost a year, but only a second had passed in the outside world. Cultivating in reverse was not easy, and Lu Yin did not know how long progenitor Chen had been cultivating for. In any case, Lu Yin's gains during the past year were not that great. At most, he had done slightly better than Chen Zhou. If that was all, then there was no point in cultivating. Lu Yin wanted to be like progenitor Chen and reverse spacetime and break through the cognizant realm's cosmic evolution scripture. Progenitor Chen had been able to do that, but he had only been an enlighter. Lu Yin continued. He raised his head and tapped out a finger, causing the die to slowly spin before stopping at 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had not taken out his cosmic ring before rolling the die. For the current him, rolling 6 pips was fine as well. Within the dark space, balls of light were either bright or dark. Lu Yin directly chose the brightest one and fused with it. He opened his eyes. Where was he? The Astral River Arc? The Astral River is spectacular, and it's not any worse than the Zhongping Sea. Lu Yin was stunned. The Zhongping Sea? He turned around and saw a familiar face. Big Sister Fei Hua? He had actually fused with Mr. Lu Ye's body? What's wrong? Sister Fei Hua asked gently as she caressed Mr. Lu Ye's face. Mr. Lu Ye's face twitched, and he looked at the gentle Fei Hua. For a moment, he could not accept this. Was this really that violent, Fei Hua? It's nothing. I'm just a little tired, Mr. Lu Yi replied. Sister Fei Hua replied that battle with that praying mantis was indeed too tiring, but there was nothing we could do about it. We've already agreed to the conditions for leaving the Realm Mountain, or else we wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. I just didn't think that the Great Eastern Alliance would be able to withstand the Astral Beast Domain's attack. That's unbelievable. Mr. Lu Yi did not speak, but memories continuously surged into his mind. They were all of Mr. Lu Ye's memories. Lu Yin saw some of Mr. Lu Ye's cultivation experiences and understood his emotions. He even saw scenes of him interacting with Sister Fei Hua, which made him feel uncomfortable. Those scenes were not suitable for others to see. He quickly retreated, as he did not want to continue being lovey-dovey with Sister Fei Hua. I think that Lu Yin is a pretty good person. What do you think? Mr. Lu Yi asked Sister Fei Hua. Sister Fei Hua was stunned, and she found it strange. Him? Not bad? Mr. Lu Yi answered seriously, throughout the universe, who else is as amazing as him? Who else has such a bright future? Look, during the battle in the Outerverse, the Astral Beast Domain sent out dozens of envoys, and there were even experts with power levels of over 1 million, but they were still defeated by the Great Eastern Alliance led by Lu Yin. To be honest, there's no one in our universe who can compare to him. The 4th young ancestor relied on his sex background, but this Lu Yin came from an ordinary planet and reached this step in just a few decades. Even I respect him. Sister Fei Hua looked at Mr. Lu Ye's face with a strange expression. She could not help but touch his forehead. Are you sick? That kid is sinister and cunning, and he's Kui Luo's successor. How many things did he use us for? It wasn't easy for us to get rid of him. You're not thinking of continuing to rely on him, are you? Mr. Lu Yi placed a hand on Sister Fei Hua's shoulder and had a serious expression on his face. Following someone like him will give you a bright future. Floey, you and I both know that we can't go back. Only by following Lu Yin will we be able to survive on the 5th mainland. Otherwise, we'll always be monitored by the Hall of Honor, and any mistakes we make will be magnified countless times. Why must we follow him? With our strength, we can even live in seclusion. No one will be able to disturb us. Sister Feihua was dissatisfied. She looked at Mr. Lu Yi and felt that he had changed. She did not recognize him anymore, and even his gaze was unfamiliar. Mr. Lu Yi frowned. This did not make sense. Anyway, I've decided to follow Lu Yin. Only by following him will we be able to return to our planet. Don't you want to go back? I want to go back, but no matter how powerful he is, he won't dare to come into contact with our planet. The 4 cardinal scales will take his life, and they won't let us return. Alright, that's enough. I'll make the decision, Mr. Lu Yi shouted and glared fiercely at Sister Feihua. His consciousness disappeared, and he reappeared in that dark space before returning to his body. Lu Yin opened his eyes and exhaled. He wondered what the effects of what he had said to Mr. Lu Yi had been like. Had he been beaten up by Sister Feihua? Whatever, it had nothing to do with him, and he had also helped Mr. Lu Yi establish his position as a husband. In his memories, Mr. Lu Yi seemed to listen to Sister Feihua on many matters. However, there was a place in Mr. Lu Yi's memories that he was very concerned about, the Ghost Abyss. The Ghost Abyss was the Spectre clan of the Astral Tree realm. Its location was very well hidden, and only a few great powers knew about it. Ordinary cultivators did not even have the qualifications to know where the Ghost Abyss was. Mr. Lu Yi and Sister Feihua had entered the Ghost Abyss before. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He ignored them and continued to cultivate. He tapped out with his finger, and the die slowly spun until it showed 6 pips. Lu Yin was stunned. 6 pips in a row? It had almost never appeared before. His consciousness reappeared in the dark space, and he did not hesitate to enter a brighter ball of light. As his vision cleared, he found himself in front of a pond. This pond looked very familiar. Wasn't this the pond in the Sword Sect? Memories flooded in, and Lu Yin was speechless to find that he had actually fused into Lu Qianjue's body. Lu Qianjue's power level was similar to Lu Yi and Feihua's, and with Lu Yin's current strength, these balls of light were more suitable for him. The fishing rod moved, and Lu Qianjue subconsciously pulled it out. It was a strange creature that resembled a frog, but it had dark green eyes and looked very vicious. Sect Master, the entire sect's recognition of the Great Eastern Alliance has greatly increased. Many disciples died in the Outerverse War, but many others made breakthroughs as well. Even Elder Lianxin is showing signs of breaking through, and it's said that she's about to undergo her second origin tribulation, Elderly reported respectfully from behind. Lu Qianjue replied, the mortal arena is a place where one can quickly build relationships. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging the Great Eastern Alliance. Elderly was stunned, and he stared at Lu Qianjue's back in confusion. Didn't the sect master hold a grudge against the Great Eastern Alliance? Why did he acknowledge it so much? Lu Qianjue tossed the ferocious blue-eyed frog away and calmly said, immediately draft a list of outstanding disciples and hand it over to the Great Eastern Alliance. Following the conclusion of the Outerverse War, the Great Eastern Alliance not only managed to fend off the Astral Beast Domain's invasion, but they also managed to take back a territory in the east from the Sixth Mainland. With dozens of envoys following him, there's nothing that can stop Lu Yin's footsteps. Since that's the case, my sword sect cannot fall behind. Notify the entire sect that from today onwards, I will be a disciple of the sword sect of the Great Eastern Alliance. I will add the words Great Eastern Alliance to my name. Elderly was stunned. Sect leader, this. Lu Qianjue turned around and stared at Elderly. His terrifying aura immediately pressed Elderly to the ground. What's wrong? You're not listening to me? Elderly half knelt on the ground, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. I wouldn't dare. This disciple will take care of it now. Lu Qianjue nodded in satisfaction. Tell Lianxin that she can leave the sword sect if she doesn't want to join the Great Eastern Alliance. No one will spoil her. After speaking, Lu Yin's consciousness withdrew from the fusion and returned to his body. At this moment, Elderly was probably stunned. If he really did as Lu Yin had said, then the entire sword sect would be stunned. No, the entire Innerverse would be stunned, especially Elderly and Xian. The sword sect had clearly joined the inner verse, but she still wanted to become independent. 2 fusions of 6 points had consumed a total of 100 million star essence. To be honest, it was not bad since they had both been fused within the inner verse. If they had been fused within the cosmic tree domain, then the consumption would have been even greater. He sat at the bottom of the river and rested for 10 days before continuing to roll the die. 4 pips. This pip was very easy to get, second only to 1 pip. He entered the time-stop space once more, but he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he continued to roll his die as he thought of something that he needed to improve. The pill skin that the medicine immortal had given him was said to be able to withstand attacks with a power level of 1,000,000. He didn't have any defensive items on him right now, and he would be in danger if he encountered a powerful enemy. With his current strength, only experts with a power level of 1,000,000 would be able to deal with him. As long as he entered the time-stop space, he would definitely be able to roll 3 pips. The first time at 5 o'clock, it was useless. The second time, it was still useless. Luin had originally not planned on using it since he had already finished dissecting everything in Ironwood City. But then, he suddenly recalled something, the metal from the 10,000 Beasts cage. Legend had it that this strange metal had once brought disaster to the Fourth Mainland. He wondered if he could break it down into something. When he thought of this, he retrieved a fragment from his cosmic ring. Luin had asked the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland to gather a large amount for him. He stored a batch in his cosmic ring, stored another batch in Frostwave Weave, and sent another batch to Eben City. Eben City was very concerned about this. Since it was metal, then it could be decomposed. Luin took out a piece of metal and placed it into the decomposing whirlpool. The metal fell to the ground with a clang, indicating that it had not been decomposed. This was the first time the decomposition vortex had failed. Either it wasn't metal and couldn't be decomposed, or it was metal in its most fundamental state and couldn't be decomposed. Was this thing made of metal? He looked at the myriad beast's cage in his hand. If he couldn't break it down, then what about upgrading it? He rested for 10 days in the time-stop space before rolling his die once more. This time, it was a smooth roll as he rolled enhance. Luin took out the pill skin and placed it on the screen. He didn't know whether or not it could be upgraded, but as he thought about it, he madly tossed out star essence. Even if something like this could be upgraded, the cost would be astronomical. 10 million, 50 million, 100 million star crystals. The Mara was constantly being consumed, and the pill skin decreased. Although it didn't seem like much, as long as it decreased, it meant that it could be upgraded. Luin did some calculations, and based on the current decrease, he would need at least 4 billion star essence to completely upgrade it. That was an astronomical figure. The further he went, the more precious the items would be, and the more resources he would need to upgrade it. 4 billion star essence was not unacceptable for an item with a power level of 1,000,000, and Luin no longer hesitated. In any case, he had nearly 30 billion star essence on him, and he could still transfer them from the Mavis Bank, so he wasn't short on money for the time being. 4 billion star essence was consumed, and the pill skin fell to the ground. Luin picked it up and applied some force, but it didn't leave a mark. The pill skin had been able to withstand attacks with a power level of 1,000,000 before it had been upgraded, and now, it was even higher than before. It wasn't something that Luin could break through. A power level of 1,000,000 was a threshold, and it was even more dangerous to cross than breaking through to become an emissary. The pill skin should still be able to be upgraded, so Luin placed it back on top of the pill skin. He used up more than 7 billion star essence this time, which added up to nearly 12 billion star essence. The pill skin had become slightly thicker, but its style was too ugly, and it looked like a raincoat. Luin didn't know if it could be upgraded again, so he put it away for now. He then placed the piece of metal from the myriad beast's cage on top of the pill skin and started tossing in star essence, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. The metal from the myriad beast's cage could be upgraded, and Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he threw in more star essence without hesitation. 200 million star essence was spent, and the metal from the myriad beast's cage had only been upgraded once. There wasn't much change after the upgrade, and it had only grown a little longer. To be honest, Luin didn't expect this thing to be of much help to him. He was just curious, And he wanted to see what this thing that had once brought disaster to the fourth mainland looked like. The myriad beast's cage was definitely not its true form. He continued upgrading it. The second upgrade, 400 million star essence. The third upgrade, 800 million star essence. The fourth upgrade, 1.5 billion star essence. The fifth upgrade, 3.2 billion star essence. With each upgrade, the piece of metal grew a little longer. When the fifth upgrade ended, the metal suddenly twisted and connected head to tail, forming a circle that emitted a dark light. Luin watched quietly, and at that moment, he felt as if he was looking at life instead of metal. The metal from the myriad beast's cage suddenly leapt up and flew towards Luin. He raised a hand and grabbed it, feeling a slight prickling pain in his palm. He looked at it and saw that there were many spikes protruding from the metal surface that were trying to pierce through his palm. However, Lu Yin's physical strength was too strong, and the metal couldn't pierce through his palm at all. Still, he felt a slight prickling pain, which meant that the metal's sharpness was close to that of an envoy. It was said that this metal could increase its size and hardness by devouring flesh. Even the celestial imprint would find it difficult to destroy something as large as the myriad beast's cage. It was rumored that the metal that had brought disaster to the fourth mainland had been half the size of the outerverse, and it had only been resolved by a progenitor. This was what Yamatis had said, and it had come from the ancient records of the Mavis family. Luin didn't know if it was true or not. However, looking at the metal's posture, it seemed as if it wanted to devour his flesh. This was a disaster, and Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He wanted to destroy it, but then he thought of something, and his lips curled up. If this metal could bring disaster to the fourth mainland, then it could also bring disaster to others. It all depended on how it was used. Furthermore, he had spent 6 billion star essence to upgrade this metal, so it would be a waste to destroy it just like that. Luin put away the metal. Luin checked his cosmic ring, and his expression turned ugly. He had used up more than half of his star essence to upgrade just 2 items, and there were still 10 billion star essence left in the ring. At his current level, it wasn't enough for him to do anything. He needed to find a bigger cosmic ring and obtain more resources. The more, the better. He discovered that even though he had broken through to the next level of star energy, his need for star essence had not decreased at all. In fact, it had increased to an exaggerated extent. After upgrading what he needed, Luin continued to cultivate the inverse step. The might of progenitor Chen's clone's inverse step fascinated Luin. After cultivating in the time-stop space for nearly a year, Luin rolled his die and continued cultivating. For more than half a month, Luin rolled his die, and he rolled the time-stop space 5 times. He was rarely this crazy, and it was all because of the inverse step. 5 time-stop space meant that he had been cultivating for nearly 5 years. Lu Yin's current inverse step's power far surpassed Xianxia's, and it had already reached the level of disrupting the void. It was comparable to progenitor Chen's peak in lighter power, but everyone's understanding of battle techniques was different. Luin did not know if there were any differences between his own inverse step and progenitor Chen's. He carefully recalled the effects of progenitor Chen's inverse step during his origin tribulation. Right, he had forgotten. There was also the wisdom root. Although it was fake, it could allow him to clear his mind. Luin drank a cup of wisdom root tea and carefully recalled his memories. Now that he had cultivated the inverse step and had experienced it before, his understanding of it was completely different from before. Luin closed his eyes and recalled the time when he had undergone his origin tribulation. The first time he had seen progenitor Chen use the inverse step to approach him, he had felt as if he had not just disrupted the void. Everything around him had changed, whether it was space or time. Luin suddenly opened his eyes. Time? Yes, it was time. The Aeon Flow scripture was very mystical, and it was extremely difficult to rely on normal methods to break through to the knowing nirvana realm. However, progenitor Chen's inverse step had not only nullified space, but it had also disrupted time and interrupted the knowing nirvana realm. Time was something that everyone knew existed, but it could not be touched or changed. It was a kind of mighty force, and who could control time? Wendy Yushan's innate gift was time reversal, which actually involved time. Back during the Sovereign Tournament, she had been able to break through Zi's life origin chi. At that time, the difference between them had been like the heavens. This was time, and divination was also connected to time. Everyone wanted to grasp the power of time, and inverse step meant that one could touch the power of time. Progenitor Chen had been able to cultivate the inverse step to such an extent when he was only a pecan lighter. How long had he been cultivating? No, he had to continue cultivating. If 5 years were not enough, then 10. If 10 years were not enough, then 20. Luin did not believe that he could not do it. Progenitor Chen's innate gift was top-notch, but he had relied on the strength of his 9 clones to cultivate the inverse step. Without the 9 clones technique, Luin did not believe that Progenitor Chen would have been able to reach such a level when he was still an enlighter. The 9 clones technique was the same as Lu Yin's time-stop space. They were both cheating tools in the cultivation world. Luin was about to continue rolling his die when he suddenly recalled the matter with the Board of Governors. This was a hidden space, so he could not receive any information from the outside world. Luin left the hidden space and went to the meteorite. He opened his gadget and found that many people were contacting him. More importantly, Big Sis had clashed with Nan Yuan. While Luin was cultivating the inverse step, Big Sis Lei Qingqing had arrived at World Mountain. She had promised Luin that she would become a director, especially since she wanted to walk a different path of robbery and surpass the Pirate King. She was full of expectations for the World Mountain. However, she met Nan Yuan the moment she arrived. Luin had suggested that Lei Qingqing take over as a director, and Nan Yuan had opposed it. He hadn't been clear about Lei Qingqing's identity at the time, but now he did. When he saw Big Sis enter the World Mountain, Nan Yuan naturally mocked her. From what he knew, everyone was someone with status. Although they schemed against each other and tried to harm each other, they still maintained their poise and worked hard behind the scenes. However, he was wrong. Big Sis was not an ordinary person. She was one of the captains of Leon's armada and someone who worshipped the Pirate King. She wanted to become the next Pirate King, so how could she allow others to mock her? Thus, she had attacked and killed Nan Yuan. If not for the World Mountain's guards, Nan Yuan would have been in danger. No one had expected Big Sis to be so hot-tempered. This was the World Mountain, and she attacked as she pleased. She wasn't even an invincible upper sage. Although Nan Yuan did not die, he was not lightly beaten. All of his teeth had fallen out, and he had lost all face as a director. He had met a madman like this, and all he had done was ridicule. If he didn't like it, he could have just scolded her back. Why did he have to attack her? This made him furious, and he began to madly retaliate. He directly mobilized the World Mountain's guards to imprison Big Sis. Big Sis was not someone to be trifled with. Not only did she have Luin behind her, but she also had Everlasting Island behind her. Nan Yuan had the 7 courts behind him, so how could he allow himself to be humiliated like this? He immediately called for a board meeting to punish Big Sis. After all, she was a director. No matter who that person was, it would be a loss of face for the Hall of Honor if a dignified director was beaten up. They could not refute this, as many people had seen Big Sis beating up Nan Yuan's director. Thus, they all fell ill, and their condition was even worse than the last time. It was said that they were on their last breaths. Nan Yuan was furious, and it was clear that he wanted to stall for time. However, as a fellow director, he could not force Big Sis to attend a meeting while sick. He had no choice but to imprison her. At the same time, he threatened that if she did not give him an explanation, he would not let her go even if he had to use his only authority as a director. Big Sis had beaten up Nan Yuan's director in front of everyone. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the board, and it would affect the board's prestige. Zijing, Yang Ji, and Si Hong wouldn't help Luin either since he had caused too much trouble. Luin was speechless. Big Sis's fiery temper was unparalleled, and Nan Yuan was really unlucky. He could have provoked anyone, but he just had to provoke Big Sis. If he wasn't lucky, he would have been dead by now. The various directors contacted Luin, and Nan Yuan sent him more than 10 messages, urging him to head to Jiashan for a meeting. Luin contacted Sanliang. Alliance Master, you finally appeared. That's great. Sanliang heaved a sigh of relief. Luin asked, how is it? Is Lei Qingqing all right? She's fine. She's being watched by the guards of World Mountain. Although she doesn't have freedom, she's eating and drinking well. However, boss, this big sister is too vicious. You didn't see how badly Nan Yuan was beaten. If it wasn't for his good luck, he really would have died. As a director, she had to be gentlemanly and resourceful, not barbaric. This woman was not suitable to be a director. That's none of your business. She's my senior, so call her big sis when you see her in the future. The three of them were stunned. What kind of a dress was that? There was such a name in Jia Mountain? He wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he did not dare to. He had not dared to go against Luyin in the past, and he was even more afraid now. The battle between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain had shaken the Fifth Mainland, and Luyin had the strength to challenge the Astral Beast Domain. In the human domain, even the Sirius sect might not be his match. Yes, Alliance Master, San Liang answered. Then, what should we do about Big Sis? I know what to do, Luyin said and ended the call. After thinking about it, he contacted Nan Yuan. Nan Yuan was currently in a good mood. He had been furious when he had been beaten up, but he had reacted afterward. Now that something like this had happened, how could Lei Qingqing continue to be a director? Even if Luyin had 1,000 methods, he would not be able to support her. Not only that, but he could also use this woman to do something. No one would believe that such a violent woman was not a pirate. Just as he was thinking about it, his gadget rang. Nan Yuan glanced at it, raised his brows, and smiled proudly. Director Liu, long time no see. Director Nan Yuan, I heard that you were beaten up? Luyin asked, sounding surprised. Nan Yuan sneered. Director Liu, you still don't know? It's that Lei Qingqing that you recommended. She's practically a bandit, and she attacked after just a few sentences. What do you think of this, Director Liu? Luyin blinked. What else can I think of? What a pity. Nan Yuan smiled. That's right. Director Liu, it's a pity that the good director that you found turned out to be such a person. Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that it's a pity that you weren't beaten to death. Nan Yuan's expression changed, and he gloomily said, actually, I feel that it's a pity as well. I thought that you would have been devoured by those beasts in the outerverse. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you. You'd better swallow the matter with Lei Qingqing, or else you won't have a good ending, Luyin threatened. Nan Yuan sneered. Luyin, you were too arrogant during the battle with the Astral Beast Domain. Do you really think that you can resist my 7 quartz just because you can stop the Astral Beast Domain? During the battle with the Astral Beast Domain, the Sirius sect, the Matus family, and even the Hall of Honor sent experts to support you. Do you really think that you relied on your own strength? My 7 quartz don't care about your Great Eastern Alliance. Try me. When we get to the Realm Mountain, I hope to hear that Lei Qingqing is safe and sound. Otherwise, you'll know the consequences. Luyin then ended the call, and his smile became even more obvious. Nan Yuan should be furious by now. At the Realm Mountain, Nan Yuan was enraged, and he smashed a table to pieces. Luyin, you've gone too far. You beat me up in front of everyone, and you still want me to swallow my anger? Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? I'd like to see how you'll protect Lei Qingqing. He then looked towards the courtyard, where Bo was walking over. Nan Yuan's expression changed, and he smiled. Luyin, you don't have the final say in the board of directors. Now that something like this had happened, San Liang and the others could only pretend to be sick for a short while. Luyin had no choice but to head to the Realm Mountain. This trip wasn't just for the board of directors, he also wanted to see Elder Chan's attitude. During his origin tribulation, the void had overlapped, and the 4 cardinal scales killing intent towards him had reached its peak. War would soon arrive, and it would be even more dangerous than the battle with the Astral Beast Domain. Elder Chan's attitude was crucial. Under the second Night King's guidance, Luyin reached the Realm Mountain as quickly as possible. When Luyin arrived, San Liang and the others recovered from their illnesses, and the board of directors convened as usual. This was Lu Yin's second time attending a board of directors meeting at the Realm Mountain. The previous time had also been because Nan Yuan had wanted to support Luyin. Yuan was one of the directors, so Luyin had no choice but to attend. Both times had been because of Nan Yuan, and there would not be a third time. The directors took their seats one by one, and Luyin was the last to arrive. Luyin entered. The atmosphere was rather solemn. Zijing was the first to speak. Alliance Master Lu, congratulations on your great victory in the Outerverse War. Not only did you force the Astral Beast domain to retreat, but you also successfully took back a weave in the east. Luyin smiled. Many thanks, and I'd also like to thank the Interplanetary Network for their help in this war. The Great Eastern Alliance had taken the initiative to take over the war against the Astral Beast domain, and countless people had cursed them on the internet. Many of the comments had been blocked by the Interplanetary Network, or else public opinion would have been unfavorable to Luyin. Now that the Great Eastern Alliance had won, the internet was filled with praise, and it was all thanks to the Interplanetary Network. Zijing smiled. It's only right. The Great Eastern Alliance fought to the death for the people of the Outerverse. We didn't participate in the battlefield, so we can only do what we can. Luyin replied, the Interplanetary Network has helped us a lot, and it's better than having some people drag us down. Sanliang cooperatively looked at Nan Yuan, and then all of the directors looked at Nan Yuan as well. Nan Yuan's expression turned ugly. What were they looking at him for? He hadn't dragged them down at all, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He couldn't influence the Great Eastern Alliance. Alright, let's cut to the chase, Nan Yuan said. Just as he was about to say something, Sanliang suddenly said, I propose that Nan Yuan be removed from his position as a director. Nan Yuan was stunned, and so were Zijing, Yang Ji, Si Hong, and the other directors. They hadn't known about this at all. Nan Yuan reacted, as he had been interrupted again. Every time, it was Sanliang. He glared at Sanliang. What did you say? Remove me? Sanliang? Are you crazy? Third Elder spoke up. Director Sanliang, there must be a reason for removing another director for no reason. You interrupted Director Nan Yuan, and now you want to remove Nan Yuan for no reason. If there isn't a reasonable reason, then I will not allow this to happen. I will definitely hold you accountable. Xianxia frowned. Why was Third Elder suddenly speaking up for Nan Yuan? Sanliang raised his head and looked at Nan Yuan solemnly. Of course there is a reason for removing Nan Yuan from his position. The reason is very simple. Director Nan Yuan is suspected of kidnapping Third Elder's grandson and using that to control Third Elder and monopolize the board. Everyone was shocked. Luyin shouted, Nan Yuan, you dare to monopolize the board? Nan Yuan's mind was in chaos. How did Sanliang know about this? Xianxiao first looked at Nan Yuan, then at Luyin. Both of them were Lu Yin's subordinates, and everyone knew that this matter had been instigated by Luyin. It was a pity that he had acted so righteous and awe-inspiring. Moreover, the words domination board sounded strange coming from his mouth. She then looked at Third Elder, and the other directors all looked at him as well. Third Elder frowned and looked at Sanliang in confusion. It was as if he was wondering how Sanliang had known. Sanliang, don't slander me. Nan Yuan shouted. If this matter was proven true, then he definitely wouldn't be able to keep his position as a director. Sanliang calmly raised his gadget, and a screen appeared in the air. Everyone looked at it. The scene on the screen wasn't unfamiliar, it was Nan Yuan's courtyard. Nan Yuan's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up. Sanliang, you dare to spy on me? Sanliang smiled. No, but ever since I found out that you kidnapped Third Elder's grandson, I've been paying special attention to you. You're spouting nonsense. Nan Yuan's expression turned ugly after hearing Sanliang's words. Just as he was about to say something else, the originally peaceful courtyard suddenly changed on the screen. Multiple figures charged in and started a fierce battle with the cultivators guarding Nan Yuan's courtyard, destroying the house in the blink of an eye. Nan Yuan's eyes went wide, and he was furious, but he did not do anything. He could not do anything on the board. Bo was quickly discovered, and at the same time, the guards of Realm Mountain appeared and captured everyone who had attacked Nan Yuan's residence. Nan Yuan quickly received the news, but at this moment, he did not have the time to care about the courtyard. Director Nan Yuan, Please explain why Third Elder's grandson is with you, San Liang said with a faint smile as he looked at Nan Yuan. Third Elder's eyes reddened, and there was exhaustion and regret in the depths of his gaze. He regretted becoming a director 3 times, regretting that he had pursued power, which had led to the destruction of his family. Times had changed, and in the past, no one had dared to offend a director. A single word from him could change the structure of a vast region in the universe, and a single word from him could strike fear into the hearts of even envoys. As he walked the universe, no one dared to disrespect him. This had caused him to lose himself, and he had become intoxicated with power. Relying on his prestige, he had ascended to the position of director time and time again. No one had held the position more than him, and he had created history for the board. However, times had changed. The Sixth Mainland had casually sent someone to control him, and then he had been controlled by a junior like Luin. He had even used this to counter Nan Yuan. He was truly tired and did not want to participate in these matters. He just wanted to enjoy his old age with his grandson. Under San Liang's gaze, Nan Yuan stared at Third Elder. I'm not the one who kidnapped Third Elder's grandson. It was Luin. He kidnapped the child. He suddenly turned around and stared at Luin. You kidnapped the child and used it to control Third Elder. I saved him and gave him a good living environment. Luin did not answer, as this person was no longer of any value. Director Nan Yuan, you say that Director Luke kidnapped the child. Do you have any proof? Also, since you saved the child, why didn't you send him back to Third Elder? Why did you keep him for yourself? Bu Lao asked slowly. Nan Yuan answered in a low voice, Lu Yin's methods are sinister. I was afraid that he would kidnap the child again if I sent him back, so I could only leave him with me. I've already told Third Elder about this. Everyone looked at Third Elder. The old man took a deep breath. His face was weary, but there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Bo hadn't died, so he had a reason to live. The director of Nan Yuan did contact me, said the old man. Nan Yuan's expression relaxed. Lu Yin's expression didn't change, and he even lowered his head to open his gadget and check the current news. However, he didn't contact me to protect Bo as he said. Instead, he wanted me to support his proposal unconditionally during the board meeting, the old man said slowly. The corners of San Liang's mouth curled up. Nan Yuan's pupils shrank and he shouted, Third Elder, what nonsense are you spouting? The Third Elder sighed. Nan Yuan, you and I have worked together for a while, but your methods are worthy of the 7 courts. You tried to use Bo to control me, but I had no choice but to beg the Third Elder to help me rescue Bo. You were the one who kidnapped Bo from the very beginning. Nan Yuan's body swayed, and he felt dizzy. At that moment, Bo trembled as he answered the World Mountains Guard's question. It's the director of Nan Yuan who killed my parents and kidnapped me. He even used me to control my grandfather. I beg you, please save me. Save my grandfather. Nan Yuan stared blankly at the screen, watching Bo's tearful voice. Anyone would have believed his words. It was over. Everything was over. Kidnapping a director's family to control the director and monopolize the board was a great taboo. There was no way he could continue to stay on the board. Even if he wasn't severely punished because he was from the 7 courts, he wouldn't have a good ending if he returned to the 7 courts. He was too stupid. Yes, too stupid. Nan Yuan had lost all his strength, and his ferocious claws had all been broken the moment Third Elder had pointed him out. This had all been a scam from beginning to end. Some time ago, news of Bo had suddenly reached him, and it had come from the information network he had set up himself. When he had heard about Bo, he had become excited. Controlling a director would increase his authority in the board. Not only would his status rise, but it would also increase his influence in the 7 courts. Most importantly, he had been the one to save Bo, and Third Elder's transformation had nothing to do with him. He had saved Bo and allowed Bo to meet with Third Elder, earning his gratitude. Using this to control this director had been too easy. However, he had never thought that he would fall into someone else's trap. Bo had been bait, and he had excitedly swallowed it. In the end, he had become someone else's fish. Bo had been real, and Third Elder's transformation had been real as well. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fool him. However, this had been a trap within a trap, and he had only seen the surface. Regardless of whether it was Nan Yuan or Third Elder, they were all pawns. Even if Bo had been rescued, Third Elder was still a pawn of the person who had set this trap. Nan Yuan looked at Luin, but the latter ignored him. This clown no longer existed in Nan Yuan's eyes. Nan Yuan, what else do you have to say? San Liang's expression changed, and he sternly glared at Nan Yuan. Xianxia could not help but look at Luin. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Nan Yuan had been tricked, but who would help him? There was no one to help him, and the evidence was conclusive. Nan Yuan's path as a director had come to an end. Luin was becoming more and more unfathomable. Nan Yuan smiled bitterly and could not help but applaud. Brilliant, truly brilliant. You easily took down a director. You truly live up to your reputation as the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. Luin looked up and met Nan Yuan's gaze. What does that have to do with me? Nan Yuan raised his head and exhaled. I lost. Blame me for being too stupid. But Alliance Leader Liu, don't forget that even if I'm gone, this seat won't belong to your people. There will always be someone from the 7 courts here. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and the guards from the Realm Mountain entered and escorted Nan Yuan away. Not only had he been removed from his position, but he had also been punished. Although the punishment would not be too severe due to his status in the 7 courts, he would still be locked up. Alliance Leader Liu, you're in charge of the board. Aren't you afraid that others will say that you cover the sky with one hand? Do you really think that this region of space can bear the surname Liu? Nan Yuan's voice gradually faded away. Many people heard his words, and they all looked at Luin with complicated expressions. This region of space could bear the surname Liu? They had never considered this possibility before, but now, it seemed to be getting closer and closer. The Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Innerverse and Outerverse, and they had taken over the war against the Astral Beast domain. Dozens of envoys had participated in the war, and Luin himself had become a director. He controlled the board and could easily decide the fate of the other directors. The board had always been responsible for deciding the matters of the human domain, both big and small. It could rule on any power, big or small, and change the situation. To a certain extent, it could even influence Elder Chan's judgment. Luin controlled the board, which was the same as controlling the Hall of Honor's external decisions. He had the title, and he also had the power. The Cosmic Sea. This was not an obstacle to him, but once the Great Eastern Alliance entered the Neoverse, who would be able to stop them? Was this region of space still far from the Liu surname? There were some things that one was not afraid of doing, but one was afraid of thinking about them. The more one thought about them, the scarier and more horrifying they became. Luin had not expected Nan Yuan to make such a move before he left. Coupled with the director's sorrowful condemnation, it was easy for people to make many connections. The atmosphere was a little silent. At this moment, there was some movement outside the door. The door was pushed open, and Big Sis walked in. Due to her cultivation technique, Big Sis often changed, and Luin was very apprehensive, as he did not know what she had become. When Luin saw Big Sis, he relaxed. Fortunately, she still looked normal. He hurriedly stood up and gave her a fawning smile. Sis, you're here. The others were stunned, as they had never seen Luin like this before. Big Sis snorted. Hypocrite, stop pretending in front of me. Where's that Nan Yuan? He was taken away and locked up. He's in a miserable state, Luin said. Big Sis coldly replied, he got off too easy. Then, under the stunned gazes of the other directors, she kicked the chair that Nan Yuan had been sitting in. Change to another one. It's dirty. San Liang hurriedly stood up and shouted, change to another chair. He was very perceptive. Not long after, Big Sis sat down in Nan Yuan's seat, and her gaze swept across the crowd. It looks like I'm the new director? Does anyone object? Zijing pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Ji and the others were speechless. The directors were all decided after a vote, and no candidate would come forward to ask about it. However, this Big Sis aura was quite fierce. Luin smiled. Of course, no one objects. Sis, from now on, you're a director. Big Sis raised her brows and waved her hand. Alright, leave this place to me from now on. You do what you need to do, I'll take care of it. Luine. Big Sis's addition changed the style of the board. No one knew whether it was good or bad, and Luine did not care. He left halfway through the meeting because Big Sis had brought with her more than 80 suggestions. Lu Yin's heart trembled when he heard them, as he had not expected Big Sis to be so well prepared. The other directors were stunned as well. Who had brought so many topics in one go? 3 days and 3 nights would not be enough. Luine was tacitly agreed to be on Big Sis's side, so he was chased out. When the door closed, the board was no longer the same as before. Becoming an emissary would not only increase one's power level, but it would also affect one's ability to lockbreak. Logically speaking, with an emissary's ability to control astral sources, they should be able to break down and nullify star energy. However, if it were that simple, then every emissary would be a lockbreaker. After Luine left the board, he headed straight to the lockbreaker realm to find out more about the emissary lockbreaking situation. However, when he arrived, he discovered that not a single boundless advanced lockbreaker was present, and President Xiaoming was not there either. After asking around, he learned that these powerful lockbreakers had left during the war between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast domain and had not returned since. Luine left the lockbreaker realm and wanted to go to the Arbiter realm to see his senior brother. He hoped that the Arbiter was not in seclusion. Before he could get far, the void in front of him distorted, and a figure walked out. Luine was surprised. Elder Chan? Do you have time? Let's chat. Elder Chan looked at Luine. Luine respectfully replied, this junior would be more than happy to chat with senior. Elder Chan laughed and brought Luine to the peak of Realm Mountain. From here, he could not see anything because it was too high up, and all he could see was a vast expanse of white. If you had been the one to decide who the 6th mainland would belong to, what would you have done? Elder Chan's back was to Luine as he stared at the endless expanse of white. Luine did not understand. I don't understand. Elder Chan returned to his senses, and a stone protruded from the ground to form a chessboard. Do you know how to play? Not really, Luine replied. I can't compare to you, senior. Elder Chan sat down cross-legged without a care for his image. He casually took out a piece and placed it on the board. Then play as you wish. Luine sat down as well and placed a piece. Back then, Ancestor Hui schemed and caused the 6th mainland to be destroyed by the Eternals. However, even the most perfect plan had flaws, or rather, mistakes. The Starfall Sea had a passage connecting the 6th and 5th mainlands, but the 3 ancestors threatened us, and we had no choice but to give the outerverse to the 6th mainland. Now that I think about it, there might have been another way. What would you have done? Elder Chan placed a piece. This was Go, and a few simple moves were enough to determine the winner. Luine did not understand the art of Go, but he was still a cultivator, and it was normal for him to calculate thousands of moves in an instant. Actually, Go was meaningless to cultivators like him, as winning depended not only on the art of Go, but also on mental calculations. If it were me, I would be more willing to give the technocracy to the 6th mainland, Luine said. He had considered this before, as he had always viewed the outerverse as his own territory, and he had never given up on chasing the 6th mainland away. If he wanted to chase the 6th mainland away, the technocracy would be his first choice, as the Astral Beast domain was too far away. Elder Chan was not surprised, as the 5th mainland could only offer a few options. The technocracy won't allow the 6th mainland to enter, so why should we chase them away? The 6th mainland has the 3 ancestors, and any one of them can easily take over the outerverse or even the cosmic sea, so why would they agree to take over the outerverse? They must have some misgivings, and since they have misgivings, we can do whatever we want. The technocracy has been at war with the human domain for so many years, and I know that the half-ancestors have misgivings about the technocracy. However, if several half-ancestors move together, they might have the power to sweep through half of the technocracy. Half of the technocracy should be enough, Luine said, his gaze was fixed on the chessboard as he placed a piece. You've experienced the power of the technocracy. Even if the 7 half-ancestors of the human domain come together, they still can't do anything, Elder Chan said helplessly. Luine looked up. Aren't the sixth mainland's 3 progenitors? Elder Chan's hand, which had been about to place a piece, paused in midair. He looked at Luin in astonishment. You want to use them as well? Luin smiled. Let's see who can keep their composure and who has more confidence. We can't afford to gamble, Elder Chan said. Luin nodded. Is that why you're asking me? Elder Chan sighed. I'm getting old. Young people are better at taking risks. Luin replied seriously, but protecting humans does require caution. You're right, senior. Elder Chan looked at the chessboard. The chess pieces were all arranged, but there was no clear winner. The fifth mainland is like this chess game. It seems stable, but there are too many hidden dangers. The more stable it is, the more difficult it is to expose it. Luin still didn't understand the purpose of this conversation. Senior wants me to find out about these dangers? Elder Chan shook his head. We can only wait passively. The Seven Heavens also has a Bai Wuxian, a half-martial ancestor who is hiding in the human domain. We have no idea what her identity is or where she is. We only know that her methods are strange and that she can cut in from angles that ordinary people cannot see. For example, the astral beast domain's invasion. Fight. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That cultivator from the sixth mainland called Curlybeard is a human traitor? Elder Chan replied, that's Bai Wuxian's method, and she has more than one method. Luin, with your status, you have the right to know the secrets of the human domain. I can tell you that there's a certain danger in a certain place. You've been to the Lockbreaker realm before, and Xiaoming and the others went there. That place used to be very safe, but Bai Wuxian has her eyes on it. If it's destroyed, the consequences will be unimaginable. With Xiaoming overseeing it, it can be stabilized for now. However, we might need your help in the future since you're a lockbreaker as well. Where? Luin asked. Elder Chan muttered to himself for a moment. I can't say for sure. We'll know when we see it. It'll be too late by the time I see it, Luin guessed. Elder Chan was helpless. I'm a protector, but I'm not a beacon for humanity. Work hard. The Cosmic Tree domain is also a part of the fifth mainland, and perhaps you'll be its leader in the future. Luin could hear the bitterness and helplessness in Elder Chan's tone. He had protected the human domain for too many years, but he had become increasingly confused. He did not know if he was doing the right thing, especially when Luin had appeared. Luin had unified the innerverse and outerverse in a short period of time, and he had even taken over an unwinnable war despite everyone's disapproval. In the end, not only had he protected the eastern weaves of the outerverse, but he had also taken over the eastern weaves from the sixth mainland. Before this, Elder Chan had never believed that he could do such a thing. Luin had established the Great Eastern Alliance, taken control of the board, defeated the Astral Beast domain, and forced the sixth mainland into submission. All of these things had caused Elder Chan to doubt his own decisions. He could not deny that he was qualified to be a protector, but that did not mean that he could become a beacon for humanity. This was why Elder Chan had spoken at the beginning. He wanted to know the difference between himself and Luin, and the result was that there was a huge difference. No one could tell who was right and who was wrong. Only time would tell. Luin had taken the initiative to take over the Astral Beast domain's war and protect the ordinary people of the outerverse. This had completely changed Elder Chan's opinion of Luin, and he no longer stuck to Lu Yin's identity as Lu Xiaoxian. Although he would not fully support Luin just because he had won a war, he would at least observe and give Luin time. What Luin lacked was time. As long as he had time, he could take over this region of space. Aside from talking to you, there's also something else. I found the Eternal Kingdom, Elder Chan said as he placed his piece down. Luin was shocked. The Eternal Kingdom? The Neoverse Eternal Kingdom? Elder Chan nodded and smiled. Are you interested? Luin was excited. Where is it? Go. Find Qing Ping. He'll take you to destroy the Eternal Kingdom. There's a deathly aura there, so it's perfect for you to go. Luin nodded. I'll go right away. After Luin left, Elder Chan looked at the chessboard. It was already full. What would this kid do if he placed another piece down? Luin quickly arrived at the Arbiter realm and bumped into De Qiu. Alliance Master Lu? Why are you here? Deqiu asked. Where's the Arbiter? Luyin asked. Deqiu pointed inside the Arbiter realm, and Luyin thanked him before entering the Arbiter realm. The Arbiter realm's eternal kingdom seemed to be surrounded by a layer of darkness. When Luyin arrived, he saw not only the Arbiter realm's shadow, but also the Arbiter realm's shadow and 5 other emissaries. How many emissaries did the Hall of Honor have? Luyin wasn't sure, but he knew that there were more than 10, including the emissary-level androids. During the Outerverse War against the Astral Beast domain, the Hall of Honor had sent emissary-level androids to participate. With the Hall of Honor's countless years of accumulation, Luyin believed that as long as there were enough materials, they could produce a bunch of emissary-level androids. Everyone's here. Let's go, the Arbiter Realm's shadow said in a low voice. Luyin didn't even have a chance to speak to the Arbiter in private before he was brought out of Realm Mountain and headed towards the Neoverse's southern border. He wasn't the only one, the Second Night King was also dragged out by the Arbiter Realm's shadow. The Second Night King was filled with apprehension as he looked at the Head Inquisitor. He would always remember that scene from back then. Being judged was an unforgettable memory that he would never forget. Although this Head Inquisitor was not a half-martial ancestor, he had the strength to fight against a half-martial ancestor. The Second Night King had seen him in the Gu Flow Zone. You're coming with us. The Arbiter Realm's Arbiter Realm was not to be doubted. The Second Night King was confused, and Lu Yin's words shocked him. Is there really such a place as the Eternal Kingdom? Lu Yin nodded. You don't know? The Second Night King shook his head. The Neo-Human Alliance only appeared after the Dowsource Sect's era. At that time, the Frigid Immortal Sect had already left the Fifth Mainland, and the Mother Tree had also disappeared. I've always stayed in that space to cultivate. However, I once heard that the Eternals wanted to create a country that could coexist with humans. It's called the Eternal Kingdom, but I didn't expect them to have already done so. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This false kingdom must be destroyed. The 7 courts were located in the southern border, and it was the most chaotic region in the Neoverse. The Eternal Kingdom was actually located in the southern border. The Neo-Human Alliance's Eternal Kingdom was the dirtiest, cruelest, and darkest place in Lu Yin's opinion. It was filled with false sunlight that concealed the inhumane slaughter. The people who lived there had long since been shrouded in despair. If Lu Yin had not personally experienced it, he would never have imagined that such a place existed in the universe. The most terrifying thing was not death, but waiting for death. The Eternal Kingdom had captured many people and experimented on them to interact with the Corpse Kings. However, those people's organs had been dug out by the Corpse Kings, and they had been cruelly murdered. The southern border was very large, and the 7 courts were located slightly north of its center. The Arbiter Realm's Arbiter Realm brought Lu Yin and the others to the east of the southern border, where the southern border and the eastern border intersected. They looked into the darkness of space and saw a very ordinary planet in front of them called Anshui Planet. There were spacecraft taking off and landing on the planet, and cultivators would occasionally step into space. No matter how they looked at it, this place looked very ordinary. Let's go, the Shadow of Death growled and led the other envoys into the Astral Source universe. They landed on the planet and spread out in different directions. Senior, the Eternal Kingdom is in a parallel universe to this planet, right? Lu Yin asked. Behind him, the Second Night King was stunned. Senior brother? Not bad, the head judge said calmly. The Second Night King was dumbfounded. Senior brother? He stared at Lu Yin in shock. The head judge of the Interstellar Court was actually his senior brother? Damn it, no wonder he was so ruthless to me back then. No wonder he didn't look for trouble after coming out. It was actually his senior brother. This kid's background was too ruthless. Lu Yin did not care about the Second Night King's reaction. Regardless of whether or not the Head Inquisitor was his senior, the Second Night King would not be able to resist Lu Yin. Why aren't you making a move yet? The head judge calmly said, wait. What are we waiting for? If we rely on ourselves, we won't be able to enter. It's in a parallel universe, and if we can't find the coordinates, it'll be very difficult to find the Eternal Kingdom. Xianxia had mentioned before that there were many parallel universes. A planet's parallel universe could be an entire universe, or it could be the only planet that existed. regardless of space or time, they were all different. The reason why he had chased after the lightning rabbit was because it could accurately break through parallel universes, and it was too dangerous. Luin had been chasing after the lightning rabbit. The mystery sex dimension should be a hidden dimension, but it also seemed to be different from this one. Luin wasn't too sure. Xianxia had relied on his father's strength to break through parallel universes. Senior brother, is it very difficult to accurately pinpoint a parallel universe? I mean, I've been there once, and I want to go again, Luin asked. The head judge was silent for a moment. I can't do it right now. Luin was curious. What level do you need to reach? I don't know. You don't know? Can you reach the half-step ancestor level? Luin didn't give up and continued to ask. He wanted to know how strong Xianxia's father was. Back on Earth, that mantis had only been a gardener in Xianxia's eyes. This universe wasn't as clear as it seemed. They could only see this space-time, and there were countless other parallel universes that they couldn't even see through the 3,000 great worlds. I don't know. The head judge's answer was the same. Luin was helpless. Right now, they were waiting for the corpse kings to come out of the Eternal Kingdom. As long as they came out, the head judge would be able to enter the Eternal Kingdom. There was no need to worry about them coming out. They were born in this space-time, so they could find their way back. Even though there were countless parallel universes, the one they were born in was like a lighthouse. But if the corpse kings came out, how would they return to the Eternal Kingdom? This was very strange. Even with the head judge's ability, he could only wait. Who knew how long he would have to wait? Luin decided to start absorbing the astral source. It wasn't easy to not attract the attention of the astral source universe. Luin stepped into the universe and slowly absorbed the astral source. The second Night King watched Luin cultivate and shook his head. Some people were talented and had great achievements, but Lu Yin's talent was too high, which limited his development. He had to rely on this method of absorbing astral source slowly. Who knew how long it would take for him to reach the next origin tribulation? It was too far away. A few days later, Luin left the astral source universe. He felt a headache coming on, the absorption was too slow. Ever since he started cultivating, it felt like he was cheating, and he felt very sullen. Senior brother, do you have any more astral source liquid? Luin asked. The head judge didn't respond. Luin pursed his lips. Senior, what did you bring out from the goo flow zone? The head judge still ignored him. Luin was speechless, as the man was even colder than Mr. Mu. Although Luin rarely saw Mr. Mu, every time he did, he would benefit from it. Ask your men to search for that thing as much as possible, the head judge said. Luin quickly asked, what's that? Wait until you reach the 6th origin tribulation, said the head judge. That name sounded familiar. Right, Kue Luo. That old man had said that he could tell Luin about the Lu family once he became an emissary, but he had forgotten about it. He would definitely ask Kue Luo about it the next time he saw him. Waiting was boring. Luin waited with the head inquisitor for more than 10 days, but he couldn't take it anymore and decided to take a look at the planet in front of them. The quality of the cultivators in the Neoverse was indeed higher than that of the Innerverse and Outerverse. There were 3 enlighters on this planet, and there were no less than 20 space-exploring cultivators. In a territory of eternity. Luin strolled around leisurely until he saw a familiar gaze in the crowd. It was cold and sinister, and there was also that familiar fox-like face, Silver. Luin hadn't expected Silver to be so daring. Silver had appeared during the battle to destroy the Day-Night clan, and now, he had appeared again. The head judge was watching. Captain, you're here to attack the Eternal Kingdom? Silver grinned. The crowd was moving, but the two of them were still standing in place, facing each other with a few meters between them. It was a strange sight. Luin looked at Silver. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Silver shrugged. I'm just a small fry in charge of passing a message to the captain. It doesn't matter if I'm discovered. Who are you passing a message to? Tong Yu, the vice head inquisitor. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Speak. Silver's lips curled up. Actually, it's not really a message. The Vice Head Inquisitor feels that the captain's cultivation time is precious, and it's a waste to waste it waiting for something like this. That's why he sent me to take you to the Eternal Kingdom. Luine was shocked. Aren't you afraid that the Eternals will find out? Silver smiled brilliantly. 6 of the 7 sky gods are dead, and there's only Bai Wuxian left. She hasn't appeared in the Eternal Kingdom, and she doesn't know that we betrayed the Eternal Kingdom. Compared to the Eternals, you're obviously more important. You're our future. Luine somewhat believed Tong Yu's words, but he just couldn't trust Silver. This fellow's status seemed to be much lower than Tong Yu's, but for some reason, Luine felt an inexplicable urge to destroy him every time they met. Luine was beginning to understand Xiao Luo's feelings towards Silver. Captain, we can go in now, Silver said with a grin. Luine looked up and saw a familiar figure appear in outer space. It was Ghoul. Back in the mountain and sea realm, Silver had relied on Ghoul to battle the human domain's top experts, and Ghoul had been invincible for a period of time. Ghoul approached the planet and then suddenly disappeared. At that moment, the Head Inquisitor acted, and the blood-red bell disappeared along with Ghoul. Following that, the void distorted and cracked open. Countless people on the planet watched in shock as the sky cracked open, and they saw a city with 7 towers within. They also saw pairs of scarlet vertical eyes and a surging aura of death in the depths of the void. This scene was like hell itself. The blood-red bell shook and let out a crisp sound. All of the creatures in the Eternal Kingdom, regardless of whether they were corpse kings or ordinary people who had been reared in captivity, felt as if a giant hand was pressing down on them. The sky seemed to be collapsing as Death's Shadow and the other emissaries charged into the Eternal Kingdom and began slaughtering the corpse kings. The bright light of the universe swept away the haze as the Head Inquisitor stood alone outside the Eternal Kingdom and pressed down on the 7 dark towers. The towers shattered, and the entire Eternal Kingdom was torn apart as the aura of death rose up. Luine, the Head Inquisitor growled. Luine leapt up and arrived in front of the Head Inquisitor. He faced the surging aura of death and began to absorb it. This wasn't the first time Luine had absorbed the aura of death, but it had never been as spectacular as this. The aura of death from beneath the Eternal Kingdom pierced through the heavens and the earth like smoke signals, transforming into a dark river that poured into his body. There was a boom as Lu Yin's mind buzzed. He saw through the river of time and saw a lonely and bleak figure holding a black scythe. In front of him were countless beasts. This was the Grim Reaper, and it looked exactly the same as the one he had seen before. However, the Grim Reaper this time was incomparably domineering. Luine wanted to see his face, but it was getting further and further away and becoming more and more blurry. Luine grew anxious and subconsciously increased his absorption. Collect the aura of death. The ground of the Eternal Kingdom was completely shattered as the aura of death covered the sky and swept towards him, forming a hurricane. The second Night King, Death's Shadow, and the rest were all shocked. The aura of death gave them an indescribable sense of oppression and fear. The majestic aura of death was like the descent of death. In an instant, Luine traversed a great distance and appeared right in front of the figure. He looked up and his pupils shrank. He still couldn't see the Grim Reaper's face. What he saw was a deathly pale, expressionless face that looked like a sculpture. The moment he saw that face, 2 words appeared in his mind: Death's Mask. The Grim Reaper raised his scythe and viciously slashed down. Everything that Luine saw suddenly disappeared. He opened his eyes and saw the endless aura of death surging into his body. The black and white fog in his heart had become more solid and constantly replenished. The amount of death aura he had absorbed had long since surpassed the total amount he had absorbed in the past. After becoming an envoy, his capacity for death aura had greatly increased. Once he underwent the Grim Reaper transformation, his strength would also greatly increase. Luine suddenly thought of a problem. Normal cultivators absorbed star energy, and after becoming an envoy, they would absorb astral sources and form astral cyclones. In that case, was the black and white fog the same as an astral cyclone? Was this a cultivation method similar to the astral cyclones that the Grim Reaper had created? If it was, then he would have already surpassed countless people and become an envoy through the Grim Reaper's cultivation system. If that was the case, then he had 5 cyclones. As his thoughts ran wild, the rate at which he absorbed the aura of death slowed down. Luin looked at the ground beneath the Eternal Kingdom. Although he had absorbed a lot of death aura, it was still not enough to compare to the overall amount of death aura underground. Is it over? The head inquisitor asked. Luin filled the ground until he could no longer absorb any more. It's over. The head inquisitor acted and covered the ground to conceal the aura of death. Elder Chan had asked Luin to help contain the aura of death the moment the Eternal Kingdom was destroyed, but in reality, he had asked Luin to absorb it. With the head inquisitor's strength, the aura of death was a form of energy that could be easily suppressed as long as there was no absolute powerhouse using it. At this point, the Eternal Kingdom was already in tatters, and countless corpse kings had been destroyed. The second Night King's target was Mr. Feng, who had once wanted to make a deal with the second Night King. He had protected Luin once, but Luin had never thought of protecting him. Mr. Feng had protected Luin because of the witch spirit's scheme. They would always be enemies. Within the Eternal Kingdom, the miserable state of the humans appeared before Lu Yin's eyes once more. Some had committed suicide, while others had gone mad. As for those who had been transformed underground, they had all been mercilessly killed. Not everyone was like Luin. Those who could not control the aura of death would eventually become tools for slaughter, and with the interstellar quartz methods, they would naturally be exterminated. Luin entered the Eternal Kingdom and arrived at the street that Silver had once led him through. There was also the restaurant where he remembered a human girl buying blood. Everything had seemed normal, but who knew that her organs might have been emptied? This was hell, a place that he believed had to be destroyed. In the entire Eternal Kingdom, there was only Mr. Feng with a power level of over 1,000,000. There were no other experts. Luin actually wanted to find some corpse kings, but he did not even encounter a single one at the level of an envoy. Where had the monkey gone? Not long after, Luin arrived at the Shattered Dark Tower. Each tower represented one of the 7 sky gods, and he had been brought to the witch spirit's dark tower. End of chapter 1925. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.